Yu had a long and vivid dream. In the dream, he was an almighty deity clad in heavy armor, seated on a throne of amethyst. Countless ghostly flames swirled around his body, and the sky above was dyed in inky black. With a single command, a massive, ethereal purple gate slowly materialized before him. From its burning, infernal depths, hordes of creatures with dark purple skin and blood-red eyes surged forth, mercilessly ravaging the world before them. Darkness consumed the land, leaving behind a trail of carnage and despair. In mere moments, the world was reduced to a desolate wasteland, where blazing flames intertwined with lifeless bodies, creating a hellish tableau. The thick stench of blood suffused the air, staining the heavens and earth a crimson hue. The countless monsters trampled over the remains of the fallen, their beastly roars echoing as they knelt in reverence before the figure surrounded by ghostly flames on the throne, their gazes devout and awestruck. Yu slowly rose, standing aloft in midair, exuding an aura of dominance as he surveyed the world with disdain. Extending his hand as if to grasp the very heavens and earth, he uttered in a deep and commanding voice, "The nightlands of 8 desolations, all beings shall bow." Below, the countless monsters roared in unison. "The nightlands of 8 desolations, all beings shall bow." Their deafening cries reverberated across the land, heralding the arrival of a supreme deity. At that moment, a cool night breeze stirred the sheer white curtains of a room in the Eastern Capital Medical University-affiliated hospital. On the bed lay a young man, around 17 or 18 years old, his features delicate and well-defined. Suddenly, Yu, who had been peacefully asleep, snapped his eyes open. His deep pupils glowed with a profound violet hue, and a faint, ghostly purple light shimmered on his chest. Moving as if in a trance, he walked to the window and leaped. A mass of pitch-black mist coalesced beneath him, lifting him toward the rooftop of the hospital. As he stood on the edge of the towering roof, the ghostly purple light gradually faded, and clarity returned to his expression. Taking in the sight of the skyscrapers below, Yu gasped sharply and stumbled backward in alarm. Just then, a strange voice echoed, "Heh heh heh, so you've finally awakened?" Looking down, Yu was stunned to see a palm-sized, ghostly purple box floating before his chest. It was engraved with crimson patterns and adorned with a blood-red, unblinking eye. From within the box, a plume of black mist shot out, forming into a basketball-sized black creature that introduced itself as Chime, the spirit of the artifact. Chime explained to Yu that he was the chosen 10th demon lord, and the artifact in his possession, the box of Wanyan, was a supreme treasure of the demon realm. His mission was to collect scattered demonic energy, reopen the gate of the barrier, and lead the demon army to invade the human world. Though Yu wished to reject this destiny, he discovered dark runes had already appeared on his arm, transforming into a jet-black scythe named Yama. More alarmingly, Chime warned that if Yu failed to infuse the box of Wanyan with demonic energy in time, the malevolent spirit sealed within would break free, endangering the human world, and Yu himself would not survive. Gazing at the blood-red moon, veiled by ominous crimson clouds, like a cold, unblinking eye, he felt the long-stalled gears of fate begin to turn once more. Early morning, in a duplex apartment located in the city center of District 11. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of an alarm clock echoed through the room. A pale hand reached out from under the covers and accurately silenced the noisy device. Yu slowly opened his sleepy eyes and propped himself up in bed. The occasional hum of car engines from outside the window signaled the awakening of the city, while the gentle morning light streamed in through a corner of the window. The room was an ordinary teenage bedroom. Posters of singers and artwork adorned the walls, and a dusty, half-doll guitar leaned against the side of the desk. A newspaper on the desk corner rustled lightly in the morning breeze, its bold headline reading, "Major human organ trafficking case solved in our district, one hostage successfully rescued." After getting dressed, Yu descended to the first floor via a wooden staircase. In the semi-open kitchen, a woman wearing an apron was busy at work. Hearing his footsteps, she turned around with a warm smile, her graceful face seemingly untouched by the passage of time. "Ah, Xiaoyu, good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon. Just hang on a bit." Good morning, Mom." Yu forced a smile, his tone slightly stiff when addressing her as Mom. The woman, Gu Han, was his stepmother, who had married his father a year ago to form a blended family. Though her kindness had gradually given Yu a sense of maternal warmth he hadn't felt in a long time, adapting to this new relationship still required time. After a quick wash, Yu sat down at the dining table. His father, Yi Jingbai, wearing glasses, was holding a newspaper in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. The university professor set down the paper and turned his gaze to his son. "How's your injury?" Yu rubbed his temples, a slight frown on his face. "Other than some blurry memories, my body has pretty much recovered. Not long ago, he had been caught up in a serious kidnapping case. Although he was rescued in time, Head trauma had caused partial memory loss. Even though most of his memories had since returned, some fragments remained frustratingly unclear. Take it easy and focus on recovering. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Go for another checkup in a while, Yi Jingbai said, patting his son's shoulder in his usual way of showing concern. Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, his father's earnest tone reminding him of the school dean reprimanding students who failed their exams. As the father and son conversed, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Gu Han began placing the carefully prepared dishes on the dining table one by one. Yi Jingbai accepted the freshly refilled coffee, a rare smile appearing on his face. Thank you for your effort. With Gu Han's presence, the atmosphere at the table warmed instantly. Usually reserved and quiet, Yi Jingbai surprisingly opened up, offering detailed commentary on each dish, while Gu Han listened with a gentle smile. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. A teenage girl dressed in a white JK uniform dashed down from the second floor, her single strap bag swinging with her movements. She held a red hair tie in her mouth, clumsily tying a ponytail behind her head, her golden bracelet jingling with each motion. This fresh-faced, naturally beautiful girl, who could easily outshine internet celebrities, was Gu Han's biological daughter, Gu Beiying. At 16 years old, she was Yi Yu's younger half-sister and a prodigious beauty. I'm going to be late. I'm going to be late, the girl exclaimed in a flustered voice. Xiaoying, at least take your breakfast with you, Gu Han called out with concern. Gu Beiying hurried to the dining table, bowing slightly. I'll start eating now. She grabbed a slice of toast, quickly greeted Yi Jingbai and Yi Yu, and darted toward the entryway to change her shoes before leaving. Be careful on your way. Yi Jingbai set down his newspaper and exchanged a knowing smile with Gu Han, who sighed helplessly. Yi Yu then stood up as well. I should head to school too. As a high school student at the prestigious private academy in Dongdu, he hadn't attended classes for some time due to a recent hospital stay. Are you sure you don't want to rest a bit longer, Xiaoyu? Gu Han asked, worried that the kidnapping incident might have left him with lingering psychological scars. Yi Jingbai, however, seemed unsurprised and nodded. No need. I've been lying around for too long and it's getting boring. It's time to return to school, Yi replied with a smile. After exchanging brief goodbyes, he put on his long and worn school uniform, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out of the house. The morning sunlight gently bathed him, prompting Yi Yu to instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes. In the distance, faint car horns and human voices could be heard. He took a deep breath of the dewy morning air and gazed toward the sunlit horizon. This simple and peaceful life. It's actually quite nice. The small, dark purple box hanging from his chest swayed lightly with his steps. Meanwhile, Gu Beiying, still clutching toast in her mouth, jogged briskly through the streets and alleys. Xiaoying, heading to school so early? Good morning, Uncle Yinshan. Beiying, want to stop by for some breakfast? Thanks, Auntie, but I'm in a hurry. Next time for sure. She responded politely to neighbors' greetings as she rushed on her way. Unlike when she left earlier, the girl now had a small, delicate white cat nestled against her chest. Gu Beiying dashed through the narrow alleyways, the crisp sound of her heels tapping against the ground echoing in the quiet streets. After a few turns, she arrived at a crossroads where a short-haired girl in a pleated skirt stood under a street lamp, holding an elegant handbag and waiting patiently. Xiaoyi, over here, Gu Beiying called out, waving energetically as she spotted the familiar figure. The short-haired girl turned around, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Seriously, Xiaoying, you're late again. Sorry. Gu Beiying immediately bent forward in apology, lifting the small white cat above her head as she clasped her hands together with a pleading expression. I accidentally overslept again. Well then this time, your punishment is to treat me to ice cream from Yi Shui's shop. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, no problem. Gu Beiying agreed cheerfully. Xiaoyi's expression softened into concern. But you really need to take care of yourself. What's been keeping you up so late these days? Oh, nothing much, just staying up late reviewing for exams. Gu Beiying laughed nervously, brushing it off. Xiaoyi's gaze shifted to the white cat in Gu Beiying's arms. You seem to really like this little cat lately. It's always with you. Meow, the white cat mewed softly, its crystal-like eyes glancing around. Well, I found this stray cat on the street the other day, and it just looked so pitiful. Gu Beiying began explaining. The two girls continued chatting as they walked, their voices gradually fading into the hum of traffic. Standing at the intersection behind them, Yu slung his bag over his shoulder, quietly watching his sister's retreating figure. Lately, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about her had changed, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what. Hey Yu! A familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Yu turned to see a tall boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, flashing a bright smile at him. Zhuge Feng? The name surfaced from the depths of his fragmented memory as it was his old best friend. Ha, you still remember my name. Looks like your recovery's going well. Zhuge Feng casually threw an arm around Yu's shoulder. Come on, it's time to let everyone know the school's legend has made his comeback. In a classroom of the high school division at the private academy in District 11, formerly known as the Eastern Capital. This land once belonged to the Neon Kingdom until it was incorporated into the Huaxia Federation 3 centuries ago. Today, the old place names have been replaced by cold numeric codes, and the once flourishing Yamato culture has gradually faded under the tide of Huaxia civilization. The Yamato people have become nothing more than a relic of history. At the podium, an elderly history teacher passionately recounted this monumental transformation, but the students below were far from captivated. Some were dozing off with their heads down, while others lay slumped over their desks, half asleep. The entire classroom exuded a heavy, drowsy atmosphere. In the back row by the window, Yu rested his chin in one hand, spinning his pen idly as his gaze wandered beyond the glass. The faint sound of cicadas buzzed intermittently, and the withered leaves of early autumn swayed gently in the breeze. The distant sky had a muted yellowish hue, and everything seemed dull and ordinary. Suddenly, the violet box on his chest trembled softly, and a blood-red glow flashed across its crimson, eye-like pattern. Yiyu's eyes instantly deepened with intensity. Young man, don't forget the mission you bear. A chilling, robotic voice erupted in his ear. Startled, Yiyu turned his head to see a black, tadpole-shaped creature about the size of a basketball floating beside him. Its two lantern-like red eyes were fixed on him. He leapt from his seat in shock and blurted out, "What are you doing here?" His outburst drew the attention of the entire classroom. All eyes turned to him, and the teacher paused mid-lecture, chalk frozen in midair. Yiyu glanced at the black tadpole beside him, which bared its sharp fangs and sneered ominously. "Relax, ordinary people can't see me," it said. But before Yiyu could breathe a sigh of relief, the teacher adjusted his glasses and said coldly, "Yiyu, if you can't sit still in class, you're welcome to leave." To everyone's surprise, Yiyu merely shrugged, grabbed his bag, and walked out of the classroom with an air of nonchalance. The sound of the door closing echoed sharply in the silent room. "This guy, he's getting bolder by the day," Zhuge Wenxuan muttered, his pen slipping from his hand as he stared in disbelief at Yiyu's now empty seat. But the truth was, Yiyu wasn't acting out of defiance. Burdened with a mission as staggering as the destruction of the world, he could no longer sit calmly in a classroom like an ordinary student. When he reached the grove of trees below the school building, the sight before him made him gasp sharply in shock. From the deep purple box on his chest, tendrils of pitch-black mist spiraled out, coalescing into several lines of floating text before Yiyu. Main quest. Please inject magic energy into the box of wraiths within the designated time period to ensure its proper functioning. Success reward. 1 opportunity to open the box of wraiths, guaranteed golden quality equipment. Failure penalty. Immediate termination. This is. Yiyu pointed at the black text in front of him and turned to Chime. Chime's voice, tinged with an electronic undertone, replied casually, "Oh, don't be so surprised. The box of wraiths is a supreme relic of the demon realm. It assigns tasks tailored to the current situation. Its intelligence far surpasses the technological creations of you humans." "No, I mean the part about termination." Yiyu's lips twitched slightly. "Oh, you mean the termination." Chime blinked its deep crimson eyes, a blood-red glint flashing within them. "It's real. You know, I've mentioned before, the box of wraiths contains countless malevolent blood spirits sealed from the demon realm. If it loses its operational energy, those spirits will break free. At that point, as its holder, you'll naturally become their primary target." As Chime's magnetic voice explained, vivid images of being surrounded and devoured by countless evil spirits filled Yiyu's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He admitted to himself that he wasn't some selfless saint who could sacrifice for the sake of world peace. If it came to it, he wouldn't hesitate to pour magic energy into this little box. But the real problem was, where was he supposed to find this so-called magic energy? Having just been discharged from the hospital, even surviving felt like a luxury for him. And now he was saddled with the responsibility of preventing the world's destruction. Yet, having brushed against death before, Yiyu wasn't crushed by the weight of this task. The sky was already painted in hues of twilight. Abandoning the idea of returning to the classroom, he pulled out his phone to check his messages. Many of his contacts had grown distant during his coma following the kidnapping incident. As he scrolled, he noticed that, apart from Zhuge Feng, a user named Fein Yao had sent him the most messages. This seemed to be a stranger, and the content of the messages confirmed it. "Work still as dull as ever. How about you? How's your relationship with your family? I envy you. I wish I had a happy family too. Why aren't you replying? Are you okay?" The last message was sent 3 days ago. The other person genuinely seemed concerned about him. As Yiyu pondered the identity of this online acquaintance, a familiar figure passed by the edge of the sports field. Showing, it was his stepsister, Gu Beiying. Known as the school beauty of Dongdu Private Academy, she was not only an excellent student, but also a club leader, a stark contrast to Yu. At the moment, she was dressed in a loose kendo uniform, her twin pigtails swaying as she walked. She carried a cloth bag slung over her shoulder and cradled the white cat from that morning in her arms, heading toward the woods behind the field. Yi was about to approach and greet her when he noticed a slender young man trailing not far behind her. This sight made him frown. Instinctively, he followed, intending to warn his sister about the dangers of early relationships. What he failed to notice, however, was the faint glow emanating from the deep purple box on his chest. Floating nearby, Chime bared its sharp fangs and murmured, "Boy, isn't this the perfect opportunity?" As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was bathed in a hazy golden hue. The crisp sound of the school bell echoed across the campus, and students in their uniforms poured out of the school building like freed birds, laughing and chatting as they dispersed. Moments later, the campus fell silent once more, with only a few scattered figures lingering along the paths near the edge of the school building. Gu Beiying cradled a petite white cat in her arms as she crossed the empty sports field, heading toward the small grove behind the school. Suddenly, she halted mid-step, turning to face the shadows behind her. "You've been following me for quite a while now. Isn't it time you showed yourself?" No sooner had she finished speaking than a thin, disheveled boy stepped out from the corner. His rumpled school uniform hung loosely on his frame, his complexion was ashen, and a few scraggly hairs on his chin stood out starkly. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Gu Beiying with an unsettling, almost manic glee. "Ing Chan," he murmured. Recognizing him, Gu Beiying frowned slightly. "Yamahara, so it's been you stalking me these past few days?" Rather than showing any shame, Yamahara took a few steps closer, his gaze hungrily scanning her. To her surprise, he suddenly pulled a letter from his pocket and bowed deeply before her. "Ing-chan, I've liked you for so long. Please go out with me." Meow, the white cat in her arms, let out a wary cry, its seemingly intelligent eyes fixed sharply on Yamahara, a glimmer of cold light flashing in its pupils. Gu Beiying let out a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry, Yamahara-kun. You're a good person, but I just don't have those kinds of feelings for you." "What? How could this be?" Yamahara's head snapped up in disbelief, and then, as if a string had been cut, he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless puppet. Hidden in the grove, Yu exhaled a breath of relief upon witnessing this scene, only to have a chilling voice whisper in his ear, "Don't celebrate too soon. Look over there more carefully." Yu turned his head, and his pupils shrank in horror. "What is that?" Before his eyes, Yamahara's body began to emit a dark, swirling mist. His bones cracked and shifted with a grotesque, unnatural sound. His limbs twisted in ways that defied logic as he slowly and painfully rose from the ground. "Why? Why did you reject me? I loved you so much. Why?" Yamahara muttered to himself, his head hanging low. Drool dripped from his lips as his voice grew more distorted, filled with obsessive madness. In the next instant, Shan Yuan abruptly lifted his head, the bloodshot veins in his eyes replaced by a sinister crimson glow. "Sakura-kun, I really like you." His voice became distorted, his body seemingly drained of all its vitality, shriveling into a grotesque, inhuman form. "Sakura, it's here." The white cat beside Gu Beiying suddenly spoke, its voice eerily resembling that of a woman. Gu Beiying's expression turned serious as she nodded, her gaze becoming sharper than ever. Shan Yuan let out a deep, guttural growl, his body enveloped in a dark, ominous aura as he lunged toward Gu Beiying like a ravenous ghost. She leapt gracefully to the side, evading the attack, and the bricks where she had stood let out a dull crack, spreading spiderweb-like fractures. "Sakura-kun, Sakura-kun." Shan Yuan crawled up from the ground, the crimson in his eyes intensifying while the black aura around him grew denser. "Sakura, use that." The white cat's slit pupils gleamed as it urgently reminded her. As Shan Yuan charged again, Gu Beiying swiftly pulled a slender wooden blade from her pouch. She closed her eyes, and the bracelet on her wrist suddenly emitted a burst of radiant golden light. Streams of golden energy surged from within her, even tinting her hair with a brilliant glow, as the light flowed into the wooden blade. Gu Beiying's eyes snapped open, gleaming with golden light, and she swung the blade with a sharp cry. Two dazzling arcs of golden energy struck the oncoming Shan Yuan with immense force. "Ah!" Shan Yuan's body froze, a sound like boiling water erupting from within him. His face twisted in agony as he crashed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing violently while the black aura gradually dissipated. In the corner, Yu watched, his throat tightening as his worldview was once again shattered. Behind him, the specter known as Chime observed Gu Beiying with great interest, murmuring ominously, "Fascinating." As Shan Yuan lay motionless, Gu Beiying sheathed the wooden blade, the golden light receding. I hope you'll turn over a new leaf from now on. Well, that's another one taken care of. She clapped her hands and cast a disdainful glance at the man on the ground. Suddenly, she glanced at her watch and exclaimed, "Oh no, oh no, I'm going to be late for my meeting with Xiaoyi." Instantly reverting to her usual mischievous demeanor, she hurriedly tidied her clothes, scooped up the white cat, and dashed toward the school building. What on earth is going on? Yu murmured, his gaze trembling as he watched her disappearing figure from the shadows. Let's leave that for later. Look over there first, Chime said, pointing. Yu followed the direction of the voice and saw waves of dark mist once again rising from the fallen, emaciated man's body. Noticing Yu's surprised gaze, Chime immediately explained. You can think of demonic energy as a unique, lifelike entity. It feeds on the desires of living beings and cannot exist independently outside the Wuwang box. It must attach itself to humans with intense desires. By corroding the host's inner desires to grow stronger, it grants the host supernatural powers. These powers are manifestations of the host's deepest desires. In the distance, black mist swirled over the fallen body of Shan Yuan, gradually forming a twisted, sinister face. The face was identical to Shan Yuan's, but carried an unmistakable expression of depravity. It seems your sister was too careless and didn't cleanse it thoroughly, Chime remarked as the dark purple box on Yu's chest began to emit a blood-red glow. But this works in your favor. There's demonic energy right here for you to absorb. Seeing Yu hesitate, Chime grinned widely. What's the matter? Are you scared? Don't forget, your sister's identity has already been exposed. If you don't deal with him quickly, your sister will face relentless retaliation, and even your parents and loved one. Enough. Yu clenched his fist, his eyes glinting with a ghostly light. You don't need to remind me of that. Dark curse marks reappeared on his arm, and an eerie black energy coalesced into a trident glowing with crimson light. Chime explained, the essence of Yenemo is an evil spirit blood soul residing within the Wuang box. Its form reflects the emotions of its wielder. Compared to the subtlety of a scythe, this trident carries a sharper edge. You've grown, Yu. Yu advanced silently toward Shan Yuan, who was still struggling on the ground. Sensing his approach, the ghostly face on Shan Yuan's body let out a furious roar, its blood-red eyes radiating murderous intent. Yu gripped the trident tightly and thrust it toward the ghostly face rather than Shan Yuan's body. The face showed a flicker of terror as the trident pierced through it, and Shan Yuan let out a scream of excruciating pain. Without hesitation, Yu swung the trident, tearing the ghostly face apart. The shattered face dissolved into streams of black light, all of which were drawn into the Wuwang box. Shan Yuan let out one final, agonized cry before collapsing unconscious, his face pale as death. Just as Yu heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to turn away, a sudden stabbing pain shot through his eyes. A strange, searing warmth surged within him, followed by an unending influx of an unknown power. Chime transformed into a pitch-black mirror. Through the mirror, Yu saw his own eyes had turned dark purple, with a six-pointed black star reflected in his pupils. One corner of the star bore a blood-red tomo. Do you know why the demon realm chose you to inherit the position of the 10th demon lord? Chime asked with a hint of schadenfreude. There exists a rare type of physique across the countless realms, beings who are untethered by the 6 paths of reincarnation, beyond the control of all universal laws. They can wield the power of the 6 paths and traverse the myriad worlds. Such a physique is incredibly rare, even unheard of in the demon realm itself. Yu, you are one of those few 6 paths physique. Yu stared into the mirror at his dark purple eyes, fixated on the blood-red tomo within the 6-pointed star. He murmured, 6 paths physique? I'm back. A cheerful voice echoed from the entryway as Gu Beiying stepped inside. Hearing her, Gu Han, who was busy in the kitchen on the first floor, turned around to see her stepdaughter standing there with a sweet and innocent look on her face, her hands playfully clasped behind her back. The gesture made her appear particularly endearing. Welcome home, Gu Han said, a gentle smile spreading across her face. Dinner will be ready soon. Why don't you go rest in your room for a bit? Okay. As Gu Han returned her attention to cooking, she didn't notice what was happening behind her. Gu Beiying's hands gave a subtle flick, sending a faint white blur silently darting up the staircase. Almost simultaneously, the girl herself dashed upstairs, sneaking a quick peek at Gu Han's back in the kitchen before disappearing. About 15 minutes later, University Professor Yi Jingbai and his visibly exhausted son, Yu, arrived home. Gu Han had just finished setting the last dish on the dining table, and the aroma of the food instantly filled the dining room with warmth. Let's dig in. The dinner table was unusually quiet, largely due to Yi Jingbai's reserved nature. On the other hand, Yi Yu's expression was noticeably peculiar. From time to time, he cast complex glances at his younger sister, who was gracefully enjoying her meal across from him. He couldn't reconcile the image of this well-mannered, delicate girl with the radiant, golden-clad warrior he had seen earlier, vanquishing malevolent spirits. Is there something on my face? Gu Beiying asked, pointing to her fair cheek as she noticed his strange gaze. No, nothing, Yu replied, forcing a faint smile before lowering his head to focus on his meal. Although their blended family had been together for a year, the siblings still had little interaction. At school, they mostly learned about each other through rumors. Gu Beiying, the brilliant and charming prodigy, and Yi Yu, who was often surrounded by negative gossip. Xiao Yu, are you adjusting well to school? Gu Han asked with concern. It's okay, but my memory is still fuzzy. There's a lot I can't remember, Yi Yu replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Xiao Yu. Gu Han's worry was evident in her tone. Even the usually stern Yi Jingbai put down his chopsticks and placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. You'll get through this, he said solemnly. Yi Yu quickly finished his meal, scarfing it down in a hurry. I'm done, he muttered before rushing upstairs, leaving the three remaining at the table exchanging uncertain looks. Sigh, this child still hasn't fully adjusted, Gu Han said, pressing her temple with a sigh of helplessness. Upstairs, Yi Yu shut himself in his room and gulped down several mouthfuls of water, finally feeling a bit calmer. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the round moon glowing in the night sky through the partially open window. Yi Yu pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped out onto the small balcony. Chime, she called softly. The dark purple box hanging on her chest immediately reacted. Streams of black mist began to pour out, quickly coalescing into a basketball-sized black creature. It grinned widely, revealing a sinister smile. What can I do for you, my dark master? I need an explanation for what happened today, Yi Yu said urgently. The man who turned into a monster, that six-paths body you mentioned, and Xiaoying, what's really going on here? Chime, as if anticipating her question, began to explain in its eerie, chilling voice. As I've told you before, demonic energy is a very unique force. It starts with the seeds of evil desires in living beings, and is nourished by despair and suffering. The stronger the desire within those tainted by demonic energy, the more powerful the energy they cultivate becomes. Yi Yu couldn't help but recall the distorted ghostly face that had emerged from the man earlier, its expression filled with depravity. Exactly, Chime confirmed bluntly. That man stalking Xiaoying was a pervert driven by lust. The abilities these individuals gain are manifestations of their desires. Under the influence of demonic energy, their inner cravings grow unchecked, pushing them to shatter boundaries, inflict pain, and spread despair in a futile attempt to fill the endless void of their desires. Yi Yu glanced down at the ominous box on her chest, deep in thought. What if someone suppresses those desires? She asked. Chime let out a derisive laugh. Imagine putting a steak in front of a starving man. He might resist for a day or two with sheer willpower, but as time passes, his primal instincts will take over. Do you think he'll care whether it's beef or human flesh by then? Its body dissolved into a swirling mist, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes hovering near Yi Yu's ear. That man you encountered today was no different. He was already on the brink of being consumed by his desires. If anything, you and your sister offered him a form of release. What will happen to him? Yi Yu asked, not out of concern for the man, but more out of worry about whether she and her sister might be implicated. Once demonic energy merges with human desire, it becomes an inseparable part of them, Chime replied with a sinister edge to its voice. Forcibly extracting the energy can lead to anything from memory loss and severe injuries to complete annihilation of the soul. However, the energy in that man wasn't particularly strong. At most, he'll suffer some physical damage and lose his memory of this incident. So, the only way for me to obtain demonic energy is by targeting these monsters? Yi Yu took a deep breath, her mind flashing back to the distorted ghostly face. You needn't pity them, Chime said coldly. Those consumed by their desires can hardly be considered human anymore. Yi Yu picked up the black box in her hands. Since I've already absorbed new demonic energy, I should be safe for the time being, right? A glint of mockery flickered in Chime's eyes. I've told you before, becoming the 10th demon lord is a fate you cannot escape. It manipulated the black mist to form a mirror in front of Yi Yu, reflecting the distorted ghostly face from earlier. Seeing the image, Yi Yu's breath quickened, and a familiar power surged within her. A warmth spread through her eyes as they began to glow with a deep violet hue. In the dark mirror, a six-pointed star slowly emerged in her pupils, with one corner adorned by a blood-red magatama. In the end, Chime said with a cryptic tone, how different are you now from those so-called monsters? The cool autumn breeze swept through the window, brushing against Yi Yu's hair, yet all he could feel was a bone-chilling cold. He gazed into the mirror at those violet eyes, his heart filled with confusion. Have you ever heard of the 6 realms of reincarnation? Chimera's voice broke the silence. The 6 realms are the cycle of rebirth for all beings. The realm of heaven, the human realm, the realm of Azura, the animal realm, the realm of hungry ghosts, and the hell realm. All living souls drift through this cycle after death until their spirits dissipate completely. Chimera's voice carried a hint of excitement. But you, possess an extraordinarily rare constitution that allows you to traverse the 6 realms unaffected by karmic burdens. Have you noticed the change in your eyes? That is the first power you've awakened, Hungry Ghost Realm. The power of the Hungry Ghost Realm can erode malevolent spirits and devour evil energies. Humans imbued with dark magic are your prey. That's why you can so easily strip the magical energy from their bodies. Once you awaken the remaining 5 powers, you will be qualified to claim the throne of the Demon Lord. As Yu struggled to process this startling revelation, the waning box on his chest suddenly emitted an eerie crimson glow. He immediately sensed a familiar aura, identical to the dark energy from the masked man he had encountered earlier. Do you remember the task the waning box gave you? Chimera asked. The violet-black box floated eerily in midair, radiating an otherworldly light. As a sacred artifact of the demon realm, it not only sealed countless wicked spirits but also stored treasures collected by its past users. Completing tasks and infusing it with sufficient magical energy would grant the wielder an opportunity to draw a treasure. Faced with the box pulsating with blood-red light, Yu ultimately couldn't resist its allure. He placed his hand on the blood-red eye embedded in the box. In an instant, the room was bathed in a crimson hue, and faint, ghostly wails echoed in the air. With a flash of golden light, a grotesque demon mask appeared in Yu's hand. Swirling black mist coalesced into words before him. This is the Azura mask of the first Demon Lord, once the supreme treasure of the demon realm and a symbol of the eternal Night Sovereign. Yu, your luck is truly remarkable, Chimera exclaimed. This was the personal artifact of the Waning Box's first master. It accompanied him as he conquered countless realms and subdued all races. Now that it's in your hands, it seems your destiny to succeed the Demon Lord is undeniable. Yu paid no attention to Chime's flattery. He picked up the strange, textured demon mask and examined it closely. The mask felt like the leather of some unknown creature, its shape resembling a Hanya mask but with an added layer of ferocity. Its pitch-black surface bore 2 hollow eye sockets that stood out prominently, as if some abyssal creature was peering into the mortal world through those eyes, ready to devour everything in existence. What does this mask do? He asked. Chime was about to launch into a lengthy explanation. As the possession of the first Demon Lord, the Shura mask has multiple functions, such as concealing one's aura, shielding against illusions, and intimidating souls. However, its effectiveness depends on the user's strength. Get to the point, Yu interrupted impatiently, yawning. After a brief hesitation, Chime summarized, with your current level of awakening, the first stage, you can't fully utilize all its abilities. But it can at least help you hide your aura, and even tap into your latent potential. Such vague abilities sounds pretty useless, Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow. Chime wiggled his stubby, rounded fingers and grinned broadly, his mouth curving into an eerie arc that's not entirely true. He pointed a shadowy finger at the Wooyang box hanging on Yu's chest, his grin growing more sinister. This treasure of yours is irresistibly alluring to humans who possess demonic energy or have undergone mutations. Like the scent of blood to wolves, they'll go mad trying to seize it. Without this mask to conceal your aura, you'll be torn apart by those who have become full-fledged demonic creatures in no time. Yu glanced down at the Wooyang box on his chest, then at the grotesque mask in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. So, being the Demon Lord wasn't going to be an easy gig after all. Noticing Yu's serious expression, Chime smugly raised his head, which was as black and round as a basketball. Well, now you understand how valuable this treasure is, don't you? Yu silently put the mask away, his gaze piercing through the swirling black mist to lock onto Chime. One last question: what exactly happened with Xiaoying today? The thought of his usually sweet and goofy younger sister suddenly transforming into a holy sword-wielding magical girl, effortlessly taking down that malevolent spirit in a few swift moves, made Yu feel like he was on the verge of a heart attack. The contrast between her usual silly demeanor and this new persona was far too jarring. The creature Chime's lantern-like eyes flickered with an eerie glow as it spoke with confidence. To use a human analogy, just as the body produces antibodies when invaded by a virus, this world reacts similarly when infiltrated by demonic energy. While the world itself lacks consciousness, it can bestow a portion of its heavenly power upon certain gifted individuals, using them as instruments to purge the invading force. Yu's eyes lit up as he immediately grasped Chime's implication. Are you saying that Xiaoying is this world's chosen one? The kind destined to save it? Exactly. Chime nodded its round head in approval, a hint of amazement in its tone. Your little sister is quite the hidden gem. Even I didn't notice at first that someone so extraordinary was right beside you. Narrowing its large eyes mischievously, it teased. But you'd better be careful. If your savior sister discovers your identity as the demon lord, will she sacrifice you for the greater good and eliminate you for the sake of world peace? Clearly intrigued by the idea of sibling conflict, Chime added. Or, you could take the initiative, kill her to secure your path to power, snuffing out the threat while it's still in the cradle. After all, she's not your biological sister, is she? Just then, strands of black mist surged from the box of whinnying, forming words in midair before Yu. Main quest: eliminate a chosen one. Absorb their heavenly fortune. Success will grant 10 opportunities to open the box of whinnying. Chime was about to continue its persuasive tirade when Yu abruptly interrupted. Chime, there's something I need to remind you. What is it? Before Chime could finish its question, its head was suddenly gripped tightly by a large hand. Staring into Yu's dark, menacing eyes, it heard a cold voice. Don't meddle in my life. And don't try to steer me with your ideas. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to destroy everything, even if it means shattering your dreams of a demonic empire. With that, Yu's hand clenched forcefully, crushing Chime into a swirl of black mist. Tossing the palm-sized black box aside, he turned to leave. My, Chime's dissipated form reassembled, its figure emerging from the dark mist once more. Watching Yu's retreating back, it chuckled wickedly. You're starting to show shades of a true demon lord. Yu, if you don't want to bring disaster upon yourself or your family, you'd better keep your identity well hidden, especially from your savior sister. Yu paused his steps for a moment, saying nothing, then continued walking back to his room in silence. Meanwhile, in another room on the second floor where Yu lived, Gu Beiying had just finished freshening up and was now lying on her bed in a thin nightgown. She hugged a life-sized plush doll tightly, her fair legs swinging rhythmically in the air. Hey, Yanjiji, I did pretty well today, didn't I? Gu Beiying said excitedly to a pure white cat sitting in front of her. The white cat elegantly licked its front paw before leaping lightly onto the windowsill. Its bright, expressive eyes locked onto Gu Beiying as it spoke in a melodic female voice. Not bad, but Xiaoying, you're still too soft on that guy. Hearing the hint of reprimand, Gu Beiying pouted and whined. I always felt something was off about Yamahara, but I never expected him to be that kind of monster. If it were an ordinary monster, I might let it go, but he's still a classmate. You can't afford to be careless with those monsters, the white cat said, turning its gaze to the night sky outside. Its tone grew serious. They can no longer be considered human. The white cat went on to explain in detail about the mysterious virus that swept across the globe 8 years ago and its devastating impact on Neon. Those infected gained supernatural abilities, but their inner demons were magnified, driving them to commit heinous acts. These irrational infected individuals came to be known as devilmen. To combat this threat, specialized organizations were formed to hunt them down. But many devilmen still hide among the populace, the white cat said gravely. The friend who laughs and chats with you during the day might turn into a man-eating demon by night. You must stay vigilant. Gu Beiying nodded thoughtfully and raised her hand. A streak of golden light flickered in her palm. You're different from those monsters, the white cat quickly assured her. You have no inner demons, and your abilities are perfectly suited to countering those out-of-control creatures. You will find a way to purify the devilmen. You are this world's savior. Clenching her fist with determination, Gu Beiying declared, I won't let you down. The white cat solemnly reminded her, remember, you must never reveal your abilities or identity to anyone, not even your parents or brother. It's the only way to protect them. I understand, Gu Beiying replied firmly. Leaning against the corner of the wall, a glimmer of gold flashed in her clear eyes. In the room at the far end of the same floor, Yu lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. One hand rested behind his head as he stared at the screen with a focused yet contemplative expression. Beside him, on the ominous-looking box of wraiths, streams of black and crimson energy swirled and intertwined, as though nurturing something terrifying. On the same floor, in 2 separate rooms, the 2 occupants lay awake, each consumed by their own thoughts. Oh no, I'm going to be late. The peaceful morning was shattered by Gu Beiying's crisp exclamation. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs as a disheveled figure dashed down in a rush. Only then did Gu Beiying realize she was still wearing her pink pajamas adorned with cute cartoon patterns. At the dining table, Yu, Gu Han, and Yi Jingbai were all staring at her intently. Her cheeks immediately flushed red, and in a panic, she spun around and bolted back upstairs. Gu Han watched the scene unfold and shook his head with a hand propped against his cheek. Still so clumsy, that child Beiying. However, Yu's gaze lingered a moment longer in the direction where Gu Beiying had disappeared, a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. Putting down the plate in his hand, he smiled at Gu Han and Yi Jingbai. I'm off to school. Wait, Xiaoyu, are you sure you're okay? Gu Han asked worriedly, recalling Yu's strange behavior the day before. Yu tugged at the corners of his mouth in a slight smile, thinking to himself that anyone would be shocked to learn their sister was a magical girl destined to save the world. After repeatedly assuring Gu Han that he was fine and receiving Yi Jingbai's support, he finally stepped out the door. As soon as he pushed it open, a soft meow reached his ears. Yu turned his head and saw a pure white cat perched on the garden wall, its emerald green eyes fixed directly on him. Wasn't this the same white cat that had been following Gu baying around yesterday? Yu met the white cat's gaze without flinching. After a silent standoff lasting several seconds, the cat leapt gracefully down from the wall and affectionately rubbed against his pant leg. Yu crouched down with a gentle smile and petted the cat on its head. "Aren't you a little cutie?" As Yu walked away, the white cat remained where it was, its bright, intelligent eyes watching his figure disappear into the morning light. "Chime," Yu called softly after walking some distance, his smile fading. A swirl of black mist coiled around him, and the ominous glow of the waning box announced Chime's arrival. The shadowy figure materialized beside Yu. "Here I am, my dear demon lord. What's with that white cat?" Yu asked, his gaze flicking backward without turning his head. "That little feline is no ordinary creature. It reeks of demonic energy," Chime said, licking its lips with a meaningful glint in its blood-red eyes. "A creature tainted by demonic energy? What's its purpose in staying close to baying?" "You might want to ask your beloved sister about that," Chime replied, its crimson gaze glimmering. "At the very least, it's not something you can handle in your current state." As the two continued their conversation, Chime's shadowy form weaved through the bustling crowds unnoticed. Office workers and students hurried past, oblivious to the eerie presence. Watching the throngs of people going about their day, Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of disconnection. Amid the seemingly bustling crowd, Yu couldn't help but ponder a question. How many of these people had already been corrupted by demonic energy, reduced to slaves of their desires, and transformed into devils wearing human skin? Chime seemed to read his thoughts, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Why not try using your samsara eye to see the world anew? You might discover something unexpected." Yu glanced at Chime, noticing the cryptic glint in his eyes. He began channeling the energy within him, guiding it towards his eyes. Soon, a warm current surged in his eye sockets, and his pupils gradually took on a magnificent purple hue. Deep within the mysterious violet, a six-pointed star faintly emerged, with a blood-red magatama slowly materializing at its uppermost point. The world in his vision transformed in an instant. The streets remained crowded, but now he could see through the bodies of the passers-by, revealing strange presences within them. A bald office worker wiping his sweat had a blue orb inside him, encasing a stack of cash. A boy riding his bike through the intersection carried a glowing orb that held a perfect score test paper. To Yi Yu's astonishment, every person he passed had a similar blue glow within them, each containing an object as diverse as their desires: money, clothing, weapons, and even figures like Superman and Ultraman. "Hehe," Chime's voice echoed in his ear. "These are the manifestations of human desires. From trivial matters to life and death, everyone harbors unspeakable longings. Suppressed by worldly constraints, these desires evolve into obsessions and inner demons, becoming the perfect nourishment for demonic energy." Chime, now a swirling black mist, encircled Yi Yu and continued. "This is the power granted to you with the awakening of the samsara eye, the ability to see through desire." Yi Yu's gaze swept across the pedestrians. A couple strolling with their child appeared harmonious, yet the husband had a sharp dagger within him. A seemingly innocent and vibrant schoolgirl was consumed by greed for wealth, her glowing orb filled with jewels and luxury items. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck him, radiating from his eyes to his brain. Yi Yu had to shut his eyes tightly, and when he reopened them, they had returned to normal. "With your current strength, you can't maintain the samsara eye for long," Chime cautioned. "Unless you use the power of the hungry ghost path to devour more demonic energy." Yi Yu remained silent in the face of Chime's temptation. He rubbed his aching eyes and abruptly asked, "If I see nothing but a blank space, what does that mean?" Chime grinned wickedly. "There are only two possibilities. Either the person is so powerful that you can't perceive them, or..." He turned his gaze to the bustling crowd, his tone laced with mockery. "That person has no desires. But how could that be? Hidden within every heart is a beast called desire." "Hey, good morning, Yi Yu." In the hallway of Dongdu Private High School's academic building, Yi Yu mechanically responded to his classmates' greetings with a polite but distant smile. To him, these so-called classmates were nothing more than strangers. The bizarre kidnapping incident not only left him bedridden in the hospital for an entire month, but also robbed him of most of his crucial memories. To maintain the facade of being normal, he had no choice but to keep up this surface-level harmony. The moment he pushed open the classroom door, the once bustling room fell into an abrupt silence. Every pair of eyes turned to the doorway, their gazes filled with shock and surprise, mingled with a hint of undisguised admiration thanks entirely to his unexpected runaway performance the day before. Hey, you actually came back. A hand suddenly clapped onto his shoulder. Yu turned to see Zhuge Feng adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, flashing his signature smile. The way you stormed out yesterday, I thought something serious had happened. Zhuge Feng leaned in close, lowering his voice. But honestly, I've been fed up with that old witch for ages. You really gave her a taste of her own medicine this time. Well done. Looking at Zhuge Feng's mischievous I get you grin, Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who would have thought that behind this scholarly appearance lay a complete joker? With Zhuge Feng escorting him, Yu made his way back to his seat by the window in the back row. The classroom's lively chatter resumed, as though the earlier silence had never occurred. Just then, a faint, elegant fragrance wafted over, accompanied by a gentle voice. Yu, are you okay? Looking up, Yu froze for a moment. Standing before him was a girl dressed in the school's neatly pressed navy blue sailor uniform and pleated skirt. Her slender legs were wrapped in dark tights. Beneath the light blue frames of her glasses was a delicate face, but what stood out the most was her glossy, sky-blue hair cascading down like a waterfall. Chio. Even with most of his memories missing, Yu could still recall this unforgettable classmate Chio Lingyue. She wasn't just the class president and the class beauty. She was also widely regarded as a goddess-like figure throughout Dongdu Private High School. With outstanding grades, a kind personality, and such remarkable looks, she had become the epitome of perfection in the hearts of many. Yayo only hesitated for a brief moment before regaining his composure. Standing in front of him was Chio Riegetsu, her lips curved into a gentle smile. I heard from the teacher that you lost your memory after being discharged from the hospital, but it seems we were overthinking, she said as she lightly placed a stack of books in front of him. Even so, you can't neglect your studies. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me for help anytime. Yayo met the girl's clear eyes and nodded slightly. Thank you. Nearly half the class had their eyes fixed on this scene. As Chio Riegetsu turned to leave, students along her path enthusiastically greeted her, to which she responded with warm smiles, her every gesture exuding the grace of a goddess. You lucky guy. A low, disgruntled growl suddenly came from beside him. Yayo turned to see Zhuge Feng glaring at him, his teeth clenched as if flames were about to burst from his eyes. Why does the goddess Chio talk to you of all people? Leaning closer with a look of despair, Zhuge Feng lamented. Damn it, such a golden opportunity to get close to her, and I didn't even think of it. Yayo gave a wry smile, raising his hands in an attempt to keep some distance from the overexcited classmate. Just then, the chatter in the classroom caught his attention. A peeping Tom from the second-year class got arrested by the police yesterday. Was it that guy named Yamahara? Yeah, I heard he was caught behind the grove near the sports field. People like him are disgusting. The conversation made Yayo's expression change abruptly, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. What's wrong? Zhuge Feng noticed his reaction. What's this about a peeping Tom? Zhuge Feng's interest was piqued. Oh, it's the biggest news in school right now. That second-year guy, Yamahara, was secretly installing hidden cameras in girls' homes, causing a lot of harm. But yesterday, the police took him away. Apparently, when they caught him, he was acting completely deranged, probably faking insanity to avoid punishment. Yayo silently let out a sigh of relief. Just as Chime had said, those who lost their magic energy ended up mentally unstable. This meant that his and Sakura's identities were likely safe for now. As the menopausal teacher entered the classroom, the chatter gradually subsided. The teacher glanced at Yayo, who was gazing out the window, and a few more lines of exasperation seemed to form at the corners of her eyes. However, remembering that he had just been discharged from the hospital, she restrained herself and began the lesson. Outside the window, birds chirped as a gentle breeze brushed against Yayo's forehead. Immersed in this rare moment of tranquility, he was suddenly interrupted by a faint glow emanating from the Wanyo box on his chest. Don't let your guard down, boy. Chime's figure materialized amidst the dark mist, her lantern-like eyes glinting with mischief. I forgot to remind you, after devouring magic energy, the Wanyo box has fully awakened. The interval between absorbing magic energy has now drastically shortened. If you don't want to be torn apart and consumed by the malevolent spirits within, you'd better hurry and replenish the box with new energy, my dear master of magic. Click-clack high heels echoed through the quiet corridor. The reflection of Inspector Isuaoi's figure shimmered on the pristine white metal walls, which emitted a soft glow. Her sleek black short hair framed her face, and she wore a tailored dark professional suit paired with a pencil skirt, exuding the commanding presence of a corporate elite with every step. She stopped in front of a heavy mechanical door adorned with intricate metal patterns. The electronic screen on the door lit up as a red laser beam scanned her iris. Iris verification complete. Welcome, Inspector Isuaoi. an automated voice announced as the door opened with a deep mechanical groan. Beyond the door lay a modern research facility. High-tech instruments hummed and whirred, while lab-coated staff worked diligently at their stations. At the center of the room, a massive monitoring screen displayed a sealed interrogation chamber constructed entirely of white metal. Inside, a gaunt young man was strapped to a chair, his head encased in a mechanical helmet connected to thick cables. His body trembled uncontrollably, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth as he muttered repeatedly, "Sakura-kun, Sakura. I love Sakura." Asu always frowned at the screen, her gaze lingering on the man's deranged state. She turned sharply as a young researcher wearing glasses hurried toward her. "Ma'am, what's the status?" Her tone was crisp and authoritative. The researcher flipped through the report in his hands. Yamahara No, 16 years old, a second-year student at Higashi Metropolitan Private High School. The scans indicate a danger level of D. Only D level? She narrowed her eyes. What type of inner demon? Based on the residual energy at the scene, it's identified as a nightmare demon. It seems to have formed recently, the researcher replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. But the issue is, when we arrived, Yamahara No was already injured and unconscious. After waking, he was in his current delirious state. More crucially, he hesitated before continuing. Scans revealed that his magic core and magical energy fluctuations have completely vanished. What? For the first time, Asuaoi's usual composure broke. Night fell, and the cool evening breeze carried faint whispers. Under the moonlight, shadowy figures darted swiftly through the darkness. A black crow landed on the utility pole as the streetlight flickered, casting an erratic glow. Its restless eyes darted around, fixating on a secluded alleyway not far below. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the other end of the alley. A burly man emerged at the entrance, his broad shoulders bare except for a sweat-stained tank top and a burlap sack slung over one shoulder. The stench of decay radiating from him mingled with the foul odor of the alley's garbage, creating a nauseating miasma. The man dropped the sack into a corner, his gaze drawn to a trash bin deeper in the alley. A stray dog with mottled fur lounged there, leisurely feasting on scraps, occasionally pausing to lick its hind legs. Its round belly suggested it was well-fed, and it wagged its tail contentedly, unbothered by the sudden presence of a human. The man's eyes darkened with malice, a bloodthirsty glint flashing within them. "Filthy mutt," he snarled under his breath, letting the sack slip from his shoulder as he advanced toward the trash bin. The sack toppled to the ground, spilling its contents a severed, bloodied hand. Unaware of the approaching danger, the stray dog continued its meal, oblivious and carefree. The man, now looming over the bin, seemed consumed by a sinister intensity. His eyes glowed an eerie red as his thick hands lunged toward the unsuspecting creature. Caw, caw! The crow's eyes darted wildly as a chilling scream erupted from the alley. The agonized cry gradually faded, replaced by a grotesque tearing sound. In the dim light, the man knelt amidst the carnage, his body drenched in blood, his expression deranged. A manic grin twisted his features as he growled repeatedly, "Die, die. All of you, die." The night wind swept through, and a shadow streaked across the sky. The crow, sensing something, abruptly took flight, leaving behind an ominous cry. In an instant, a slender figure replaced the crow's perch, shrouded in an aura of black mist. The alley reeked of blood, overpowering even the stench of rotting garbage. Under the flickering streetlight, the figure wore a grotesque demon mask, its lifeless eyes as cold as a frozen abyss. A peculiar purple box on his chest emitted a faint, otherworldly glow. The black mist around him coalesced, revealing two lantern-like eyes peering out from within, gazing mockingly at the dark, hellish depths of the alley. "The hunt begins," a chilling voice echoed through the night. In the dimly lit alley, the sound of flesh tearing and bones shattering quietly echoed through the damp air. The faint yellow glow of a street lamp barely illuminated the corner, revealing a man in a thin tank top kneeling on the ground. His hands were drenched in blood, and before him lay a grotesque heap of mangled flesh and fur. His bloodshot eyes stared unblinkingly, ignoring the blood-soaked state of his clothes. A nearly deranged smile stretched across his face, while the sound of chewing escaped his teeth, resembling a crazed child obsessively dismantling a toy. At that moment, the steady rhythm of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the alley. The man in the tank top whirled around abruptly, his blood-red eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, fresh blood still smeared at the corners of his mouth. Under the dim light, a tall figure approached, a man clad in a black hoodie, his face obscured by a menacing demon mask. The eyes behind the mask betrayed a calm indifference. This uninvited guest was none other than Yi Yu, guided by the enigmatic box of wraiths. His steps came to an abrupt halt as his gaze fell upon a blood-stained, severed hand on the ground. A flicker of emotion passed through his eyes beneath the mask, quickly replaced by a sharp, crimson glint. The man in the tank top slowly rose to his feet, showing no signs of fear. Instead, his face twisted with a sickly excitement and murderous intent. Kill! I must kill you, he roared, his voice filled with madness. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Yiyu's figure, as though he were already envisioning ripping apart this fresh body. Pure slaughter. Huh? Such a simple desire, murmured Chime, observing from the sidelines with a detached tone, completely unconcerned with the murderous man. I'll turn you into the finest delicacy. The man growled like a beast, his body erupting with a dense black aura as he lunged at Yiyu. His form began to grotesquely transform, his skin peeled away, revealing decaying flesh writhing with maggots. His muscles twisted and contracted, his back arching like a wild beast. Before long, he had morphed into a horrifying, mummified monstrosity. Despite the creature's ferocious charge, Yiyu's expression remained calm beneath his mask. He nimbly stepped back, evading the monster's relentless attacks with ease. The mindless creature extended its claw-like hands, swiping at Yiyu again. But with a slight tilt of his head, Yiyu vanished, reappearing several meters away. The mummified creature's claw pierced through the wall behind Yiyu in an instant, embedding its entire right arm deeply into the structure. Despite the peril, Yiyu stood firm, his right hand suddenly lifting. In that moment, the black runes on his arm surged violently, and dense black energy rapidly coalesced around him, forming a pitch-black scythe several meters long. This was none other than the companion weapon born from the box of Waning Yanimo. A six-pointed star pattern appeared in Yiyu's eyes, with a single tomo slowly spinning within. His hand brushed across the blood-red sheen of the blade, and immediately, an eerie violet flame ignited along the dark blade. Has it appeared? Murmured Chime, watching the violet flames flicker. This was none other than the strongest attack of the Path of Hungry Ghosts, the Netherworld Hellfire. A legendary flame said to obliterate karmic sin, suppress all evil, and burn away all illusions, reigning supreme among the myriad infernal flames of the six paths. The mummified monster, once a man, roared as it withdrew its arm from the wall and lunged at Yiyu again. This time, Yiyu did not evade. The scythe in his hand, engulfed in violet flames, sliced through the air, accompanied by the mournful cries of spirits. Slash! An arm was severed cleanly at the root, blood spraying everywhere. The mummified creature howled in agony, its remaining sanity drowned in excruciating pain. Then, a second gleam of cold light flashed, and one of its legs was severed as well. The unbalanced creature crashed heavily to the ground, its decayed body soaking in its own blood. Yiyu leapt high into the air, his scythe transforming into black mist and reassembling into a three-pronged spear wreathed in netherworld hellfire. He dove from above, the spear piercing straight through the mummified creature's body, pinning it to the ground. The monster's piercing screams echoed in the darkness, like a macabre nocturne. But it wasn't enough. Yiyu repeatedly pulled out the spear, only to drive it back into the creature again and again. His jet-black Azura mask appeared even more menacing under the blood-red glow, and the expression beneath it was far more deranged than the man the monster had once been. A crazed grin spread across his face, violet light gleaming in his eyes as he reveled in the visceral thrill of flesh being pierced by his weapon. As the violet flames on the spear consumed the last remnants of black energy within the creature, the mummified form gradually reverted to that of a man. However, the man was now a mangled mess of flesh and blood, his limbs severed, barely clinging to life. Not enough, not nearly enough. Yiyu's eyes burned with a crimson glow as he raised the spear, aiming it at the man's head. In that critical moment, a thunderous shock erupted in his mind, jolting him awake. His gaze gradually cleared, and the spear in his hand dissolved into nothingness. What's happening to me? Yiyu stared in disbelief at his blood-stained hands and the man beneath him, riddled with wounds and on the brink of death. Khkhk, Chime's figure emerged from the shadows, its blood-red eyes glinting with a sinister smile. Yiyu, this is the real you, the truest version of yourself that you've always refused to face. In the early morning, the shrill sound of a police siren pierced through the bustling city streets. Curious heads emerged from windows, watching as the police car sped away in a blur. At a secluded alley on the outskirts of the city, a group of uniformed officers had already gathered. Bright yellow and white police tape cordoned off the entrance to the narrow lane. Another police car arrived in a rush, coming to a steady stop at the edge of the scene. A stern-faced, middle-aged officer stepped out of the vehicle and immediately approached his subordinates to inquire about the situation. Sir, the scene is quite complicated, one detective said hesitantly. It's best if you see it for yourself. The senior officer frowned and stepped into the narrow alley. He had only taken a few steps when a strong, nauseating stench of blood assaulted his senses. Despite his many years in the field, he instinctively covered his nose. The overwhelming metallic tang in the air was unlike anything he had ever encountered in his career. A few more steps forward, and the sight before him made the seasoned officer freeze in place. The alley was a nightmarish tableau of carnage. Blood spattered across the walls in chaotic, radial patterns, resembling grotesque graffiti. The concrete ground was smeared with what looked like a thick layer of dark red paint, with pools of coagulated blood scattered throughout. Lying on the ground was a mutilated corpse, barely recognizable, and next to it was a bulging burlap sack, faintly revealing blood-soaked body parts within. Several rookie officers, unable to stomach the grisly scene, rushed to the corner to vomit. Even the experienced officer found himself momentarily stunned by the sheer brutality of the scene. "Sir." A seasoned officer approached quickly, ready to report the details of the case. The victims are identified as Iwasaki Shur, a butcher at a nearby slaughterhouse, and his wife, Matsui Saya. As he mentioned the female victim, his gaze involuntarily flicked toward the sack containing the dismembered remains. The crime was discovered by a middle-aged woman returning from the morning market. Based on the evidence at the scene, it appears that Iwasaki first killed and dismembered his wife for reasons yet unknown. While attempting to dispose of her remains here, he was attacked by an unknown assailant. The perpetrator severed Iwasaki's limbs and then pierced his chest with a sharp weapon. Even after Iwasaki was incapacitated, the assailant continued to inflict multiple puncture wounds, ultimately causing him to bleed to death. The senior officer's eyes lingered on the blood-splattered walls and the limbless corpse on the ground as he fell into deep thought. If Iwasaki had been a deranged killer who dismembered his own wife, then the person who killed him was even more brutal. This assailant seemed to have deliberately prolonged Iwasaki's suffering, taking sadistic pleasure in watching him bleed out. "Can we determine the murder weapons?" the officer asked. "So far, we've identified two different types of weapons," the experienced officer replied. "One was used to sever the victim's limbs, and the other was a sharp implement responsible for the puncture wounds." He was about to continue his analysis when he abruptly stopped speaking. He cast his gaze into the depths of the alley, his brows furrowed tightly. The scene before him was baffling. Severed arms and legs lay scattered, their state defying logic. The victims were supposedly killed just last night, yet the dismembered limbs were already in an advanced state of decay. The flesh had nearly disintegrated, exposing grotesque, darkened tissue streaked with sickly bluish-black hues, crawling with writhing maggots. The roar of a car engine shattered the group's thoughts. An SUV barreled past the officer's attempts to block its path and came to a stop at the mouth of the alley. A middle-aged officer hurried over at the commotion, just in time to see several sharply dressed individuals step out of the vehicle. Leading the group was a short-haired woman, exuding an aura of authority and confidence. As the short-haired woman approached the police barricade with her team, the middle-aged officer quickly moved to intercept her. However, before he could finish a word, she had already flashed an ID in front of him. He froze for a moment, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "This investigation is under our jurisdiction now," the short-haired woman declared, her sharp gaze cutting through the air like a blade, compelling those around her to instinctively step back. The middle-aged officer nodded solemnly. After giving a brief summary of the case, he signaled his team to withdraw. Noticing the confusion among his subordinates, he cast a long, contemplative glance at the blood-soaked alley before muttering under his breath, "This case is beyond our capability to handle." Once inside the crime scene, the short-haired woman and her team displayed an unusual reaction. Rather than showing the fear or disgust one might expect in the face of such bloodshed and carnage, they seemed oddly exhilarated. "Wow, this is quite the masterpiece," a curly-haired man exclaimed dramatically. "Looks like our theory wasn't far off." At the short-haired woman's signal, a bespectacled man began examining the bodies. His methods were anything but conventional. Producing a scalpel, he plunged it directly into the intact heart of one of the victims. As blood spurted out, a thumb-sized, diamond-shaped crystal emerged in his hand. Its surface was smooth like glass, but its core was dull and murky. "It's confirmed the victim was an infected demon," the bespectacled man reported to the short-haired woman. "Judging by the traces at the scene, I'd estimate it was a Class C higher demon. Whoever took it down must have power at least on par with a Class B." As the short-haired woman pondered their next move, an excited shout came from further down the alley. "Boss, you've got to see this," the curly-haired man called out, holding up a rotting, severed arm without hesitation. He pointed to the edge of the cut, where a distinct charred mark was visible. Hearing this, the crowd gathered around the curly-haired man, carefully inspecting the severed arm. The cut was clean and smooth, clearly made by a sharp weapon in a single strike. What stood out even more were the distinct scorch marks around the edge of the wound, evidence of flames. "A flame-powered demon?" someone murmured, their tone heavy with concern. Everyone present understood that demons with elemental powers posed far greater destructive force and threat than ordinary ones. Exchanging worried glances, they realized they were facing a particularly troublesome adversary this time. At that moment, a man with glasses hurried over to a short-haired woman, holding a crystal extracted from the corpse's heart in his hand. Boss, I found something interesting, he said urgently. The energy in this demon core has been completely drained. What? The short-haired woman frowned deeply, her gaze shifting between the crystal and the severed arm. Without hesitation, she issued a command to her subordinates. Classify this demon as a level threat. Everyone, stay on high alert for any unusual activity in the vicinity and the city. Report any discoveries immediately. Understood. Her team responded in unison. Just as the words left her lips, a raindrop fell into her outstretched palm. Dark clouds quickly blanketed the sky, and a light drizzle began to envelop the entire city. The rain intensified, and pedestrians and vehicles hurried to find shelter, leaving the streets nearly deserted in no time. Amid the cool rain, one figure stood out starkly. Dressed in a deep black hoodie with the hood pulled low over his forehead, he held a menacing demon mask in his hand. He walked slowly along the street corner, a stark contrast to the rushing passers-by. Chime, Yu suddenly called out in a low voice from beneath the hood. In an instant, black mist coalesced around him, and Chime's figure emerged. What can I do for you? Esteemed demon lord, the entity asked. What exactly happened last night? Yu demanded. Chimai's expression froze for a moment before a faint, dismissive smile appeared. It's quite obvious you killed that man. But don't blame yourself too much. He was an irredeemable murderer. If anything, you did the world a favor by eliminating him. Yu stopped in his tracks, slowly lifting his head. His eyes, shadowed by the hood, were as dark and cold as still water. You know that's not what I'm talking about, he said, his gaze dropping to the demonic mask in his hand. The grotesque mask seemed to mock him, as if a devil from the depths of hell was staring back with twisted amusement. Every time he wore it, an uncontrollable urge to kill would overwhelm him, driving him to destroy everything in his path. This mosquito was clearly trying to take control of him. That's quite the ruthless look you have there, Chime remarked, its body dissolving into black mist that coiled around Yu. Its voice remained as eerie as ever. The mask will not only conceal your presence, but also unlock your full potential, Chime said, its lantern-like eyes fixed intently on Yu, its voice deep and foreboding. However, it will also unleash your most primal instincts, the urge to plunder. Yu lowered his gaze to the Shura mask in his hands, the image of last night's murderous maniac flashing through his mind. If he were to be consumed by the desire to kill, wouldn't he become no different from those monsters? Humans are creatures of constant plunder, Chime sneered, its voice slithering into Yu's ears like the whisper of a demon. Time, power, wealth, even life itself, everything is an object of plundering. That man took someone else's life, and now it's only natural for you to take his in return, isn't it? Chime's tone grew softer, almost coaxing. Put on the mask. It will grant you unimaginable power, turning you into a true Shura. You will reign over both worlds of humans and demons, claiming the throne as the 10th demon lord. Rain pooled into a watery mirror at Yu's feet, reflecting his face. He stared as his features distorted, morphing into the terrifying visage of a Shura. An invisible force seemed to guide his hand, urging him to don the mask, a symbol of the devil's power. Thank you for the offer, Yu said with a faint smile, gently lowering his raised hand. His tone was calm. But I will walk my own path and won't be swayed by anyone. He pressed the Shura mask against his chest, and the wraith box emitted an eerie glow, swallowing the mask in an instant. Let it slumber forever in the depths of the netherworld. Chime was speechless. It had anticipated a range of reactions from Yu: confusion, anger, despair, or submission, but never his composed refusal. Even under the mask's temptation, he had managed to stay clear-headed. Just as Yu was about to leave, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. He turned to see a graceful figure approaching quickly. It was Chio Lingyue, the elegant class goddess, wearing light blue glasses and holding a transparent umbrella. Yu, I saw you standing here from afar. What are you thinking about? Chio Lingyue asked as she tilted the umbrella to cover them both. Yu glanced at the floating Chime beside him and smiled. Oh, just thinking about how to save the world. Huh. Chio Lingyue was stunned. Chime watched the two walk away under the umbrella, a strange grin stretching across its face. Walking your own path. Huh? What an interesting person you are, Yu. The rain began to ease, but inside a luxurious car parked by the roadside, a cold gaze was fixed on the departing pair. Young master, it's confirmed. That person is Yu, the driver reported to the man in the back seat. Yu, the man in the back seat, slowly raised his head, his expression dark, his voice seething with suppressed anger. He's still alive? Under the bright midday sun, a group of spirited teenagers were energetically pouring their youthful energy into activities on the school field. On the sidelines, the girls ran past, laughing and giggling, their bell-like laughter echoing in the air. The boys' eyes couldn't help but follow their fleeting figures, greedily admiring the graceful outlines faintly revealed beneath their sweat-soaked athletic wear. Among the many eye-catching sights, the figure at the center of the field was undoubtedly the most striking. A girl with a sky-blue ponytail was fully focused as she prepared for the shot put competition. Her bangs were trimmed perfectly, and a pair of rectangular glasses perched on her delicate nose, exuding both intelligence and innocence. Her fitted athletic outfit accentuated her flawless figure, drawing both the fiery gazes of the boys and the admiring stares of the girls, all fixated on her. This girl was Chio Lingyue, the undisputed star of Tokyo Private High School. As the class president and club leader, she was not only stunningly beautiful but also excelled academically, consistently ranking at the top. Coupled with her kind and approachable personality, she had long been regarded as the perfect goddess in the eyes of her male peers. As the referee's whistle blew, Chio Lingyue gracefully bent down, her clear eyes shining with focus. Her fair arms firmly grasped the shot put, and with a smooth motion, she launched it into a perfect arc through the sky. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers, celebrating the flawless performance of their ideal goddess. However, amidst the cheers, Yu found his attention drawn to the conversation of some classmates nearby. A few students were passionately discussing a bizarre recent case. Hey, did you see the news today? About that psychotic murderer who got killed in the alley. Are you serious? Absolutely. My uncle works at the police station, and he said that the psycho who dismembered people was killed while trying to dump a body. The killer hasn't been caught yet. A girl mused. So, does that mean the person who killed him was actually delivering justice? You're so naive, a classmate immediately retorted. Whoever managed to take down a psycho like that must be even more twisted. That guy died horribly, his hands and feet were chopped off, and there was a huge hole carved in his chest. He added with an exaggerated gesture, creeps like that love targeting girls like you. Watch out, or you might get skinned alive. The girl shuddered in fear, while the other students continued discussing the string of gruesome cases that had recently occurred in District 13, scaring off some of the more timid classmates nearby. Listening to the conversation, Yiyu's body stiffened, and his face turned pale as a sheet. So I was discovered this quickly? Yiyu's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Questions about the monsters tainted by demonic energy and whether his own identity had been exposed flashed through his mind, only to be quickly dismissed. He had been wearing the Shura mask at the time, and the location was sufficiently concealed. What truly worried him was the possibility that the secret of the whinnying box might have been revealed, which would bring the entire world hunting him down. Yiyu! An urgent shout snapped him back to reality. He looked up to see Zhuge Feng urging him from behind. It was only then that he realized he was standing in the middle of the field, holding a shot put in his hand, while the referee nearby was glaring at him impatiently. Oh, sorry. Yiyu muttered distractedly as he raised the shot put and casually threw it forward. However, the moment the shot put left his hand, a deafening whooshing sound tore through the air. The shot put shot out like a cannonball, crossing half the field in an instant and slamming into the distant tennis net, leaving a crater in the ground and taking the net down with it. The entire field fell silent. Everyone stared at Yiyu in stunned disbelief, some with their mouths hanging open. Yiyu himself looked at his seemingly ordinary arm in shock. At that moment, the shadowy figure of Chimei appeared before him, explaining, "This is the core ability of the Hungry Ghost Path Seize. It not only extracts demonic energy, but also steals some of the opponent's attributes to enhance your own." Yiyu recalled the demonic murderer who could punch through walls with ease and realized he had inherited part of that strength. As for why the effects were different the first time he absorbed demonic energy, Chimei teased, "Haven't you noticed your morning physiological reactions have become more frequent? That time, it was your kidney function that got enhanced." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yiyu awkwardly turned to the referee and asked, "Does this count?" After receiving a stiff nod from the referee, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. Later, in the school building, Zhuge Feng pressed him for the secret to his Qilin arm training. Yiyu could only give a vague explanation about a sudden burst of potential. Just then, a group of people approached. One of them brushed past Yiyu, then suddenly stopped and turned around with a mocking voice. "Well, if it isn't Yiyu. I heard you were deathly ill not long ago. What a pity you survived. It's such a disappointment for me." Suddenly, Yiyu stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the man behind him. The man appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed in a well-tailored black suit. If it weren't for his slightly sinister, narrow eyes, he could have been considered quite handsome. At this moment, those eyes were burning with intense resentment and hatred, fixed on Yiyu's face as if trying to etch his expression into memory. "Who the hell are you? Get lost." Yiyu frowned at the hostile gaze and spoke harshly. Ever since that kidnapping incident, he had lost a significant portion of his memory, and he had no recollection whatsoever of this man with the narrow eyes. The man clenched his teeth, anger surging in his eyes as he sneered, I hope that disaster didn't drain all your luck. Otherwise, you'll soon learn the consequences of crossing me. With that ominous remark, he turned and left with a group of sharply dressed followers in tow. Who was that guy? Yu muttered in confusion, watching the figure disappear into the distance. It was rare to see a student strutting around campus in a suit like that. He turned to Zhuge Feng, only to find him staring in shock. You really don't remember him? What's with that look? Yu frowned. Zhuge Feng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and explained in detail, that guy is Ando Masahiko, the heir of a major conglomerate in Japan. He's quite a notorious figure on campus. Using his family's status as a major shareholder of the school, he's arrogant and overbearing, often colluding with gangsters outside school to bully students. Even the teachers prefer to stay out of his way. Just a student. Is he really that scary? Zhuge Feng leaned closer to Yu and lowered his voice. If it weren't for a certain hero who shattered his pride, who knows how much worse his behavior would be? As he spoke, he gave Yu a meaningful look with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Don't tell me you're talking about me? Yu pointed to himself. Exactly. Zhuge Feng nodded firmly, then tilted his head back as he began to tell the story. It was a classic tale of heroism. One day, Ando attempted to assault an innocent girl. At the critical moment, Yu appeared and, despite being outnumbered by Ando's lackeys, managed to save the girl. It's said that back then, not only did Yu beat up Yasuda, but he also dragged that pathetic guy all the way to school and publicly exposed his misdeeds. This public shaming ruined Yasuda's reputation. The story of a high school boy heroically saving an innocent girl from a bully even made the news, turning Yu into a legendary figure at Tokyo Private High School, Zhuge Feng said, enthusiastically throwing an arm around Yu's shoulder. So, our great hero, does any of this ring a bell? If it weren't for you ending up in the hospital later, you'd definitely be a campus heartthrob like me, adored by thousands of girls. Zhuge Feng pretended to flick his hair dramatically, putting on an exaggeratedly troubled expression. Yu looked at the self-satisfied Zhuge Feng in disbelief. All of this? I did that? Even after receiving a firm confirmation, the shock in his eyes didn't fade. Why did he have no memory of such events? At that moment, a swirl of black mist condensed beside him, and Chimei appeared with a mischievous grin. Quite the sense of justice, huh? Our great hero Yu. Night had fallen, and the sky was dotted with stars. In the distance, the searchlights of a tall tower began their rounds, while the lights of nearby skyscrapers gradually dimmed. The streets were left with only a few scattered cars. Aside from the distant sounds of construction and the occasional roar of an engine, faint beast-like howls echoed in the air. Compared to the bustling daytime, the 11th district at night carried an eerie stillness. Dressed in a worn-out hoodie, Yu walked down the street with his head lowered, the black hood obscuring his face as he seemed to blend into the shadows. On his chest, black mist from the box of whinnying was forming into a dark map. A system notification appeared. Daily task: reach the designated location within the time limit, collect magic energy, and earn a chance to open the box of whinnying. Chimei, are you sure this is the place? Yu asked, standing in front of a brightly lit late-night bar, his expression skeptical. He should have been sound asleep, yet here he was, woken by Chimei to complete this sudden mission. Relax. The box of whinnying is never wrong, Chimei replied, curling into a ball and laughing playfully beside him. After hesitating for a moment, Yu decided to follow the map's guidance and made his way to the alley behind the restaurant. The narrow lane, filled with the smell of grease, was cluttered with garbage trucks. Near a trash bin, a massive figure was hunched over, greedily stuffing something into its mouth, the sound of loud chewing echoing in the air. The grotesque, mountain-like figure emitted a foul stench, its bulk tearing through its clothes. Upon closer inspection, Yu realized that the mountain of flesh was merely devouring discarded food scraps from the restaurant, not the human remains he had feared. If not for the black mist emanating from the figure, it would have seemed like nothing more than a hungry vagrant. Just as Yu began to relax slightly, Chimei's sinister voice broke the silence. Hehe, why don't you try opening your Eye of Samsara and take another look? Yu understood the meaning behind Wang Liang's words and slowly closed his eyes. A mysterious force surged into his chest, and when he opened his eyes again, they shimmered with a ghostly purple light. Deep within his pupils, a pitch-black hexagram appeared, with one corner revealing a crimson Magatama manifestation of the legendary Eye of Reincarnation. Through these extraordinary eyes, Yu saw that the obese man before him had mutated into a massive monster. Rotten fat oozed from beneath its skin, and its entire body exuded a nauseating, foul-smelling mucus. The creature was frantically devouring scraps of food from the trash can, showing no signs of stopping. Upon closer inspection, the man's face had completely contorted. His eyes were as black as ink, and his mouth was stretched to an impossible width. Even though his stomach was grotesquely bloated to the point of bursting, he continued to stuff food into his mouth greedily, drool dripping incessantly from the corners. So hungry, so hungry. The man's consciousness had been entirely overtaken by his insatiable hunger. He was oblivious to the sound of approaching footsteps behind him, his greasy hands rummaging relentlessly through the trash. Standing behind this mountain of flesh, Yiyu's black tattoos began to writhe along his arm. A dark mist coiled around his fingertips, forming into a pitch-black spear with a tip ablaze in ghostly purple flames. In an instant, the spear pierced through the man's body. As blood gushed out, the demonic energy within him was consumed by the ghostly flames and absorbed into the Wangliang box on Yiyu's chest. The bloated body visibly shrank. The man didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, his massive body hitting the stone pavement. The food in his hands scattered everywhere. Yiyu retracted the spear, his expression conflicted. Compared to the deranged serial killer he had confronted before, subduing this man was far easier. He had merely extracted the demonic energy from the man's body, leaving him severely injured and unconscious for a time, but sparing his life. In this modern city, Yiyu had no desire to become a bloodthirsty killer or invite unnecessary trouble. Come on, don't waste your sympathy on someone like this. Chimi's voice suddenly rang out. Those who attract demonic energy are always twisted individuals with overwhelming desires. This guy is only in the early stages of demonic corruption, and yet he's already been reduced to this state, completely consumed by hunger. Yiyu glanced at the nearly emptied trash can, the ghostly light in his eyes gradually fading. Chimi's voice grew colder. Do you know what will happen if you let him continue unchecked? He'll lose interest in ordinary food and start craving more grotesque things: raw meat, rotten flesh, and eventually even human flesh. Once he starts desiring human flesh, the danger he poses will be far beyond anything you've seen now. Yiyu suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with Chime's lantern-like gaze, and asked, "Are you hinting at something?" Chime's expression instantly turned guilty. Clearing its throat awkwardly, it muttered, "What? Of course not." With that, it quickly transformed into a wisp of smoke and retreated back into the Woolyang box on Yiyu's chest. As he watched the Woolyang box grow quieter after absorbing the demonic energy, Yiyu's gaze deepened. As the spirit of the Woolyang box, Chime had always tried to lure him onto a path of slaughter, hoping that his bloodlust would consume him and turn him into a true demon. Yet, Yiyu had never been tempted by the position of demon lord. Everything he did was merely for survival. If he were to be completely overtaken by the desire to kill, would he still be himself? Standing at the corner of the street, Yiyu looked up at the night sky. A bright, flawless moon hung high, untouched by a speck of dust. By the time he returned home under the cover of his hood, the night was already halfway over, with only a few hours left until dawn. Just as he was about to turn the corner, a suspicious figure caught his attention. The person was standing beneath his family's residence. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his half-sister, Gu Beiying. Gu Beiying was dressed in a light athletic outfit, with sunglasses obscuring her face and a wooden sword strapped to her back. A white cat followed closely behind her. After ensuring the lights in the house were out, she effortlessly vaulted over the wall and climbed up to the second-floor windowsill with practiced ease. It was clear this wasn't her first time doing this. Your little sister is just like you're returning from a hunt. Chime reappeared, sneering. Her aura has become even more refined. Yi watched as Gu Beiying silently opened the window and slipped back into her room. He sighed inwardly. No wonder this girl always looks so exhausted during the day. Turns out she spends her nights playing the role of a righteous demon hunter. Just as he was about to call it a night, his sharp senses picked up something unusual. On the other side of the street corner, a black sedan was quietly parked near the Yi family residence. Inside the car, several men in black suits were intently watching a room on the second floor. Only after Gu Beiying disappeared from view did they shift their focus. The vehicle then started its engine and drove off into the dark, leaving the neighborhood. After the car was gone, Yu cautiously peered out from the corner, his eyes filled with suspicion. Who are they? Yu stood downstairs, his vigilant eyes following the car as it disappeared into the shadows of the night. At this late hour, someone lurking near his building was clearly not here with good intentions. Heh. The sinister smile of Chime sent chills through the air. As I mentioned before, the rampage of those man-infected individuals in the city has already drawn the attention of the authorities. It's obvious now your adorable little sister, Gu Beiying, has caught the eye of the higher-ups among humans. Xiaoying, Yiyu's head snapped up as he looked toward his sister's room on the second floor, his gaze filled with worry. Chime, unfazed, continued, you don't need to worry about her safety. Her unique ability to suppress mana users is precisely what the human leadership values. They're eager for her to grow quickly and become their so-called savior. It cast a meaningful glance at Yiyu. whose expression was a mix of emotions. But you, on the other hand, should be more concerned about your own safety. Yi Yu nodded silently. He knew all too well that once Xiao Ying was under official scrutiny, everyone around her would fall under investigation. As her older brother, if his identity as a demon lord were exposed, he would face unrelenting pursuit by all of humanity. When that time came, everything he cherished, family, friendship, and even his very right to exist as a human, would be utterly destroyed. Lowering his gaze to the dark purple cube-like box hanging on his chest, Yu sank into thought. The blood-red eye on the surface of the box began to pulse faintly like a heartbeat under his scrutiny. At this moment, only one path lay before him: to grow stronger, strong enough that no one would dare to challenge him. The weak will always bow to the strong. This is an eternal truth, Chimei said, reading Yi Yu's thoughts, a faint smile flickering in its eyes. But before that, you'd better figure out how to get back inside your home. Facing the locked front door, Yu gave a helpless smirk. Mimicking his sister's method, he began attempting to climb the exterior wall of the building. As a first-time window climber, his efforts were clumsy, and he slipped multiple times. Eventually, relying on his exceptional physical abilities, he barely managed to reach the window of his own room. Once back inside, an exhausted Yi Yu removed the whinnying box from his chest. The dark purple artifact seemed to sense something, slowly rising into the air. "Oh, are you ready to draw your prize?" Chimei asked. After completing tasks and infusing the box with mana, the whinnying box granted the chance to draw a treasure. With the mana extracted from the psychotic killer and the mantonite, Yu had accumulated 2 chances. However, he had hesitated to use them. Haunted by the memory of the Shura mask, he had drawn the first Tamiya demonic item capable of manipulating his mind. However, tonight's experience served as a wake-up call for him. If he didn't grow stronger quickly, his fate would either be to face humanity's relentless pursuit, or to be devoured by the monstrous creatures that had succumbed to corruption. "Are you really not considering saving up for a temple summon?" Chimei teased from the side, a mischievous tone in its voice. Ignoring the taunt, Yu placed his palm directly on the single blood-red eye embedded on the surface of the whinnying box. In an instant, the box erupted with a blinding crimson light. Threads of blood-red energy intertwined and coiled around it, accompanied by an eerie wailing sound reminiscent of the underworld. When the blood light dissipated, 2 pale blue orbs shot out, solidifying into 2 extraordinary items. One was a hefty book, large enough to occupy half a table, its cover made from the leather of some wild beast. At its center was a dark purple skull embedded with cryptic, indecipherable runes. The other was a peculiar clover plant, glowing faintly with a bluish hue, its leaves intricately veined like blood vessels. Dark mist spiraled out from the whinnying box, forming jet-black text in the air before Yu. Codex of Eternal Night, blue quality. Crafted from the leather and flesh of an unknown demonic beast, it records the strange tales, encounters, and historical accounts of the demon realm. 3-leaf Mistveil flower, blue quality. A mutated plant found in the Mistveil serpent's lair, nourished by the serpent's saliva. Consuming a petal grants the ability to hide one's presence, and provides 30 minutes of invisibility. Yu opened the Codex of Eternal Night, his fingers brushing against the fine texture of high-quality parchment. While the book was indeed filled with illustrations of various demonic creatures, his expression gradually froze. The incomprehensible text was utterly useless to him, and he had no intention of unleashing those creatures in the human world. To him, this demon realm encyclopedia was nothing short of worthless. Seeing his disappointment, Chimei chuckled slyly. "I did warn you. The whinnying box contains items left behind by its previous owners. It's no surprise you draw something random." Yu put the Codex of Eternal Night back into the box and turned his attention to the 3-leaf Mistveil flower. Although it was a consumable item with only 3 uses, the ability to become invisible for half an hour was invaluable, whether for gathering intelligence or escaping danger. Against formidable monsters or high-ranking humans, this life-saving option was a rare treasure. Carefully storing the 3-leaf Mistveil flower, Yu finally succumbed to exhaustion. He collapsed onto his bed and quickly drifted into sleep. The autumn wind slipped through the cracks in the window, dispersing some of the lingering dark mist in the room. Chimei glanced at the sleeping boy, a cryptic smile playing on its lips. "Rest well, young one. Your trials have only just begun." With those words, Chimei dissolved into wisps of black mist and returned to the whinnying box on the table. Yet amidst the stillness, Yiyu's brows suddenly furrowed. In the hazy state between dreaming and waking, a fragmented vision intruded upon his consciousness. He was shackled by heavy chains, bound to the wall of a dark, oppressive space. His clothes were in tatters, his scarred upper body exposed, and bloodstains marred his skin. His head hung low, and only the faintest breath confirmed he was still alive. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, growing louder as they approached. He struggled to lift his head, peering through the blood and disheveled strands of hair to see a dagger glinting coldly as it pointed at him. A seductive voice whispered near his ear, "Yu, let's play a game. Will you choose to kill them, or yourself?" Chirp, chirp. The gentle breeze stirred as a sparrow fluttered its wings and landed in its nest on a tree branch. It held a piece of straw in its beak, skillfully weaving it into the cozy little home. Inside the nest, a few baby birds chirped eagerly, their tiny voices filled with anticipation. Inside the classroom, Yu leaned habitually against the windowsill, his chin resting on one hand, his gaze wandering aimlessly outside. The strange dream from last night still lingered in his Minda dark room, a glinting dagger, and a shadowy face that seemed to flicker in and out of sight. "Yu, please come up and solve this problem." The teacher's voice, tinged with irritation, jolted him back to reality. He turned his head to see the female teacher adjusting her glasses, her eyes glinting with a meaningful intensity. The entire class had their eyes fixed on him as well. This was the same student who had blatantly skipped class just a few days ago, and now, here he was daydreaming again. It was clear the teacher intended to make an example out of him. To everyone's surprise, Yu stood up without hesitation and walked steadily to the front of the classroom. He picked up a piece of chalk, scribbled a series of numbers on the board, and then, with a confident toss of the chalk, turned and walked back to his seat, leaving behind a cool, composed air. The room fell into stunned silence. The teacher repeatedly checked the answer on the board before finally exclaiming in astonishment, "The answer is correct." The class erupted into chaos. Even the class president, Qian Dai Lingyue, stared at Yu with disbelief. But Yu resumed his signature pose, a melancholic, 45-degree upward gaze into the distance as if the impressive display just moments ago had nothing to do with him. Only he could see the shadowy figure of Chime, smugly swirling in a wisp of dark energy beside him, whispering triumphantly, "How about that? Pretty impressive, right?" Yu's lips barely moved as he muttered, "Stop talking. I'm in character." His flawless display of nonchalance, of course, was all thanks to Chime, who had sneakily peeked at the teacher's notes for the answer. Invisible to ordinary people, Chime was undoubtedly the ultimate cheating partner. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dismissal bell rang, marking the end of another ordinary school day. Students clad in the uniforms of Tokyo Private High School poured out of the gates, quickly blending into the bustling streets. Yu slung his bag over his shoulder, accompanied by a bespectacled man with a refined demeanor, his gold-rimmed glasses catching the fading light. "Yu, you little punk." Zhuge Feng suddenly turned around and grabbed Yu by the collar, his voice trembling and his eyes glistening with tears. "Did you secretly do something to the Cheat-Eye goddess?" Yu was stunned by the unexpected accusation. Before he could respond, Zhuge Feng was already shouting with tears streaming down his face. "Today, the Cheat-Eye goddess looked at you 8 times. She only looked at me twice." Seeing the unmasked jealousy in Zhuge Feng's eyes, Yu sighed and took a few steps back, trying to maintain some distance from this overly dramatic rival. Despite Zhuge Feng's seemingly refined demeanor, Yu had long since seen through him as a hopelessly awkward loser. The two bickered as they walked, eventually arriving at a crossroads. Zhuge Feng waved a casual goodbye and disappeared around the corner. "Such lively young men," a voice teased. The mischievous tone belonged to Chime, who suddenly appeared beside Yu. For Yu, the appearance of this chatty black orb-like creature was nothing unusual. He merely sighed internally. If it weren't for this incessant talker, he could have easily joined a national competition and taken the championship. But he preferred staying under the radar, leading a quiet, normal life. "I'm curious," Yu said as he walked, looking as though he were talking to himself in the eyes of passers-by. "What kind of people were the previous users of the Wanyo box, to be able to put up with a chatterbox like you?" Chime didn't answer directly, instead changing the subject. "That aside, you've noticed, haven't you?" "Yeah," Yu nodded slightly, his expression calm. He had already sensed a few figures tailing him not long after parting ways with Zhuge Feng. Thanks to the enhanced perception granted by his hungry ghost path abilities, it was easy for him to detect the prying gazes. Who could be watching him? Had clues about the serial killings been discovered? Or had his identity as the Demon Lord been exposed? Various possibilities flashed through Yu's mind, but he maintained a composed expression as he veered into a quiet alleyway. The figures continued to follow closely behind. At the entrance to a dimly lit alley, Yu suddenly stopped and turned to face the way he had come. The pursuers, caught off guard, hesitated for a moment. A group of young thugs wearing tattered, flashy jackets and sporting tattoos stepped into view, their surprise giving way to a sneering confidence. "What do you want from me?" Yu asked, letting out a small sigh of relief. These weren't police officers, but he stayed on guard nonetheless. The thugs dropped all pretense. One of them clapped his hands, and more than a dozen others emerged from the shadows, armed with wooden bats and other makeshift weapons, their eyes fixed menacingly on Yu. A few more men dressed like thugs emerged slowly from the alley entrance. Yu glanced around and found himself surrounded by over a dozen thugs wielding sticks, completely cutting off any escape route. Looks like you're in trouble. A mocking voice from Chime echoed at this moment. Only then did Yu realize these people had been following him with a premeditated plan. Before he could think further, the thugs in the narrow alley raised their sticks and swung them fiercely toward his head. Ding ding, the wind chime at the entrance jingled crisply as the door was pushed open. A slightly chubby middle-aged police officer entered the house, hung his cap on the coat rack by the door, and skillfully changed out of his shoes. The dim yellow light illuminated his weary face. "Welcome home, Dad," Zhuge Feng called out from the kitchen, then took off his apron and set rice balls on the dining table. The middle-aged man sat down without even taking off his uniform, grabbed a rice ball, and took a big bite. "The 11th district's been pretty unstable lately," he said, chewing as he spoke about recent bizarre cases, his tone full of frustration. He quickly changed the subject. "The rice balls taste a bit different today. I spent some time with Yiyu, so I bought them from the convenience store," Zhuge Feng explained. Hearing the name Yiyu, the police officer immediately put down his food. "That kid just got out of the hospital not long ago, and he's already back at school? Not only did he go, but he seemed full of energy," Zhuge Feng replied, pouring water for his father. The officer fell silent for a moment, his expression growing serious. "Tell that kid to be careful. The leader of the gang that kidnapped him is still on the loose. Those lunatics might target him again after all. He's the only survivor of that case." Zhuge Feng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint flashing behind the lenses. "If it's Yiyu, he should be fine. That guy can handle himself in a fight." As dusk settled, weary workers returned home one by one, and the streets grew quieter. Meanwhile, in that dim alley, a fierce battle had come to an end. A dozen thugs lay sprawled across the ground, writhing in pain and clutching their stomachs as they groaned and cried. Splintered wooden sticks were scattered everywhere, and the arrogance once plastered on their faces had long been replaced by grimaces of agony. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the narrow alley. Yiyu grabbed one thug by the head with one hand and slammed it into the wall. Blood immediately gushed from the man's face. His eyes rolled back, and several teeth flew out as his limp body crumpled to the ground. "You! Stay back!" The last thug still standing, a man with bleached yellow hair, shakily pulled a short knife from his pocket. He staggered backward, his voice trembling with fear as he tried to sound threatening. Yiyu slowly raised his head, his eyes glinting with a crimson light. The murderous intent emanating from him was unmistakable a reflection of his past, as a deranged killer who had once dismembered his victims with his own hands. "No, no, don't come any closer." Under Yiyu's piercing gaze, the yellow-haired thug's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. The short knife slipped from his hand with a clang. At that moment, the sound of cheerful chatter broke the tense atmosphere at the alley's entrance. "See? I told you Miju's bubble tea was amazing. Ugh, but we took such a long detour. I'm about to drop dead from exhaustion. Come on, all good things take effort. Next time, I'll take you to..." Two high school girls in JK uniforms walked by, each holding a cup of bubble tea, seemingly on their way home from school. "Xiaoying, do you hear that?" One of the girls paused, noticing the commotion in the alley. Following her friend's gaze, they both froze in shock at the sight before them. Over a dozen thugs writhing on the ground, groaning in pain, while Yiyu stood in the middle, gripping a thug's head in his hand. Yiyu rolled his neck, the cracking of his joints echoing in the silence. Just as he bent down to grab the yellow-haired thug, the sound of something dropping to the ground made him pause. He turned around, his eyes still radiating a menacing aura. But when he saw who it was, his entire body stiffened. Xiaoying? At the alley's entrance, the two girls stared in horror at the scene. One of them, her bubble tea spilled on the ground, was none other than Gu Beiying, Yiyu's stepsister. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Yiyu released the thug he was holding. "Oh dear, this is quite the mess," Chime teased from the sidelines, clearly enjoying the chaos. "Two didn't see anything," Gu Beiying exclaimed, covering her eyes and grabbing her friend's hand as they bolted away from the scene. "Hey!" Yiyu reached out as if to explain, but his hand stopped midair. He turned back to the yellow-haired thug on the ground, his gaze colder than ever. "Talk. Who sent you?" Under Yiyu's predatory glare, the thug stammered in terror, "Matsuyama Group. We're from the Matsuyama Group." Yiyu's brow furrowed as he pressed for more answers. The thug, petrified, spilled everything he knew, almost down to his own birth date. But it quickly became apparent that these were just low-level lackeys who knew nothing about the mastermind behind the attack. "Tell your boss this. If they want trouble with me, they'd better be ready to die." Yiyu unleashed a faint trace of his magical energy, sending the thug scrambling away in panic, disappearing down the alley in seconds. Matsuyama Group. Yiyu muttered to himself. The group was a sizable local syndicate, mostly made up of petty criminals and thugs. But why had they suddenly targeted him? What was their motive? Setting that aside, Chimei said with a playful tone, "How are you planning to explain today's little incident to your sister?" Yu glanced at the now empty alley entrance and sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. For once, he was at a complete loss for what to do. Swish, the sleek, high-tech white mechanical door slid open. A man wearing a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses stepped into the conference room, clutching a stack of documents tightly in his hands. In the center of the spacious conference room was an enormous table, around which sat individuals uniformly dressed in white. Their expressions varied. Some furrowed their brows in worry, others appeared deeply pensive, while a few looked bored, stifling yawns. On the wall behind the table, a projection screen hung silently. At the head of the table, a short-haired woman glanced at the man with glasses as he entered and gave a brief nod. "Let's begin," she said, her crisp voice breaking the silence in the room. The man adjusted his glasses and pressed a button on the remote. The projector's beam lit up the screen, displaying an image of a dark, desolate alleyway. Blood-red graffiti stained the walls, evoking an eerie sense of dread. On the ground lay a shattered corpse, its limbs severed at the joints, its chest marred with gruesome stab wounds, and its face frozen in an expression of excruciating pain. "The deceased is Renzu Iwasaki." The man began his report, flipping through various photos on the screen. He had a history of severe violent tendencies, frequently committing domestic abuse against his wife. By all accounts, he was a despicable person. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and continued, "The deceased has been identified as a heart demon-type aberration. However, aside from murdering and dismembering his wife, his demonic nature was never overtly displayed. An analysis of the demonic traits in his corpse suggests a danger level of only Class C. So, are we chasing down a vigilante hero now?" A young man with curly hair smirked as he leaned back in his chair, crossing one leg over the other. "Ha, there's no such thing as a good demon. They're all scum of society." A burly man retorted sharply, his tone brimming with hostility. "Come on now, Okita." A heavy-set man next to him interjected, trying to mediate. "Our job is to eliminate the monsters lurking among humans, nothing more." "Quiet, all of you," the short-haired woman commanded, her voice cutting through the rising tension. The room immediately fell silent. The man with glasses glanced at her briefly before switching the screen to display a new image, a small, black crystal no larger than a thumb. "There's another anomaly," he said, lowering his voice. "Before we could extract the demon core from the deceased, its energy had already dissipated." The demon core energy was gone? How is that even possible? The room erupted in collective shock, every face reflecting disbelief. The man with glasses lightly pressed the remote control in his hand, and the image on the screen abruptly switched. A disturbing video unfolded before everyone. A gaunt man was tightly strapped to a chair, his expression deranged, drool streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. His body convulsed violently, his lower half already soiled, and he kept muttering incoherently. "This is a demon we recently apprehended, a student from District 11 named Shan Yuanya," the man with glasses explained. "When we found him, he was unconscious on the ground. But what's even more shocking is that after examination, the demonic energy in his body had completely vanished, reverted from a demon back to a normal human." "What?" The meeting room erupted instantly. "How could such a virus just disappear?" someone shouted, leaping from their seat in disbelief. The implications of this discovery were almost incomprehensible. 8 years ago, after the outbreak of that mysterious virus, countless infected individuals gained extraordinary abilities but were tormented by the dark desires growing within them, eventually degenerating into monsters hiding among the population. According to researchers, the infection was deemed completely irreversible, and even the virus itself remained an enigma. It was precisely to address this crisis that their organization had been established, to contain and manage these monsters before ordinary citizens discovered them, and, when necessary, eliminate high-risk demons. But now, this discovery hinted at the possibility of salvation for demons. "We've been monitoring Shan Yuanya closely," the man with glasses continued, a glint flashing behind his lenses. "Apart from the irreversible psychological trauma, his inner demon has not resurfaced. Coupled with the case of Iwasaki Hiroshi, we suspect someone is using some method to extract or eliminate demonic energy." A short-haired woman tapped her fingers on the table, a sharp glint in her eyes. "The headquarters has already issued orders. Uncover the individual's identity at all costs. Special measures are authorized if necessary." The man with glasses then displayed new evidence. The screen showed a severed arm, neatly cut, with clear burn marks at the stump. Based on the scene investigation, the body exhibited multiple burn injuries, and scorch marks were found on the walls and floor. The individual in question likely possesses flame-based abilities. The short-haired woman closed her eyes in thought for a moment before decisively issuing an order. "Teams A and B, Conduct a thorough investigation into recent activities in District 11. Confirm whether any flammability demons have appeared. Coordinate with the District 11 Police Department and leave no stone unturned. Understood. Two team members immediately acknowledged the command, showing utmost respect for their superior. Finally, she turned her gaze to the charred severed arm on the screen and coldly declared, "Assign a provisional danger level of B, codename Flame Demon." A high-level strategic meeting concluded hastily. The doors of the conference room opened one after another, and the participants filed out with grim expressions. Their faces were marked with shock and deep thought. Today's meeting had unveiled a groundbreaking discovery that could potentially alter the balance of the world. There might be a way to cure the infected, demonized humans. Inside the room, a short-haired woman remained in place, her sharp gaze fixed on the projection screen as she pondered deeply. At that moment, a man in military uniform strode in, holding several photographs in his hand. Several more bodies were found near Shihakamachi in District 11, the man said, placing the photos in front of the woman. The short-haired woman's expression changed drastically. The scenes in the photos were chilling. Several shriveled corpses in varying states of grotesque death, as if drained of every drop of blood. The victims' faces were contorted in twisted agony, their bodies mangled and incomplete, vividly depicting the horrors they had endured. Despite their differing backgrounds, all the victims shared one common trait: they had been entirely drained of blood. "It's the Shirshin cult. These people are getting more brazen," the short-haired woman said, her eyes flashing with cold fury, her voice tinged with suppressed anger. "Any findings at the scene?" The man in uniform shook his head. "Same as before, no clues. Surveillance equipment didn't capture any suspicious individuals. Judging by the method of death, it's likely the work of several newly recruited cult members. We can't allow this cult to keep growing. Instruct Team A to locate the Shirshin cult's base as soon as possible. District 11 can't afford any more chaos." Understood. The scene shifts to a residential area in District 11. Night had fallen, and the glow of countless lights illuminated the neighborhood. Inside a two-story house, Gu Han was speaking in an unusually stern tone. "Xiaoying, that's a no." At the dining table, Gu Beiying sat with her head lowered, holding a pure white kitten in her arms. Normally gentle, Gu Han now frowned deeply. "We agreed before, no more pets in the house." Faced with her father's opposition, Gu Beiying displayed rare stubbornness. She clutched the kitten tightly, her lips slightly pouting, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But it's been wandering outside for so long." Just then, the white cat suddenly leapt from Gu Beiying's arms, a peculiar glint flashing in its eyes. It landed lightly on the floor and affectionately rubbed against Gu Han's pant leg. Gu Han gazed at the obedient and gentle little cat, feeling as though the softest part of her heart had been touched. She crouched down and gently stroked the kitten's snow-white fur, her expression unconsciously softening. Seeing this, Gu Beiying's eyes sparkled with a sly glint. She quickly shed her previously tearful demeanor, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as she feigned a concerned tone and said, "This little cat has been wandering around our doorstep for days now. It's so pitiful. Why don't we adopt it?" Meow, the white cat seemed to understand, letting out a cooperative mewl and lifting its tiny head, its gaze filled with innocence and charm. That soft cry immediately triggered Gu Han's maternal instincts. She looked tenderly at the kitten but said, "But Beiying, look how clean and well-behaved this little cat is. It must be someone's lost pet. Why don't we try to find its owner together?" Gu Beiying's smile froze for a moment. She hadn't expected her mother to be so resolute about adopting a pet. The white cat, hearing this, turned its head toward Gu Beiying with an almost human-like exasperated expression, as if to say, "Didn't you say dealing with your family would be easy?" As the mother and daughter continued their disagreement, Yi Jingbai, sitting on the sofa, raised his newspaper to shield his view, choosing to stay out of the matter entirely. The white cat, seeing its plan falling apart, decided to quietly sneak toward the door. However, just as it was about to leave, a tall figure descended the staircase and effortlessly scooped it up into his arms. Yi gently stroked the bewildered little white cat while glancing at the arguing mother and daughter. With a smile, he asked, "What's going on?" After listening to Gu Han's explanation, Yi nodded in understanding. "I did see this white cat wandering nearby a while back. If that's the case, why don't we adopt it? Honestly, just seeing this little one has already lifted my spirits." The white cat seemed to comprehend Yi's words, nuzzling affectionately against his chest. Gu Han, recalling Yi's recent kidnapping ordeal, sighed and reluctantly agreed. "Since Xiao Yu feels this way, let's temporarily adopt it." "Yay!" Meow, Gu Beiying and the white cat cheered in unison, making Gu Han shake her head with an amused smile. Yi handed the white cat to Gu Beiying, whose cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "Thank you, brother." Though the siblings had only known each other for a year and their relationship was still somewhat distant, this timid brother marked a significant step forward. Yi nodded warmly in response, while Yi Jingbai and Gu Han exchanged a satisfied glance. The white cat in Bei Ying's arms noticed this heartwarming scene, a glint of cunning flashing in its feline eyes before it lowered its head, pretending to groom its fur. However, no one noticed the black mist slowly forming behind Yi Yu. From within the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes opened, gazing mockingly at the newly bonded siblings. Hehehe. As night fell, Gu Beiying's bedroom on the second floor of her home was filled with a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Fresh from a bath, the young girl was dressed in pajamas adorned with cute cartoon patterns. She lay sprawled across the edge of her bed, hugging a plush toy close to her chest. Beside her, a petite white cat was leisurely grooming its paws. Yanjiji, that was such a close call earlier. I almost thought the plan was going to fail. Gu Beiying stuck out her tongue, recalling the events of the day. To her surprise, the person most opposed to adopting the white cat had been her own mother, Gu Han. The white cat stretched elegantly, revealing sharp little teeth, and spoke. I thought we were going to fail too. I didn't expect your brother to step in and save the day. It remembered being held in Yi Yu's arms, his face soft with a gentle, doting smile, a moment that left a strong impression. Normally, it hated being touched. Yet in Yi Yu's embrace, it had surprisingly felt no resistance. My brother? Gu Beiying tilted her head, placing a finger thoughtfully on her lips. I don't really have much of an impression of him. The siblings seemed to live in parallel worlds, rarely crossing paths despite sharing the same house, as though fate had merely placed them on the same timeline without intertwining their lives. I've been observing your brother. He seems different from how he used to be, the white cat remarked while continuing to groom its fur. In fact, long before Yi Yu had been kidnapped by a criminal gang, it had already been in contact with Gu Beiying, even playing a pivotal role in her rapid mastery of various skills. Gu Beiying didn't pay much attention to the cat's words and absent-mindedly began scrolling through her phone. However, as she continued, her expression gradually turned grim. Headline after headline caught her eye. String of serial murders resurfaces in District 11. Victims found mysteriously desiccated. Bodies go missing in late-night heist at East Capital Medical University's affiliated hospital. 13-year-old boy claims to have superpowers. Humanoid creature believed to be a new species discovered in East District Village of District 13. Yanjiji, are all these the work of demons? Gu Beiying frowned as she asked. Each of these cases, no matter how big or small, carried elements of the supernatural, far beyond the scope of ordinary human capabilities. Most of them are, the white cat replied, staring intently at the phone screen with a grave tone. There are already so many demons? Gu Beiying murmured, her concern growing. Despite her nightly efforts to eradicate demons under the white cat's guidance, the bizarre incidents in District 11 seemed to be escalating, leaving her increasingly uneasy. The number of demons is far greater than you can imagine. A sharp glint flashed through the white cat's eyes as it gracefully leapt onto the windowsill. Turning to face Gu Beiying, its tone grew more serious. And that's precisely why I've stayed by your side, Xiaoying. You've already caught someone's attention. Gu Beiying froze, her delicate face etched with confusion. The white cat didn't explain immediately, but began to detail the current state of the demons. 8 years ago, demons first appeared. Although the relevant authorities have been working tirelessly to eliminate and contain them, many infected individuals remain hidden within human society. These demons, possessing extraordinary powers, have gradually begun to rebel against the upper organizations. Some of the most powerful among them have even formed extremist groups, causing terror and chaos in various regions. In our 11th district, the largest demon organization is called the Shrine Sect, the white cat continued. The Shrine Sect? Gu Beiying softly repeated the unfamiliar name. The white cat nodded. This organization emerged out of nowhere a few years ago, aggressively recruiting demons. Their initiation process is extraordinarily cruel. You must murder innocent people in brutal ways to awaken your inner bloodlust. It's less an organization and more of a murderous cult. Because of your recent actions, it's very likely that the Shrine Sect has taken notice of you, the white cat said, its voice tinged with obvious concern. Although they may not yet know your true identity, certain demons with unique abilities might be able to trace clues back to you, potentially endangering your family. And that's why I have to stay by your side. Gu Beiying straightened up as she listened intently. The white cat sighed. I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging you into something so dangerous. No, Gu Beiying shook her head firmly, her voice gentle yet resolute. It was Sister Yin who saved me back then, and it was her intelligence that helped my brother. If I can, I want to become stronger to protect the people around me. She stretched out her hand, golden light radiating from her palm, and her eyes glimmered with the same luminous hue. Silly girl, those monsters are on a completely different level than the demons you've dealt with before, the white cat said with a helpless smile. As long as I keep eliminating demons, I can continue to grow stronger, Gu Beiying said, pumping her small fists, her eyes glowing with confidence. Besides, with Sister Yan's help, Those guys will soon be no match for me. Before her words had fully settled, she suddenly lunged forward and hugged the white cat, rubbing her cheek against its head. But still, thank you, Sister Yin. From now on, you're part of our family. Family. The white cat froze in place, slowly lifting its gaze to the round moon obscured by clouds and mist outside the window. It shook its head self-deprecatingly. For creatures like us, we lost the right to have something so precious a long time ago. The full moon was veiled by clouds and mist as the evening breeze swept across District 11, carrying a faint chill. As midnight approached, the lights of the towering skyscrapers in the city gradually dimmed, casting the bustling metropolis into a brief stillness. Only the occasional sound of a car horn broke the silence. Swish! A shadow suddenly cut through the night sky, darting like lightning between the towering buildings. Its speed was so astonishing that even if a passerby happened to catch a glimpse, they would likely dismiss it as nothing more than a stray cat. That shadow belonged to Yi Yu. After continuously absorbing magical energy, his physical abilities had undergone an extraordinary transformation. His strength had multiplied, and his speed far surpassed that of an ordinary human. With a single, effortless leap, he cleared walls several meters high, feats that would leave even professional parkour athletes in awe. Yi Yu didn't pause. His figure moved fluidly across the rooftops of towering buildings, leaping from one to the next. The faint moonlight cast its glow on him, while the rushing wind roared in his ears, only to be left behind in his wake. His gaze remained fixed ahead, where in his vision, streams of black mist formed what resembled a digital map. A black dot, representing his position, moved rapidly across the map. It was the latest daily mission issued by the Box of Wraiths to extract magical energy. At this moment, Yi Yu's face no longer bore the gentle smile of the past. Instead, it was replaced by an expression of cold indifference. Chime, Yi Yu suddenly called out. At your service, my master of magic, came the reply. No sooner had he spoken than a swirl of black mist materialized beside him, taking the form of a pitch-black tadpole with blood-red eyes that glowed with an eerie light. This loyal servant always appeared promptly at Yi Yu's summons. Can animals be infected by magical energy? Yi Yu asked, recalling the talking white cat he had adopted earlier that day. Coupled with the mysterious figure he had noticed surveilling his building, he had deduced that his sister was being watched by a certain organization. That white cat was likely a spy planted by them. Chime paused briefly before letting out a sinister chuckle. The chances of ordinary animals being inhabited by magical energy are very slim, but not entirely impossible. Why? Yi Yu asked, remembering the human-like expressions the white cat had shown. Its intelligence was clearly on par with that of a human. Because, Chime replied, its tone laced with amusement, animals' desires are simple and pure, far less complex than those of humans. Magical energy uses its host's desires as a seed and feeds on despair and suffering to grow. The stronger and more intricate the host's malicious thoughts, the more powerful the magical energy becomes. Oh, by the way, you humans have a name for those whose bodies harbor magical energy. You call them magicians. Chime made no effort to hide its admiration for humans, marveling at them as the perfect breeding ground for magical energy. Hearing this explanation, Yu didn't respond. He simply quickened his pace. If his family, himself included, were already under surveillance by the relevant authorities, any attempts to escape would be futile and could only draw more trouble due to suspicious behavior. Yu quickly made up his mind rather than resist in vain. It would be better to go along with the flow and keep the white cat by his side. Not only could this allay the other party's suspicions, but it might also provide an opportunity to gather useful information. This thought quickened Yu's pace. Under the hazy moonlight, his figure became a fleeting shadow, darting nimbly through the night. Before the unknown danger could arrive, he had only one choice: to grow stronger, strong enough that even those monsters would not dare to approach him easily. The last metro of the night had just pulled into the station. As a handful of passengers trickled out onto the platform, the entire station was soon enveloped in silence. The crisp sound of high heels echoed through the empty streets. A young woman, dressed lightly for the warm night, was humming a tune as she exited the station. Unbeknownst to her, a nondescript figure was quietly following behind. It was a pale-faced, short man in a tattered leather jacket, his eyes gleaming with unabashed malice. From the metro station to the deserted streets, he maintained an eerie, silent pursuit. His bloodshot eyes and the sound of his teeth unconsciously grinding betrayed his growing desire. Black mist began to rise from his body as his craving intensified. Trembling, he pulled a knife from his jacket, his tongue flicking across its blade. As the girl turned a corner, the distance between them shrank until he was nearly pressed against her fair back. The knife gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Just as he raised it, a loud clang shattered the stillness. The scream he had anticipated never came. Instead, a piercing howl of pain erupted from his own throat. His left hand was suddenly engulfed in a purple-black flame, the searing agony forcing him to drop the knife. Standing before him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, was a mysterious figure clad in a black hoodie. The girl, now aware of the danger, screamed and fled the scene. The short man stared at his charred wrist and the retreating figure of the girl, his reason slipping away entirely. The black mist around him swelled violently, and his arm grotesquely morphed into a massive, blood-red axe. With murderous intent surging, he charged at the hooded figure. Yu stood motionless, his head lowered. As the man lunged toward him, the voice of Chime echoed in his mind. Within every heart lies a beast, caged by the name of desire. The morning spirit box on his chest glowed with an eager, blood-red light, while black, flowing runes appeared on his arms like swimming fish. Slowly, Yu raised his gaze, his eyes shimmering with an eerie light. A pitch-black hexagram intertwined with crimson tomo rotated faintly in his pupils. Beneath the shadow of his hood, his expression remained impassive as he murmured, "Let me see what kind of beast is imprisoned within your heart. Die. I'll kill you." The short man roared maniacally as his entire arm morphed into a sharp axe blade, thrusting straight toward Yu's chest. Through the samsara eye, Yu could see a massive black mist-shrouded axe forming within the man's body. A grotesque face emerged upon it, seemingly controlling the man's movements like a puppet master. Yu stepped back to evade, but the axe blade that was now the man's arm suddenly changed its trajectory, glinting coldly as it aimed directly for his chest. The speed. Yu's pupils contracted as he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, his wariness intensifying. Of all the demonized beings he had encountered, this short man was undeniably the fastest. "Letting your guard down could really get you killed, you know," a sinister voice murmured in his ear. At the same time, the man, now consumed by madness, was surrounded by swirling black mist as he launched a series of relentless attacks. The sound of the blade, slicing through the air, was piercingly sharp in the stillness of the night. Relying on the insight granted by the samsara eye, Yu dodged and rolled continually. Glancing down at his torn clothing, he noticed an eerie crimson glow emanating from the phantom box on his chest. Within the black mist, a ghastly Azura mask flickered in and out of sight, its seductive whispers tempting him to embrace its power and unleash carnage. Yu's gaze turned icy as he ignored the mask's call. Slowly, he spread his arms wide. The tomo of the hungry ghost path spun within his eyes, and jet-black curses slithered like serpents along his arms, eventually coalescing into a massive dark scythe-enma. Exhaling softly, Yu ignited the scythe, which erupted in ghostly purple flames. The demonized man instinctively sensed the danger and let out a sharp screech, his blood-red eyes filled with terror. Wielding the scythe ablaze with violet fire, Yu became a streak of shadow as he charged at the man. In the pitch-black night, a surge of boiling purple flames mixed with a deep crimson glow flashed violently. The scene shifted to a secluded warehouse in District 11. A man, dressed like a thug, was kicked heavily to the ground, his face hitting the floor as he fell unconscious. "Fourth bro." Several dozen other thugs looked on, enraged but too intimidated to act, instinctively stepping back. Before them stood a group of young men. Though clad in the uniforms of students from a private high school in the eastern capital, they exuded an aura of dominance that made the street thugs hesitate. Leading them was a youth in a black suit, his narrow, brooding eyes radiating arrogance. The man lifted his leather shoe and stomped heavily on the head of the thug lying on the ground. He tilted his head back, his eyes brimming with disdain. "What a bunch of useless trash." The words were like a spark igniting the fury of the surrounding thugs. A few burly men were already gearing up to charge forward when a booming, irate voice suddenly echoed through the scene. "Everyone, stop right there." The crowd parted automatically, forming a path. A bald, heavily tattooed man with a prominent scar running down his face like a centipede strode forward. The surrounding thugs immediately subdued their anger and respectfully called out, "Boss." The bald man stepped to the front, his fierce expression instantly replaced by a fawning smile as he addressed the suited young man. "Well, if it isn't young Master Yasuda, what brings you to my humble turf?" Yasuda Masahiko gave the bald man a cold, piercing glare and bluntly questioned, "The Four-Flower District is under your jurisdiction, isn't it? And you can't even handle one person? What are you even good for?" "Young Master Yasuda, that kid isn't just anyone," the bald man hurriedly explained. "Even with a dozen of our guys, we couldn't take him down." "Enough excuses," Yasuda Masahiko snapped, cutting him off harshly. "You can't even get this small matter done? Is Matsuyama-kai raising a bunch of useless idiots?" The surrounding thugs' faces darkened at the insult. As members of the Matsuyama-kai, a gang with influence across the 11th ward, they had never been so humiliated. Yet the bald man didn't dare to refute him. Forcing a bitter smile, he explained, "Second young master, We've been stretched thin lately with everything going on in the streets. In truth, as a small leader managing over 100 men, he hadn't expected the high school student Yu to be so tough. The boy had managed to take on over a dozen men at once and still come out unscathed. I don't want to hear your excuses. Yasuda Masahiko's eyes burned with venomous rage. Even Karasu couldn't finish him off, and he still managed to walk away alive. He spat the name he loathed through gritted teeth. Yu. Then his face darkened ominously. Find out everything about his family's whereabouts. If he's too hard to deal with, then we'll start with the people around him. The thugs exchanged uneasy glances, shocked at how ruthless this spoiled young master was. Even in their line of work, targeting someone's family was considered taboo. Seeing their hesitation, Yasuda Masahiko let out a cold sneer. Don't forget who's keeping you lowlifes fed. If you can't get this done, you'll have a personal chat with your boss. The bald man shuddered at the threat. After a moment of silence, he finally muttered in a low voice, understood. Only then did Yasuda Masahiko allow a sinister smile to creep across his face. Yu, I'll make sure you understand what happens when you cross me. Yawning. In the early morning, the front gate of Higashi Metropolitan Private High School was bustling with students. Yu, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, trudged wearily alongside Juga Fong on their way to the school building. Around them, students in uniforms gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. Hey, Yu, are you okay? Juga Fong glanced at his friend, a hint of concern furrowing his brows. I'm fine, Yu mumbled, his voice drained of energy, his eyelids drooping as if they weighed a ton. Last night's battle had been grueling. Even with the power of the Samsara Eye and the Netherworld Flame, victory had only been narrowly achieved. By the time he dragged his exhausted body back home, dawn had already broken. At that moment, Yu finally understood why his younger sister, Gu Beiying, always seemed half asleep. Living on such an erratic schedule was bound to take its toll. Suddenly, Juga Fong threw an arm around Yu's shoulders, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. You know, you should take it easy at night. Overindulgence isn't good for your health. I'm a righteous hero saving the world under the cover of night, Yu replied with a deadpan expression, rolling his eyes. Yeah, sure, Juga Fong shrugged, feigning understanding, though the teasing smirk never left his face. Faced with his friend's playful disbelief, Yu could only sigh in resignation. Being misunderstood seemed to be the norm for a secret hero whose true identity resembled that of a dark overlord. Just then, a commotion broke out ahead in the crowd. The two quickened their pace to see what was happening. A luxurious car was parked right in front of the school building entrance. The door slowly opened, and a sharply dressed young man stepped out, holding a bouquet of flowers. His handsome features, lightly accentuated with makeup, stood out starkly against the sea of uniformed students. It's that guy, Yamada. Juga Feng's expression darkened immediately. Yamada Masahiko was the nemesis of every male student at Higashi Metropolitan Private High. Despite being plagued by scandals, his good looks and wealthy background had earned him the admiration of many female students. Sure enough, Yamada's arrival was met with squeals of excitement from his adoring fans. He casually ran a hand through his hair and, flanked by a group of lackeys, strode confidently toward a specific direction. Following his gaze, everyone turned to see him stop in front of the class's perfect goddess, Chiyo Ryagetsu. With a charming smile, he knelt on one knee and extended the bouquet toward her. Damn it, that guy's set his sights on goddess Chiyo now. Juga Fong bristled like an angry cat, his eyes practically shooting flames. That bastard Yasuda. Juga Fong growled through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed angrily on the scene in the distance. Yu, unable to suppress a chuckle at his friend's expression, teased. Maybe you should consider a career change. Girls these days seem to prefer the bad boy type. Chiyo the goddess would never fall for someone so shallow. Juga Fong retorted indignantly, pouting in defiance. On the school field, Chiyo Lingyue, dressed in a pale blue school uniform, stood quietly. Her long, sky blue hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Yasuda Masahiko, holding a bouquet of roses, was confessing to her in front of a gathering crowd. Chiyo Lingyue clearly hadn't expected this scene. Clutching the straps of her backpack tightly, she shook her head slightly. I'm sorry, but class is about to start. Rinyu, Yasuda Masahiko began. But before he could finish, Chiyo Lingyue had deftly stepped around him and disappeared into the entrance of the school building. Yasuda Masahiko's smile vanished instantly as he was publicly rejected. With a rough tug at his tie, he threw the roses to the ground. Pushing away the lackeys who tried to help him, his narrow eyes flashed with a sinister glint as he glared in the direction Chiyo Lingyue had left. See? I told you Chiyo the goddess would never go for scum like him, Juga Fong said with a gleeful laugh. Yawning and clearly uninterested in this soap-opera-like scene, Yu only wanted to head back to the classroom and catch up on some sleep. However, as they walked past Yasuda Masahiko, The latter suddenly turned his gaze toward Yu. Our great hero Yu seems to be in excellent shape, Yasuda sneered. Even after a serious illness, you're not falling behind in your studies. Yu glanced at him indifferently and prepared to keep walking. But just as they passed each other, Yasuda Masahiko's voice turned cold and menacing. I wonder if your family is as healthy as you are. I heard you have a cute little sister. Before he could finish, a sharp glint flashed in Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch that sent Yasuda Masahiko flying, slamming into the car door behind him. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. Yu withdrew his fist, his eyes still tinged with a crimson hue. Ignoring the stunned stares around him, he strode into the school building. Dark mist coiled around him, and a sinister spirit emerged from the fog, grinning wickedly. That was impulsive, boy. Get lost. Yu snapped. Yasuda Masahiko, shoving aside the panicked lackeys trying to help him, clutched his reddened cheek as he leaned against the car door. His face darkened with rage as he gritted his teeth. Contact the Matsuyama Association. Within 3 days, I want what I asked for. Near one of the busiest subway stations in District 11, the air was filled with the hum of voices. Passengers passing by pressed their faces against the train windows, curiously peering at the streets outside, cordoned off by layers of police tape. Inside the restricted area, a group of investigators dressed in white uniforms gathered at a street corner, standing over a gruesome sight, a horrifying corpse at their feet. The condition of the corpse was appalling. The head was completely severed from the body, lying several meters away on the pavement. The chest was crisscrossed with deep knife wounds, some so deep that the bones were visible, forming a grotesque web of injuries. Most chilling of all, there were severe burn marks all over the body, with some areas charred and deformed beyond recognition. The severed head was partially burned, one side disfigured while the other retained a haunting expression, a frozen look of sheer terror and despair etched into its features. Sir, the test results are in. A bespectacled man hurried over from a police car, clutching a stack of documents tightly in his hands. A short-haired woman standing by the corpse turned to face him, awaiting his report. Based on fingerprint analysis, the victim has been identified as the crank demon known as Mad Axe, who had been active in District 11 recently, the man quickly stated. The short-haired woman scanned the scene, her gaze resting on the obvious signs of a struggle imprinted on the ground. A demon, she muttered under her breath. To inflict this level of damage, the perpetrator must also be a demon of considerable power. Boss, over here. Suddenly, a curly-haired young man called out. He had retrieved a small, thumb-sized black crystal from the victim's shoulder. After carefully wiping off the bloodstains, he noticed that the crystal had lost its original luster. The demon core has been completely drained of energy, the curly-haired man confirmed. The short-haired woman's expression grew more serious. Considering the clues at the scene, the identity of the perpetrator is quite clear: it's Flame Demon. As soon as she uttered the name, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. He's become this active now? Judging by the battle marks, his strength has clearly improved. Can we even catch him? Murmurs of concern rippled through the group. There's something peculiar, the curly-haired man suddenly pointed out. Flame Demon has always targeted other demons. Whether it was Yama no Hara before, that deranged serial killer, or now Mad Axe, all of them were demons. A demon who hunts other demons. The short-haired woman stared pensively at the corpse on the ground. Did the surveillance capture anything? She asked. The bespectacled man handed over a photograph. The perpetrator was extremely cautious. This is the only shot we got. The image showed a tall figure clad in a black hoodie, the face completely obscured by the hood. From the body shape, it could only be vaguely inferred that the individual might be male. Beyond this, the surveillance footage offered no valuable information. The short-haired woman stared intently at the figure hidden beneath the black hood in the photograph, her brow furrowed as if trying to uncover the truth behind that enigmatic face. Boss, the order from headquarters. The curly-haired man reminded her from the side. She snapped back to attention, her gaze instantly sharp. Notify the 11th District Police Department to increase patrols. We must track down Yen Gui's whereabouts, leave no clue unchecked. Before her words had fully settled, her eyes shifted to the darkening sky outside the window. Dusk was quietly enveloping the land, and as nightfall approached, the lurking demons would soon stir. As the sun set, 2 slender figures dressed in school uniforms strolled down the path outside the campus, bathed in the golden hue of the waning sunlight. Gu Beiying walked alongside her best friend, their steps unhurried. Wait, are you serious? The one who stepped in that day was really your brother? Her friend's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Gu Beiying. Gu Beiying awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth and nodded lightly. My brother. He's not usually like that. That was amazing. He was like someone straight out of a crime syndicate, taking down so many people on his own. Her friend's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer to Gu Beiying. Gu Beiying quickly took a step back, clutching the white cat in her arms protectively. Seeing her flustered reaction, her friend toned down her teasing. By the way, you rarely talk about your family. If it weren't for what happened in the alley that day, I wouldn't have even known you had a brother. Gu Beiying hesitated, the unique circumstances of her family leaving her unsure of how to explain things to her friend. The white cat in her arms let out a lazy meow, clearly uninterested in the girl's conversation. Suddenly, the deafening roar of engines came from the direction of the overpass. A swarm of modified motorcycles sped toward them, their riders clad in punk attire, moving like hunting leopards along the riverside. Within moments, the two girls were surrounded. What's going on? The short-haired girl instinctively stepped in front of Gu Beiying to shield her. A car pulled up at just the right moment, blocking their escape route. A heavily tattooed man stepped out, his eyes fixed on Gu Beiying. You must be Yu's sister, right? Our boss has been waiting for you. Come with us. The gang of thugs erupted in crude laughter. Gu Beiying clenched her lips tightly, retreating step by step as her hand slowly reached for the wooden sword strapped to her back. I'm back. As the front door swung open, Yu's exhausted figure appeared at the entrance. Oh, welcome back, Xiaoyu. Gu Han called out from the kitchen, where she was preparing dinner. She peeked her head out with a warm smile. You're home early today. Did you see Xiaoying on your way back? Yu yawned, the dark circles under his eyes betraying his poor sleep. Stretching sluggishly, he replied, Xiaoying? She's not back yet? The rhythmic sound of chopping on the cutting board abruptly stopped. Gu Han looked up, her brows furrowing slightly. That's strange. She's not back yet? She let out a helpless chuckle. That girl, honestly, she always makes me worry. Images of Gu Beiying holding a golden blade flashed through Yu's mind. The memory of her radiant sword energy effortlessly vanquishing a demon possessed by dark magic remained vivid. Could she be out hunting again? He wondered silently. Then he reassured himself despite awakening the powers of the hungry ghost path and obtaining the box of wraiths, even he might not yet surpass her in just these past 2 weeks. By the way, Yu decided to cover for her. Xiaoying mentioned her club had an event today, so she might be back a bit late. Ah, I see, Gu Han nodded. I made some gimbap for dinner tonight. Xiaoyu, go rest in your room for a bit. Once he reached his room on the second floor, Yu immediately collapsed onto the bed. He was completely drained, having barely slept recently. Pulling out his phone to check the time, he thought he might take a short nap, but a message from an online friend, Flying Bird, caught his attention. Since losing his memory, his impression of this friend had become hazy. Scrolling through their chat history, it seemed they were just casual online acquaintances. Flying Bird often complained about work as an overworked office worker, while Yu occasionally shared his own life troubles. Are you still there? Flying Bird had messaged. 2 minutes later, another message followed. Haven't heard from you in a while. Are you doing okay? Yu hesitated for a moment before replying. I'm alright. I was hospitalized for a bit, but I've been discharged now. Just as he was about to put his phone down and rest, a new email popped up unmarked and anonymous. Without thinking, he tapped to open it, and the moment he read its contents, he shot upright in bed. Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at the phone screen, the exhaustion on his face vanishing in an instant. The email contained a blurry photo showing 2 schoolgirls in uniforms, their hands tied behind their backs with ropes, confined in a dimly lit corner. One of them looked terrified, while the other, her expression solemn, was none other than Yu's younger sister, Gu Beiying. Beneath the photo was a chilling line of text. Yu, if you want your sister to stay unharmed, come to the Shino warehouse in front of Shihua Town Station by 8 p.m. tonight. Of course, you could call the police if you don't mind seeing your sister in pieces. The tone was disturbingly calm, as if the sender had no fear of the consequences of police involvement. Xiaoying, how could this happen? Yu murmured in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how someone as capable as his sister could fall into someone else's hands. Well, it seems your adorable little sister is in some trouble, came a teasing voice. The figure of Chimei appeared suddenly, her tone playful as she glanced at Yu, who was staring at the ground. You must have already guessed who's behind this, haven't you? Yu slowly raised his head, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. Yasuda Masahiko. Since his identity as the Demon Lord remained hidden among all possible enemies, only that humiliated heir of a wealthy conglomerate would resort to such tactics. Without hesitation, Yu grabbed his coat and bolted downstairs. Gu Han, who was cooking on the first floor, heard the hurried footsteps and turned to see him rushing toward the door. Huh, Xiaoyu, are you heading out? Dinner's almost ready. Yu paused briefly, turning to flash a forced smile at Gu Han. Xiaoying's club activities are wrapping up soon. I'm going to pick her up. With that, he quickly left. Goodness, those 2 siblings are getting closer and closer, Gu Han mused with a cheerful smile. As the door shut behind him, Yu's smile vanished, replaced by an icy chill. A white cat crossed the front of the doorway, attempting to rub against his pant leg, but froze in place under his cold gaze, watching him walk away in stunned silence. So, what's your plan now? Are you going to call the police? Chime asked with interest, casting a glance at the peculiar white cat before turning her attention back to Yiyu. Chime, Yiyu said, his voice unnervingly calm, though his eyes gleamed with a hint of bloodlust. If I kill Yasuda, would that be enough to save Xiaoying? Even Yiyu himself hadn't expected that his first instinct in the face of a crisis would be to kill. Oh, are you talking about the Matsuyama-kai? Zhuge Feng asked, tilting his head as he held the phone between his shoulder and ear while pouring the boiling soup into a bowl. On the other end of the call, Yiyu's voice came through. Zhuge Feng, untying his apron, began explaining in detail, the Matsuyama-kai, the Jiing-kai, and the Kitadu Alliance are the three major Yakuza organizations that have dominated District 11 for the past 2 decades. On the surface, they've cleaned up their image, but behind the scenes, they're still running illegal operations. Their methods are so discreet that the police haven't been able to pin anything on them. However, in recent years, with increasing pressure from the authorities, these groups have been struggling except for the Matsuyama-kai. It's rumored that they have the backing of a powerful financial conglomerate and are primarily involved in violent crimes. As he placed the dishes on the table, his tone suddenly shifted to a teasing one. Why? You didn't get yourself mixed up with those guys, did you? They're ruthless scum and thugs, better not provoke them. I got it. Yu replied curtly before ending the call. A cold expression crossed his face. As the son of a Metropolitan Police Department chief, Zhuge Feng indeed had a deeper understanding of these Yakuza organizations. Ever since Yu had been stalked and ambushed by Matsuyama-kai thugs, he'd suspected that Masahiko Yasuda was pulling the strings. Now, with Gu Beiying's kidnapping, his suspicions were confirmed this was a trap designed specifically for him. On the evening streets, Yu walked briskly. While his expression remained calm, a faint purple glow flickered in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, the box of Wanyu emitted a notification. Main quest: eliminate a child of fortune and absorb the power of fate. Success will grant you 10 opportunities to unlock the box of Wanyu. As black mist swirled around him, Yu continued forward, his face emotionless. At that moment, Chiyo Ryagetsu, dressed in a white kendo uniform, emerged from a convenience store, carrying bags of groceries. She had intended to greet Yu as he approached, but when she caught a glimpse of the cold, murderous intent in his eyes, her smile froze. The palpable killing intent rooted her to the spot, and she murmured in disbelief, How can this be? Such overwhelming bloodlust. Though Yu noticed Chiyo Ryagetsu, he had no time to spare for her. Rage surged within him, and the wraith beside him chuckled softly. Are you sure about this? Risking exposing your identity to save your sister? Yu remained silent, his expression unchanging. He simply walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. The driver, a bald man, sat behind the wheel, waiting. After Yu mentioned the destination, the taxi driver glanced at the young and refined passenger through the rearview mirror, visibly surprised. Hey, buddy, the Psy warehouse has been abandoned for years. That place is controlled by violent gangs now. Are you sure you want to go there? The driver kindly warned. Thanks for the reminder, but that's exactly where I'm headed, Yu replied, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Yet, his voice carried an icy undertone that made the driver feel an inexplicable sense of unease about that smile. Meanwhile, inside the desolate Psy warehouse, a burly man covered in tattoos stood nervously in front of a young man dressed in a sharp suit. Young Master Yasuda, isn't it a bit excessive to go this far over some kid? The burly man stole a glance at the corner of the warehouse where 2 female students were being held captive, hesitating to finish his sentence. The Matsuyama group had done its share of illegal deeds, but involving gang power over a school dispute seemed disgraceful. You don't know a damn thing. Yasuda Masahiko suddenly stood up, grabbing the burly man by the collar. The Yasuda family's money isn't meant to be wasted on useless trash like you. Despite Yasuda's slender frame and his status as the spoiled son of a wealthy family, the burly man dared not talk back, responding meekly and retreating. After the man left, Yasuda straightened his tie and grimly ordered, keep a close watch on those 2 girls. Call everyone here. I want to see just how tough this Yu really is. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the newspapers on the ground. One headline stood out prominently, Yasuda Group's second son accused of attempted assault on underage girl. A century-old family's reputation at stake. Grinding his heel into the newspaper, Yasuda Masahiko shredded it underfoot, seething as he muttered Yu's name through clenched teeth. If it hadn't been for that meddling guy, his scandal would never have come to light. The news had spread within the family, leaving him humiliated and stripped of his chance to compete as an heir. The Yasuda family's century-old reputation had been tarnished because of him, and the relatives who once supported him had all distanced themselves. The crow couldn't take you out, so I'll handle it myself, Yasuda Masahiko growled. his bloodshot eyes filled with malice. He would make sure everyone knew the consequences of crossing the Yasuda family. In the dimly lit, abandoned warehouse, two high school girls in uniforms were bound with their hands tied behind their backs, imprisoned deep within the building. The short-haired girl looked terrified, struggling incessantly as tears welled up in her eyes. The tape over her mouth muffled her cries into incoherent whimpers. "Stay still." One of the thugs guarding them barked impatiently, his knife glinting coldly under the faint light. The short-haired girl froze instantly, her body trembling uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Gu Beiying remained remarkably calm, though her gaze was filled with curiosity. She still couldn't figure out who was behind their abduction. Although these dozen or so thugs were no match for her, she chose to stay put for now, determined to uncover the mastermind behind this. Initially, she thought this might be a revenge ploy by a demon she had defeated, but the situation seemed to suggest otherwise. A few thugs in flashy clothes started chatting in front of them. "What's up with the boss? Calling all of us here just to deal with a couple of kids? TCH, this is a direct order from the second son of the Yasuda family. If you've got a problem, take it up with him." "That brat again? How long are we supposed to clean up after him?" "Shut it. I heard this time's target isn't ordinary last time. Even the group with the hounds couldn't handle it." While listening to their conversation, Gu Beiying discreetly began rubbing her fingers against the rope binding her. Just then, a thug wearing sunglasses approached them, his gaze filled with a disgusting greed. "Yasuda sure has good taste. These two are real gems," he leered, his eyes roaming over the girls. "They're reserved for Yasuda. You better keep it together," a companion warned. "What's the big deal? Copping a feel won't hurt anyone." The man in sunglasses sneered lecherously. "I'm sick of those washed-up women in the red light district." He reached toward Gu Beiying's chest, prompting the short-haired girl beside her to let out frantic, muffled cries. A golden gleam flashed in Gu Beiying's eyes as her shoulders tensed, ready to act. But before she could make a move, another hand suddenly stopped the man in sunglasses. "Hound, don't ruin my fun," the sunglasses-wearing thug snapped, shaking off the interference and reaching out again. Thud. A powerful punch landed squarely on his face, sending his sunglasses flying as he crashed heavily to the ground. Gu Beiying looked up to see who had intervened. It was a thug with yellow-dyed hair, an earring glinting on his ear, and a rugged look in ripped denim. "Hound, are you looking for trouble?" The man in sunglasses erupted in fury, springing to his feet and ready to charge at Huang Mao, only to be restrained by a few thugs just in time. "What's all the yelling about?" Huang Mao cast a glance at Gu Beiying, who was curled up on the ground, then lifted his chin and barked. "The boss said everyone needs to behave until Yu shows up." "Don't give me that." The man in sunglasses sneered coldly, clutching his swollen cheek. "Weren't you the one running scared like a dog from Yu not long ago? And now you're standing up for his sister?" Suddenly, a knowing glint flashed in his eyes. "Oh, I get it now. Thinking of your sick sister in her hospital bed, aren't you? Feeling some pity for this little girl?" Huang Mao's face darkened instantly, his fists clenching tightly. "If you want to die, I'll gladly help you." Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the surrounding thugs scrambled to separate the two. Just then, the warehouse door was abruptly pushed open, and a panting thug rushed in. "Why you is here? The boss wants everyone to head over now." Hearing this, Huang Mao suppressed his anger, shot a venomous glare at the man in sunglasses, and led the way out. The others quickly followed, leaving only two guards behind. As he was leaving, the man in sunglasses paused in front of Gu Beiying, flashing a sinister grin. "What a shame. Can't taste such a tender little thing. Little girl, don't blame us, blame your unlucky brother instead." "Brother?" Gu Beiying pieced it together. These people had kidnapped her to deal with her half-brother, Yu. Her expression turned unreadable. Night fell, shrouding the warehouse in darkness. Yu stepped out of a taxi, his eyes faintly glowing with a blood-red hue, as he walked steadily toward the abandoned warehouse. Two guards from the Songshan gang were already waiting at the entrance. "Yu, right? Young Master and Tian has been expecting you." They unlocked the rusty chains on the door, which creaked loudly as it swung open. The pitch-black warehouse loomed like the gaping maw of a beast. Without a word, Yu followed the two guards inside. The damp air was punctuated only by the sound of water dripping through pipes. After turning a corner, the two guards suddenly vanished. Yu halted, and at that moment, a harsh floodlight blazed above him. He looked up to see a man in a suit standing on a steel platform, his expression cold and shadowed. Surrounding him was a group of street thugs, smirking and armed with clubs. "So you finally showed up, Yu." The man in the suit clapped mockingly, his voice dripping with disdain. Yiyu's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He pronounced each word with chilling precision. And Tian Changyin, Masahiko Yasuda appeared in the warehouse with a group of Matsuyamakai enforcers, looking down at the figure illuminated under the harsh spotlight. In the cold, white light, their eyes met, and the vast, abandoned warehouse fell into an eerie silence. We meet again, Yasuda said, narrowing his sinister triangular eyes, his tone dripping with venom. This young man standing before him had taken everything from him: his position as the heir to the family, his prestigious status, his boundless wealth. All of it had turned to ashes in a single night. The mere thought of it robbed him of sleep, fueling his vow to make Yu pay a devastating price. Where is Xiaoying? Yu asked coldly, his gaze sweeping over Yasuda and the thugs standing beside him, cutting straight to the point. Well, such a caring big brother, Yasuda sneered, his voice low and mocking. His eyes shifted toward the deeper shadows of the warehouse. If you're talking about that pretty little girl, she's alive and well for now. But he licked his lips with a cruel smile. I can't promise she'll remain in one piece after tonight. As Yu's expression darkened, Yasuda's sense of triumph grew. If only I'd known you had such a lovely sister. Things might have been different back then, he said, his voice dripping with malice. Then his gaze sharpened, and his tone turned venomous. Just like that brat Cheyenne. The name struck Yu's mind like a thunderclap, shattering the fragile barriers of memory. In an instant, long-buried recollections surged forth. A pitch-black prison, the clinking of chains, mocking eyes gleaming in the shadows, the flash of a blade, and a blood-stained floor. Amid the chaos of these images, a small, delicate figure flickered into view, accompanied by a clear, ringing call, "Brother!" Clutching his head against the sudden, searing pain, Yu broke into a cold sweat, murmuring, "What is this?" His pupils began to redden, an ominous glow spreading, though he seemed oblivious to the change. Such touching sibling love. Yasuda jeered, mistaking Yu's reaction for despair. He clapped his hands in mock delight. Now you'll know what it's like to lose someone dear to you. His voice grew colder, his smile twisted. Let me think, should I take one of your legs first, or... Though Yasuda had no intention of killing him, leaving someone crippled and broken was well within his capability. At his unspoken command, the thugs tightened their grip on their weapons and began closing in on Yu, their movements slow and menacing. From the depths of the warehouse, new thugs kept emerging, their dense figures quickly filling the entire space. Looking around, over 100 fierce and ruthless elite members of the Matsuyama-kai had gathered. These individuals, known for their violent activities in the city, were all cold and brutal by nature. Yet they willingly acted as enforcers for Yasuda Masahiko at this moment. Hey, the situation isn't looking too good right now, Chimera's voice echoed in Yu's ear, snapping his attention back to the perilous scene before him. Indeed, facing hundreds of elite gang members at once would be a challenge even for the strongest of fighters. Chimera looked toward the depths of the warehouse with interest, her tone laced with amusement. But your adorable little sister is in there. She's particularly sensitive to the fluctuations of magic energy, you know. Hearing this, Yu slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the thugs closing in from all sides. The ghostly purple light in his eyes gradually faded, and the ominous box at his chest also grew calm. So, as long as I don't use that kind of power, it'll be fine, right? Oh. Chimera's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. Not far away, Yasuda Masahiko's face twisted into a sinister grin. A tattooed brute was the first to attack, lunging toward Yu, but the latter easily dodged. A sharp glint flashed in Yu's eyes as he moved in a blur, his right elbow forming a fist and striking the brute squarely on the side of the face. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as the brute's massive body slammed into the ground, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the solid concrete floor. The surrounding thugs, witnessing the scene, wore expressions of disbelief. Yasuda Masahiko's face darkened as he barked out harshly, "What are you standing there for? I don't believe so many of you can't handle him. Get him, and kill him for me." Under his command, the hundreds of thugs simultaneously raised their weapons and swarmed toward Yu. As his figure was gradually engulfed by the crowd, a venomous glint flickered in Yasuda Masahiko's eyes. Meanwhile, in the adjacent warehouse, Gu Beiying and a short-haired girl remained imprisoned. With most of the gang members dealing with Yu, only 2 guards were left behind, playing cards. Gu Beiying observed the guards' positions while quietly working to free her bound hands. Since it was clear this kidnapping had nothing to do with demons, it was time to find a way to escape. Suddenly, a noise came from the window, startling the guards. "Who's there?" One of them drew a small knife from his waistband, warily eyeing the window. Meow, it turned out to be nothing more than a stray white cat. "Haha, a cat scared you like that? You're such a coward." The other guard mocked with a laugh. Embarrassed and angered, the first guard chased the cat away before sitting back down heavily and grabbing a beer for a long swig. Hearing the commotion, Gu Beiying immediately paused her actions. At that moment, a familiar female voice sounded in her ear, "Xiaoying." She turned her head to see a small, ghostly white cat standing behind her, its intelligent eyes fixed on her. Upon seeing the white cat, a joyful smile instantly spread across Gu Beiying's face. The white cat leaped gracefully and landed beside Gu Beiying. With a nimble swipe of its front paw, it tore the tape off the girl's mouth. Yanjiji, you're here. Gu Beiying's eyes lit up with joy the moment she saw the white cat, and she softly called out, Xiaoying, are you all right? To her surprise, the white cat spoke in a human voice, its feline eyes shimmering with an almost human-like intelligence. Gu Beiying shook her head, then turned her gaze towards the two thugs playing cards not far away. Who are they? The white cat glanced in their direction and answered in a clear, feminine voice, those are enforcers from the Songshan Society. Songshan Society? Gu Beiying frowned slightly. She knew it was a powerful local Yakuza-like organization, but she had no idea why they would target her. Looks like this is trouble caused by your brother, the white cat said, recalling how Yi Yu had looked before he left. It quickly pieced together the situation. Realizing this had nothing to do with demons, Gu Beiying secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at her companion, who was still sobbing beside her, and asked in a low voice, what should we do now? While she could easily escape on her own, rescuing her companion without using her powers was a trickier task. Don't worry, I've already called the police, the white cat replied. What? Gu Beiying froze in shock. She had grown so accustomed to fighting demons on her own that she had nearly forgotten she could seek help from the authorities. More importantly, the white cat reminded her, you should be worrying about your brother right now. My brother? That's right. They captured you to lure him here. I just saw him enter the warehouse. He's probably fighting with that gang right now. From the looks of it, they've called in every gang member in the area, the white cat said, licking its paw casually. Hearing this, Gu Beiying's expression changed dramatically. Her brows furrowed, and her gaze pierced through the thick walls toward the other side of the warehouse. She then looked at the white cat with a pleading expression. The white cat, unable to resist her imploring eyes, sighed. Honestly, it always falls on me to clean up your mess. With the cat's permission, Gu Beiying's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, golden light flickering in her gaze. At some point, the ropes binding her had already fallen away. She rose to her feet, a faint glow radiating from her body. The short-haired girl beside her stared in stunned silence at the scene. Gu Beiying only had time to say, Xiaoyi, there's no time to explain now. I'll tell you everything later. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed through the dim warehouse, catching the attention of the two thugs on guard. Who's there? They shouted nervously, looking toward the source of the light. Deep within the warehouse, a girl's figure was bathed in a soft golden glow, her wooden sword radiating a dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, in another warehouse, a brutal brawl was nearing its conclusion. Bang! A dull thud echoed, followed by the crash of a metal shelf collapsing. A thug was sent flying like a broken kite, slamming into a metal rack before falling unconscious, his iron rod clattering to the ground. Around him, numerous injured accomplices lay sprawled in disarray, groaning in pain. Monster, stammered one of the less injured thugs, collapsing to the floor, his trembling hand pointing towards the depths of the warehouse. There stood Yi Yu, his figure upright and imposing. His head hung low, blood-streaked bangs obscuring his eyes. With one hand, he hoisted a bloodied henchman and flung him aside as if he were a rag doll. The man hit the floor heavily and remained motionless. TSK. It seems your physical abilities have undergone another upgrade, Chime remarked, suddenly appearing beside Yi Yu. She surveyed the unconscious gang members with amused interest. This was the power of the Hungry Ghost Patha skill that allowed Yi Yu to absorb demonic energy from his hunts, integrating parts of his prey's attributes into himself. Yi Yu's strength now was unrecognizable compared to just half a month ago. From a nearby steel beam, Masahiko Yasuda watched the scene in stunned disbelief. How is this possible? Is he a monster? He single-handedly defeated over 100 Matsuyama gang enforcers. Is this something a human can even achieve? His shock quickly turned to terror as Yi Yu began walking towards him. Don't come any closer, Yasuda stammered, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he backed away. Yi Yu, let's just call it even, okay? I promise I won't bother you again. His desperate pleas elicited no response. Cornered against the wall, Yasuda blurted out in panic. I can give you anything you want, money, as much as you need. My family. Before he could finish, Yi Yu's iron grip seized his head. Where is Xiaoying? Yi Yu's voice was chilling, devoid of warmth. In the back warehouse. I swear we didn't harm her in any way. You have my word. Yi Yu grabbed a fistful of Yasuda's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. Do you remember what I said? I promised to show you the true meaning of despair. In that instant, as an eerie light flashed in Yi Yu's eyes, Yasuda thought he saw the face of a ferocious demon. A demon! A demon! He screamed hysterically, his pants soaked as fear overwhelmed him. Bang! Yu slammed Yasuda's head into the ground with brutal force. Blood and shattered teeth splattered across the floor as Yasuda fell unconscious. Not bad, not bad. You've certainly grown bolder, Chime remarked, her lantern-like eyes narrowing as she glanced behind Yu. A burly figure was stealthily approaching, roaring as he lunged at Yu. In a split second, Yu spun around and delivered a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. As the attacker doubled over in pain, Yu followed up with a sharp elbow strike. A sickening crack echoed as the man collapsed, his face bloodied, and lay motionless. At that moment, the doors at the far end of the warehouse suddenly creaked open. In the flickering light, the silhouettes of two girls slowly emerged. The figures of two young girls slowly approached the warehouse's main entrance. The short-haired girl, holding a small, ghostly white kitten in her arms, walked hesitantly, her eyes still carrying traces of shock. Beside her, the ponytailed girl in a school uniform gripped a long sword, its blade radiating a dazzling golden light that cast a faint golden glow over her entire figure. Xiaoying, maybe we should call the police, the short-haired girl said hesitantly, staring at the rust-covered warehouse door. Gu Beiying shook her head, her usual playful expression replaced by a somber look. She stepped back half a pace, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes for a moment before reopening them. A flicker of golden light flashed in her clear gaze. With her hand on the sword hilt, she struck without hesitation. Swoosh! Two brilliant arcs of light slashed through the air, and the heavy warehouse door was severed cleanly, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The short-haired girl gaped in astonishment, but Gu Beiying's expression only grew more serious. Xiao Yi, stay right behind me and don't wander off, she instructed her companion in a low voice before stepping into the dimly lit warehouse with her sword raised. As they ventured deeper into the warehouse, a sudden beam of intense light flooded the space, forcing Gu Beiying to shield her eyes instinctively. Xiaoying, look, Xiao Yi's trembling voice called out. Gu Beiying focused her gaze. The ground was littered with groaning thugs curled up in pain, their scattered weapons lying haphazardly around them. Some had already lost consciousness, yet still emitted faint, agonized moans. The scene was chillingly grim. In the harsh light, a broad-shouldered figure stood in the center of the warehouse. It was a shirtless man, his muscular frame taut and upright. He held an unconscious thug by the arm, dangling him effortlessly, while the floor around him was strewn with more crumpled bodies. Sensing someone behind him, the man slowly turned his head. His eyes were cold and piercing, exuding an aura of dread like a reaper from the underworld. Brother? Gu Beiying gasped, recognizing the man as her older brother, Yu. A realization seemed to dawn on her, and her pupils dilated in shock. The golden glow enveloping her body abruptly dissipated, and the light on her wooden sword vanished in an instant. Xiaoying, Yu's expression softened as he saw his sister, his menacing presence receding like a tide. The chill in his gaze melted away, replaced by a flicker of concern. Only then did Gu Beiying notice the sheer number of unconscious thugs piled around Yu's feet. Not a single other figure remained standing in the warehouse. All the thugs from Songshan had been taken down by Yu alone. This unbelievable revelation made Gu Beiying gasp in astonishment. As she walked closer, the scene before her became clearer. Yu's upper garment was in tatters from the fierce battle, leaving his bare torso exposed, riddled with ghastly wounds. Some were fresh knife cuts still bleeding profusely, while others were old scars crisscrossing his body like centipedes. His blood-soaked figure made it hard to distinguish whether the blood was his or that of the groaning thugs lying on the ground. Xiaoying, are you all right? Yu finally managed a faint smile as he stepped toward her, his concern evident in his voice. The metallic scent of blood intensified as he approached. Gu Beiying glanced at the writhing thugs on the ground before turning her attention to Yu's horrific scars. Were they from that time? She knew he'd been kidnapped recently, but hadn't imagined the inhuman torture he'd endured. These are nothing now. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters, Yu replied lightly, dismissing the severity of his injuries. For once, Gu Beiying was at a loss for words. Though she didn't know the full story, the scars on his body clearly told a tale of suffering endured for her sake. Thank you, she murmured, her voice quivering as she bit her lip. Suddenly, a warm hand gently ruffled her hair. Silly girl, it's a brother's duty to protect his sister, Yu said with a soft smile, as if oblivious to the wounds still bleeding on his body. Gu Beiying looked up and met his tender, doting gaze. Staring at his face, which seemed so unfamiliar yet comforting at this moment, a warmth surged in her chest, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Yu unexpectedly draped an arm over her shoulder. All right then, I'll leave it to you to get me home. Okay? He winked, though fatigue was clearly etched on his face. Despite his enhanced physical capabilities, the brutal fight had pushed him to his limits without resorting to his powers. Okay, Gu Beiying replied with a bright smile, nodding firmly. Behind her, the short-haired girl picked up the white cat and followed. However, before they could get far, the sharp sound of police sirens blared outside the warehouse. The police? Yu asked, glancing at Gu Beiying in confusion. She gave an awkward smile, her eyes darting toward the white cat behind her. Called the police while I was escaping earlier. Yu nodded in understanding. As the two leaned on each other and made their way toward the warehouse door, they both came to a sudden halt. They both began to speak simultaneously, then hesitated as they caught the uncertainty in each other's eyes. About tonight, can we not tell Mom and Dad about this? Gu Beiying asked cautiously. For safety reasons, she didn't want to reveal her abilities, even to her closest family members. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Then let's keep this as our little secret. They exchanged a knowing smile, while the police sirens grew louder, drawing closer. Unbeknownst to them, tendrils of dark mist were beginning to gather silently behind them. A sinister, crimson glow flickered in the eyes of a ghostly figure. With a chilling laugh, it muttered, "Hehehe, that guy wasn't wrong, you are indeed a devoted brother. But I wonder, will the family you cherish so much eventually become the obstacle to your rise to the throne, my esteemed demon lord?" Huff, huff. In the dimly lit, abandoned housing complex, a gaunt figure darted frantically up the stairwell. 3 police officers chased closely behind, their leather boots pounding heavily against the metal steps, echoing through the empty space. In the blink of an eye, the pursuit spilled out onto the rooftop. The iron door to the roof was slammed open, and a man in a leather jacket staggered toward the edge. His bloodshot eyes, filled with a hint of delirium, scanned his surroundings. "Ikigami Ryujo, you are a suspect in multiple major bank robberies. You're coming with us," one officer barked, gripping his baton tightly. "Why?" Ikigami's face was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Why won't you just leave me alone? We've confirmed your identity. Stop resisting." "It's pointless," another officer urged, attempting to reason with him. "If that's the case, then all of you, just die." Ikigami suddenly roared. In an instant, thick black smoke surged from his body. Before their horrified eyes, his arms twisted and morphed into grotesque, blood-red tendrils. The officers had no time to react before the tendrils struck like lightning. "What is that?" one managed to scream before the cries were abruptly silenced. 3 headless bodies collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from their severed necks. The blood-drenched tendrils flailed violently in the air before retracting, returning to the form of Ikigami's arms. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head, screaming in agony, "It's not me! It's not me! You forced me to do this!" At that moment, black feathers began to drift silently through the air, and a sinister figure appeared behind Ikigami. A long, bony hand gently rested atop his head, and a low, hypnotic voice spoke, "Ikigami-kun, you've done well. Look at you possessing such immense power. Why live like a rat in the sewers?" The shadowy figure tilted Ikigami's head, forcing him to face the blood-soaked corpses. "Look at them, these fragile humans, as insignificant as ants. And yet, you let them control you. Ants. They're all just ants." Ikigami's eyes turned crimson as his body convulsed violently. More black smoke erupted from within him, and his arms transformed once more into writhing, blood-red tendrils. The shadowy figure smiled with satisfaction, black feathers falling around him like snow. "That's it. I believe you'll soon become one of the new world's chosen humans." A mournful cry of a crow echoed from the distant horizon. A pitch-black crow landed on the shadowy figure's shoulder, its round eyes darting as it let out a series of caws. The figure had been nonchalantly shaking his head until the name Yujun was mentioned. In that instant, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. "My greatest masterpiece," the shadow exclaimed with a near-maniacal laugh, completely ignoring the thin, deranged man standing before him. He tilted his head back to gaze at the mist-shrouded full moon, licking his lips as a blood-red gleam flickered in his eyes. "I really can't wait for our next meeting, Yujun," he murmured. Before the words had fully settled, a pair of ink-black wings unfurled from his back, blotting out the moonlight. Suddenly, the shadow turned toward the darkness behind him and lowered his voice. "You want to see Yujun too, don't you, Cheyenne?" From the corner came a faint rustling, as if something was stirring in the shadows. Meanwhile, in a residential area of the 11th district, a brief flash of crimson light illuminated the second floor of a house. Inside the room, Yu gazed at the black mist forming words in midair. In his palm appeared a small black beetle, about the size of a ladybug, clutching an even tinier larva in its grasp. A parent-child Tongyin Gu, Chi Ming. Now a wisp of black mist hovering beside Yu, said with a flicker of its crimson eyes. A demonic insect from the silencing marsh in the demon realm. It's docile and adept at concealment, feeding on magical energy. The offspring can transmit anything it hears to the parent, with the transmission time depending on the supply of magical energy. There are living creatures in the Box of Wraiths? Yu asked in surprise. The Box of Wraiths is a sacred artifact passed down by generations of demon lords, Qimeng explained. It holds countless malevolent spirits and fiends. A low-level insect like this is merely a drop in the ocean. Yu studied the demonic insect in his palm closely. It was essentially a highly advanced biological listening device. Qimeng bared its ghostly white fangs in a grin, teasing, "You're not thinking of using it on your sister, are you? What a twisted brother you are." Yu had long grown accustomed to Qimeng's sharp tongue. Without a word, he unbuttoned the collar of his shirt. As the white fabric slipped down, his welton muscles came into view. Heh heh, the Qimei chuckled darkly, its sinister laughter echoing as it gazed at the scene before it. Yu's once fair and smooth skin was now covered in grotesque scars, crisscrossing his body like a web of centipedes. Some wounds had yet to fully heal, faint traces of blood still visible. Last night's touching display of sibling love was truly heartwarming. The Qimei sneered coldly. Getting yourself covered in scars just to protect your sister, Yasuda was right. You really are quite the dutiful brother. Yu slipped on a dark navy robe, his expression calm as he replied, "You've misunderstood. With Xiaoying's abilities, she hardly needs my help. I was merely concerned about my own secrets being exposed." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he added, "That Yasuda geek definitely knows something." Through his conversation with Yasuda, Yu had become certain that the man was connected to the recent kidnapping incident. Xian. The moment that name left Yasuda Masahiko's lips, a torrent of fragmented memories assaulted Yu's mind. Strange yet familiar images surged forward, threatening to tear apart his consciousness. What exactly had happened during his time in captivity? Yu was desperate to extract more information from Yasuda, but the man was currently in the hospital, heavily guarded by the police due to his severe injuries. Even though Yu was no longer the same person he once was, he couldn't risk a direct confrontation with law enforcement, especially when official organizations were already keeping a close eye on Gu Beiying. From the depths of the Morio box, Yu retrieved a glowing clover the Mistveil flower, a prize head won in a prior draw. It granted invisibility to those who consumed it. Yasuda Masahiko had dared to target someone close to him, and for that, he deserved death. But acting rashly now would only draw suspicion onto himself. He needed to wait for the perfect moment, a flawless opportunity to erase Yasuda without leaving a trace. The crimson gleam in Yu's eyes grew more intense, though he didn't even realize how indifferent he had become to the act of taking a life. Watching silently from the side, the Qimei nodded in satisfaction. Late at night, at the affiliated hospital of Dongdu Medical University, the corridor on the upper floor of the hospital was shrouded in silence, with only the faint flicker of a light at the end of the hallway. Two middle-aged police officers in uniform stood guard outside a certain patient's room, occasionally stifling yawns. "Do we really have to keep watching over this rich kid?" one of the officers muttered under his breath. "You wouldn't believe the state he was in when they brought him here." Inside the room, the steady hum of medical equipment filled the air. On the hospital bed lay a figure entirely encased in plaster and bandages, with only a pair of eyes exposed resembling a freshly unearthed mummy. Enfor slowly dripped medication into his body, but he seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, his body trembling faintly from time to time. A cool night breeze drifted in through the window. In the dim light outside, a pitch-black shadow silently emerged. Like a dark tide, it flowed along the walls and instantly enveloped the hospital bed. A glint of cold steel flashed. Splat blood sprayed out. The man on the bed suddenly opened his triangular-shaped eyes wide with terror. He tried to struggle, but the plaster immobilized him completely. Within seconds, he fell still. The shadow lingered by the bed for a moment, ensuring the man had succumbed in agony and despair, before melting into the darkness and vanishing without a trace. Drip blood trickled from the edge of the bed, pooling on the floor. The heart monitor emitted one final beat before falling silent. A ray of moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the name on the patient chart, Yasuda Masahiko. The following evening, at the Kendo Club of Dongdu Private High School, on a wooden platform, a twin-tailed girl in a white Kendo uniform stood with a focused expression, gripping a wooden sword tightly. Across from her was a tall woman wearing round glasses, also dressed in a Kendo uniform. She held her sword in one hand, exuding an air of elegance. The atmosphere was tense, as if frozen in time, with both of them holding their breath and locking eyes. "Huh!" The younger girl suddenly let out a sharp cry, thrusting her wooden sword toward her opponent. In an instant, the platform was filled with the rapid clash of blades, the sound of wooden swords striking each other echoing continuously. The lively young girl launched a remarkably swift offensive, her wooden sword creating streaks of afterimages with every swing. Her opponent, a tall and composed woman, steadily retreated yet remained calm, skillfully deflecting each fierce attack with precise movements of her wooden sword. Before long, The young girl was panting, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her chest rose and fell with exertion. The crowd of students watching from below buzzed with excitement, their cheers and exclamations echoing through the air. This duel between the two most admired members of the Kendo Club never failed to draw a captivated audience. Sakura, you've made great progress recently, the tall woman remarked, retracting her wooden sword and offering an encouraging smile to her opponent. Gu Beiying shrugged in mild frustration. Even so, I still can't beat you, senpai. Your talent in Kendo is among the best I've ever seen. I'm sure it won't be long before you surpass me, the tall woman said gently, offering words of reassurance. Senpai is so amazing, how could anyone possibly surpass you? Gu Beiying pouted in protest. Sakura. A voice suddenly called out from the crowd. Gu Beiying turned her head to see a refined young man in a white shirt waving at her. Big brother? Her eyes lit up with excitement as she leaped off the wooden platform and ran toward Yu, her face beaming with joy. Brother, you're here. Yu smiled warmly and nodded. Sakura, it's time to go home. Unfazed by the envious stares of the surrounding male students, Yu maintained his composed demeanor, his gentle smile never wavering. Ever since Gu Beiying had been kidnapped by people sent by Yasuda Masahiko, Yu had taken it upon himself to personally escort his sister. Although Yasuda had been seriously injured by Yu and placed under police surveillance, Yu remained cautious, determined to eliminate any potential threats before lowering his guard. It seems Yu and his sister have a very close relationship, a graceful voice chimed in from behind. Yu turned around to see a familiar face, the tall woman with sky-blue hair tied high, dressed in a pristine Kendo uniform. She was none other than his class president, Chiyo Riegetsu. Not only was she the president of the Kendo Club at Higashi High School, but she was also a top-performing student and a multi-talented figure admired by many. It was no wonder she was a source of admiration for countless students. So you're the senior Sakura always talks about, President Chiyo, Yu said in sudden realization. While Yu was lost in thought, Chiyo Lingyue's gaze wandered over him, studying him intently. Her eyes lingered on the bright, sunny smile on his face, a stark contrast to the fiery killing intent she had glimpsed in his eyes that day on the street. Is there something on my face? Yu asked with a smile, noticing her gaze. No, nothing, Chiyo Lingyue replied, quickly masking her puzzled expression and reverting to her poised and graceful demeanor, the very image of an admired goddess. By the way, I think I saw you near Shermu Street the other day, Yu. You seemed to be in quite a hurry, so I didn't get the chance to greet you. Yu instantly realized she was referring to the day Xiao Ying was kidnapped, when he had rushed past her on his way to the arranged location. Yes, I had something urgent to attend to that day, he replied calmly, showing no hint of emotion. Throughout their conversation, Chiyo Lingyue's every movement exuded the elegance of someone from a distinguished family, a natural charm that drew people in without them even realizing it. It's getting late. I should be heading back now, Chiyo Lingyue said, turning to Gu Beiying with a gentle smile. Xiao Ying, see you tomorrow. She then made her way toward the Kendo Club's exit. Along the way, numerous admirers, both male and female, enthusiastically greeted her. Chiyo Lingyue maintained her warm smile, waving back to everyone without a hint of arrogance. Watching this scene, Yu couldn't help but wonder what kind of prestigious family could nurture such an extraordinary woman. As he silently observed her retreating figure, an unsettling sensation surged through him. Suddenly, blood-red light flickered in his eyes, and the six-pointed star symbolizing the 6 paths of reincarnation faintly appeared in the depths of his gaze. Not good, Yu thought, alarmed. He had unintentionally activated the reincarnation eye out of curiosity. The eerie glow vanished in an instant, and the 6-pointed star and Tomo disappeared along with it. Brother, is something wrong? Gu Beiying, standing nearby, seemed to sense something and looked up at him with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I must have been mistaken, Yu replied with a casual smile, though his gaze subtly followed Chiyo Lingyue's figure. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but in the brief moment when the reincarnation eye had activated, he thought he had seen a blood-red blade floating within Chiyo Lingyue's body. As dusk settled, the soft, golden rays of the setting sun slanted across the street, scattering shadows and light as a few maple leaves drifted gently to the ground. Chiyo Riegetsu, dressed in a white Kendo uniform, carried a sword bag emblazoned with the emblem of Tokyo Private High School on her back. She walked along the gradually emptying street, the warm glow of the sunlight tracing the delicate contours of her profile, until she reached the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of the city. Standing there was a traditional Japanese dojo. The vermilion gateposts were flanked by 2 imposing stone lions, and above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the bold and flowing characters, Chiyo Dojo. Riegetsu paused to gaze up at it for a moment before stepping through the open gates. Inside the spacious courtyard, dozens of students in simple training attire were engaged in wooden sword practice. The rhythmic sound of strikes echoed through the air, their sweat glistening under the fading light. A few men, who appeared to be instructors, stood in the corners offering guidance. As Ryagetsu entered the courtyard, the students all stopped what they were doing, lowered their wooden swords, and greeted her with bright smiles. "Welcome back, young mistress," they called out. Ryagetsu responded to each greeting with a gentle smile. Even the instructors quickly approached her, bowing respectfully as they addressed her, "Young mistress." She nodded silently before heading toward the inner residence of the dojo. This traditional Japanese home was surrounded by lush greenery, providing a serene retreat from the noise of the outside world. Ryagetsu slid open the door to one of the rooms. "Sister, you're back?" A soft, feminine voice came from behind a shoji screen, where the faint outline of someone lying on a bed could be seen. Hearing the voice, Ryagetsu's expression softened noticeably. "Yes, I'm back, Kaoru." She set down her sword bag, untied her belt, and let the white kendo uniform fall, her graceful silhouette cast against the translucent screen. From behind the screen, Kaoru began to speak in a gentle tone, sharing snippets of her day. "Grandfather said the hydrangeas in the garden have finally bloomed. The flowers are so late this year. This morning, I heard the mountain sparrows chirping on the eaves." The sisters chatted idly, with Kaoru doing most of the talking, while Ryagetsu responded with soft acknowledgments. "I wish I could go out and see the hydrangeas in full bloom," Kaoru murmured wistfully. Ryagetsu's tone faltered slightly as she gently reminded her, "Kaoru, don't forget you still need to keep up with your treatments." There was a brief hesitation from behind the screen, and Kaoru's voice lost its earlier cheerfulness. "Sister, I don't want to go to the hospital anymore." Chio Ryagetsu's rare frown deepened as she snapped, "Stop saying such foolish things. How can your condition be allowed to worsen any further?" The silence behind the folding screen fell like a heavy hammer, plunging the entire room into an oppressive stillness. Chio let out a soft sigh, retrieving a roll of white bandages from her sleeve. With practiced hands, she began wrapping them tightly around her chest. She turned to grab a white trench coat from the hanger, preparing to put it on when a deep male voice called from outside the door, "Commander, the trainees outside have all dispersed." She didn't respond, merely draping the coat over her shoulders. The bandages pressed firmly against her chest, emphasizing the smooth, flat plane of her abdomen below. As she removed her glasses, her gaze sharpened in an instant, her once gentle eyes now brimming with an edge as sharp as a blade. Crossing the room to a corner, her eyes landed on a katana forged from fine steel resting on a stand. With a crisp shing, the sword was drawn, its blade gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Chio's presence transformed, her aura now as cutting and dangerous as the unsheathed weapon in her hand. She cast one final glance at the folding screen behind her before pushing open the door. In the courtyard, dozens of burly men had already assembled, their collective shout resounding in unison, "Commander!" A subordinate hurried forward. "Commander, the Matsuyama Group's base in Shimamaki has been cleared by the police. Now is the perfect time for us to strike." Standing at the top of the steps, Chio surveyed her eager subordinates below. Holding the katana in her left hand, she brushed her right hand over the back of her ponytail. Her sky-blue hair cascaded down to her waist in one fluid motion. Her cool, commanding voice echoed through the courtyard. "Notify everyone. We move immediately. Our target Shahamaki." "Yes, ma'am," came the resounding reply. Leading the charge, Chio stepped forward as the group of men followed closely behind. A gentle breeze swept through, sending her azure hair and white trench coat billowing. The bold black characters Gokikai emblazoned on her back stood out prominently. The scene shifted abruptly. "I'm back." A cheerful female voice rang out from the entrance. The aroma of fried eggs wafted from the kitchen as Gu Han peeked out while chopping vegetables. "Welcome home." Gu Beiying held a shoulder bag in one hand while changing shoes with the other. Behind her, Yu closed the door with a casual motion. Watching the siblings' harmonious interaction, Gu Han turned toward the living room, covering his face in mock sentimentality. "Look at them. Their bond as siblings just keeps getting stronger, doesn't it?" Yi Jingbai, glancing up briefly from his newspaper, gave a slight nod of agreement. As a rigid and serious professor, he was always known for his stern demeanor. However, the scene before him softened his usually severe expression. Yi Jingbai sat upright at the dining table, his gaze warm as he looked at Gu Han and her daughter, a rare smile gracing his face. Yi Yu and Gu Beiying exchanged a knowing glance. The secret they shared from that day in the warehouse had formed an invisible bridge, quietly bringing the siblings closer. Though no one mentioned the incident, the barrier between them seemed to have subtly dissolved. Gu Han had clearly noticed the improvement in the children's relationship. Humming a cheerful tune, she busied herself in the kitchen as the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. The family of four gathered around the table, enjoying a harmonious moment together. Even the white cat, which Yu usually called Little Bai, had quietly settled onto its designated cushion. Gu Beiying animatedly shared amusing stories from school, and Yi Yu responded with gentle smiles. Yi Jingbai savored the imported tea with focus, while Gu Han rested her chin in her hands, watching the heartwarming scene with contentment. The television was broadcasting a news segment. A pickpocket who had killed several pursuing officers had mysteriously disappeared. In the corner, the white cat yawned, seemingly still unaccustomed to such a peaceful life. If it weren't for its duty to protect Gu Beiying, the destined savior, it might have been battling demons in some dark alley at that very moment. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door shattered the tranquility. The sharp pounding was accompanied by the urgent ringing of the doorbell, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Gu Han stood up and walked to the entryway. When she opened the door, she found several officers in uniform standing outside. The leading officer held up his badge and got straight to the point. Is this the Yi residence? At that moment, Yi Yu and the others arrived at the door, just in time to see the group of officers. The officer continued, Are Yi Yu and Gu Beiying here? We suspect they are connected to a major criminal case. Please come with us. Bang. As the harsh white light of the interrogation room flicked on, the once dim room instantly became as bright as daylight. Yi Yu sat on the cold metal chair, his gaze drifting toward the blindingly bright ceiling above him. The icy touch of the chair reminded him how drastically his current situation differed from the last time he was at the police station. This time, he wasn't here as a victim but as a suspect. All that was missing was a pair of handcuffs to perfectly replicate the dramatic arrest scenes seen in TV dramas. A young police officer, dressed sharply in uniform, sat across from him at the square table. He slid a photograph toward Yi Yu. The man in the picture was dressed in a sleek suit, his chest puffed out, and his triangular eyes brimming with arrogance. Yi Yu recognized that face instantly. It was someone he had confronted not too long ago. Yasuda Masahiko? Yi Yu frowned as he looked at the photograph. The young officer nodded in confirmation. That's right. Last night, the second son of the Yasuda conglomerate was killed in the ICU at the affiliated hospital of Tokyo Medical University, and it happened despite heavy police protection. What? Yi Yu exclaimed in shock. He had initially assumed the police had uncovered his true identity, but it turned out they were investigating Yasuda Masahiko's murder. While Yi Yu had indeed considered eliminating Yasuda, he would never have chosen this moment to act. Clearly, someone was framing him. The young officer's sharp eyes locked onto Yi Yu like a hawk. Where were you after 8 p.m. last night? At home, Yi Yu answered calmly. My family can vouch for me. The fact that this was merely a murder investigation brought him some relief. It was far better than having his true identity exposed. What was your relationship with Yasuda Masahiko? The officer pressed, gesturing to a colleague nearby to take notes. You could say we were enemies, Yi Yu replied honestly. Not long ago, he kidnapped my sister to blackmail me. I ended up putting him in the hospital and reported him to the police. You should be able to find all of this in your records. And what caused the conflict between the two of you? Yi Yu sighed and gestured toward his forehead. That, I'm not sure about. I was injured and lost my memory during a kidnapping case. The police should be aware of that too, right? His words left the officer on the other side of the table in thoughtful silence. What Yi Yu described was indeed consistent with the information the police had gathered. In the brightly lit interrogation room, a young officer stared at the teenager before him, his brows furrowed. If claiming amnesia could easily brush off suspicion, their already limited leads would come to a dead end. Noticing the officer's serious expression, Yi Yu suddenly smiled and spoke in a relaxed tone. I may not know who killed Yasuda, but I can assure you it wasn't me. Sure, I had conflicts with him, and yes, I was the one who beat him up badly. But I'm not foolish enough to kill him now and bring trouble upon myself. The young officer pressed on with his questions, but Yi Yu answered each one without hesitation, displaying an unusually cooperative attitude. Meanwhile, a discreet surveillance camera in the corner of the room silently recorded everything. Not far from the interrogation room, in the surveillance control room, several officers were gathered around a large screen. Leading them was a middle-aged officer with a heavy build. He spoke up, I know a bit about Yi Yu's situation. He's the sole survivor from that kidnapping case. After being rescued, he lost most of his memories. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced behind him. Sure enough, a clear female voice responded. Yi Yu, isn't he Gu Beiying's older brother? The middle-aged officer turned around to see a tall woman with short hair intently watching the screen. Ah, but he's not her biological brother. He began to explain, but stopped when he noticed the woman's sharp gaze fixed on Yi Yu's face. Don't you think he's behaving a little too calmly? She suddenly asked. Her words seemed to snap the middle-aged officer out of his thoughts. On the screen, Yi Yu's composure appeared unnervingly unnatural for a high school student who had been identified as a prime suspect. Such poise he had only ever seen in extremely dangerous criminals. At that moment, a man in a lab coat and glasses entered the room and walked straight to the short-haired woman. Ma'am, the investigation results are in. Yasuda Masahiko died from a single slash to the throat. executed with precision in just seconds. There's no evidence of tampering with the surveillance footage or the officers on duty. Lowering his voice, he added, although the perpetrator was cautious, we detected traces of magical energy on the hospital wall. It's confirmed the killer is one of them. The short-haired woman's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. She gently touched the edge of her clothing, and the peculiar gemstone on her ring glinted with an otherworldly glow. Understood, she said calmly before turning and heading for the door. As the other officers exchanged uncertain glances, her cold voice echoed back. I'll handle Yi's interrogation personally. As the group watched the surveillance footage, speculating and murmuring among themselves, an eerie stalemate had settled in the interrogation room. A young criminal investigator had fired over a dozen questions at Yu, only to receive impeccably crafted answers in return. Yu's composed demeanor and calm, delicate features left the seasoned officer momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Do you have any other questions, officer? Yu asked with a faint smile, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, resembling a diner casually waiting for their meal. When his deep, piercing eyes locked onto the officer's, a bead of cold sweat involuntarily formed on the officer's forehead. At that moment, another officer working at the computer hurried over to whisper something into the younger officer's ear. The investigator's pupils constricted sharply, and after casting Yu a long, meaningful look, he silently followed his colleague out of the interrogation room. As the heavy door closed with a dull thud, the smile on Yu's face gradually faded. He sank into contemplation. Who was truly behind Yasuda Masahiko's death? Was someone using this as an opportunity to frame him? Or was it the work of the Yasuda family's enemies? Just as countless thoughts raced through his mind, the door to the interrogation room swung open again. In walked a tall, short-haired woman in her late 20s, dressed in a sleek black business suit. A white badge with a crossed pattern was pinned to her chest. She strode directly to Yu, bent slightly, and extended her hand. Nice to meet you. My name is Aso Aoi, a special consultant hired by the police department, she said with a smile, though her sharp gaze seemed to pierce straight through Yu. Yu blinked in surprise before politely shaking her hand. Aso Aoi took a seat across from him and got straight to the point. Gu Bang's your sister, isn't she? At the mention of his sister's name, a glint of light flashed in Yu's eyes, as if he had already deduced her intent. He quickly adopted a panicked expression, shouting she has nothing to do with this. I was the one Yasuda targeted and kidnapped. Aso Aoi observed Yu's sudden display of distress, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. I heard that when your sister was kidnapped, you displayed extraordinary courage. You single-handedly took down dozens of Matsuyamakai enforcers and even sent Yasuda Masahiko to the hospital, she said, her gaze sweeping over Yu's slender frame. Clearly, she found it hard to reconcile this seemingly ordinary high schooler with such remarkable feats. Well, I guess my physique is just naturally a bit unusual, Yu replied nonchalantly. Plus, I work out regularly, so dealing with a few low-level thugs isn't really a problem. Yu chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head, wearing an innocent expression. At that moment, wisps of invisible black mist began to gather around him. The shadowy figure of Chime emerged, grinning wickedly as it whispered, "Looks like you're being suspected." Asu Aoi gazed at Yu with a meaningful look. She rested her hands naturally on the table, the gemstone-like ring on her finger glinting with an unusual light. She gently stroked the surface of the ring and asked in a low, firm voice, "One last question. What is your relationship with the demon who killed Masahiko Yasuda?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the ring suddenly emitted a pink glow. The light swept across Yu's eyes, and his gaze instantly turned vacant. Asu Aoi's voice, like a hypnotic melody, lingered in his ears. Yu was about to respond when the box of Wanyu hanging on his chest suddenly trembled, radiating a blinding blood-red light. A grotesque demonic face flashed in his mind, and a deep growl shattered the illusion. Yu's heart jolted. It was the Shura mask. I don't know what you're talking about, Yu replied, maintaining his dazed expression before lowering his head in silence. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the pink aura lingering over the ring and silently grew wary of this strange object capable of manipulating the mind. Asu Aoi seemed surprised by Yu's reaction and studied him for a moment. Yu, on the other hand, feigned confusion, looking up blankly. What did you just ask? Asu Aoi gave him a long, penetrating look before standing and heading for the door. It seems you really have nothing to do with this matter. After she left, Yu finally exhaled in relief, lowering his gaze to the dark purple box on his chest. It was thanks to the Shura mask hidden within that he was saved in time. TSK, I told you, never underestimate the relic of the first demon lord. Chime teased with a sly grin. Yu's eyes grew thoughtful as he watched the short-haired woman disappear down the hall. He had thought Masahiko Yasuda's death was a simple case of revenge, but now it was clear the situation was far more complicated. That mind-altering ring, combined with the mention of Gu Beiying's name at the start, pointed to a connection with the official organization dedicated to investigating demons. This was Yu's first encounter with the organization, and though he had tried his best to appear harmless, he had nearly fallen into their trap. An organization capable of standing against superhuman demons must have its own unique methods. His gaze flicked to the surveillance camera in the corner, a faint glint of light flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had already caught someone's attention. The bright corridor echoed with the sound of orderly footsteps, growing closer. Two figures, one tall and one short, slowly made their way deeper into the passage. So, where are we going now? Gu Beiying glanced at the woman ahead of her with short, neat hair, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She still hadn't recovered from the events earlier just minutes ago. She had been in an interrogation room at the police station, only to be inexplicably escorted out. Hearing the question, Asu always stopped and turned to meet Gu Beiying's gaze. A faint, enigmatic smile played on her lips. You'll find out soon enough. Despite the vagueness of the reply, Gu Beiying followed her anyway. Before long, the two arrived at a sleek, white mechanical door. Asu always placed her palm on the verification panel, and the door slid open soundlessly. A burst of bright light greeted them, causing Gu Beiying to squint instinctively. Once her eyes adjusted, she found herself in a spacious conference room. Around a long table sat more than a dozen people, and directly opposite them was a massive wall-mounted display screen. Hey boss, you're late this time. A young man with curly blonde hair grinned widely as he spoke. Shut it, Okita. The boss was out handling real business, unlike you with all your free time. A burly man beside him barked in reprimand. At that moment, the blonde-haired man noticed Gu Beiying standing behind Asu Aoi, and his eyes lit up. Well, if it isn't little Ling Chan. Boss finally decided to bring you here. Faced with the overly enthusiastic stranger, Gu Beiying managed an awkward smile. Hello? In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to her. The gazes carried a mix of surprise, curiosity, jealousy, and even a hint of barely perceptible admiration. You're here. A familiar voice broke through the tension. Gu Beiying turned toward the sound and saw a pure white cat standing on the conference table, its luminous, intelligent eyes fixed on her. Yanjiji? The sight of the white cat brought a small wave of relief to Gu Beiying's taut nerves. Find a seat for now, Asu always said softly. Gu Beiying sat down next to the white cat and whispered, Yanjiji, what is all of this? Just watch for now, the white cat interrupted her. This is your mission from now on. Mission? At the same time, Asu always took her place at the head of the table, her expression turning serious. A single glance from her silenced the room. We can begin, she said calmly. Got it. Okita cheerfully pressed a button on the remote, and the massive screen lit up, displaying several images in its center. When Gu Beiying glanced at the screen in confusion, the image before her made her gasp sharply, her pupils contracting in shock. The screen displayed a series of gruesome photographs of corpses, each in a horrifyingly bizarre state. Their bodies were shriveled, as if drained of all flesh and blood, leaving only a desiccated shell. Their faces were twisted into expressions of extreme terror, as though they had experienced unimaginable horror before death. Sorry, did I scare you? The curly-haired man noticed her reaction and scratched the back of his head with an awkward smile. He then stood up and addressed the group seriously. These are victims recently discovered in District 11. While the exact causes of death vary slightly, the manner of their deaths is identical to previous cases. We can confirm that these people were killed by the Shishinshu. Shishinshu? Gu Beiying instinctively glanced at the white cat beside her. She had only ever heard this name from the white cat, knowing it referred to a large demon organization operating in District 11. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Ever since the Shishinshu appeared, the demons in District 11 have been running rampant, someone said angrily. A muscular man slammed the table with his fist, gritting his teeth. Those scum in District 11 one day. I'll wipe them all out. As the leader, Aso Aoi remained composed. She turned to face one direction and asked, what about Team C? Any leads on the Shishinshu's base? In the corner, a man in a lab coat and glasses adjusted his frames and said, the Shishinshu's actions are always shrouded in secrecy. Our current intel is limited, but we've made some progress. As he spoke, the screen switched to a photo of a middle-aged man. He was a gaunt, unkempt figure with a haggard face and a scruffy beard, looking as though he had been drained by years of indulgence. This is Ikegami Ryu. He was originally a petty thief in Yamatomachi, but during a pursuit, he transformed into a demon. He murdered several police officers before disappearing. Recent intelligence suggests that he may have formed a group with other demons and is carrying out retaliatory killings in District 11. These victims also had their blood completely drained. Aso Aoi appeared deep in thought. So, Ikegami Ryu's group might be connected to the Shishinshu? She quickly made a decision, mobilize the police forces immediately, and conduct a thorough search for Ikegami Ryu. Teams A and B, remain on standby and prepare for demon elimination. Understood. The group responded in unison. Even Gu Beiying, startled by their resolve, found herself standing up along with them. After the meeting, more eyes turned toward Gu Beiying. She looked blankly at the white cat, which simply flicked its tail gently. Asoaoi approached Gu Beiying with a warm smile. Do you remember our earlier conversation? This is what we do. 8 years ago, a mutant virus outbreak occurred in Neon. Those infected transformed into highly aggressive creatures demons. To maintain social stability, the authorities established a specialized eradication agency tasked with covertly preventing the virus's spread. The curly-haired young man proudly pointed to himself. That's right, we're the department specifically trained to handle demons. Officially, we're called the Special Strategic Bureau for Demon Management, but you can just use our public nickname Dawn. Dawn? The name made Gu Beiying's pupils contract sharply. She stood in the center of the conference room, glancing at the dozen figures seated around the table. At that moment, she finally understood why she had felt an unusual atmosphere upon entering the room. Each person present exuded an extraordinary aura. Was this the special department Sister Yin had mentioned, the one dedicated to dealing with the Magi? No one noticed the tiny beetle, no larger than a thumbnail, quietly hiding on the edge of her clothing. Meanwhile, in the police station's interrogation room, Yu sat alone in the empty space, with only a surveillance camera in the corner silently observing him. In the blind spot of the camera, a small beetle was discreetly transmitting faint sounds to him. Dawn, is it? Yu murmured softly under the dim light, his expression hidden in the shadows. Your abilities have already caught our attention, and you've flawlessly passed all the evaluations during this time, the curly-haired man said, wagging his finger with a bright smile. Evaluations? Gu Beiying stared at the white cat beside her in shock, suddenly realizing that all the magi she had encountered recently were part of a test. Aoi Masao spoke solemnly. You possess a powerful ability to suppress magic energy, exactly the kind of talent we've been searching for. Gu Beiying, on behalf of Dawn's 11th District Division, I formally invite you to join us in maintaining the order of human society, cleansing the magi, and becoming the light that pierces the darkness. Gu Beiying looked at the outstretched hand before her, then turned to the white cat. Her eyes glimmered with golden light as she nodded resolutely. This was exactly what she had always wanted to use her strength to save more people. Welcome to Dawn, Xiao Ying. The curly-haired man named Okita clapped his hands, grinning. In truth, they had long investigated Gu Beiying's background and personality before extending the invitation. The other members stepped forward one by one to express their warm welcome. So, what do I need to do? Gu Beiying asked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she found herself surrounded by their enthusiasm, feeling a little overwhelmed. You don't need to worry about that. We'll notify you when there's a mission to carry out, Okita said with a toothy grin. But remember, the existence of Dawn and the details of our missions must remain confidential. This is the #1 iron rule of the headquarters. You can't tell anyone, not even family. Gu Beiying nodded in understanding. She had already heard about this from the white cat. The members then eagerly explained various aspects of the Dawn organization to her, leaving the high school student nodding repeatedly. In the near future, the 11th district will conduct a magic cleansing operation. By then, you'll gain a deeper understanding of us. The moment Su always spoke, the surrounding chatter abruptly ceased. After carefully giving her instructions to Gu Beiying, she watched as the white cat led the young girl away. Ma'am, is this kid really worth all this effort? A muscular man approached Su Aoi, his tone filled with doubt. To him, it seemed impossible that such a young girl could possess the potential to save the world. Su Aoi shot him a cold glance. You should know what that power signifies. TSK. A stigma wielder of 1 in a million. It's not something you or I can casually question. A curly-haired man interjected with a lick of his lips, an excited gleam in his eyes. Hearing the title, Stigma Wielder, the muscular man instantly fell silent. About 15 minutes later, Yu was finally released from the police station's interrogation room. Stepping outside, he saw the sunset staining the sky in hues of amber. As he gazed at the setting sun, a question lingered in his mind. Who had acted before him to take care of Yasuda Masahiko? Dawn. Yu silently repeated the name of the organization in his mind. Clearly, this was the specialized agency in Neon Country, tasked with dealing with demons, and they had already set their sights on him. As he pondered how to clear his name and avoid Dawn's scrutiny, the scene before him made him freeze in place. Yi Jingbai and Gu Han were sitting on a bench not far away. The usually composed housewife was quietly sobbing, her eyes still glistening with tears. Beside her, Yi Jingbai was attempting to console her, though his rigid demeanor made his efforts less effective. What surprised Yu even more was the presence of his good friend Zhugafeng, standing in front of the bench. When the three noticed Yu, they immediately gathered around him with joy. Gu Han, overwhelmed with emotion, teared up at the sight of her son safe and sound. Uncle Yi, Aunt Gu, I told you, It was just a routine police inquiry. There was no need to worry so much, Zhuge Feng said with a smile. Yi Jingbai patted Yi Yu on the shoulder, his tone calm. As long as you're okay. Just as Yi Yu was about to ask Zhuge Feng why he was there, two figures emerged from the police station's entrance. A burly middle-aged officer and a petite girl with twin ponytails, who was holding a small white cat in her arms. Xiaoying. Gu Han immediately ran forward and embraced Gu Beiying tightly, her face brimming with concern. Zhuge Feng noticed that everyone's attention was focused on Gu Beiying, so he immediately put his arm around Yi Yu's shoulder and lowered his voice. Is it true? Did you really mess with the Songshan Society? When Yi Yu nodded in confirmation, Zhuge Feng gasped sharply, casting a cautious glance around before speaking urgently. The Songshan Society is a group even the police avoid provoking. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yi Yu, however, shrugged nonchalantly, a faint smile playing on his lips. How would I know if I don't give it a try? With that, he walked straight toward the portly middle-aged police officer and greeted him warmly. Uncle Zhuge, thank you for all your hard work today. The middle-aged officer turned around and replied with a kind smile. It's just standard procedure. If anything, it's you who should be understanding of us. This man was none other than Zhuge Feng's father, Zhuge Pingyun, the head of the Public Security Bureau at the police department. As Zhuge Pingyun was about to bring up the past involving Gu Beiying's father, Gu Han suddenly interrupted. Enough, let's not talk about this anymore. Seeing Gu Han fall silent, Zhuge Pingyun quickly apologized. To him sorry. His demeanor made it clear that he was well aware of the background of Gu Han and her daughter. Yi Jingbai gently placed a supportive hand on Gu Han's shoulder. Gu Han wiped the corners of her eyes and quickly regained her graceful smile. It's fine. I overreacted. Since everyone has helped so much today, why don't we have a meal at my place? Yes. It's been so long since I've had Aunt Gu's miso soup. Zhuge Feng eagerly raised his hand in agreement. Gu Beiying smiled as well, adding, Uncle Zhuge, you're more than welcome to join us. Even Yi Jingbai, who was usually reserved, volunteered to cook, prompting Gu Han and her daughter to shake their heads in amusement. After a brief moment of thought, Zhuge Pingyun sighed lightly and said, well, in that case, I humbly accept your invitation. Meow the white cat in Gu Beiying's arms let out a lazy yawn. The group of six chatted and laughed as they drove toward the Yi family home, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. However, Yi remained silent, his mind elsewhere. His gaze lingered on the unassuming white badge on Gu Beiying's chest, a badge with a crossed pattern. The news of Masahiko Yasuda's death caused a minor stir at Higashi Metropolitan Private High School. The police deliberately downplayed the incident, leading most students and staff to believe that the arrogant and overbearing heir had simply grown tired of school life and transferred elsewhere. Yet beneath this calm facade, the police were working tirelessly day and night to track down Yasuda's killer, though their efforts had yielded no lead so far. For now, Yi Yu, though temporarily cleared of suspicion thanks to his sister's testimony, had no choice but to suspend all of his hunting activities. He was acutely aware that the mysterious organization known as Dawn had already made contact with Xiao Ying, which meant that everyone close to him, including his family, had fallen under the watchful eye of this powerful group. With his current abilities, he was far from capable of confronting such an opponent, leaving him with no option but to lie low for the time being. The afternoon sunlight slanted across the campus of Higashi Metropolitan Private High School. As the dismissal bell rang, students streamed out through the school gates, and the once bustling campus gradually quieted down. However, in the kendo hall near the sports field, the sharp clashing of wooden swords echoed. Chio Ryagetsu and Gu Beiying were engaged in an intense sparring match on the wooden platform. Their wooden swords moved with the speed of the wind, striking with fierce precision. Before long, Gu Beiying's twin ponytails were damp with sweat as she gasped for breath and said, I can't go on anymore. Senpai, your swordsmanship is as impressive as ever. Chio Ryagetsu withdrew her wooden sword, her face lighting up with a smile of admiration. Xiaoying, your skills have improved remarkably. This was no mere flattery. During their bout, Chio had genuinely felt the astonishing talent and rapid progress of her opponent. Even as the president of the Kendo Club, she had to admit that it was becoming increasingly challenging to keep up. Xiaoying, it's time to head home. Yi Yu's voice came from the edge of the platform. He had appeared unnoticed and now stood there, addressing Chio with polite gratitude. Thank you for sparring with Xiaoying for so long, Class Rep Chio. Chio Ryagetsu shook her head gracefully and replied, it was just a friendly match, and besides, I've learned a lot from Xiaoying as well. She was about to place her wooden sword into its bag when Yi Yu noticed a fresh wound on her pale arm. The cut looked like it had been made by something sharp, with faint traces of blood visible. Are you all right? Your arm? Yi Yu asked with concern. Chio's expression suddenly turned flustered. She hastily covered the wound with her sleeve and replied, it's nothing, just a small accident during practice at the dojo. Her tone was noticeably strained, and she seemed unwilling to elaborate further. After a hurried farewell, she left quickly. Watching Chiyo's retreating figure, Gu Beiying sighed with admiration. I wonder what kind of man such an exceptional senpai will end up marrying. Yu turned and ruffled Gu Beiying's hair with a soft chuckle. Our Xiaoying is just as remarkable. Despite the fact that Gu Beiying's abilities made her more than capable of defending herself, Yu continued to escort his sister home every day. It was partly to maintain the image of a protective older brother in front of the Dawn organization, and partly to further distance himself from any lingering suspicions surrounding Masahiko Yasuda's assassination. As the brother and sister walked along the road, the rush hour had passed, and the streets were gradually becoming less crowded. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the entire street, illuminating students cycling around the corners, office workers hurrying home, and couples leaning close to each other by the roadside. Everyone's face carried a relaxed smile, the kind that comes at the end of a long day. Dinga tram rolled past with a low rumble of its wheels. Gu Beiying suddenly stopped in her tracks, standing still with her head lowered. What's wrong? Yu turned back and asked. Gu Beiying lifted her head, blinking as she spoke. I just remembered that Xiaoyi invited me to her house this morning, so I won't be heading home. Yu noticed his sister's wandering gaze, her eyes occasionally glancing at the white badge with a cross pattern on her chest. For a brief moment, a red light seemed to flicker across it. Tomorrow's the weekend, so I won't be back tonight. Make sure to tell Mom. Okay? Thanks, big brother. Gu Beiying tilted her head, looking at Yu with trusting eyes before turning and running toward the opposite side of the street. A swirl of black mist rose, and Chimei suddenly materialized beside Yu. TSK. Looks like your sister is gradually getting on the right track. Yu was unfazed by Chimei's sudden appearance, having grown used to it. He silently took out his phone and dialed a number. After a few seconds, Gu Han's voice came through. Mom, Xiaoying and I are staying over at a friend's house tonight, so no need to prepare dinner for us. After briefly explaining, Yu ended the call, the smile on his face slowly fading. The waning box on his chest emitted a faint, eerie crimson light. In his hand, a glowing, faintly blue shamrock appeared out of thin era tool drawn from the waning box, the Mistveil clover. Consuming it would grant the ability to become invisible. Watching his sister's retreating figure, Yu slowly plucked the first leaf and placed it in his mouth. At that moment, the last tram of the night arrived at the station, and a crowd of people poured out from the platform. Gu Beiying avoided the bustling crowd, holding a piece of paper and carefully searching. About 15 minutes later, she stopped at a crossroad. Standing before her was the familiar East Capital District 11 Police Headquarters building. But her destination was not the police headquarters. It was the Western restaurant across the street. The restaurant had a simple yet elegant exterior, with a sign that read Only Dawn and an elegant English tagline below. Light up the dark dawn. Hesitating briefly in front of the luxurious entrance, Gu Beiying eventually pushed the door open gently. Ding, the chime of a wind bell rang out crisply, followed by a sweet female voice. Welcome. As Fong stepped into the Western-style restaurant, the wind chime on the door jingled softly. Gu Beiying stood at the entrance, her gaze quickly sweeping over the interior. What unfolded before her eyes was a quintessential upscale restaurant. A soft grand white carpet was laid out quietly, Roman-style columns with intricate carvings adorned the walls, and crystal chandeliers refracted delicate light from the ceiling. Elegant European-style round tables were neatly arranged, a finely crafted bar stood quietly in the corner, and soft background music flowed gently through the air. However, what was puzzling was that, at this lively hour of the evening, the restaurant was completely empty. Welcome. A sweet female voice broke the silence. Gu Beiying turned her head to see a woman in a tight-fitting pencil skirt uniform walking toward her. The woman had golden wavy hair, strikingly beautiful features, and a curvaceous figure that seemed ready to burst out of her attire. Holding a menu in her arms, she approached Gu Beiying with grace. Gu Beiying glanced awkwardly at the luxurious decor around her. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled out a white badge from her chest. Ma-sen asked me to come. Oh hey, so you're littling. The golden-haired woman immediately put down the menu and excitedly pulled Gu Beiying into a hug. Gu Beiying's face was completely smothered against the woman's soft chest, leaving her almost breathless. Realizing her overenthusiasm, the woman quickly released her and bent down with an apologetic smile. Sasha, you're bullying the newbie again. Better watch out, or the boss will dock your pay. A familiar male voice chimed in. Gu Beiying turned in the direction of the voice to see a young man with curly hair cleaning a table in the corner. Dressed in a white uniform, he looked up when he noticed her gaze and flashed a signature smile that revealed his tiger teeth. Hey gorgeous. We meet again. Gu Beiying recognized him as Okita, someone she had encountered before. She continued to survey the room and noticed how eerily empty the restaurant was. Behind the bar, a refined man wearing glasses was meticulously polishing a wine glass. When he caught her looking, he responded with a gentle smile. Gu Beiying had seen him before at the Dawn base wearing a lab coat, giving the impression of a researcher. Now, however, he was dressed in a sharp black suit with a white shirt, exuding the charm of a top host at an elite lounge. The curly-haired man approached Gu Beiying and asked enthusiastically, "We've been waiting for you. Want something to drink?" "No, no thanks." Gu Beiying stole a glance at the menu on the table and was shocked by the prices, which were several times higher than those outside. No wonder there wasn't a single customer at this hour. This place is? Gu Beiying looked around in disbelief, finding it hard to accept that this was the headquarters of the demon hunters in District 11. "Oh, you're talking about this place, huh?" The curly-haired man raised a finger and signaled for silence, saying, "It's a disguise." Beside him, the voluptuous woman clapped her hands lightly and said cheerfully, "Work's over. Work's over." The blonde woman stretched lazily, her full figure pressing against the white shirt, outlining her perfect curves. "Seems like I was the one doing all the work today." "Huh?" The curly-haired man cast a glance at the voluptuous woman, his tone dripping with disdain at her exaggeratedly tired expression. The three of them led Gu Beiying inside and quickly locked the shop door. At the bar counter, a bespectacled man was meticulously putting away polished glasses. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a menu on the table that seemed to tremble slightly. He shook his head and chuckled to himself, probably just a hallucination from the recent stress at work. In the deepest part of the restaurant, they arrived at an employee lounge with a door equipped with a fingerprint recognition system, which caught Gu Beiying by surprise. Noticing her puzzled expression, the curly-haired man explained, "You know, our work is pretty special. It can't be known to the public, so we have to maintain certain disguises." He placed his hand on the scanner, and the door revealed a modern elevator behind it. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself," he said with his signature smile, revealing sharp canines. "I'm Soji Suzum, a brank operative from the Dawn Division of District 11. That brainless, big-chested woman is Sasha, and the nerdy one over there is Shiro Watanabe, an annoying science fanatic." "Who are you calling brainless?" Sasha retorted angrily, hands on her hips. The four of them stepped into the elevator, and as Soji pressed a button, the space began to vibrate slightly. After a few seconds of weightlessness, the doors opened to reveal a familiar white corridor. Gu Beiying suddenly remembered that Masao Aoi had once taken her out of the police station through a similar passage. It was astonishing to think that such an ordinary-looking Western restaurant concealed a secret base of this scale underground. As they talked, the elevator doors slowly closed. However, none of them noticed a transparent figure quietly following them. After consuming the mist flower, Yu had not only achieved complete invisibility but also lowered his body temperature to an undetectable level, making it impossible for even the most advanced technology to detect his presence. "Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble by following so recklessly?" Chimera's voice sounded in Yi Yu's ear. Yu glanced briefly at the black orb beside him before refocusing his gaze ahead. "Didn't you say the effects of the mist flower are so advanced that even human top-tier technology can't detect it? Besides, he needs to witness firsthand what kind of methods this Dawn organization employs to stand against the demons." With her hands casually clasped behind her head, Sasha flashed a knowing smile. Well, Sakura, you sure are lucky. Just joined and already caught up in a major operation." Noticing Gu Beiying's puzzled expression, Takeda Suzum eagerly explained, "Remember the demon gang I mentioned last time? We've got intel that they're planning something big tonight." The group arrived at a heavy mechanical door. Watanabe Shiro stepped forward for an iris scan. As the verification beeped in approval, the massive metal door slowly creaked open, revealing an astonishingly spacious hall. Dozens of individuals in white uniforms were scattered around, each engrossed in their tasks. The entire hall gleamed with the metallic sheen of weaponry, from common pistols and rifles to peculiar curved blades and iron hammers. The most unexpected sight, however, was someone gripping a frying pan. Some lounged idly in chairs, yawning, while others meticulously maintained their weapons in the corners. A few were deeply engrossed in studying battle plans, their brows furrowed in concentration. "Hey, you're finally here." The sound of the mechanical door drew everyone's attention to Gu Beiying and her group. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. She wore a sleek black business suit that accentuated her elegant silhouette. This woman, exuding the charm of a modern professional, was Asu Aoi. She gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before turning to address the room. "Is everyone here?" Asu Aoi's voice wasn't loud, but it commanded immediate silence across the hall. The previously relaxed team members quickly straightened up, while those hidden in the shadows stepped forward. Many faces now carried an eager anticipation. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharp and determined, Asu Aoi delivered the order with resolute authority. "Begin the operation." Late at night, a deafening explosion erupted outside the largest Dongdu bank in the heart of District 11. Boom! The thunderous blast shattered the silence of the street, sending pedestrians scattering in panic. The crowd fled in every direction like startled birds, while vehicles on the road collided in a chaotic chain reaction, their horns blaring incessantly. The entire street descended into utter chaos. Amid the turmoil, more than 10 shadowy figures moved like phantoms through the panicked crowd and stormed into the bank's entrance. The piercing wail of the alarm immediately rang throughout the building as a few security guards, armed with batons, rushed out to intercept them. "Who are you?" one guard shouted, his voice still echoing in the air when a crimson burst bloomed from the back of his head. He collapsed lifelessly into a pool of blood. The remaining guards recoiled in horror, only to be silenced forever by the sharp cracks of gunfire that followed. The intruders, armed with guns, all wore absurdly comical animal masks, resembling eerie mascots from a surreal theme park. They headed straight for the vault, completely unfazed by the blaring alarms above, and began frantically hauling out gold bars. The leader, wearing a goat mask, calmly directed the operation. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a young security guard clinging to him, his eyes filled with a defiant resilience that was almost infuriating. "That look in your eyes. It's irritating," the goat-masked leader muttered, raising his foot to kick the guard away. But then he turned to someone behind him. "Hound, take care of this." The man in the wild dog mask hesitated as he stepped forward, trembling, unable to bring the short blade in his hand down. "You're from the Matsuyama gang, aren't you?" the goat-masked leader said coldly. "Since joining us, you haven't killed anyone yet. You know we don't keep useless people. Think about your sister, she needs that money to survive." At the mention of his sister, Hound's eyes reddened, his arms shaking violently. But in the end, he slumped to the floor, the knife clattering uselessly beside him. I can't do it. Pathetic." The goat-masked leader prepared to finish the job himself when the sound of heavy footsteps echoed near the vault. Dozens of armed police officers stormed in, their weapons trained on the masked intruders. "Don't move. You're surrounded," one officer shouted as the wailing of sirens outside grew louder, signaling the arrival of reinforcements that had completely encircled the bank. Yet, the masked criminals remained unervingly calm. One of them set down a money-filled sack, rolling their neck as an unsettling red glow flickered in their eyes. The goat standing beside the hound turned around, a cold, sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Remember, we are the humans of the New World. These people are nothing but the lowest scum before us. Everyone, hands on your heads. Don't make any sudden moves." A police officer aimed his gun toward the corner of the vault, shouting a firm command. The goat stepped forward slowly, causing the officers to tense up, their guns immediately trained on him. Suddenly, his sleeve swelled violently, and several blood-red tendrils erupted from it like poisonous snakes, instantly piercing through the skulls of several officers in the front row. Blood dripped from the tendrils as they writhed in the air, and the horrifying scene shattered the officers' morale completely. "What is that? A monster! Open fire now!" Terrified officers frantically pulled their triggers, a hailstorm of bullets raining down on the goat. But with a simple wave of his arm, the blood-red tendrils coiled into a shield in front of him. The bullets tore through it for several seconds, leaving only a few holes in the vine-like barrier, while the goat himself remained unscathed. Just then, a piercing, inhuman screech echoed from the back of the vault. One of the masked criminals suddenly jerked his head up, crouching forward as his head grotesquely swelled, distorting his mask. His neck arched backward, and sharp fangs inexplicably sprouted from his palms. In the next moment, he lunged into the crowd like a predator, his enlarged maw snapping down on an officer's head with a sickening crunch. Chaos erupted among the police. Blood sprayed through the air, the cacophony of gunfire relentless. Yet, an even more chilling sight unfolded. Thick black mist began to emanate from the other animal-masked criminals, their bodies undergoing grotesque and unnatural transformations. Through their masks, a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes glowed, glaring at the remaining officers like demons from another realm. "We are the rulers of the New World." The bank was soon filled with harrowing screams, mingling with the sickening sounds of blood splattering. Outside, dozens of police cars surrounded the bank with their sirens wailing incessantly. More officers poured in, rushing toward the building. No one noticed a pitch-black crow perched on a nearby utility pole. It let out a hoarse caw, shaking loose a few dark feathers, its round, unblinking eyes fixed intently on the bank. The chaos inside Dongdu Bank grew more intense, with the deafening sounds of gunfire and police sirens echoing through the streets. In front of a shop at the end of the road, a curly-haired man sat casually on the steps, idly playing with two yo-yos in his hands while humming a cheerful tune. Shouldn't we go up there and help?" Gu Beiying asked, unable to hide her concern as she watched the relentless flashes of gunfire ahead. Shota Suzum turned his head, flashing his signature toothy grin. "Oh, our team is already on it. We just need to hold the line here." Standing nearby were a few others. Aside from the familiar Sasha, There was a burly man with muscles rippling across his face, and a portly fellow with a round physique. Why do I always end up grouped with you guys? Sasha asked with a tone of disdain, casting a judgmental glance at her companions. Doesn't that just mean we're fated to be together, Sasha? The portly man replied, his words muffled as he gnawed on a chicken drumstick. Fated? With you? Over my dead body. Sasha rolled her eyes at him, her ample chest bouncing slightly with the motion. Shota Suzum remained focused on his yo-yo performance, the spinning spheres tracing elegant arcs in his hands. Meanwhile, the burly man gripped a massive metal axe, its gleaming blade catching the dim light of the night. His menacing appearance was enough to make him look like a killer straight out of a horror movie. Gu Beiying glanced at this strange group of companions, finding it hard to believe they were the so-called Dawn Guardians, protectors of the people in the shadows. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the street ahead, and a police car was reduced to a mangled heap of burning metal. From the smoke and flames, a massive figure began to approach at an alarming speed. It's here, Shota Suzum exclaimed, springing to his feet and brushing the dust off his clothes. Emerging from the haze was a monstrous humanoid creature, 3 times the size of an average person. It skittered forward on all fours with terrifying speed. A pair of blood-stained, enormous horns jutted from its head, while sharp spikes protruded from its limbs. Its entire body was shrouded in an eerie black mist, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who saw it. And here I thought I'd get off early tonight, Shota Suzum muttered, though his body was already moving like a launched arrow toward the creature. Just as the beast's massive horns were about to impale him, Shota Suzum swung his hands sharply. The 2 yo-yos burst into blinding white light, releasing dozens of silver threads that shot out and coiled tightly around the creature. 1,000 threads, 100 blades. With a sharp cry from Shota Suzum, the threads tightened all at once. The minotaur-like monster's body was instantly slashed by countless cuts, blood spraying into the air. At the same time, the burly man leaped into the air, raising his massive axe. In midair, the heavy iron axe suddenly expanded, its blade engulfed in blazing flames. With a thunderous roar, the man brought the flaming axe crashing down onto the minotaur-like creature. A deafening boom followed, shaking the ground as smoke billowed around them. The creature let out one final, agonized scream before falling silent. The entire battle unfolded in an instant, and this terrifying monster was defeated thanks to the seamless teamwork between Xiaotian and the burly man. What is that? Gu Beiying stared in disbelief at the weapons in Xiaotian and the man's hands. The extraordinary combat abilities they displayed left her astonished, yet neither of them emitted even the faintest trace of a demonic aura. Shocking, isn't it? Sasa said with a sly smile, her chest rising slightly as she spoke. To deal with these monstrous beings that seem like demons themselves, ordinary people need extraordinary power. Every demon has a magic core within them. It's the source of their strength and also their ultimate weakness. These magic cores are what led us to discover a way to fight back. Sasa's gaze shifted to Shotian's threads and the burly man's fiery axe, pride gleaming in her eyes. Our researchers have developed these unique strategic weapons by harnessing the power of magic cores and demon cells. By activating the magic core within the weapon, the wielder can unleash power comparable to that of a demon. We call these weapons demon arms. Gu Beiying stood frozen, stunned by the realization that even ordinary humans could wield such formidable power. Meanwhile, Xiaotian Suk planted his foot on the fallen creature's body, spitting disdainfully. TCH, just a lowly aberration. What a waste of time. An aberration? Gu Beiying turned to Sasa in confusion. The Dawn Bureau classifies demons into 3 categories, Sasa explained, pointing to the creature's lifeless body. What you see here is the most common type, an aberration. They're just beings whose bodies have mutated under the influence of a magic core. Then there are the blade demons, who don't show much outward change, but can transform their magic cores into weapons. She patted the whip at her side. Our demon arms were developed by studying the traits of blade demons. Gu Beiying was left speechless. Until now, she had only followed the White Cat's guidance to fight demons, completely unaware of such detailed classifications. The last type of demon is the most unique and troublesome, Sasha continued explaining. Their abilities are not fixed. Apart from physical mutations, each nightmare demon possesses supernatural powers beyond imagination. Whether it's breathing fire, controlling water, turning invisible, moving objects from afar, or transforming into a malevolent spirit, their abilities are incredibly powerful. Worse still, they are far more difficult to control emotionally than the other 2 types of demons. Once they grow strong, they could pose a threat to all of humanity. These nightmare-like beings are what we call nightmare demons. Gu Beiying listened intently, as if a door to an unknown world was slowly opening before her. Just then, the fallen minotaur's body began to change. The dark aura gradually dissipated, and its massive form reverted to that of an ordinary man. covered in scars. From the end of the street came the sharp wail of sirens, and an armored vehicle sped toward them. Several officers in protective gear jumped out, saluted to Shota and the others, and immediately lifted the barely conscious man onto the vehicle. Shota Sajaku waved to the officers. "Good work," he said. Before his words had fully landed, the communicator on his belt suddenly buzzed. He skillfully answered it, and Aoi Aso's calm voice came through on the other end. "Boss," Shota replied with a smile, "we only caught a small fry here. How's the situation with the other teams?" After a brief exchange, he put the communicator away and turned to the group. "Let's go. We've got a new mission. Seems like without me, those guys just can't handle it." He winked at Gu Beiying. "Looks like your rookie training isn't over yet, Beiying." With Shota leading the way, the group headed toward the direction of the fire and chaos deeper down the street, leaving the corner silent once again. Moments later, Yu emerged from the shadows, quietly watching the armored vehicle disappear into the distance. This was the first time he'd learned such detailed information about demons from Dawn, including the appearance of magical artifacts and the classification of demons. It reminded him of the eerie ring he'd seen at the police station. Clearly, Dawn's research on demons was quite advanced, and they had developed strategies to deal with them. In the distance, the streets were shrouded in smoke, with faint sounds of gunfire and shouting echoing through the air. Yu hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a glowing green plant from the box of wraiths. A flash of blood-red light passed, leaving the peculiar three-leaf hidden mist flower with only one leaf remaining, its faint glow shimmering in the darkness. During the time he'd been tracking Gu Beiying, he had already used 2 of its leaves, which meant he now had only 1 chance left to turn invisible. The intel was wrong, and the original plan has gone off track. Aoyasu's urgent voice came through the communicator. Takashi Ikegami's classification has been updated to a level dangerous entity, codename Bloodvine. The target has breached the perimeter and is fleeing deeper into the 2nd district. Team AB, follow me in pursuit. All other teams, focus on intercepting and minimizing the impact of the situation. On the dimly lit streets, Gu Beiying and her team were moving swiftly. She turned to glance at Sasha beside her. Sasha immediately understood and began explaining the demon classification system. The danger levels of demons are ranked from S to D, from highest to lowest, Sasha explained as she ran, her chest rising and falling slightly with each step. Demons are typically stronger than enforcers of the same rank. After all, we rely on high-tech equipment powered by magic cores, but our physical abilities can't compare to the innate strength of demons. She paused briefly before continuing. The quickest way to get promoted is to single-handedly take down a demon of a higher rank. And the title dangerous entity means the demon is particularly formidable, even among others of the same level. Suta Suzuya retracted his yo-yo and grinned as he glanced at the blinking marker on the communicator. A level dangerous entity? Looks like things aren't going so well on the boss's end. Suddenly, a massive explosion shattered the stillness of the night. A police car behind them erupted in flames, sending fire and smoke billowing into the sky. The sound of sirens blared chaotically as several monstrous figures emerged from the thick smoke, each one grotesque and terrifying. A humanoid creature on all fours, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, devoured the head of a passerby in an instant. Another, grotesquely swollen like a mass of tumors, absorbed humans into its body as it passed, growing larger and larger. A third, towering several meters tall, wielded blood-red vine-like arms that lashed out, smashing a nearby utility pole effortlessly. Surrounding these monstrosities were a few other figures that still retained humanoid shapes, but were clearly undergoing some form of mutation. Dozens of meters away, heavily armored vehicles sped in pursuit. Inside one of the vehicles, Aoyasu, clad in a white uniform, watched the horde of monsters approaching the bustling city center with a grave expression. She turned to look at the man in the back seat, a gentleman with a neatly trimmed mustache, a mohawk hairstyle, and the same white uniform. At Aoya's subtle signal, the impeccably dressed man in a suit gave a graceful bow and spoke with a refined British accent. "Okay, ma'am." With practiced ease, he rolled down the car window and drew a sleek silver cue stick from his side. In his right hand, he tossed a black billiard ball that shimmered with an eerie glow into the air. With his left hand, he gripped the cue stick tightly, aimed forward, and struck with precision. Black 8. Game over. In an instant, the black ball erupted with blinding arcs of blue and white electricity, weaving into a glowing electric net in the darkness of the night. It pierced straight through the grotesque, tumor-like creature's body. With a wet pop, the monster's massive form exploded in a burst of electric light, sending rotting flesh flying in all directions and corroding the surrounding pavement. The nearest bloodvine creature was caught in the residual energy of the electric arcs, its body instantly scorched with large blackened marks. It let out a blood-curdling screech as its massive vine-like arm lashed out, hurling a nearby car into the air. The vehicle crashed heavily into an armored car behind it, triggering a powerful explosion. The shockwave rippled toward the vehicle where Aso Aoi was stationed. Aso Aoi and the gentleman moved swiftly, leaping out of the armored car just in time to avoid the deadly blast. Her eyes sharpened as she quickly drew a sleek, azure blue pistol from her waist. Taking aim at the bloodvine creature, she pulled the trigger. The crystalline bullets whistled through the air, shattering mid-flight into countless mirror-like shards that pierced the vines. The grotesque, blood-red vines froze solid in an instant, before shattering into pieces. A torrent of blood gushed from the creature's shoulder, and it let out another anguished cry. Without hesitation, the bloodvine monster turned and fled toward the outskirts, dragging its companion with it. Watching the fiends retreating from the city, Aso Aoi allowed herself a brief moment of relief. Raising her pistol, she barked orders to her team behind her, "Pursue them." Meanwhile, on a riverside bench, a couple out for an evening stroll had witnessed the entire scene. Terrified, they clung to each other, trembling. Suddenly, the man felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, the couple saw a bespectacled man in a white lab coat standing behind the bench. "Apologies for the intrusion," Watanabe Hakuba said as he pulled out a pocket watch and held it up before the startled couple. The watch's face glimmered with an unsettling, otherworldly light. "Forget everything that just happened. You saw nothing tonight." "Nothing. We saw nothing," the couple murmured blankly, their eyes transfixed on the watch. With a sharp snap of Watanabe's fingers, the pair slumped onto the bench in a daze. An armored vehicle pulled up promptly, and a team of Special Forces soldiers disembarked with stretchers, ready to evacuate the couple. "Take them to the nearest hospital," Watanabe ordered. "Yes, sir," the soldiers responded, springing into action. Pocketing his watch, Watanabe adjusted his glasses. Behind the reflective lenses, his gaze turned toward the shadowy outskirts, a glimmer of sharp resolve flickering in his eyes. In District 11, within the shadowy and desolate outskirts, a sudden tremor reverberated through the ground. A towering humanoid monster, standing 3 meters tall, burst out of the overgrown weeds. Its entire body was riddled with bullet wounds and scorched burns. Its eyes glowed blood-red, emitting wisps of black smoke, while its most terrifying feature was its mutated arms now transformed into blood-red tendrils thrashing wildly through the air. Close behind, 2 dark figures shot out from the underbrush like lightning. One was a monstrous creature covered in razor-sharp fangs, its gaping maw large enough to swallow an adult whole. It moved rapidly across the ground like a giant lizard. The other retained a human face, but its arms had morphed into sharp, curved blades that sent sparks flying with every touch against the ground, the edges still dripping with fresh blood. In the distance, faint sounds of police sirens and the shouts of evacuating crowds could be heard. These 3 fleeing monsters were the remnants of a group of demons who had robbed a vault and were now hunted by the Dawn organization. Through careful planning, the organization had whittled the original group of over a dozen demons down to these last 3. The 3 demons had completely lost their sanity. Their bodies, shrouded in black mist, and their grotesque appearances signaled an imminent descent into uncontrollable chaos. Leading the charge was the Bloodvine demon, its movements swift and relentless. Its mutated tendrils grew wildly from severed sections, whipping through the air as it sped toward an abandoned, incomplete building. The structure stood ominously in the dark wilderness, surrounded by overgrown weeds and exuding a foreboding aura. With a single powerful swing of its arm, the Bloodvine demon smashed open the rusted iron door with ease, and the 3 massive figures disappeared into the darkness. The silence within the building was broken only by their heavy, labored breathing, but they dared not stop, continuing their frantic escape deeper inside. Suddenly, several silvery white streaks of light sliced through the darkness with lethal precision. The fanged monster at the rear let out a piercing scream as one of its legs was severed clean off. The other 2 demons were forced to halt, turning their attention to a figure emerging slowly from behind a support pillar, a young man with curly hair, casually toying with a yo-yo. "Just when I was worrying about my performance metrics, a big catch lands right in my lap," said Suji Kusuzum, deftly manipulating the yo-yo with his fingers. The silvery string glinted under the dim light, weaving intricate patterns like a spider's web at his fingertips. From the darkness ahead, several figures emerged. Blocking their path hit was none other than the Dawn squad led by Gu Beiying, who had been pursuing them. Sasha, holding a leather whip and raising the badge of the Dawn Bureau, spoke with a firm and commanding voice. "Ikigami Takashi, codename Bloodvine. You have been classified as a level threat by the Dawn Bureau. Surrender now." Hearing his true name revealed, Ikigami Takashi froze momentarily, his expression twisting into a grotesque snarl as he let out a hoarse roar. Why? Why won't you leave me alone?" Black mist surged around him, and his arms transformed into blood-red vines as he led 2 demons in a charge toward the Dawn squad. "Finish this quickly." The squad members exchanged glances, recognizing that their opponents were already at their limits. The burly man with a scarred face struck first, his giant axe erupting with blazing flames as it cleaved toward a demon whose arms had turned into blades. Sasha's whip shimmered with a metallic gleam, slicing through the air like a serpent. Meanwhile, Shatani Suzum's fingers danced rapidly, releasing silvery threads that left bloody gashes across the three demons. The prolonged pursuit had left the demons battered and wounded. The battle ended in moments. The blade-armed demon was split in two by the fiery axe, and another demon with razor-sharp teeth, who had already lost a leg, was struck down by Sasha's whip, severing an arm and leaving it collapsed on the ground. Blood spurted like a fountain, and the gruesome scene left Gu Beiying, a high school student in her teens, completely frozen. She had never witnessed such a brutal fight before. The group's attention turned to Ikegami Takashi. Seeing his companions annihilated, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage as he struck the burly man aside and tried to flee deeper into the area. Suddenly, a stocky man who had been lying in wait blocked his path. The metal bracer on his arm glowed with a sinister red light, fusing with his flesh to form a massive shield. With a swift motion, the shield spikes pierced through Ikegami Takashi's arm. Staggering backward, Ikegami Takashi's face contorted further. Impossible. I am the new humanity destined to rule the world, and you are nothing but insects. His body trembled violently as black mist surged around him. His limbs morphed into writhing, blood-colored vines, and his face became gaunt and ghastly like that of a demon. Not good. Shatani Suzum moved to strike, but was flung into a support pillar by a massive bloodvine. Even the stocky man's giant shield was knocked aside as Ikegami Takashi, with crimson eyes blazing, charged in one direction toward Gu Beiying, who stood frozen in fear, clutching her wooden blade. No, he's gone berserk. Suji Kazaku exclaimed, staring in shock at the dark energy surging around Ikegami Taku. As a seasoned hunter who had pursued fiends for years, he knew all too well what this meant. Ikegami Taku had succumbed completely to corruption. A fiend in such a state, devoid of reason, was at its most dangerous. In an instant, Ikegami Taku's body swelled and twisted, transforming into a grotesque bloodvine monstrosity. With a single strike, it sent the shield-bearing heavy-set man flying. Tumors began to erupt all over its body, bursting open with beastly roars to release thick, writhing bloodvines that hurtled toward Gu Beiying. The bloodvines moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to within mere meters of Gu Beiying in the blink of an eye. At that critical moment, Sasha, who had been standing protectively by Gu Beiying's side, darted forward and placed herself in harm's way. Thwack! The bloodvine pierced through Sasha's chest in an instant. Her body was hoisted high into the air, blood dripping steadily down the vine. Sasha! Gu Beiying's voice trembled as she watched her companion sacrifice herself. Her body shook, and her pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, an immense force within her was awakened, dispelling the fear in her heart. She bit her lip, gripped her wooden sword tightly, and raised her head. Golden light flared in her eyes. In a brilliant flash, golden radiance erupted from Gu Beiying, enveloping her entire being. Her eyes, her hair, and even the wooden sword in her hands were bathed in a divine glow. With a determined leap, she launched herself at the monstrous bloodvine creature. The creature, now entirely consumed by madness, let out a guttural roar, its blood-red eyes brimming with fury. It lashed out with a web of thick, oozing bloodvines, aiming to ensnare the airborne girl. But Gu Beiying moved with remarkable agility, weaving effortlessly through the vines as her wooden sword traced arcs of golden light. The moment the glowing blade touched the bloodvines, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The surface of the vines sizzled and burned, their flesh dissolving rapidly, and the dark energy dissipating as though repelled by an overwhelming force. Ikegami Taku let out a piercing scream as one of his bloodvine-covered arms was severed with a single strike. Gu Beiying continued her relentless assault, slicing through vine after vine. The creature's howls grew more anguished with each blow. So this is the power of a stigmata wielder? Suji Kazaku murmured, struggling to his feet while clutching his injured arm. He leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on the radiant figure of Gu Beiying and the dazzling arcs of her sword. As the golden light steadily dissolved Ikegami Taku's body, the corrupted creature, now utterly devoid of reason, ignored its severed limbs and lunged at Gu Beiying with its gaping, beast-like maw. Her eyes flashed with determination as memories of her swordsmanship training surged to the forefront of her mind. Dodging the gaping, ferocious maw, she gripped the wooden sword's hilt with one hand and forcefully pushed its base with the other. The golden glowing wooden blade shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, piercing straight into the monster's chest. At that critical moment, the floor's main door burst open with a thunderous crash. Over a dozen individuals clad in white uniforms, each bearing a crossed emblem on their chests, streamed in one after another. Their weapons emanated an eerie glow. Leading them, Aso Aoi brandished a crystalline blue handgun, ready to charge into the fray, but suddenly raised her hand to halt her subordinates. The scene before her made her pupils contract sharply. The dim floor was illuminated by golden light. Sasa lay motionless in a pool of blood, while others were battered and wounded. Two monstrous corpses sprawled nearby. At the center of it all, a massive bloodvine creature knelt partially, a golden glowing wooden sword embedded in its chest. But what shocked her even more was the figure beneath the monstera, twin-tailed girl standing resolutely. Droplets of blood fell onto Gu Beiying's pale forehead. As the golden light faded, she gradually regained her senses. Looking up, her pupils shrank, and her face turned ashen. Her prized wooden sword was now deeply lodged in the monster's vital point, blood trickling down its blade and staining her hands red. The creature's grotesque features slowly morphed into the face of an ordinary, gaunt man. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth as he stared at Gu Beiying with a gaze full of confusion, rage, and unwillingness. This all-too-human face marked the end of a life at her hands. Realizing she had just killed someone, Gu Beiying's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Target eliminated. Threat neutralized. Aso Aoi was about to step forward to console her when Okita Suzum suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" A shadow darted down from the ceiling, moving like lightning to Gu Beiying's side. Ignoring the girl entirely, the shadow's claw-like hand went straight for Ikegami Ruji's neck. A searing heat radiated from its palm as Ruji's monstrous form instantly dissipated. With a sickening crack, his head was violently torn off. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, the shadow became a blur, shattering the glass and vanishing into the night. Who was that? Aso Aoi quickly inspected Ikegami Ruji's lifeless body. Watanabe Byakuya adjusted his glasses, the lenses briefly flashing with numbers. The magic energy inside him, it's gone. Aso Aoi's brows furrowed deeply as she pulled out a communicator and issued orders. Notify all nodes. The operation is not cancelled. Mission objective has been updated, and the threat level is now elevated to Tier 3. Her gaze swept over the shattered window as her voice turned icy. Emergency action. Capture the class demon recently spotted in District 11. Codename Flame Oni. Under the night sky, on the rooftop of a high-rise in District 11, the cool evening breeze brushed against Yu's bangs. The hood of his sweatshirt cast his face into shadow, while the faint, eerie glow of the box of wraiths on his chest flickered intermittently. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing out at the brightly lit Tokyo Tower in the city center, its neon lights unwavering even in the dead of night. "I thought you said you were just here to take a look?" A voice emerged from the swirling black mist beside him. A large, dark sphere formed, revealing Chimai's mischievous face, its crimson eyes gleaming with sly intent. "Don't get the wrong idea." Yi Yu's gaze remained fixed on the distant tower, his voice calm. "I'm only here to extract the magic energy from that demon. Class demons are rare, after all." "Oh." Chimai's tone was laced with doubt. "Most of that demon's magic energy has already been purified by your sister's holy light. Is it really worth the risk of exposing yourself for such a trivial amount of energy?" Its eyes gleamed as it added slyly. "Or could it be that someone's worried his high school sister can't bear the weight of killing and is trying to take on that burden for her?" Before Chimay could finish its sentence, Yu struck lightning fast, clamping its oversized mouth shut. "Ow, ow, ow." Chimay whimpered, clutching its sausage-like lips with its small, rounded hands. As the pain subsided, Chimay continued, "I was only joking. But you really should start engaging with these human factions. Of course, you'd better prepare yourself to be hunted down like those demons." At that moment, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air from the shadows. A glinting throwing star shot straight toward Yu's back. Anticipating the attack, Yu swiftly stepped back, easily dodging the projectile. The throwing star traced an arc through the air before returning to the rooftop entrance. Several figures dressed in white uniforms burst out from the stairwell, one of them catching the throwing star and immediately reporting into a radio, "Target located on the rooftop." "See? Here they come," Chimay remarked nonchalantly. As a spirit bound to the artifact, it naturally remained invisible to others. Yu didn't stop the man from calling for backup. Instead, he tugged his hood lower, then leaped off the rooftop, effortlessly crossing a distance of over 10 meters and vanishing into the bushes below. "The target is fleeing toward Group B's location." Urgent shouts echoed behind him. Yu raced toward the outskirts of the city, heading for a secluded area. The wail of sirens and the probing beams of searchlights grew increasingly intense behind him, while the sound of pursuing footsteps closed in. The guards and Dawn members who had originally been chasing Ikegami Ruji and his group had now shifted their focus entirely onto him. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind him, but Yi Yu, as if expecting it, nimbly sidestepped, dodging the bullet with ease. Gunfire erupted in quick succession behind him, growing more intense by the second. Yi Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he darted across the street under the cover of night. Several bullets whizzed past him, grazing the edges of his clothing. Target spotted. Moving toward Group C. Group B, continue pursuit. A frantic voice crackled through the communicator. He's too fast. The bullets can't catch up. Is this guy some kind of speed-type demon? Damn it, we can't keep up. Where are the others? On a deserted suburban street, a shadowy figure flitted ghost-like through the alleys, with dozens of Special Forces soldiers in tactical gear hot on his heels. Bullets erupted around his feet, sending sparks flying as they struck the walls. The figure's agile movements gradually widened the gap, and the sound of pursuing footsteps began to fade. Just as the figure was about to disappear into the shadows of the final alley, an unexpected trap sprang forth. Swish! Several silver threads shot down from the air, glinting ominously in the dim light. They wove together in an instant, forming a massive steel web that sealed off the alleyway. The figure came to an abrupt halt. Well, you're pretty fast, aren't you? A light chuckle came from behind. Standing there was Shoyuta Sajaku, casually playing with a yo-yo that spun out gleaming threads of silver. Moments later, several individuals in white uniforms emerged from the shadows, led by none other than Asawawi. Flame Demon, you're under suspicion for multiple murders. Under Article 4 of the Demon Regulation Act, I, in the name of the Dawn Bureau, hereby place you under arrest, Asawawi declared, holding a crystalline blue handgun that shimmered with an eerie glow. The shadowy figure slowly turned around. He wore a plain black hoodie, the hood concealing most of his face, leaving only a chiseled jawline visible. Flame Demon? His voice was low and raspy. He raised a hand, curling his fingers in a taunting gesture. Arrogant bastard, Shoyuta Sajaka muttered through gritted teeth. He had never encountered such an audacious demon before. Take him down, Asawawi commanded. A muscular man with bronze-toned skin stepped forward, hefting a massive battle axe. With a roar, flames erupted along the axe's blade as he leapt high into the air, descending like a ferocious predator toward the shadowy figure. The force of the strike was enough to devastate any mutated demon, but the figure moved like a phantom, effortlessly evading each swing of the axe. Even another officer's throwing knives failed to find their mark. In the narrow alley, he used the walls to propel himself, dodging each deadly attack with uncanny precision. Finally, seizing an opening, the shadowy figure countered. In the same instant that he dodged the axe, he delivered a devastating punch to the muscular man's abdomen. The impact sent the man flying backward, crashing into a wall and collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. That kind of strength? Could he be a dangerous type? Asawawi exchanged a tense glance with the other officers. Without hesitation, they all launched into action. A cold, bluish beam began to gather at the muzzle of the gun as Aoyasu aimed it towards the shadowy figure and pulled the trigger. A sharp gunshot shattered the silence, and a crystalline blue projectile shot forth, exploding midair into a dozen razor-sharp ice bullets that scattered in all directions. The gentleman in a finely tailored suit moved with remarkable agility. In one hand, he tossed several billiard balls into the air, while with the other, he gripped a cue stick, striking them with precision. The balls erupted with dazzling arcs of electricity, weaving into a tightly knit white electric net that surged toward the shadow. At the same time, Subaru Okita's fingers danced skillfully, manipulating silvery wires to weave a deadly cutting web in the air. A confident smirk played on his lips. Let's see how you dodge this. Even a class demon has no chance against such an onslaught. But in the next moment, Subaru's smile froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. What? A searing violet flame erupted suddenly from the shadowy figure, consuming all the icy bullets in an instant. Everyone watching shuddered involuntarily, a chill running down their spines as they beheld the eerie purple fire. The shadow slowly raised its head, and a deep voice resonated. Enma. As the word left his lips, black, writhing runes began to slither and coil like living creatures along his arms, eventually converging into a massive, pitch-black scythe. With a single sweeping motion, the blade effortlessly severed the wires, while the nameless violet fire reduced the electric net to ashes in an instant. The shadowy figure stood tall, gripping the enormous scythe. From beneath the hood, a pair of glowing, spectral violet eyes radiated an ominous intensity. The eerie purple flames coiled around his body like living entities, creeping up the dark blade of the scythe and imbuing it with a sinister gleam. The entire scene resembled the arrival of a grim reaper, stepping forth from the very depths of hell. Inside the dimly lit, abandoned building, a few insects scuttled through the damp darkness. Fractured windows allowed faint beams of moonlight to seep in, barely illuminating the pitch-black floor. In the distance, the wail of police sirens grew fainter as the task force pursued the demonic entity known as Yengue. Gu Beiying sat slumped on the ground, her hands stained with blood, her face so pale it seemed almost translucent. She stared blankly at her palms, the shock of taking a life for the first time, leaving the teenage girl in a daze. Xiaoying, don't be too hard on yourself. You were protecting everyone. The burly man began to step forward to comfort her, but his expression suddenly sharpened as he turned toward the window. Who's there? He barked. In a flash, he activated his arm brace, which swelled into a towering 2-meter shield of steel and flesh fused together. A shadow darted past the window like a hunting falcon. Boom! The massive impact sent the burly man and his shield crashing into the wall, embedding him deeply within it. He fell silent, unmoving. The officers who had been clearing the battlefield barely had time to react before streaks of black light shot through the air, piercing their bodies. Blood sprayed as they collapsed to the ground one by one. Gu Beiying swiftly grabbed a wooden sword from the floor and retreated several steps, her posture tense with vigilance. Crisp footsteps echoed through the building as the shadow slowly approached the corpse of the demon. What a waste of such fine specimens, a low, sharp voice muttered. The shadow extended a thin, elongated arm, and worm-like creatures, each the size of a finger, crawled down from it. They latched onto the corpses like parasites, ravenously feeding. Within moments, the bodies shriveled into desiccated husks, while the worms swelled to the size of a palm. They wriggled back into the shadow's hand, grotesquely pulsating. The figure straightened, its wings unfurling in the moonlight. In the dim glow, Gu Beiying finally saw its true form, a tall, bird-headed creature with a sleek, raven-black face and a pair of slender black wings stretching out from its back. Those ominous raven eyes locked onto Gu Beiying. So, you're the newly awakened stigma-bearer. As extraordinary as the rumors say. What a pity. This is where it ends for you. Before the last word faded, the creature's wings snapped with force, sending a storm of black feathers hurtling like arrows. Gu Beiying's pupils contracted as she gripped the wooden sword tightly, its blade once again shimmering faintly with a dull golden light. As the blade trembled in her grasp, Gu Beiying fought desperately to deflect the oncoming barrage of feathers. Yet, a few sharp feathers managed to slice through her arm, leaving vivid crimson streaks behind. Suddenly, a shadow darted in front of her like lightning, its wings whipping through the air like agile tentacles. The wooden sword in Gu Beiying's hands, imbued with golden light, couldn't withstand the immense force and snapped in two. She stumbled, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with shock. The oppressive aura of this demon far surpassed that of the bloodvine creature she had faced before. Without hesitation, the demon launched another wave of razor-sharp feathers directly at her head. As the dark light grew larger in her pupils, she found herself too drained to react. At the very last moment, a ghostly white figure suddenly stepped in front of her. Crack! The black feathers were neatly sliced in midair and fell to the ground. Gu Beiying's eyes lit up with surprise as she recognized the figure. Yinjia? The white cat that usually lounged around the house had now grown to several times its size, resembling a majestic lion. Its elongated claws gleamed, and its presence was commanding. The cat glanced back at Gu Beiying briefly before fixing its sharp feline gaze on the shadow ahead. A crow from the cult of the god of offerings. I didn't expect such a skilled fighter to be hiding in District 11, the white cat said coldly. The crow, unperturbed by its identity being revealed, responded nonchalantly, You're a demon too? I don't think I've seen you before. The white cat didn't answer, instead bristling its fur and extending its claws in a clear warning. Just then, the wailing sound of ambulance sirens pierced through the night from outside. The crow shrugged. What a pity. Looks like time's up. Let's call it a day for now. Before the words had fully left its mouth, its body exploded into a flurry of black feathers that scattered and vanished. Yinjia. Who was he? Gu Beiying began to ask, but her attention was drawn to the deep gashes on the white cat's front legs. The cat's expression grew grave as it looked at her. Xiaoying, call the Dawn team back immediately. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the suburban night, an intense battle was unfolding. A figure cloaked in purple flames and wielding a massive scythe was locked in combat with Masawa Oi and other Dawn operatives. Electric orbs were incinerated into ash the moment they neared the purple flames, and magnetically powered darts zipped through the air in vain, unable to hit their mark. Okita Suzaku's fingers danced as he manipulated wire-thin threads that wove a dense web within the confined space. Before the shadowy figure could even be touched, the sharp threads were severed in a single strike by the massive scythe. More terrifying still, the blade was engulfed in purple flames that raced along the broken wires, spreading voraciously as if alive, consuming everything in their path. With a sharp intake of breath, Soji Suzaku's expression changed drastically. He quickly cut all the threads he had deployed, fearing that even a moment's hesitation would result in him being devoured by the eerie flames. In the narrow alleyway, the figure wielding the giant scythe moved swiftly under the cover of darkness, its blurred movements making it nearly impossible to track. Neither arcs of electricity, steel wires, flying darts, nor bullets could land a single hit on this enigmatic shadow. The oppressive aura of the purple flames that surrounded it only added to the suffocating tension, radiating an uncanny, ghostly menace. This guy, he's even more terrifying than I imagined. Soji Suzaku wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead, finally grasping the chilling reality of his opponent's overwhelming power. Aoi also fired her last ice bullet, but the dark scythe effortlessly deflected it. In shock, she watched the shadowy figure battling the hulking man with the giant axe. Its immense strength, astonishing speed, the black mist that transformed into a deadly scythe, and the suffocating presence of those purple flames, all of it shattered her understanding of the world. A deafening crash resounded, followed by the sharp sound of shattering. The massive axe in the hulking man's hands, blazing with flames, had a chunk broken off. The fire on the axe was swiftly devoured by the more ferocious purple flames. Fear flashed in the man's eyes, but before he could react, the shadow unleashed a devastating whip-like kick. His massive body was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, smashing into a storefront dozens of meters away. After dispatching the hulking man, the flaming demon stood tall, resting the colossal scythe on its back as it turned to face Aoi Aso and the others. Beneath its hood, a pair of blood-red eyes glowed ominously, forcing the group to retreat instinctively. None dared to confront it directly. At that moment, hurried footsteps and the glare of searchlights emerged from the far end of the street. The shadow paused briefly, and the black scythe in its hand dissolved into tendrils of dark mist before vanishing completely. With a light leap, it bounded up the walls, jumping several times before disappearing onto the rooftops, blending into the night. Commander! The approaching Dawn Squad and Special Forces arrived only to find Aoi Aso and the others staring blankly upward, their expressions a mix of fear and complexity. Aoi Aso rubbed her temples, gazing in the direction where the flaming demon had disappeared. A wave of helplessness surged in her chest. It seems the future of District 11 is going to be even more troublesome. Swish, a shadow streaked across the night sky, leaping nimbly between rooftops like a phantom, evading the patrolling police cars below. A black hood concealed the figure's face as it darted swiftly through the layers of buildings, soon arriving at a residence in the heart of the city. The figure climbed effortlessly onto the second-floor balcony and slipped inside through an open window. Yu pulled off his blood-stained black hoodie, his palm igniting with a ghostly purple flame of netherworld fire. In an instant, the blood-soaked garment was reduced to ashes, carried away by the night breeze. Moonlight streamed through the balcony, illuminating the fresh crimson wounds on Yu's bare torso. Cuts on his chest and arms still oozed blood, yet his expression remained calm and composed. These new injuries, though barely noticeable amidst the maze of scars on his body, were enough to attest to the unexpected strength of Dawn. Recalling the array of weapons he had encountered in the battle bullets that unleashed frost, threads controlled by sheer will, a battle axe spewing flames, and billiard balls crackling with electricity, Yu pondered silently. These were all demonic artifacts, special weapons crafted by demonkind that granted ordinary humans extraordinary powers. This was the core of Dawn's strategy to counter demons. The combined efforts of just a few operatives had left him in such a dire state, and this was likely only a glimpse of the Dawn organization's true power. Staring at the fresh and old scars on his body, Yu let out a soft sigh and summoned Chimei. Dark mist swirled, and Chimei's figure materialized. At your service, my dear demon lore. What are the other abilities of the Samsara Eye besides the Hungry Ghost Path? Yu asked. Tonight's encounter had made him realize the urgency of enhancing his strength. If his true identity were exposed, he would not only face relentless pursuit from fellow demons, but also risk being captured and studied by the Dawn organization. Just then, the whinnying box on his chest began to tremble violently, emanating a terrifying aura. A blood-red glow revealed the shadowy visage of a menacing mask, the Shura mask of the first demon lord. Yu's expression hardened as he quickly manipulated the whinnying box to suppress it. He craved power, but he had no desire to become a mindless, bloodthirsty monster. Chimei watched the scene unfold with a grin. Oh, finally starting to acknowledge the power within you? The ability of the Hungry Ghost Path is called Deprivation. It allows you to unleash netherworld fire to consume the magic energy of demons and transfer part of their attributes to yourself. It's the most formidable offensive technique of the Samsara Eye. The other 5 paths each possess unique abilities, but with your current strength, you're not yet able to awaken them. Yu glanced at the mirror beside him, a warmth welling up in his eyes. Reflected in the mirror were his pupils, with a clear 6-pointed star pattern. Slowly, a blood-red magatama emerged in one corner of the star representing the Hungry Ghost Realm, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The awakening of the Renegade's other abilities followed 2 paths. The first involved consuming large amounts of magical energy through the Hungry Ghost Realm's devouring power, using the rebounding effect of the Wanyu box to forcibly break barriers and evolve the Renegade. Yu frowned in thought. Just maintaining the operation of the Wanyu box already left him struggling with scarce magical energy, let alone the immense amount required for evolution. The other method, Chimmy continued to explain, is to use external stimuli to awaken your memories from the cycle of reincarnation, thereby fully mastering the power of the six paths. Memories from the cycle of reincarnation? Yu asked, puzzled. As the vessel of the six paths, you have experienced the cycle of reincarnation but are not bound by its rules. This is why you can bring the powers of the six paths into the human world. In truth, these abilities have always been within you, but they were lost across countless reincarnations. Once you recover these memories, the abilities will naturally resurface, Chimmy said, giving Yu a meaningful look. However, I suggest you don't rely on that pat hit entails suffering far beyond your imagination. Under the moonlight, Yu stared at his scarred reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. The cawing of crows pierced the night sky as the wail of sirens and ambulance horns echoed in the distance. The devastated district, destroyed by a demon group, was undergoing frantic restoration efforts. Neon lights cast their glow over the ruined streets. A shadow streaked across the night sky, finally landing on a high platform. A few jet-black feathers floated gently in the moonlight. Seems like your little creation failed, a soft, effeminate male voice remarked. But causing this much chaos, I'll admit, that's an improvement. Several figures of varying sizes stood silently on the high platform, overlooking the chaos below. A crow, now in human form, idly toyed with a wriggling maggot in his hand and said nonchalantly, if a toy breaks, I'll just make another. But I've stumbled upon something far more interesting. A new stigma bearer has appeared. This statement caused the surrounding figures to stiffen momentarily before falling silent. Are you saying a new generation of stigma bearers has emerged in District 11? The effeminate voice asked cautiously. The crow did not respond, instead focusing on the blood-engorged leech in his hand. The transparent body of the leech revealed clearly visible threads of blood within. From a corner came the sound of chewing. A tall, shadowy figure sneered. It's just a fledgling stigma bearer. What's there to be so scared about? Pathetic. The air grew thick with the stench of blood. Regardless, a stigma bearer appearing in District 11 is significant, another voice said. We should send someone to test them. This is the domain of the Shurjin Order. We can't let her grow unchecked. The crow tilted his head back, gazing at the blood-stained moon. The leech crawled up his arm as he murmured, what can a single stigma bearer possibly change? How could mere humans comprehend the grandeur of our existence? After all, before us lies nothing less than divine miracles. Recently, a large robbery gang operating across District 11 engaged in a fierce standoff with the police near Kubashi town. On the television screen, a reporter was providing live coverage of this case that had shocked the entire city. The footage shifted to photos and videos from the scene, revealing a street in ruins. The exteriors of shops were riddled with bullet holes, blackened marks from explosions were clearly visible on the ground, and debris was scattered everywhere. In front of the camera, a witness vividly described the intense firefight between the police and the violent criminals, as well as the moment when over a dozen of the perpetrators were shot dead on the spot. In the Yi family living room, Yu averted his gaze from the television. As someone in the know, he was fully aware that this was merely a smokescreen orchestrated by the Dawn organization to eliminate demonic entities under the guise of suppressing a violent gang. In truth, the destruction at the scene far exceeded what was reported. Damage of such scale was beyond the capability of ordinary armed criminals. However, with the cooperation of official forces, the Dawn Bureau had perfectly concealed all information related to the demonic entities, at least maintaining the appearance of societal stability. Neon has been quite chaotic lately, Yi Jingbai remarked, setting down his newspaper. As a university professor, he had heard some rumors about the recent unusual events. Yeah, let's just hope things don't spiral further out of control, Yi responded, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Guhan approached with a steaming pot of curry, removed her gloves and said, Xiaoying and Xiao, you must be extra careful from now on. Clearly, Yiyu's kidnapping incident not long ago still haunted her as a mother. Just as Yiyu was about to reassure her, a new report came on the television. It is reported that the leader of this violent gang was Takashi Ikigami, a District 11 resident with no employment. The screen then switched to a photo of a middle-aged man. A gaunt face, vacant eyes, and an unkempt beard. Plink. At the dining table, Gu Beiying's spoon suddenly slipped from her hand. She stared blankly at the screen, her face pale, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The man's ferocious expression before his death and the blood gushing from his body replayed vividly in her mind. Xiaoying? Xiaoying. Gu Han's voice brought her out of the terrifying memory. Gu Beiying lowered her head, remaining silent. Gu Han frowned, assuming her daughter had encountered some trouble at school. Only Yiyu knew the truth. Takashi Ikigami had indeed died by his hand, but before he struck, Gu Beiying had already dealt a fatal blow to the man. Such an injury was beyond saving, even by divine intervention. Watching his sister's reaction, Yu sighed inwardly. The fleeting essence of life unraveled vividly before Gu Beiying's eyes. She knew, with chilling clarity, that Shikami Taku was dead by her hand. Though outwardly stoic, as a 16-year-old girl facing the weight of her first kill, her heart was inevitably gripped by fear and unease. Whether she could overcome this psychological hurdle depended solely on her own resilience. Even Yu's support in such matters was limited, for this was a trial that concerned life and death and could only be faced alone. A white cat crouched in the corner, its gaze fixed on the expressionless girl. It let out a low, enigmatic meow, as if aware that its duty as a guardian would still stretch on for some time. Suddenly, the stillness of the night was shattered by the sound of chaotic footsteps echoing down the street. A dozen burly men, armed with long rods and sharp blades, sprinted through the dimly lit roads. Their bodies were adorned with menacing tattoos, their faces twisted with malice, exuding an aura of intimidation that sent shivers down the spines of anyone nearby. Passers-by scattered, desperate to avoid crossing paths with this gang of thugs. These men pursued a group of similarly injured and armed individuals ahead of them. It was evident that two rival gangs were locked in a deadly confrontation. Realizing this, the onlookers scattered even faster, fleeing in all directions. Damn it! Weren't the bases near Shimameko supposed to have been cleared by the police? How did the Matsuyamakai show up so quickly? Where are the others? Have we all been separated? Run. They're catching up. The pursued group fled in panic. Originally, they had intended to seize control of the Shimameko area, believing that the Matsuyamakai's base had been dismantled by the authorities. But to their dismay, the enemy's response was swift and relentless. As they escaped from the city center into more desolate areas, the curses and shouts of their pursuers grew louder, closing the distance. At last, in a dimly lit alleyway, a figure abruptly halted. You go on ahead. I'll hold them off. A cold, resolute voice broke the tension. Boss? Leader? The men froze in shock. Go. Now. The figure, clad in a white robe with long, sky-blue hair cascading down her back, commanded firmly. Reluctantly, the men obeyed, retreating deeper into the alley. The pursuers soon arrived at the alley's entrance, but stopped in their tracks. There, standing alone, was a young girl. Her white robe was soaked in blood, her chest bound tightly to reveal a flat, smooth stomach. In her hand, she gripped a long blade, its edge pointed directly at her adversaries. Her gaze was as piercing and icy as a flower blooming by a winter pond. Foolish brat. Take her out first, one of the men barked, and the group surged into the narrow passage, their weapons raised without hesitation. They showed no mercy for the fact that their opponent was a girl. None of them noticed the eerie black mist that began to emanate from her body. Chio Lingyue slowly lifted her head, her once clear eyes now tinged with a violent crimson, mirroring the bloodstains on her robe. Dark energy swirled in her palm, and blood-red rose thorns burst forth, coiling around the hilt of her blade, transforming it into a weapon of thorns that seemed to thirst for blood. Amid the ferocious battle cries, her robe billowed, and the bold characters of Jing Hui on her back appeared to glow in a sinister red, as if soaked in the very blood that surrounded her. Hey, Yu, tell me, how is it that a handsome and dashing guy like me doesn't have any girls chasing after him? On the rooftop of Dongdu Private High School, the afternoon sun was shining warmly. Zhuge Feng was shoveling food into his mouth, while leaning over to peek at the scene below. In the courtyard, small groups of students were walking together, chatting and laughing, with a fair share of couples among them. Ah, the youthful beauty of these girls' theory like rare treasures bestowed upon the world by nature. Zhuge Feng clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yu, expressionless, picked up the last piece of braised pork from his lunchbox and chewed slowly along with some rice. After wiping his mouth, he thoughtfully remarked, maybe it's because girls don't like creepy stares? Zhuge Feng, hit where it hurt, quickly averted his gaze from the skirts he had been eyeing and coughed awkwardly to defend himself. Creepy? You're the creepy one. I'm just admiring them purely, okay? Yu silently rolled his eyes. To be fair, Zhuge Feng wasn't lacking in appearance doll, with distinct facial features and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that gave him a certain roguish charm. Unfortunately, his habit of casting lecherous glances at inappropriate moments, especially at certain body parts, was enough to keep girls at a distance. Noticing that the braised pork in his lunchbox had mysteriously disappeared, Zhuge Feng immediately glared at Yu, who pretended not to notice. You bastard! Zhuge Feng gritted his teeth as he finished off the remaining rice in his bowl. After packing up his lunchbox, he grumbled. Just so you know, I'm in a rush to deliver food to the police station after school, so let's go our separate ways and don't get in my way. Oh? Something going on recently? Yu asked casually, though he already had a good idea. Zhuge Feng's father was a high-ranking officer in the police department, often dealing with difficult cases. It's about that recent gang clash with the police, Zhuge Feng said, scratching the back of his head. Half the street got wrecked, and some of the suspects escaped during the chaos. The gangs are still brawling in the streets, and my old man's been pulling his hair out every day. Trouble times, Yu nodded, offering a simple response. Then after school, they'll head back with Xiaoying. Zhuge Feng suddenly leaned in closer to Yu, his face full of suspicion. Weird. Since when did you and your sister get along so well? As the son of a police official, Zhuge Feng was quite familiar with Yu's family situation. His father had worked with Gu Beiying's biological father, and Zhuge Feng had practically watched Gu Beiying grow up. Zhuge Feng tilted his head, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and wariness as he looked at Yu. You're not harboring any inappropriate thoughts about your adorable sister, are you? After all, Yu and Gu Beiying shared no blood relation, and suddenly having such a charming and lively sister might spark some improper ideas. Feeling a chill under Zhuge Feng's doubtful gaze, Yu impatiently pushed him away. What nonsense are you thinking about? You better not be. Zhuge Feng narrowed his eyes, his tone serious. Gu Beiying is like a little sister to me. I've watched her grow up. He silently resolved to keep a close eye on Yu to prevent any untoward behavior. Up in the air, a lurking Chime specter witnessed the scene and grinned eerily, chiming in with a strange tone. The fruit is sweetest when forbidden. Aside from this small interruption, the uneventful day passed quickly. As the sun set, the sky shifted from bright to a warm amber hue. When the school bell rang, Zhuge Feng was the first to dash out of the classroom, rushing home to deliver dinner to his father. Yu, however, strolled leisurely among the crowd, heading toward the Kendo Club near the sports field to pick up his sister. Though members of Dawn were secretly protecting them, Yu still conscientiously played the role of a good brother to ease their suspicions. After all, the most dangerous place often turns out to be the safest. In the soft glow of dusk, Gu Beiying, donned in a white Kendo uniform, had already been waiting at the Kendo Club's entrance. When she spotted Yu approaching, the twin-tailed girl immediately waved enthusiastically, her face lighting up with a radiant smile that revealed two adorable dimples. Beads of sweat from her training still clung to her forehead, and her whole demeanor radiated youthful energy. On their way home, Gu Beiying chatted cheerfully with Yu, much like an animated kitten. However, Yu couldn't help but notice a trace of unease hidden deep in her eyes. He shook his head inwardly. Perhaps the moment Beiying chose to join Dawn, the possibility of a peaceful life had already slipped away. By the way, do you know what Senpai Chio has been up to lately? Gu Beiying asked, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Yu. She hasn't been to the Kendo Club in ages. The image of Chio, with her high ponytail and graceful demeanor, flashed through Yu's mind. He shook his head. Not sure. Maybe something's come up with her family? He didn't know much about Chio Ryagetsu, the goddess-like figure of their private high school in Tokyo. Oh, Gu Beiying pouted in disappointment. Without Chio Ryagetsu, the club's star Kendo expert, as her sparring partner, training felt far less challenging. Before they realized it, they had strayed from their usual route home, and the imposing building of the Metropolitan Police Department loomed in the distance. Gu Beiying came to a stop, her gaze landing on a lavishly decorated Western restaurant across the street. Noticing the white badge pinned on her chest, Yu spoke first. What's this? Meeting up with Xiaoyi? Ah, yes. That's right. Gu Beiying forced a smile, feeling a pang of guilt for always using her best friend as an excuse. She clasped her hands together. I'll be home a bit late today. Please let Mom and Dad know for me. Pointing at the Western restaurant, she added. I'll treat you to coffee sometime. Watching her retreating figure, Yu sighed helplessly. Slowly, he extended his hand, where a tiny beetle had silently come to rest on his fingertip. Walking through the bustling streets, Gu Beiying quickly made her way to a Western restaurant named Dawn. With anticipation in her eyes, she pushed open the door. Welcome. A sweet and familiar voice greeted her. A tall woman in a white uniform stood at the entrance, holding a menu. Sashiji. Gu Beiying instantly recognized her and was overcome with emotion, her eyes welling up with tears. She leapt forward like a koala, wrapping her arms tightly around the woman's waist. Sasha inhaled sharply. Only then did Gu Beiying notice the layers of bandages wrapped around Sasha's chest. She quickly let go, remembering how Sasha had taken a near-fatal blow for her during their last mission to eliminate Qishang Longjiang's gang. Seeing Sasha safe and sound now, Gu Beiying finally felt a sense of relief. You little rascal, you nearly broke my waist, Sasha said, clutching her still-healing abdomen. The bandages around her chest only made her figure appear more pronounced. Well, even the gorgeous Sasha has her moments of weakness? A teasing voice chimed in. Dressed in a host-style outfit, Okita Suzume approached with a cup of coffee in hand. Here, try our newest creation. After thanking him, Gu Beiying took a look around. The restaurant was completely empty, its spotless floors hinting at a lack of patrons for some time. Besides Okita and Sasha, There were a few unfamiliar faces present. The bartender at the counter was no longer Shiro Watanabe, but a middle-aged man in a suit with a distinctive mustache, who smiled politely when he noticed her gaze. Looking at the exorbitant prices on the menu Sasha held, Gu Beiying couldn't help but ask, "Do you actually get any customers like this?" "That's not the point," Okita replied, wagging a finger. "As executors of the Dawn organization, our real mission is to eliminate demons in the city. This restaurant is just a cover for our underground base. All the staff here are executors taking shifts. If you're interested, Xiaoying, you could even join us part-time." Before he could finish, Sasha grabbed him by the ear and dragged him off to clean up. Watching this scene, Gu Beiying thought the part-time idea might need some serious consideration. In the Dawn base located beneath the restaurant, Okita placed a white badge on a machine. After a series of numbers flashed across its surface, he handed it to Gu Beiying. "This is your merit badge from the last mission. Keep it safe. It's not only your executor's salary, but also a reward based on your contributions." Gu Beiying gazed at the white badge with a crossed pattern in her hand, her eyes filled with curiosity. This seemingly ordinary badge wasn't just an ID for Dawn's headquarters. It also served as a communication device. And judging by Okita's tone, it appeared to have even more functions yet to be discovered. Noticing Sakura's confusion, Okita skillfully manipulated the yo-yo in his hands while explaining, "You can think of merit points as a virtual currency used within Dawn. Whether it's money, items, or the rare magical artifacts we often rely on, all of these can be purchased with merit points." The silver threads traced sharp arcs in midair as they followed the movements of Okita's nimble fingers. These seemingly ordinary threads had, during the last operation, sliced a powerful demon into a bloodied mess, rendering him completely incapable of fighting. According to Sasha's explanation, these potent magical artifacts were crafted using demon cores and other extracted materials from their bodies. They were currently in one of the laboratories within the Dawn base. All around them were massive, humming machines in constant operation. It was hard to imagine such an enormous facility hidden beneath the ground in District 11. Even now, Gu Beiying couldn't fully grasp the scale of the base, knowing only that one of its entrances was concealed in the staff lounge of a restaurant named Dawn. Stretching lazily, Okita headed toward the door. "Let's go. The meeting's about to start, and the boss is probably waiting for us." Following Okita, Gu Beiying walked through a corridor lined with mechanical devices and arrived at the meeting room. Inside, the room was already filled with officers in white uniforms, each wearing a white badge with a cross pattern on their chest. Familiar faces like Watanabe Shiro, Sasha, and the stout man were among them. At the head of the table sat Aoi Asu, the leader of the Dawn base in District 11. Her short haircut was sharp and efficient, and her expression remained as cold and composed as ever. When Okita and Gu Beiying took their seats, Aoi Asu gave a slight nod. "We can begin." Watanabe Shiro activated the large screen, which displayed a photo of a middle-aged man with a gaunt, sallow face Ikigami Taku, who had been personally killed by Gu Beiying. As her eyes fell on the image, Sakura's pupils contracted involuntarily, and memories of the past surged within her. Regarding the demon group led by Ikigami Taku in the last operation, Watanabe Shiro adjusted his glasses. While several fugitives have been captured, interrogation results indicate that these demons were unfamiliar with one another. The hunt for the remaining fugitives is still ongoing, and we've enlisted the cooperation of the police department for further investigation. As for the repair of the battle site and the erasure of civilian memories, those tasks are nearing completion. The officers in the room remained expressionless, clearly accustomed to such post-operation procedures. However, Aoi Asu's next statement shifted the atmosphere entirely. "None of that is the most critical issue." As she spoke, the screen switched to two new photos. One of them showed an unusual demon figure, standing on the rooftop of a tall building, bathed in eerie moonlight. The figure maintained a humanoid form, but its head was that of a crow with blood-red eyes. Massive wings extended behind it, almost blotting out the moon. The moment Gu Beiying saw this demon, her face turned pale. The cadre of the Shurjin group, known as the Raven, the seducerous tall, slender figure on the screen instantly cast a heavy atmosphere over the conference room. Based on the intelligence gathered, his inner demon type is classified as an aberrant demon, and a class threat. Aoi Asu's voice echoed in the silence. His main abilities include flight, razor-sharp claws akin to blades, extraordinary speed, and the power to create illusions. Gu Beiying clenched her fists as memories of that rainy night surged like a tide. It was this very demon who appeared unexpectedly just as she was about to take down Takako Ikigami, overwhelming her with crushing strength and forcing her into a deadly situation. If not for timely reinforcements, she would have perished on the spot. The Shurjin Group is the largest demon organization in District 11, Aoi Asu continued. As the seducer within their ranks, Raven's most distinctive trait is his ability to discover potential demons before we do, ignite their inner desires, and guide them into darkness. Takako Ikegami's group was one of the many lured into becoming followers of the Shurjin group under his influence. These words sparked a wave of shock in the conference room. Did that mean the targets they had eliminated that night were merely puppets controlled by the Raven? Tricked by those guys again? Someone sighed in frustration. Bang! One of Gu Beiying's former teammates, a burly man, slammed the table with a heavy fist. Those rats lurking in the shadows. One day, they'll wipe every last one of them out of District 11. However, the other operatives remained silent. The Shurjin group's involvement was evident in every demon-related incident in District 11. Despite the Dawn Division's repeated efforts, they had been unable to uproot this vast and deeply hidden organization. Instead, it had grown even stronger, becoming an unrelenting nightmare for the district. What's driving their recent surge in activity? What exactly is the Shurjin group planning? The room buzzed with speculation about the true motives of this cult disguised as a demon organization. Aoyasu turned to Watanabe Bayakuma, who adjusted his glasses calmly before speaking. We are currently investigating the Shurjin group's recent demon-related activities. I believe we'll uncover some clues soon. Gu Beiying recalled the terror of her confrontation with the Raven. If not for the timely arrival of the White Cat, she would likely have been another sacrifice to his power. The feeling of brushing past death still sent chills down her spine. In addition to the Raven, there's someone else we need to keep an eye on. Aoya's words made the room fall into a tense silence as all eyes turned to the screen, where another figure appeared. A mysterious figure dressed in a black hoodie stood in the shadows, the deep hood concealing their face, revealing only a sharp, chiseled jawline. A faint, enigmatic smile lingered at the corner of their lips. On their back was a massive scythe, as tall as a person, its blade black as ink and wreathed in eerie, violet flames that writhed like serpents of the underworld. In the conference room, Asoa's voice broke the tense silence. This is another demon recently spotted in District 11 Flame Oni. His origins are unknown, but he has already killed several demons operating in the area, including during the cleanup operation at Ikegami-taki. Based on the intelligence we've gathered so far, Flame Oni belongs to the Blade Demon class. He can manipulate demonic energy to form a giant scythe and wield the violet flames that enshroud it. Most crucially, she paused, her tone grave. He possesses the ability to extract demonic energy from other demons. Not only that, but his strength and speed far surpass those of ordinary demons. For now, we've classified Flame Oni as a rank threat, though there's a possibility he could exhibit a rank capabilities. Flame Oni? Gu Beiying stared at the shadowy figure on the screen, feeling an oppressive force akin to the one she had experienced with the crow. She glanced around the room and noticed the somber expressions on everyone's faces, especially the officers who had previously encountered Flame Oni. Meanwhile, in a small cafe by the street, Yu was eavesdropping on the discussion in the base through a paired sound-transmitting insect. When the codename Flame Oni was mentioned, he nearly choked on his coffee, his expression a mix of astonishment and unease. The meeting continued. In the last operation, Flame Oni killed a Ikegami-taki and fled the scene. Scans confirmed that Ikegami's body was completely drained of demonic energy. Though his connection to the Shurjin cult remains unclear, Headquarters has issued orders to gather intelligence and capture Flame Oni alive as soon as possible. Yu rubbed his chin, his expression serious. The rest of the meeting focused on demon-clearing operations and the deployment of officers in District 11. Eventually, the insect's energy was depleted, and the voices fell silent. As night fell, Yu stood up, fully aware that his ability to absorb demonic energy would undoubtedly draw significant interest from the Dawn Bureau. What they didn't realize, however, was that this power, drawn from the realm of the hungry ghosts, could drive its victims to madness at best or kill them on the spot, as it had with the Ikegami-taki. Exiting the cafe, he stepped onto the nearly deserted street. A tram approached in the distance, its horn echoing through the night. Suddenly, Yu stopped in his tracks and turned toward the opposite side of the street. A shadowy figure flickered into view, unfurling jet-black wings, and a pair of blood-red eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. The tram roared past, momentarily obscuring Yu's line of sight. When it was gone, so was the figure. All that remained were a few black feathers drifting slowly to the ground. In the affiliated hospital of Dongdu Medical University, a middle-aged, balding doctor in a white coat was frowning thoughtfully at the medical equipment. He looked up at Yu, standing before him, with a hint of puzzlement in his voice. Strange. From the EEG results, the injured part of your brain seems to have almost healed. Yet your memory hasn't fully recovered? Yu shook his head blankly. Ever since he was rescued from that kidnapping incident, his memory felt like a shattered mirror-only fragments remained, drifting in his mind, impossible to piece together. The time he spent imprisoned seemed deliberately erased, leaving an unreachable void. Will this have any impact on my brother? Gu Beiying, who had been standing silently nearby, finally spoke up, her voice filled with deep concern. The doctor stroked his chin, his tone tinged with amazement. Oh, not at all. To be honest, your brother's physical condition is astounding, almost superhuman. I've never seen a patient recover so well from such severe injuries and still be up and about like this. Gu Beiying's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the scene in the warehouse that day, the shocking sight of Yu, shirtless, single-handedly taking on over 100 thugs. The crisscrossing scars on his body, both old and new, were still vivid in her memory. Noticing his sister's gaze, Yu quickly waved his hand in defense. It's not as exaggerated as it sounds. Maybe it's just natural talent. Under the doctor's skeptical scrutiny, Yu underwent another full-body examination. The results still showed nothing unusual apart from his extraordinary physical resilience, and only then was he allowed to leave. I told you there's nothing wrong with me. Coming to the hospital was completely unnecessary, Yu grumbled as he walked down the hospital corridor, rubbing his sore lower back. He felt that if he stayed any longer, the doctor might just turn him into a research subject for dissection. Dame! Gu Beiying suddenly stopped, turned around, bent over, and made a large X shape with her arms across her chest. Pouting, she said, Mom specifically told me to bring you for a follow-up. How can you be so irresponsible about your own health, brother? Seeing his sister's adorably angry expression, Yu couldn't help but laugh. He reached out to ruffle her hair. All right, thank you, dear sister and mom, for your concern. As for their usually silent father, Yi Jingbai, Yu thought to himself, fatherly love is always quiet. Don't mess up my hair. I want grow taller. Gu Beiying protested, her face turning red as she dodged away. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she hesitated and looked cautiously at Yu. I need to take this call. Wait here for me, okay? Watching his sister sneak off to a corner like a guilty little cat, Yu couldn't help but smile. Beside him, Chimei teased, another mission from the Dawn organization? Your adorable sister has received another assignment. Aren't you going to follow her and find out? Yu simply stretched lazily, watching his younger sister's figure disappear into the distance. He understood that the little girl would eventually grow up, and he couldn't protect her forever. Besides, the frequent incidents involving demons across the land were likely just the tip of the iceberg. He could barely ensure his own safety, let alone protect his sister, the destined savior. What made matters worse was that the Dawn organization had already set their sights on the Flame Oni. Coupled with the enigmatic and immensely powerful Shishinshong, Yu had no desire to become the center of attention at such a critical juncture. Unfortunately, the Tongyin parasite had yet to complete its recharge. Otherwise, it would have been a good chance to gather intelligence. As Yu hesitated over whether to lay low for the time being, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. Across the street, near the corner opposite the hospital, a tall girl in a school uniform was walking nonchalantly, carrying a lunchbox. It was none other than Chidai Lingyue, the renowned president of the school's Kendo club. At this moment, Chidai Lingyue seemed like a completely different person from the radiant and confident young lady everyone knew. Her brows were knitted with a sorrow that refused to dissipate, her steps aimless, and she seemed entirely oblivious to Yu's presence nearby. But what truly shocked Yu was the familiar aura emanating from her, as well as the sudden, unusual glow from the Moryu box on his chest. This is the aura of demon energy? Yu's pupils contracted as he recalled the long blade he had glimpsed within Chidai Lingyue's body some days ago. A dreadful suspicion began to form in his mind. What a delicious scent! Chimera sniffed the air greedily, its expression one of hunger. This was clearly a sign that demonic energy was about to erupt. After confirming that his sister was no longer in sight, Yu, though hesitant, decided to follow Chidai Lingyue discreetly in an effort to validate his suspicions. Meanwhile, Gu Beiying quickly walked to a secluded corner of the hospital. After ensuring her brother hadn't followed her, she answered the incoming call displayed on the screen. The caller was none other than Zhuge Pingyun. Uncle Zhuge? The girl asked softly. Xiaoying, there are some updates on the matter you asked me to investigate, Zhuge Pingyun, seated upright in the director's office of the 11th District Police Department, said as he held a file in his hands. Although this information is classified, considering you're the sister of the victim and the special attention you and your brother have received from higher authorities, I can share a little. He proceeded to explain the latest findings. Yet another gruesome murder had occurred recently in the 11th District, with a modus operandi strikingly similar to that of the prior kidnapping group. The victim's blood had been drained, leaving behind a horrific scene. The apprehended perpetrator, mentally unstable, claimed to be acting under divine guidance, believing that completing the designated sacrifice would grant them entry into an ideal divine kingdom. Even more concerning, Zhuge Pingyun said gravely, is that the one who instructed them to kill goes by the name Crow. The sound of a phone dropping to the ground suddenly came from the other end of the line. Gu Beiying's pupil shrank, her shoulders trembling, as she paid no attention to the fallen phone. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. How can this be? The one behind my brother's kidnapping is the Shishinshong? The situation with your sister is not optimistic. At best, she has only about a year left. I'm sorry, but there's nothing more we can do. The doctor's words echoed relentlessly in Chio Ryagetsu's mind. As night fell, she carried a lunchbox and walked alone down the street. The cool evening breeze brushed against her slender figure, prompting her to pull her coat tighter. Her gaze drifted toward the distant hospital building, her eyes clouded with deep worry. Little Kaoru, just as she took a step toward the hospital, a gust of wind swept up the fallen leaves along the roadside. Years of martial arts training had sharpened her instincts, and she immediately sensed something was off. Someone was following her. She quickly scanned the pedestrians around her, bit her lip, and pretended not to notice, all the while quickening her pace. Turning the corner, she suddenly found herself face-to-face with several tall figures standing in a dimly lit alley, blocking her path. These burly men, clad in vests and armed with knives and clubs, were menacing grins. Chio Ryagetsu, the esteemed leader of Gikai. We've been waiting for you. One of them sneered. Footsteps sounded behind her as more men approached, cutting off any chance of escape. Matsuyama-kai? Chio Ryagetsu took a cautious step back, her voice cold, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. The lead thug let out a derisive snort. Several of our brothers died at your hands. Did you really think you could get away so easily? Before he could finish his sentence, Chio Ryagetsu made her move. She swiftly sidestepped and kicked over a nearby street cart. As the thug scrambled to avoid the falling debris, she knocked one of them down and used the chaos to make a break for it. Get her! Someone from Matsuyama-kai shouted as they gave chase. At that moment, a figure dressed in a black coat stepped out from the opposite corner of the street. Yuha observed the scene with furrowed brows, his eyes betraying his surprise. So the leader of one of the three major Yakuza groups in District 11, Gikai, was none other than the seemingly gentle and well-behaved class beauty, Chio? Wow, who would have thought? The class beauty is actually a Yakuza boss? Chimera remarked in awe. Yuha rubbed his aching temples, his expression growing more complicated. Moments earlier, out of curiosity, he had used the Eye of Samsara to peer into Chio Ryagetsu's essence. What he saw within her was a strange, blood-soaked bladia demonic katana with a hilt resembling a blooming rose, its crimson thorns curling along the length of the blade. Yu stared at the blade in Chidai Lingyue's hand, noticing a thick layer of black mist shrouding it, a clear sign of demonic energy corruption. His heart sank. The senior whom Sakura admired so much had fallen, succumbing to the control of desire and becoming a demon. This was the first time he had encountered someone he knew turning into a demon, and to make matters worse, the situation involved the Yakuza. As he hesitated about whether to intervene or stay out of it, the Woolyong box around his neck suddenly glowed faintly. Black mist gathered before his eyes, forming words. Side quest. Save the beautiful class president. Track Chidai Lingyue, and save her life at the critical moment. Earn her trust. Reward. 2 chances to unlock the Woolyong box. Yu glanced suspiciously at Chimei, who simply shrugged nonchalantly. The Woolyong box only assigns tasks most suitable for you. Over time, Yu had grown accustomed to the rules of the Woolyong box. Completing tasks was the only way to earn chances at the lottery, and tasks were categorized into main, side, and daily missions. Ordinary daily missions, like hunting demons to charge the box, only granted 1 lottery chance. However, this side quest offered 2 opportunities, making him wonder if Chidai Lingyue held a deeper secret. After a brief moment of thought, Yu decided to follow and investigate. Night deepened as Chidai Lingyue ran breathlessly through the streets, with burly gangsters in pursuit, as if deliberately herding her toward a specific location. Finally, beneath a dimly lit bridge, she was forced to stop. Several men wielding blades had blocked her escape route. Run. Let's see where else you can go. The leader of the gang sneered. Chidai Lingyue stood still, her head slightly lowered. Wisps of black mist began to seep from her body, exuding a chilling aura of death. Blood dripped from her palms, and as it hit the ground, it solidified into crimson thorns, curling around her fingertips. What is this? The gangsters were visibly shaken. Chidai Lingyue slowly raised her head, tears glimmering in the corners of her eyes, but a crimson glow flickered in her gaze. I really don't want to kill anyone anymore. Under the dim night sky, a few cars sped past on the overpass, their horns blaring and headlights casting fleeting shadows. Beneath the overpass, in the open space below, a tense and suffocating standoff was unfolding. A dozen burly men, armed with sharp blades, were slowly advancing toward a young girl dressed in a blue school uniform, her long ponytail tied high. They had already done their homework. This girl, named Chidai Lingyue, was not only the leader of the Jiang Society but also a skilled kendo practitioner. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, the men remained on high alert. Get her! One of the men shouted, charging forward to attack, with the others quickly following suit. Though their orders were to capture her alive, they had no particular concern for her condition in the process. Lingyue's expression turned steely as she deftly sidestepped the first attacker's lumbering charge. Swinging her shoulder bag, she slashed it across another man's face, leaving a bloody mark. Seizing the moment as he stumbled back in pain, she spun around, delivering a precise kick that sent him sprawling, while simultaneously driving her elbow into the chest of another who had tried to ambush her from the side. Years of sword training had honed her instincts to an almost animalistic sensitivity to danger. Agile as a wildcat, she maneuvered swiftly among the men, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy on vital points. But as more enemies joined the fray, even her skill and agility began to falter under the mounting pressure. Damn it! All at once, a voice bellowed, and the remaining thugs surged forward en masse. No matter how nimble Lingyue was, it became nearly impossible to fend off attacks from every direction. Wounds of various sizes began to mar her body, but the fiery glint in her eyes only grew more intense. Her chest heaved as though she were suppressing some terrifying force within. Just as a machete was about to strike her, a sudden burst of crimson light erupted from her eyes. An invisible black aura began to spread, followed by an ear-piercing scream that shattered the night. A severed arm flew through the air, spraying blood across the grass, the metallic scent of it thick in the air. The man who had lost his arm writhed on the ground in agony before slipping into unconsciousness. The others, frozen in fear, noticed that the girl now held a long blade in her hand, emanating an eerie blood-red glow. Dark, thorn-like tendrils seemed to grow from her palm, coiling around the weapon. Her school uniform was soaked in blood, her eyes entirely crimson, though a faint trace of sanity lingered as she fought to suppress the murderous urge welling up inside her. "This woman isn't normal, finish her off now," the leader barked, snapping his men out of their terror. Though visibly shaken, they relied on their superior numbers and charged forward again. The sharp blades whistled through the air, the kind of attack that even a seasoned warrior might not survive. Strangely, no matter if it was a longsword or a club, the moment these weapons came into contact with the demonic blade in the girl's hand, they seemed to melt like ice, effortlessly corroded into notches. In the darkness of the night, streaks of crimson flashed, and several Matsuyama gang enforcers collapsed with deep, bone-revealing gashes across their chests, blood spurting out in torrents. The remaining enforcers backed away in terror. Before their eyes, the blue-clad girl stood with blood-red eyes, gripping a long blade that emitted an eerie crimson glow. She looked as if she had stepped straight out of the depths of hell. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot shattered the silence of the night. A burst of blood bloomed from Chio Lingyue's chest as she twisted her body just in time, the bullet grazing her left shoulder. If not for her quick reaction, the shot would have pierced her heart. Just as that man said, "This woman is like a demon," the burly man with the gun sneered, smoke still rising from the barrel. He barked at his subordinates. "What are you standing around for? If she escapes, the boss won't let you off." Though the enforcers were still trembling with fear, the thought of the gang's brutal punishments forced them to charge forward. Chio Lingyue raised her blade to counter, but more gunshots rang out. She barely managed to dodge as bullets whizzed past her, striking the ground and leaving small craters. Her shoulder throbbed with unbearable pain, and the bloodthirsty thorns of her blade continued to drain her blood, causing her vision to blur. "Stop struggling, and you might suffer less," the burly man sneered mockingly. Chio Lingyue remained silent, her blood-thorn blade still glowing with a sinister, hungry light. "Foolish girl," the man roared, as his subordinates charged at her with raised weapons. The sharp edges of their blades drew closer in her blurred vision. Chio Lingyue tried to resist, but her strength was completely drained, and she collapsed to the ground. The bloodthirsty thorns withered away, and the long blade disintegrated into a pool of blood. Just as her eyes were about to close, a figure suddenly stepped in front of her, catching the descending blade with bare hands. "Who are you? Do you know what it means to mess with the Matsuyama gang?" the burly man demanded angrily. Blood dripped down the newcomer's arm, but he spoke nonchalantly. "Can't you see I'm here to save the damsel in distress? According to the script, this is when you should run." With a sharp push, he sent the knife-wielding thug stumbling back and swiftly took down the surrounding enforcers with a few punches. The burly man fired several shots, but the figure dodged them effortlessly. In the next instant, like a ghost, he appeared right in front of the man, grabbing his wrist. A sharp crack sounded as the handgun fell to the ground, and the man was sent flying with a powerful kick. "If you know what's good for you, disappear while I'm still in a good mood," the figure said coolly. The burly man gritted his teeth, glanced at his battered subordinates, and fled with them in tow. Chio Lingyue, weak and barely conscious, stared at the young man as he turned toward her. His clean-cut, sunny face carried a warm smile. "Hey there, beautiful." The familiar voice made Chio Lingyue's eyes widen in shock. Yi you? Yi you? Chio Ryogetsu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the familiar face in front of her. That gentle smile remained on his delicate features, as if his astonishing feat of descending from the sky and single-handedly subduing over a dozen thugs was nothing out of the ordinary. Yiyu, what are you doing here? Chiyo's weak voice carried a tone of surprise, though her spirits seemed to lift slightly. Yiyu casually rubbed his chin and pointed toward the hospital building in the distance. I'm here for a checkup, of course. On my way, I happened to see Class Rep Chiyo being chased, so I figured I'd play the hero and save the damsel in distress. As he spoke, his sharp gaze caught a fleeting glimmer of crimson fading from the girl's eyes. Thank you. As the uncontrollable murderous intent within her subsided, a wave of exhaustion washed over Chiyo, and her already pale complexion became even more ashen. Had Yiyu not appeared in time, she would have likely fallen into the hands of the Matsuyama-kai. You shouldn't strain yourself too much in your current state. Yiyu knelt down to examine her injury. Fortunately, the bullet had only grazed her shoulder, avoiding any vital areas. However, it was still bleeding heavily and required immediate medical attention. Under his focused gaze, a faint blush crept onto Chiyo's pale face. She attempted to stand but found herself too weak to muster any strength. Now's not the time to be stubborn. Before she could respond, Yiyu had already scooped her up in his arms. Watching the flush quickly spread across Chiyo's face, Yiyu couldn't help but find the usually composed and elegant class representative unexpectedly adorable in this moment. He shook his head and casually asked, by the way, who were those guys? They even had guns. Chime, standing off to the side, let out a scoff. As if you don't already know. Cradled in Yiyu's arms, Chiyo was flustered and hastily explained. They're rivals in my family's business. They probably wanted to kidnap me to pressure my family. Yiyu silently mused to himself, could it be some kind of Yakuza business? But his expression remained unreadable. Chiyo hesitated for a long moment before cautiously asking, you didn't see anything earlier, did you? She unconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her clothing as she spoke. Noticing her subtle movement, Yiyu replied nonchalantly, when I arrived, I just saw that thug pointing a gun at you. Why? Is there something I should have seen? No. Chiyo quickly denied it, relieved to hear that Yiyu seemed unaware of what had transpired earlier. She didn't want anyone to witness her monstrous side. Yiyu glanced at the faint, floating words in his vision. Mission accomplished. A small smile tugged at his lips. Earning 2 prize draws just for fending off a few small-time thugs? He wouldn't mind more hero-saving Fide missions like this. Under the deepening night, the entrance of the East Capital Medical University-affiliated hospital loomed ahead. Gu Beiying paced back and forth, her anxiety growing as the call on her phone failed to connect. Zhuge Pingyun's words echoed in her mind like a nightmare. If it was truly the followers of the god cult who had kidnapped her brother, could it be because of her? The thought sent a chill down her spine. If her family suffered because of her, she would never forgive herself. As she lowered her gaze to the white badge pinned to her chest, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows across the street. The person was carrying someone in their arms, and Gu Beiying's heart leapt to her throat. When she recognized the familiar silhouette, she immediately dashed forward. Brother! But as she got closer, the sight before her made her gasp in shock. Yiyu's arm bore a deep, ghastly wound, with blood dripping from his fingertips onto his clothes. What startled her even more was the unconscious woman in his arms, whose face was all too familiar. Senior? Outside the hospital's emergency room, Yiyu winced in pain as Gu Beiying wrapped his arm with bandages, her movements forceful and filled with frustration. She was winding the bandage around his arm with such intensity that it seemed like she was venting her anger. Does it have to be this tight? Yiyu asked with a pained smile. You deserve it. Gu Beiying shot him a glare. Who told you to run off on your own without even letting me know in advance? Yiyu explained. The situation was urgent. I didn't have time to think. He scratched his head awkwardly as he spoke. Gu Beiying was about to press him for more details when she noticed a group of burly men in blue robes gathered quietly near the emergency room door. Their muscular builds and fierce expressions were hard to ignore. One of them suddenly turned to look at her, and she quickly averted her gaze. Yiyu then recounted the events briefly but left out Chiyo Ryagetsu's connection to the underworld. Even so, the story was enough to make Gu Beiying's heart race with fear. Next time something like this happens, you have to tell me, she said in a low voice, clenching her fists. I'm strong too, you know. Yiyu chuckled and ruffled her hair. Yes, our little Beiying is the strongest. But let's keep this from mom and dad, okay? Just like last time? He held out his pinky. Gu Beiying pouted, but eventually extended her hand for a pinky promise. Fine, but just this once. At that moment, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor stepped out to announce that the patient was stable. Before the doctor could finish speaking, the group of burly men surged forward, crowding into the emergency room all at once. Miss Chiyo. A group of burly men with fierce expressions barged into the emergency room, roughly shoving their way through. Despite their rugged appearances, Their faces were filled with anxiety and concern. On the hospital bed, Chio Lingyue was resting against the headboard. After receiving treatment, her complexion, though still pale, was noticeably better than before. Her shoulder was wrapped in professional bandages, the meticulous dressing far surpassing Sakura's earlier attempt. It's such a relief that you're okay, Miss Chio. Those Matsuyama gang bastards dared to harm you, just give the word, and we'll make them pay. The group of burly men gathered around her bed. These usually intimidating figures were now sobbing like children, their muscular physiques contrasting sharply with their tear-streaked faces. At that moment, Yu and Gu Beiying entered the emergency room. Spotting that Chio Lingyue was safe, a wave of relief swept over her face. Sakura, you're here, she greeted. Glad you're all right, senpai, Gu Beiying teased with a playful smile. I was looking forward to sparring with you again. Chio Lingyue chuckled softly, but when her gaze fell on Yu, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. The memory of being held in his arms was still vivid in her mind. It was the first time in her life she had been so closely embraced by a man. I owe my thanks to Yu for saving me this time, she said, trying to compose herself. Yu was about to humbly respond when, suddenly, the group of burly men dropped to their knees in perfect unison. Thank you for saving our Miss Chio, they bellowed, their thunderous gratitude startling a passing nurse, who quickly retreated in alarm. Young man, from now on, whatever you need, just say the word. I, Okamoto, will risk life and limb for you. Count me in. And me too. Yu stared at the kneeling men, utterly at a loss for how to react. Was this some kind of Good Samaritan card issued by a gang? Meanwhile, a hesitant doctor finally mustered the courage to step forward. The injury looks suspiciously like a gunshot wound. Shouldn't we inform the police? Before he could finish, one of the burly men instantly got up and loomed over him, his face full of menacing muscle. What did you just say? He growled. The doctor, overwhelmed by the intense stares of the group, stumbled backward in fear and bolted out the door, silently vowing never to meddle again. Yu and Gu Beiying exchanged bewildered glances before turning their eyes to Chio Lingyue. She looked slightly embarrassed and explained, they've always been like this. Please don't mind them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. Miss, you can't just, but before the sentence could be finished, a slender figure broke past the obstruction and burst into the room. Yu turned towards the sound and saw a young girl in a white hospital gown rushing into the room. Her skin was so pale it seemed almost translucent, her face carrying an unhealthy pallor. The girl, who appeared to be around the same age as Gu Beiying, had delicate features, and even her hair was an unnatural shade of white. Most striking of all was the bandage wrapped around her head, completely covering her eyes. In her right hand, she tightly gripped an forced stand, instinctively glancing around the room. Sister? Her voice was soft, barely audible, and carried a distinct frailty. Chio Riegetsu's expression changed immediately. Koharu, why are you here? I dreamed something bad happened to you, the girl said, gasping for air. Her frail body trembled, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Before she could finish speaking, several burly men hurried into the room and bowed deeply to Chio Riegetsu, who was lying on the bed. Young miss, Chio Riegetsu shot them a cold glance. Didn't I tell you to watch over Koharu? Then, turning to the white-haired girl, her tone softened instantly. Koharu, I'm right here. Don't worry. The girl fumbled her way to the bedside, and only when her hand found her sister's warm one did her tense expression relax slightly. Yet the sickly pallor lingered on her face. Kaio-senpai has a younger sister? Gu Beiying whispered in surprise. As Chio Riegetsu gently stroked her sister's hair, she explained to Yu and Gu Beiying. This is my younger sister, Chio Sonoka. Because of her health, she rarely goes outside. She then recounted their story. Their parents had passed away when they were young, leaving the sisters to rely on each other. Her sister was blind and physically frail, so Chio had taken on the responsibility of caring for her family from a young age. This hospitalization was to treat her sister's condition, and those attackers were sent by rivals in their family business. Hearing terms like family business and rivals, Yu's lips twitched slightly. If he hadn't overheard her earlier conversation with those gang members, he might have believed this version of events. Though the story was somewhat embellished, there was no denying that the woman before him was a bona fide crime boss. Gu Beiying, on the other hand, fully believed her senpai's words, her eyes sparkling with admiration. To her, Chio Riegetsu had become the epitome of perfection. A woman who had lost her parents yet stood strong, cared for her ailing sister, managed a family business, and still excelled academically. Watching his sister's naive look of admiration, Yu sighed inwardly. My innocent sister, this is definitely not someone you should aspire to be. Chio Riegetsu gently stroked her sister's head, her eyes filled with a tender smile, radiating a strong bond of sisterly affection. Watching this, Yu couldn't help but recall the scene he had witnessed not long ago. This seemingly gentle girl, wearing a cold expression, had mercilessly swung her blade, severing a thug's arm. The stark contrast between these two images intertwined in his mind. Meanwhile, Gu Beiying was deep in animated conversation with Chio and Xuan. Though the girl on the hospital bed appeared pale, her face gradually lit up with a smile under Beiying's cheerful chatter. Yet, the occasional sound of her coughing served as a sobering reminder of her frail condition, like a delicate flower on the verge of wilting. What illness does Chio's sister have? Yu shifted his gaze from observing the others to the bedridden Chio Ryagetsu. Just call me Chio. Startled by the sudden question, Chio Ryagetsu's cheeks flushed red, clearly still embarrassed by the earlier incident when Yu had held her in his arms. She glanced toward her sister and sighed lightly. It happened when Unshuan was very young. Shortly after our parents passed away, her eyesight suddenly failed. I took her to countless hospitals across the country, but no one could determine the cause. After that, her health began to deteriorate day by day. Chio Ryagetsu's fingers unconsciously tightened around the edge of the blanket, her tone laden with helplessness. After a brief pause, as if realizing she had shared too much of a heavy topic, she forced a gentle smile back onto her face. But enough about that. How's your arm doing, Yu? She gestured toward Yu's arm, which was wrapped up like a bundle. Yu raised his arm slightly, glancing toward his sister with a hint of exasperation. It was just a minor injury, really. He wasn't lying given his unusual physical resilience. The wound would heal quickly. It was Gu Beiying's rough bandaging that left his arm feeling swollen. Seeing Beiying's rather unorthodox bandaging technique, Chio Ryagetsu couldn't help but laugh softly. The sight of her smiling so warmly made it hard to reconcile her with the image of a ruthless gang leader. Before they left, Chio and Xuan, though reluctant to part with her newfound friend Beiying, insisted on standing up. Holding a folded paper crane in both hands, she approached Yu. Big brother Yu, thank you for saving my sister. Even though her eyes were covered with bandages, Yu could still sense the sincerity in the white-haired girl's voice. He accepted the paper crane and replied gently, "You're welcome. You have a wonderful sister, too." He glanced meaningfully at Chidai Lingyue, who lay on the hospital bed, and said softly, "Trust me, your sister will get better soon." After leaving the ward, the siblings walked through the hospital corridor. Yu noticed his sister's unusual silence and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Gu Beiying shook her head, her voice tinged with sadness. "Xiao Sun is so pitiful. She's so young yet has to endure such pain, relying only on her sister for support." She couldn't help but imagine Chidai Yuanshuan's situation, losing her parents, blinded, confined to a cold hospital bed every day, bearing the weight of loneliness. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Yu nodded thoughtfully and gently ruffled his sister's hair. "Yeah, but at least Xiao Sun has a loving sister. Chidai's responsibility is far from easy. Senior truly is amazing." Gu Beiying nodded emphatically, then suddenly seemed to snap out of it and ducked away from her brother's hand. "Stop messing with my hair." Seeing his sister return to her lively self, Yu smiled knowingly. Just then, a figure brushed past them quickly, heading deeper into the corridor. Huh. Gu Beiying let out a small gasp. It was a young man with strikingly dyed yellow hair, wearing earrings and a black vest, a textbook, delinquent look. "That guy. I remember him." Gu Beiying exclaimed as realization dawned on her. "He's the one who saved me that day in the warehouse when I was kidnapped." She recalled the moment when Tianzhong had abducted her. It was this man who stopped his accomplice from harming her. Yu narrowed his eyes. He recognized the yellow-haired guy as well, was one of the thugs who had tried to pick a fight with him before, only to end up beaten so badly he wet his pants on the spot. "Wait here for me. I need to use the restroom," Yu said to his sister before quietly following the yellow-haired man. The hospital was bustling with people. Yu deliberately slowed his pace, trailing the man inconspicuously. Soon, he noticed a sign on the wall that read Intensive Care Unit, and the sharp smell of disinfectant filled the air. The yellow-haired man hurried into one of the rooms, not even bothering to close the door. Yu stopped at the doorway, peeking through the gap to observe what was happening inside. The room was filled with the rhythmic beeping of medical equipment. On the bed lay a frail girl with an oxygen mask over her face. The yellow-haired man sat by her side, pulling out 2 lunchboxes from his jacket. He placed one on the bedside table and ravenously dug into the other himself. The scene was far from what Yu had expected. He frowned, his gaze fixed on the yellow-haired man, his deep eyes faintly glimmering with a trace of bloodlust. In the second-floor bedroom of the Yi family residence, Yu gently massaged the part of his arm that had gone numb from the tight bandaging. The deep scar had already scabbed over, leaving a noticeable mark on his skin. After returning from the hospital, he had undone his sister's overly meticulous bandages, using the excuse of not wanting to worry the family. However, Gu Beiying had still insisted on wrapping the wound with a layer of gauze. Thanks to the cover of his long sleeves, Neither Yi Jingbai nor Gu Han noticed anything unusual. Tisk, TSK, that's your sister's heartfelt handiwork, and you just toss it aside like that? Chimei floated nearby, mocking him. Without a word, Yu swung a fist, dispersing the figure into a cloud of black mist. As it reformed into its round, plump shape, it glared at him with lantern-like red eyes and grumbled, so stingy. Ignoring Chimei's chatter, Yu turned his attention to the purple black box hanging from his chest. This palm-sized device, which had undergone an upgrade after his first mission, had become even smaller and now resembled an ordinary pendant. Sensing Yu's intent, the box of whinnying emitted a low hum, floating into the air and glowing with an eerie light. This was the most significant reward of the night, the 2 lottery draws granted upon completing the mission to save Chio Lingyue. While the reasons behind the mission's objective remained unclear, the rewards for a mid-level side quest were promising enough. Previous rewards, such as the eavesdropping device Mother-Child Resonance Goo and the tri-leaf mist flower that granted temporary invisibility, had proven invaluable for gathering intelligence. As long as he didn't draw something as uncontrollable as the Shura mask from the first time, it would be a win. Placing his hand on the blood-red eye of the box of whinnying, Yu activated it. A crimson glow erupted, bathing the entire room in scarlet light. With the burst of 2 violet orbs, 2 intricately designed items materialized before him. Violet-grade items were often far more valuable than the common blue-grade ones, like the Mother-Child Resonance Goo he had previously used to gather intel about Xiaoying. As for gold-grade items, apart from the terrifying Shura mask, he had yet to encounter any. As the light gradually dimmed, black mist coalesced into text in midair. Blood rosemary grade, violet. Bound by blood, forging the chains of affection between us. A perfume crafted from the secretions of the she butterfly native to the southern mountains of the demon realm. Activate its effects by adding a drop of your own blood, significantly enhancing the affection of nearby individuals of the opposite gender. Yu examined the uniquely designed incense burner in his hand. It had the texture of a ceramic jar but was equipped with a nozzle. Its hollow design allowed the faint pink liquid inside to shimmer faintly from within. At first glance, it was easy to mistake it for a subpar perfume brand's attempt at creating an attention-grabbing yet defective product. Yu gently picked up the ceramic jar, sniffing the liquid inside, only to find, strangely enough, that it had no scent at all. Odorless and colorless? This is supposed to be a perfume popular among the nobility of the demon realm, Chimei explained. What's it for? Yu asked bluntly. Well, Chimei let out an awkward laugh. It's typically used by demon realm nobles as an intimate accessory to enhance attraction from the opposite sex. Yu shot Chimei a disdainful look. Why would I end up drawing something like this? That's a question for the previous owners of the Wanliang box. They're the ones who put these things in, Chimei replied with a sheepish chuckle. The items drawn from the Wanliang box were always bizarre and unpredictable. Even when faced with something seemingly useless, Yu could only accept his fate. Following the instructions, he opened the small circular hole at the top of the ceramic jar, pricked his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall into the liquid. To his surprise, the clear liquid instantly turned crimson. When he sniffed it again, a faint cool sensation touched his nose, followed by an inexplicable dryness in his throat. Beyond that, there was no other effect. Yu silently set the seemingly useless perfume aside and turned his attention to another item from the glowing Orba gemstone faintly emitting a soft purple light. The gem's frosted texture felt unusually cold to the touch, with faint, swirling patterns visible within. As he gazed at the purple gemstone, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This is a magic core? It was almost identical to the magic cores he had seen in the Dawn organization, except for its color. Those had been black, while this one was purple. What was even more astonishing was the immense magical energy contained within, so powerful that it sent a chill down Yu's spine. What level had the owner of this magic core reached? A-class, S-class, or even higher? As Yu stared at the magic core, its energy suddenly surged. A dark beam shot out, splitting into 2. One beam pierced directly into Yu's eyes, while the other flowed into the Wanliang box on his chest. A sharp pain instantly seared through his eyes, forcing Yu to lower his head as his vision blurred. In that moment, his eyes transformed into a mesmerizing shade of violet, with a 6-pointed star array appearing deep within his pupils. A blood-red Magatama materialized in one corner of the array, while the faint shadow of a second Magatama flickered briefly before vanishing. As his consciousness began to fade, Yu felt himself plunging into a boundless void. Darkness engulfed him, silent and oppressive. Suddenly, countless blood-red eyes opened in the blackness, staring intently at him. Each gaze carried a different emotion: ferocity, resentment, fear, pleading, anguishes. Though this space condensed all the negative emotions in existence. What shocked Yu even more was the familiarity he sensed from these eyes. With a thought, A ghostly violet flame erupted from Yu's purple pupils, netherworld hellfire. The blood-red eyes immediately displayed terror, shutting themselves tightly. Yenma, Yu murmured. In the darkness, countless black runes slithered like serpents, coiling around his arm and solidifying into a pitch-black halberd. The moment he gripped the weapon, all the blood-red eyes vanished. When he opened his eyes again, the halberd had dissipated into black smoke, and the crimson eyes in the void had reopened. Chime had once mentioned that Yenma, as the companion weapon of the Wangliang box, was essentially the blood souls of vengeful spirits imprisoned within the box. Its form reflected the wielder's state of mind. The eerie eyes before him were none other than the malevolent spirits trapped within the Wangliang box. How did I end up inside the box of wraiths? Yu stood in a pitch-black space, surrounded by countless blood-red eyes staring at him in fear. Ghostly flames from the realm of hungry ghosts swirled around him, flames capable of subduing malevolent spirits and evil souls, but he hadn't dispelled them. The faint light they emitted barely pierced the dense darkness. Guided by a faint, almost imperceptible pull, he walked forward, the path beneath him seemingly endless. Occasionally, blurred objects wrapped in glowing orbs drifted past him, items sealed within the box of wraiths, including those he had won in previous draws. Unfortunately, they were all shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to discern their true forms. Suddenly, Yu felt a jolt in his chest and instinctively looked up. At the edge of his vision, a massive gate constructed of ancient black runes had appeared without warning. The surface of the door was covered in strange patterns, bound tightly by several iron chains, while the rest was cloaked in grayish-white mist. This door, Yu suddenly recalled seeing its blurred outline in a dream. But now, it stood vividly before him, and it was rapidly approaching. In the next instant, one of the chains snapped. The sharp sound of breaking metal echoed in his mind, jolting his consciousness back to reality. Yu came to his senses, cold sweat covering his forehead, his chest heaving. Looking around, he realized he was back in his familiar room. The terrifying blood-red eyes and oppressive darkness had vanished. He lowered his gaze to the floating, dark purple box before him, and a thought crossed his mind. Was the experience just now his consciousness entering the interior of the box of wraiths? If those blood-red eyes belonged to imprisoned malevolent spirits, then the ancient gate that appeared at the end, could it be the legendary boundary gate, linking the human world to the demon realm? As the thought struck him, a sharp pain flared in one of his eyes. The violet glow within faded gradually. Could this all be part of your plan too? A misty figure materialized beside Yu, wrapping around him. Only a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the fog, and a sinister voice said, "You were the one who drew it, after all. And no matter what happens, don't forget your mission, my demon lord." Yu caught the deeper meaning in the words. The true reason the box of wraiths had chosen him was to break its seals, unleashing the monsters of the demon realm to invade the human world and subjugate mankind. Are you reminding me? Yu stood up, tilting his head slightly as the violet glow surged once more in his eyes. I didn't mean it that way. Chime caught the warning tone in Yu's words, immediately reining in her teasing demeanor and vanishing silently into the black mist behind her. Yu changed into a deep blue open-front night robe, his fingers lightly brushing over the lifeless Wong box. He had no interest in the so-called demon realm lord mentioned by Chime, nor did he want to get involved in any wars. But to avoid being backlashed by the Wu Wong box, he had no choice but to periodically complete tasks and infuse it with demonic energy. The opening of the boundary gate was now unstoppable. Yu knew very well that he was neither a hero willing to sacrifice for humanity, nor someone who wanted to become a target due to his identity being exposed. Besides, even without him, the Wu Wong box would simply choose another host. All he could do was delay the opening of the boundary gate within his limited power and protect the people and things he cared about. This thought might be selfish, but it was realistic. Looking up at the pitch-black night sky, he felt as if a giant beast from the abyss was staring at the mortal world, ready to open its bloodthirsty maw and devour everything. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Yu turned over and lay down on the bed. After all, the full activation of the Wu Wong box was still far off. These were not concerns for the present. The next morning, the chirping of birds outside the window woke Yu. Harsh sunlight streamed through the window lattice into the room as he went through his morning routine. Changing clothes, making the bed, and stretching. His gaze fell on a small ceramic perfume bottle on the table. The crimson liquid inside shimmered with an eerie glow under the sunlight. After a moment of hesitation, Yu sprayed a little on himself and tucked the bottle into his shoulder bag. Since it was a prize from a lottery, he figured he might as well use it. During breakfast, Yu paid extra attention to Sakura's reaction. The blood rosemary perfume was rumored to enhance one's appeal to the opposite sex, and he was curious if it would have any effect on this child of destiny. Seeing her entirely focused on her food without any noticeable change, he decided to ask directly, "Sakura, do you smell anything on me?" There's a faint, Pleasant scent. What brand of perfume are you using, bro? Recommend it to me. Gu Beiying's eyes lit up, showing interest in the brand instead. Oh, you starting to care about his appearance now? Gu Han teased with a smile while carrying a plate. Could it be that you've met someone special at school? No, it's not like that. Yu waved his hands in denial. Don't tell me you like Senior Chio. Beiying suddenly exclaimed with a spark of realization. Oh, so the girl Yu likes is named Chio? Gu Han's curiosity deepened. High schoolers should focus on their studies. There's plenty of time for romance later. Yi Jingbai interjected unexpectedly, setting down his newspaper. Meow the white cat on the soft cushion chimed in as if in agreement. Chio Lingyue isn't bad, but she's still a bit lacking to match our demon lord, wouldn't you say? Even Chimei emerged to join the commotion. Yu let out a helpless sigh, pressing a hand to his forehead. It seemed the more he tried to explain, the messier things got. Good morning, Yu. In the early morning hallway of the school building, Yu greeted his passing classmates with a warm smile. Once he sat down in the noisy classroom, however, his smile faded. He reached into his shoulder bag and retrieved a uniquely designed ceramic bottle of perfume. To test the effectiveness of this rosemary of blood, he sprayed a little more on himself, discreetly observing the reactions of the nearby girls. The act was undeniably a bit creepy, but since he had used up a rare lottery chance to acquire this magical potion that supposedly increased the affection of the opposite sex, it would be a waste not to put it to good use. Yi, a voice filled with grievance called out from behind him. Turning around, he was met with the resentful gaze of Zhuge Feng. Last night, I asked you to come with me to buy Yuxi Ancient's physical album. Why didn't you reply to my message? Yi froze for a moment. He vaguely remembered receiving Zhuge Feng's message, but at the time, he had been busy completing the Hero Saves the Beauty mission issued by the Wanyu box, and the matter had completely slipped his mind afterward. Sorry, Sakura took me to the hospital for a follow-up yesterday, and I forgot to reply, Yu explained. You don't look sick to me, Zhuge Feng said, eyeing him up and down. Then, with a triumphant smirk, he pulled out a stack of albums featuring the cover of a certain idol. But I already managed to snag a limited edition album signed personally by Yuxi Ancient. Don't even think about asking me for one. Watching Zhuge Feng clutch the albums with an expression of utter bliss, Yu's mouth twitched. He suddenly had the urge to use his samsara eye to see if this guy's brain was entirely filled with thoughts of women. Yet, knowing how much energy it consumed to activate the samsara eye and peer into someone's mind, he quickly dismissed the idea. The class bell rang, and the students began returning to their seats. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a striking figure burst through the door almost exactly as the bell finished ringing. It was none other than their class president, Chio Lingyue. The entire class looked on in astonishment. Known for her top grades and beloved by both teachers and students, Chio Lingyue was always the first to arrive in the classroom. This was the first time anyone had seen her cutting it so close. Yu's expression wasn't just one of surprise. It was tinged with shock. After all, she had been hospitalized for an injury just last night. How was she already back? Seemingly unfazed? Sorry for being late today, Chio Lingyue said gracefully, bowing to the class before heading to her seat. Yu observed her closely and noticed her complexion was still pale. A faint glimpse of bandages wrapped around her shoulder could be seen near her collar. Clearly, her body had not yet fully recovered. According to Shuguang, Chio Lingyue is a blade demon whose core can externalize into a weapon. Although demons of this type are physically weaker than strength-oriented variants, their weapon abilities are uniquely distinct. Yu pondered for a moment, his eyes glimmering with a faint, purple light. A six-pointed star flickered faintly in his pupils as he activated the Reincarnation Eye's ability to see through desires, directing his gaze toward Chio Lingyue. What appeared before him was a swirling black mist tinged with a bloody glow, within which floated a crimson long sword. The blade was covered in thorn-like veins that twisted like blood vessels, with bright red droplets sliding down its edge. Before the stinging pain in his eyes became unbearable, Yu quickly shut them, the purple glow fading away. The eerie sword left a deep impression on him. It seemed as though the entire weapon was forged from blood, with the crimson thorns creeping ever deeper into the blade. Was this the true manifestation of Chio Lingyue's inner desire? As if sensing his gaze, Chio Lingyue turned and smiled at him. Yi returned the smile, but it soon faded. Knowing her true nature, he found it difficult to reconcile the gentle class president he knew with the reality before him. Yet, since the Wraith Box had issued a mission to rescue her, it was clear the situation wasn't so straightforward. The barrier gate he had seen in the Wraith Box the previous night, combined with the imminent actions of the Shuguang organization, weighed heavily on his mind. Lost in thought, the day passed. The afternoon sunlight poured in as the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Students cheerfully poured out of the building, but Yi remained perplexed, examining the ceramic bottle of perfume in his hand. Despite using the Demon Realm's perfume throughout the day, none of the girls around him had reacted to it, even after he reapplied it multiple times. Could it be that items from the demon realm lose their effect in the human world? As he sighed, a familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw Chio Lingyue approaching gracefully. She bowed slightly and said, Yiyu, thank you for last night. Xiaoshuan suggested inviting you and Xiaoying over to our house. There's no need to thank me so much. Honestly, I'm surprised you came to school so soon after being injured like that, Yiyu replied, recalling the scene of her shoulder being pierced. Although she had narrowly avoided damage to the bone, any ordinary person would still be bedridden. Under Yiyu's deep gaze, Chio Lingyue's face flushed as she remembered being carried by him in a princess hold. She explained softly, the national exams are approaching, and I don't want my grades to suffer. Yiyu chuckled inwardly, thinking, isn't there also gang business to handle? But outwardly, he maintained a look of understanding. Class President Chio is truly dedicated. Can I ask a favor, Yiyu? Chio Lingyue looked at him expectantly, her clear, sincere eyes hard to refuse. About last night, could you keep it a secret? I don't want our classmates to misunderstand. Yiyu could tell she was worried about her gang affiliations being exposed. Preoccupied with his own concerns, he had no intention of revealing her secret anyway. Just as he was about to agree, a figure suddenly rushed toward them from behind. Yiyu, why are you running so fast again? Zhuge Feng immediately spotted Yiyu's figure among the crowd. Frustration bubbled up in his chest as he thought about how Yiyu had not replied to his messages and even left school without waiting for him. Quietly sneaking up behind Yiyu, he suddenly charged forward and gave him a hard shove. The corridor was bustling with students, and Yiyu had no idea he would be ambushed in such a setting. Stumbling a few steps, he barely managed to steady himself, but the ceramic jar filled with magical potion slipped from his grasp. Oh no! Yiyu's heart sank as he instinctively reached out to catch it, completely forgetting that Chio Ryagetsu was standing right in front of him. He lunged forward, unintentionally crashing straight into her. A flicker of panic crossed Chio Ryagetsu's face as she saw Yiyu hurtling toward her. While her reflexes would normally allow her to dodge easily, a sharp pain in her shoulder immobilized her. She ended up being knocked to the ground by Yiyu. Crash! A crisp shattering sound echoed as the ceramic jar broke upon impact with Chio Ryagetsu. The potion, mixed with blood, splattered across her white school uniform, blooming into a vivid crimson stain. Some of the potion seeped into the still healing wound on her shoulder, while a few drops landed on her lips. Instinctively, she licked them, and a cool sensation surged through her mind. Wait, why is Class Rep Chio here too? Oh no, my bad. Zhuge Feng finally noticed what had happened, bowing apologetically. I'm so sorry. Yiyu, having regained his balance, shot Zhuge Feng a glare. Great, there goes the borrowed item. What a loss. Swallowing his frustration, he turned to Chio Ryagetsu, extending a hand. Sorry about that. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary? Thump, thump. Hearing Yiyu's gentle voice, Chio Ryagetsu's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She looked up and locked eyes with his concerned gaze. In the twilight, his silhouette was outlined by a soft golden glow. The tousled strands of his hair framed a pair of starry eyes, and his flawless features, paired with a striking Adam's apple, exuded an irresistible charm. Class Rep Chio? Are you alright? Seeing no response, Yiyu frowned and leaned forward, trying to help her up. But as soon as his hand touched hers, she flinched as though she'd been electrocuted, withdrawing her hand abruptly. Her heart raced faster. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson that spread all the way to her ears. In her vision, faint outlines of hearts seemed to form, as if she were under some kind of spell. No problem. Chio Ryagetsu hurriedly scrambled to her feet, avoiding Yayo's gaze this time. Her voice trembled noticeably, and her chest heaved with nervous breaths. I still need to take care of Xiaoshuan over there, so I'll take my leave now. Before she even finished her sentence, the girl turned and fled like a startled deer. Yayo watched Chio Ryagetsu's panicked retreat, then glanced down at the shattered ceramic pieces on the ground, frowning slightly. Is she really okay? That's strange. What's up with Kaio-senpai today? Zhuge Feng straightened up, scratching his head in confusion. I've never seen the goddess so flustered before. Maybe something happened at home, Yayo replied absent-mindedly. Really? Zhuge Feng still looked puzzled. The two walked together until they reached the intersection, where they parted ways. Zhuge Feng needed to head back to prepare dinner for his father, who worked at the police department. All right, I'm off. I'll let you off the hook for standing me up this time, but next time, you better take me to see Yukikin's concert. Zhuge Feng grinned mischievously as he walked away. Yayo's mouth twitched. Hey, how can you call it standing you up when I never agreed in the first place? Once Zhuge Feng was out of sight, Yayo stood at the crossroads and muttered to himself, what was up with Chio Ryagetsu just now? Isn't Demon Realm Potion supposed to be ineffective on humans? Her eyes were practically sparkling with hearts. From within a swirl of black mist, a pair of glowing, lantern-like red eyes emerged. The blood rosemary is indeed an aphrodisiac used by demon realm nobles, but it's never been tested on humans before. Recalling the day's events, Yayo suddenly pieced things together. Wait a minute. The biggest difference between Chiyo Ryagetsu and other girls is that she's already been tainted with demonic energy, turning her into a demonkin with special abilities. Bingo! The creature, Chimera, let out a mocking laugh. While the potion doesn't work on ordinary humans, your class president is no longer ordinary. A demonkin's body and soul have already undergone changes, making them, in a sense, part of the demon realm. Hearing Chimera's explanation, Yayo thought back to the effects of the magical potion and entire bottle spilled all over Chiyo Ryagetsu. What's going to happen to her? Chimera's plump, round form emerged further from the black mist, shrugging. No idea. This rare potion is usually reserved for just a drop or two on a demon's wedding night. No one's ever been doused in it from head to toe like she was. Yayo's eye twitched. Is this stuff really that precious? Chimera gave him a mischievous look. With that much dosage, best case scenario, her affection for you will skyrocket. Worst case, she could fall so deeply in love with you that it drives her mad. In extreme cases, she might want to claim every part of you as her own. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yayo urgently asked, how long will the effects last? Depends on her willpower, Chimera replied with a sly grin. If she's strong-willed, she might recover after a while. But if she's weak-willed, she could be infatuated with you forever, constantly wanting to possess you. Yayo's forehead creased with dark lines as he thought to himself. If Xiaoying found out he had done something like this to her revered senior, she'd probably tear him apart on the spot. He could only try to reassure himself. With Kaio-senpai's willpower, she should be fine, right? On the bustling city streets, a dim, amber glow cast its light as cars honked incessantly while speeding by. At the tram station, weary office workers dragged their heavy steps as they disembarked, and groups of students playfully jostled past one another, their laughter echoing in the air. The automatic doors of a convenience store slid open and closed, revealing couples walking out hand in hand, drinks in tow, their faces lit up with sweet smiles. The crisp ringing of bicycle bells punctuated the scene, painting a vivid picture of the city's everyday life. Yet, amidst this lively backdrop, a figure appeared entirely out of place. As a tram roared past, the man staggered toward the busiest part of the street. His steps were slow and awkward, but in the dense crowd, he did not seem immediately conspicuous. This was a man in tattered clothing, his mouth sealed with duct tape. His bloodshot eyes bulged unnaturally, radiating sheer terror. He came to a halt at a crowded intersection. The light turned green, and impatient drivers, who had been waiting, began honking their horns. But the man stood frozen in the middle of the road, unmoving. Hey, you idiot! Do you have a death wish? Get out of the way! A driver shouted angrily, sticking his head out of the window. The man could only let out muffled, incoherent sounds, trembling violently all over. Suddenly, his body began to swell at an alarming rate, like a balloon being inflated to its limit. His abdomen expanded grotesquely, his skin turning deep red, veins and internal organs beneath becoming horrifyingly visible. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air as the man's body erupted. The blast wave, laced with flames, rippled outward, sending debris and smoke billowing into the streets. Screams from the panicked crowd mixed with the crashing of collapsing buildings and the howling wind, creating a cacophony of chaos. Not far away, on a pedestrian bridge, several figures observed the explosion. A dark-skinned boy in overalls sat perched on the railing, gesturing animatedly to mimic the blast's spread and making exaggerated sound effects. Boom! Oh my, how terrifying. Even the cars were blown away, commented an elderly woman with gray-streaked hair. Her voice, incongruously soft and effeminate, didn't match her appearance. As he watched the panic-stricken crowd below and the collisions of out-of-control vehicles, the boy's face broke into a satisfied grin. Black feathers drifted down like ash, and a shadow loomed over the group. A raspy voice broke the tension, carrying no trace of fear. Making such a scene, are you trying to lure those Dawn people here? Oh, come now, Raven. When did you become so sentimental? The elderly woman replied in her peculiar, delicate voice. If Dawn shows up, isn't that perfect? Big Brother Raven can wipe them all out in one go. Raven ignored the boy's sycophantic tone and turned toward the elderly woman. What's the situation with the stigma bearer? Nothing unusual so far. And to think I've been watching for so long, me skin's even tanned from the sun, the woman replied, her voice still unervingly soft. Raven's slit-like pupils shifted slightly as he gazed down at the chaotic streets below, where the distant wail of ambulance sirens could be heard. Then find an opportunity to probe further. Tampa, I'll leave this to you. No problem, leave it to me. The dark-skinned boy saluted sharply, a wide grin spreading across his face. The raven scanned its surroundings, its gaze shifting from the elderly woman to the petite figure standing nearby. I'll leave the investigation to you and Shireen. I have a feeling Shireen will enjoy this task as well, won't she? The petite figure was holding a steaming crepe, pausing mid-bite as she heard these words. She slightly parted her lips, paused for a moment, and then replied indifferently, "Oh." As night fell, the faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the wards of the East Capital Medical University-affiliated hospital. Chio Inca, dressed in a pristine white hospital gown, leaned against the headboard, nibbling on a rice ball. Her ears twitched slightly as if sensing something unusual, and she turned her head to softly ask, "Sister? HM? Chio Riegetsu, seated at the bedside, was absent-mindedly rubbing the hem of her clothes. She suddenly snapped her head up, her delicate face flushed, and her gaze slightly dazed. Although her sister's eyes were hidden behind a veil, the keen Chio Inca still noticed her sister's quickened breaths. "Sister, are you feeling all right?" "No. Why would you ask that, Inca?" Chio Riegetsu stammered, looking at her sister's serene face. Her explanation came out in a fluster, her cheeks reddening further as the memory of being held in Yayo's arms last night involuntarily surfaced in her mind. "What is happening to me?" Suppressing the turmoil within her, Chio Riegetsu tucked the blanket around her sister more snugly and said gently, "Inca, I have some matters to take care of. Okamoto and the others will stay here to look after you. Call them if you need anything." After giving instructions to her subordinates, Chio Riegetsu hurriedly left the hospital. A strange restlessness coursed through her body. She clenched her fists and bit her lower lip, the affection in her eyes gradually giving way to a crimson intensity. She needed to clear her head. Outside a high-end entertainment club in Shikabana town, drunken thugs stumbled in and out, their tattoos brazenly on display. Despite their rowdiness, none dared to cause trouble here. This was not only one of the most notorious red-light districts in District 11, but also territory controlled by the Matsuyama Syndicate. A group of drunkards staggered out of the club, clutching bottles of liquor. Suddenly, one of them noticed a slender figure slowly emerging from the alley across the street. Her features were obscured by the night, but her alluring silhouette was enough to ignite the drunken man's desires. He reached out his hands and lurched forward, leering. "Since when did the club have such a beauty? Let me..." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold, sharp line of blood sliced through the air. With a sickening squelch, his body was cleanly severed at the waist by a blade, blood spraying onto the faces of his stunned companions behind him. Before the group of thugs could react, a flash of crimson filled their Visiona blood-red blade, sliced through their necks. Moments later, several heads flew into the air, their faces still frozen in shock and disbelief. In a dimly lit private room elsewhere in the club, a burly man with a scarred face was holding a scantily clad woman in his arms. Just as he was about to indulge in his desires, a series of agonized screams erupted from outside. The chilling sounds instantly killed his mood. Enraged, he grabbed a machete from beside the bed and kicked the door open with force. "Who the hell dares to mess with my place?" Before he could finish his threat, the screams outside abruptly ceased. The next moment, the sight before him made his pupils contract in terror. In the middle of the club's main hall lay the mutilated remains of more than a dozen bodies. Severed heads, belonging to his men, were scattered across the floor. A few dancers were huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Blood covered the floor like a crimson carpet. At the center of this gruesome scene stood a tall figure. It was a woman, her chest bound tightly with bandages, exposing her flat stomach. She was drenched in blood, her pants and skirt stained a deep red. Her face was also wrapped in bandages, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes visible. In her hand was a long, blood-soaked blade. Strangely, the blood on the floor seemed to respond to her presence, forming thorny vines that coiled around the blade. "Whoa, who are you?" the scar-faced man stammered, his voice trembling as a chill ran down his spine. A sinister, lilting laugh echoed through the silent hall. Black mist began to swirl around the figure, and the bloodied thorns writhed as she slowly advanced toward him. As night fell, the dimly lit streets were quiet, and a man dressed in black strolled leisurely. His hood concealed his face, and a pair of white earphone wires peeked out from under his clothes, making him look like an ordinary high school student enjoying a walk while listening to music after dinner. His steps were light, in rhythm with the music, and he hummed softly to himself. The dark purple pendant on his chest swayed gently with his movements. Suddenly, the faint sound of a child crying came from a nearby street corner. The man halted in his tracks and turned toward the sound. In the shadowy corner, a small boy was crouched, sobbing softly. The boy's back was to him, revealing only part of his tear-streaked face. The street was sparsely populated, with only a few passers-by in the distance. The man crouched down and asked gently, "Hey there, little one, where are your parents?" I, I can't find my way home, the boy whimpered, his voice fragile and helpless as he wiped his tears with his small hands. Big brother, can you help me find my home? Seeing the boy's pitiful appearance, the man in black spoke in a warm tone. How could someone so young be out alone? Come on, they'll help you find your parents. He reached out his hand, ready to lead the boy away. Thank you, big brother, the boy said as he stood up. But as the man turned his back, the boy's lips curled into a sinister smile. But there's no need, because I've already found you. Before the man could react, the boy lunged at him with a terrifying burst of speed. His eyes glowed a blood-red hue in the darkness, and his gaping mouth revealed rows of sharp fangs as he aimed for the man's head. Splat blood sprayed into the air as a black spear pierced through the boy's chest. His attack froze midair, and he stared down in disbelief at the weapon protruding from him. He could feel an unfamiliar force draining the dark energy as magic from within. The red glow in his eyes faded, and with a final look of confusion, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The black spear withdrew, and the boy's body was discarded unceremoniously at the mouth of the alley. A swirl of black mist materialized nearby, and from it emerged the shadowy figure of Chime. Tisk, TSK. You didn't even hesitate to kill such a young one. You are becoming more and more like the demon lord. Yiyu turned to face him, the black spear in his hand dissolving into dark vapor. A faint purple gleam flickered in his eyes. When it comes to my own survival, I won't hold back. Heartless. Cold. A complete monster. Chime teased, but Yiyu, as usual, ignored him. His gaze lingered on the boy's now lifeless body, and his brows furrowed slightly. For someone so young to be corrupted by dark magic and become a demon, has the magic already spread this deeply? Because humanity's true nature is evil, Chime began with a dramatic sigh. Humans, like all creatures, are born to take and grow, always seeking more. Yiyu cast a glance in a certain direction, then pulled his hood further down and turned to leave, his voice icy as he muttered, nonsense. Chime's rambling came to an abrupt halt as he followed Yiyu's gaze. In the dimly lit corner of the street where the boy had just been, a woman's corpse lay sprawled on the ground, her head gruesomely torn open. The sight of the mangled remains was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. A knowing smile crept across Chime's lips as it silently followed Yiyu's steps. Yiyu cautiously navigated through the alleys, deliberately avoiding areas dense with surveillance cameras, until he finally made his way back to his residential complex. He removed his blood-stained black coat and effortlessly stored it away in the box of Wangliang. After carefully sniffing himself to ensure there was no lingering scent of blood, he retrieved his keys and unlocked the door. The box of Wangliang, while primarily used to obtain items through a lottery system, also served as a convenient storage space. This unique feature made it an ideal tool for carrying out his tasks efficient and leaving no trace behind. As soon as he pushed the door open, the sound of a woman's heart-wrenching sobs filled the air. You don't love me at all. Go to that vixen if you want. You liar. You promised we'd be together forever. Just leave, I don't want to see you anymore. Following the sound, Yiyu saw Gu Han sitting alone on the sofa, her face buried in her hands as she sobbed quietly. It turned out the television was playing a melodramatic family drama. The scene made the corner of Yiyu's mouth twitch. There was no way his stern father would ever get involved in such a scenario. From the kitchen came the clatter of dishes. Yi Jingbai, wearing an apron, poked his head out and asked in a low voice, "You're back?" Yiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing this, Gu Han looked up, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, and asked with concern, "Oh, Xiaoyu, you're back? Did you get tired from your walk so late? Would you like some dessert?" "Had a bit too much at dinner, so I went for a walk to digest," Yiyu replied with a gentle smile as he headed upstairs. "No need for dessert. I still have homework to do. I'll head to my room now." Closing the door to his room, Yiyu's smile instantly vanished. The stark contrast between his cold ruthlessness while hunting demons earlier and his warm, dutiful student persona now made him reflect silently. Even the Dawn organization would never suspect that the merciless flame demon was just an ordinary high school student. Shaking off those thoughts, Yiyu removed the dark purple pendant from around his neck. As he channeled demonic energy into it, the box began to expand before him, hovering in midair and emitting an eerie crimson glow. Black mist swirled and coalesced into text, displaying that the daily task of hunt demons to recharge the box of Wangliang had been completed. Just then, the black mist dispersed and reformed into new words. Demonic energy accumulation detected at the initial stage. Unlocking new feature advanced lottery. Yiyu stared at the black subtitles in front of him, fully understanding the meaning of this new feature. Simply put, 10 regular draws could be exchanged for one advanced draw. After completing tonight's daily tasks, he would obtain a regular draw ticket. Gold tier items, Yiyu murmured to himself. Regular draws usually yielded blue and purple tire equipment, most of which were one-time use items. So far, The only gold-tier item he had ever obtained was the Azura mask, drawn after injecting magic energy into the box of wraiths upon completing his first main storyline task. The image of that menacing mask surfaced in his mind. Despite the Azura mask constantly tempting him to embrace its power and transform into a wrathful Azura monster, Yu was wary of its influence. He had sealed it back in the box of wraiths, unwilling to let it see the light of day. However, the power it offered was undeniable. Its abilities to conceal his presence and dispel illusions had saved him countless times. For instance, during his interrogation by Masao Aoi, an official from Dawn, the mask had alerted him at a critical moment, preventing him from falling into the trap of the opponent's cursed artifact. If not for its side effects that caused him to lose control, you might have considered it a true treasure. Acquiring another gold-tier item would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. He gazed at the blood-red eye glowing on the surface of the box, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding not to press it. The results of a regular draw were too unpredictable, could end up with something as bizarre as the blood rosemary. It was better to save up for an advanced draw and aim for a jackpot. At that moment, Chimei's round head peeked out from the black mist. Uncharacteristically silent, it simply watched Yu make his decision, a faint smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Reluctantly, Yu withdrew his outstretched hand, suppressing his desire to draw, though a sense of restlessness lingered in his heart. Just as he was itching with frustration over not being able to draw, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. He opened it to find a message from that mysterious online friend with the username Flying Sparrow. This person's identity was shrouded in mystery. Even their profile picture was simply a sparrow spreading its wings. Yu didn't even know their gender. The two of them seemed to chat frequently, confiding in each other about life's troubles and discussing mundane daily matters. However, after Yu's experience of being kidnapped and losing his memories, their conversations had become less frequent. Now, their occasional chats seemed more like attempts to help Yu recover fragments of his lost memories. My terrible boss made me work overtime again today. I curse him to go bald early. The message was dripping with resentment, practically seeping through the screen. Flying Sparrow seemed to be a typical corporate drone, often venting about their work-related frustrations. Not letting me eat donuts? Just wait until I have money. I'll buy out an entire dessert shop and stuff every single donut into his mouth. Yu glanced at the indignant text on his phone screen, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. From the lively complaints, he could easily tell the person on the other end was a young woman. He patiently read through her messages as they kept coming, occasionally chiming in with a few responses. What about you? How's your relationship with your family lately? And your lively, adorable little sister? The person seemed to notice Yu's lack of enthusiasm and shifted the conversation. Yu frowned slightly. Clearly, before his amnesia, he had shared quite a bit about his family with this person called Fane Yao. Unfortunately, the older chat history had been deleted, leaving him clueless about their previous conversations. After a moment of thought, he carefully replied, "It's all right. My sister feels guilty, thinking she's hurt someone." He was delicately referring to Gu Beiying's inner turmoil after their confrontation with the Ikegami Ruji demon group. Though Gu Beiying seemed calm on the surface, you could tell from her eyes that she was deeply haunted by the fear of taking a life. He cautiously framed the situation as an act of bravery, describing Gu Beiying as a valiant warrior who subdued a criminal. The response came quickly. If it was to protect others, and the criminal got hurt in the process, she has nothing to feel guilty about. Honestly, the criminal should be the one apologizing to your sister. Heh, the criminal's already long gone. He couldn't catch up to the bridge of helplessness even if he ran all night. Yu thought to himself sarcastically. But the next message made him furrow his brow. Words of comfort might not be enough. You need to help your sister learn to face this herself. Only by confronting her fears can she truly move past them. Keeping this kind of burden inside can be dangerous. You're close to her, so you should understand how serious the consequences could be if she doesn't address it, right? Yu's mind flashed back to that night, blood dripping onto Gu Beiying's face, her terrified eyes, her trembling arms. He let out a soft sigh. She's still just a kid. How is she supposed to take on the responsibility of being a hero tasked with saving the world if this continues? Meanwhile, in another room on the same floor, Gu Beiying was curled up under her blanket, her forehead slick with cold sweat. In her muddled consciousness, the gaunt face of a man appeared again, his bloodied features and the hatred burning in his sunken eyes. "It was you who killed me," the man screamed. "I'll have my revenge. I'll kill everyone you care about, your parents, your family, so you'll live in endless pain." A pair of blood-stained, skeletal hands reached for her, passing through the familiar figures of her loved ones, her parents, her brother. Blood splattered everywhere. "No." Gu Beiying jolted awake, her face pale, clutching the edge of her blanket tightly. The words of Zhuge Pingyun echoed in her mind. Was her brother really caught up in the kidnapping because of her? She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was terrified of the act of killing, but even more so, she feared that her family might suffer retaliation from the demons because of her. The next day, the East Capital's Four Flowers town department store was teeming with people. Yu stood amidst the bustling crowd, rubbing his legs and feet, sore from hours of walking. He had barely caught his breath when a slightly impatient voice from his younger sister reached him. "Brother, what are you looking at? Hurry up and catch up." Gu Beiying, dressed in a black and white school uniform paired with light blue denim shorts, had her twin ponytails, tied with red ribbons, swaying gently as she turned. Her entire demeanor radiated youthful energy and vitality. All right, Yu replied helplessly, trudging after her. From being dragged out of bed at dawn to shop until now, his stamina was nearing its limit. As he silently lamented that hunting demons would be more thrilling than accompanying a girl on a shopping spree, the purple pendant on his chest suddenly began to flicker with a dim, blood-red glow. A terrifying demon mask, grotesque like a ghost, emerged in his mind, the legendary Shura mask. A deep voice whispered in his ear, "Do you desire power? Accept me, and you shall gain unparalleled strength." "No, I don't want it." Yu decisively pressed down on the pendant, suppressing the Shura mask's restless energy. Gu Beiying, sharp as ever, noticed something was off and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Nothing at all," Yu quickly replied, striding forward deliberately, ignoring the smug expression of the lurking demon nearby. "By the way, after all this shopping, have you decided what gift to get for Xiaoxuan?" Ever since their chance encounter at the hospital, his sister had become close friends with Qidai Lingyue's younger sister. "Not yet," Gu Beiying admitted, shaking her head with a troubled expression. "Senior Qidai has always taken good care of me in the Kendo Club, and Xiaoxuan is so adorable. She's been bedridden for so long. She must really wish for friends to visit her." Yu sighed inwardly. He wanted to remind his sister that the seemingly delicate girl she wanted to befriend was actually the daughter of a notorious crime syndicate. But as the words reached his lips, he hesitated, unsure of how to say it. Just then, Gu Beiying's eyes lit up as she spotted something and hurried toward a gift shop ahead. She stopped in front of a music box adorned with animal patterns, pressed the button, and soothing music began to play. Stroking the design on the music box, her face lit up with delight. Xiaoxuan would probably love this. Yu reached into his pocket and pulled out the blue paper crane Qidai Injuan had given him as a parting gift. His gaze swept across the store before settling on a half-human-sized rabbit plush toy. Though he wasn't skilled at picking gifts for girls, a soft plush toy seemed like a safe choice. The rest of the shopping process went unusually smoothly, packaging, payment, and departure all in one seamless flow. The brother and sister walked in front of the department store, carrying gift bags and chatting cheerfully about where to go for lunch. Suddenly, the purple pendant on Yu's chest emitted a faint hum. He turned his head sharply to look across the street, his gaze cutting through the bustling intersection to catch sight of a disturbing figure. Amid the crowd moving under the green light was a small, slow-moving pregnant woman. Her clothes were tattered, and her swollen belly was unnaturally pronounced. But what truly sent chills down the spine was her face. Her eyes and mouth were sewn shut with fine threads, and wriggling, blood-red maggots crawled around the corners of her eyes. Her pale complexion and the blood dripping steadily from beneath her abdomen made her appear like a nightmarish apparition. Behind the eerie woman, Yu faintly noticed a tall, dark figure. The shadow unfurled its pitch-black wings, its crimson eyes glinting with an amused smile as it watched in their direction. Strangely, the passers-by seemed completely oblivious to all of this, continuing indifferently past the pregnant woman. As the woman drew closer, her abdomen began to swell at an unnatural speed. A surge of powerful dark energy rapidly spread, and Gu Beiying also sensed the abnormality. Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively scooped up his sister and bolted backward. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted in front of the department store. The blast wave shattered nearby buildings into pieces, and thick, black smoke rose like a ferocious beast, consuming the panicked crowd fleeing in all directions. Not far away, on the rooftop of a building, a dark-skinned boy with a lollipop in his mouth watched the fireworks show with great interest. Beside him stood an elderly man leaning on a cane, who spoke in a strangely soft, effeminate voice. "Looks like you didn't hit the target completely, Danpur. Your skills are getting rusty." The boy remained silent for a moment, then removed the lollipop and asked, "Do you want a lollipop?" "Oh my, such a dangerous thing, I wouldn't dare." The old man replied with exaggerated theatrics, covering his mouth with a gnarled hand. The wrinkles on his face twisted grotesquely, adding to the eerie scene. "Suit yourself," the boy said disinterestedly, tossing the lollipop off the rooftop. Midair, the lollipop exploded with a deafening boom, blasting a massive hole into the side of the building. In the hospital room of the affiliated hospital of Dongdu Medical University, the portly Inspector Zhuge Pingyun sat upright, his police uniform stretched tightly over his frame. He fixed his gaze on Yu, who was lying in the hospital bed, and asked in a serious tone, "Are you saying that at the moment of the explosion, you sensed something and immediately took your sister to safety?" Yu, dressed in a blue and white hospital gown, had his forehead wrapped in a pristine white bandage. A faint, somewhat helpless smile played on his delicate face, giving him an unthreatening appearance. "Yes," he replied. "I saw a flash of light coming from the pregnant woman's stomach. It was an emergency, so I had no choice but to grab Sakura and get away as quickly as I could." Zhuge Pingyun nodded, signaling to an officer nearby, who immediately lowered his head to take notes. The inspector then turned his sharp gaze to the doctor standing on the other side of the bed. The intense scrutiny made the doctor a bit uncomfortable, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It was indeed fortunate," the doctor said. "The patient happened to escape to the edge of the explosion zone. Apart from a mild concussion and some abrasions on his back, he's relatively unharmed." Standing tensely nearby, Yi Jingbai, Gu Han, and Gu Beiying listened intently to the doctor's report. Yi Yu inwardly gave a bitter smile. Because Sakura was present, he couldn't openly use his magical powers. Instead, he relied on the enhanced physique granted by the Eye of Samsara to carry his sister to the edge of the explosion zone. "Well then, Xiaoyu, take care and rest well. I'll take my leave now," Zhuge Pingyun said as he got up, nodding to Yi Jingbai and Gu Han. As the head of the Metropolitan Police Department, he typically wouldn't handle interviews in person, but this explosion, which caused dozens of casualties, was too significant to ignore. Moreover, its similarities to other recent suicide bombing incidents demanded his attention. As Zhuge Pingyun reached the door, Gu Beiying, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly followed him and whispered something in his ear. Yi Yu's sharp eyes caught the scene, and a faint glint of intrigue flickered in his gaze. After the doctor finished explaining the necessary precautions and left, only the 4 members of Yi Yu's family remained in the room. Gu Han looked at her son with worry. "Honestly, why do these dangerous things keep happening to Xiaoyu? First the kidnapping incident and now this." Yi Jingbai frowned in agreement. "Could it be that you've encountered something ominous? I'll visit Momiji Temple soon to pray for blessings and protection for you." Momiji Temple was the largest temple in District 11, specializing in blessings, exorcisms, and disaster prevention. Seeing the concern on his parents' faces, Yu thought to himself that his mother had probably been watching too many late-night horror dramas. Still, when his father praised him for protecting his sister so well this time, a small, involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Yi Jingbai's expression softened unusually as he reached out and patted Yi Yu's shoulder. "As long as you're okay, that's what matters. I'll push Zhuge Pingyun to expedite the investigation on the case." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the people in the room. "There are still things I need to handle at school. I'll leave Xiaoyu in your care for now, you and your daughter." With that, he turned and left, as decisive and efficient as ever. The atmosphere in the hospital room relaxed slightly after his departure. Gu Han glanced at the darkening sky outside the window and asked gently, "What do you feel like eating for dinner?" "I'll just have some curry rice," Yu said, raising a hand with a smile. "And Xiaoying?" I'm okay with anything," Gu Beiying replied, her head lowered, her mood visibly subdued. Gu Han chuckled warmly. "Then I'll leave you to take care of your brother for a bit." With that, she walked out of the hospital room. The spacious room was now left with only the 2 siblings, and an awkward silence settled in. Usually lively and clever, Gu Beiying now stood in front of Yi Yu, biting her lower lip. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." She clutched the hem of her shirt tightly, guilt nearly overwhelming her. That explosion was clearly the work of demons, yet she hadn't sensed it beforehand. Worse still, the timing and location were so precise that it was undoubtedly aimed at her. The thing she dreaded most had happened. Her family had been dragged into danger because of her. Seeing his sister's remorseful expression, Yu couldn't help but laugh softly as he reached out to ruffle her hair. "It's a brother's duty to protect his little sister, isn't it?" The slanting rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a gentle golden glow on Yi Yu's smiling face. "Besides, having the ability to protect your family is something to be happy about, don't you think?" Gu Beiying looked up at her brother's warm smile, and a comforting wave of warmth surged in her heart. "So," Yi Yu continued, squinting his eyes with a meaningful expression, "when Xiaoying is strong enough one day, you have to remember to protect us too, okay?" Under Yi Yu's sincere gaze, Gu Beiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded with determination. "I definitely will." She subconsciously touched the white emblem on her chest, silently vowing to herself to grow strong enough to ensure that such incidents would never happen again. Seeing the renewed confidence on his sister's face, Yi Yu nodded to himself in satisfaction. He knew that one day Xiaoying would overcome her fears and grow into someone capable and independent. This thought reassured him. After all, if he ever unleashed trouble by opening that barrier gate, he would likely need his chosen one of a sister to save the world. Looking at her youthful face, Yi Yu silently mused to himself, Xiao Ying, the mission to save the world is all yours. Once I see you all grown up, your big brother can finally relax and have some fun. The following afternoon, Gu Beiying emerged from the convenience store carrying bags full of groceries, accompanied by her best friend, Zioya, fashionable girl with short hair. So, you're saying you'll be going back and forth to the hospital to take care of your injured brother? Xiaoyi asked, glancing at the bags of food Beiying was holding. Not exactly, Beiying replied with a sigh, adjusting the heavy shopping bags in her arms. After all, my brother got hurt protecting me. And since mom is cooking at home, I just want to help out where I can. Hard to believe that your brother, who's as strong as a monster, could actually get injured and end up in the hospital, Xiaoyi said, her eyes lighting up as she recalled the time she witnessed he use bravery, single-handedly taking on a group of opponents in the warehouse. Beiying's expression darkened. He could have escaped back then. She recounted the incident in detail to her friend. Was it one of those recent chain explosion cases? Xiaoyi's face grew pale with fear. I heard there's some kind of cult manipulating people, convincing them to strap on explosives and blow themselves up in crowded streets. Hundreds of people have already died. It's terrifying. Beiying frowned, staying silent. She knew these incidents were likely the work of demons. Speaking of strange occurrences, there's been no shortage of them lately. Xiaoyi leaned in closer and whispered. Something weird happened at the hospital where my mom works. Several nurses on night duty said they saw bodies in the morgue walking on their own. And when they did a count later, some fresh corpses had mysteriously turned into dried-up husks, as if their blood had been completely drained by something. By now, Xiaoyi's face was pale. She glanced nervously at the darkening sky. It's getting late. I should head home. See you tomorrow, Beiying. With that, she hurried off. Watching her friend's retreating figure, Beiying suddenly froze, her expression shifting drastically. If I'm not mistaken, Xiaoya's mom works at the affiliated hospital of Dongdu Medical University. If her suspicions were correct, these bizarre events had to be the work of demons. Could it be that the demons had already infiltrated the hospital where her brother was? Meow, a soft cat's cry sounded behind her. A small white cat had appeared from a street corner without her noticing. Are you worried about your brother? The cat spoke in a woman's voice. Gu Beiying was not surprised by the appearance of the white cat. Her gaze rested firmly on the white badge on her chest as she declared with determination, Sister Yen, I want to request Dawn's assistance. My brother was right, only with enough strength can we protect the people we care about. Though her current power was still insufficient, she knew she could rely on greater strength. This time, she was resolute she would not allow her family to suffer harm again. Near the East Capital Medical University affiliated hospital, a towering iron structure stood 100 meters high, offering a commanding view of the surrounding buildings. The golden hues of the setting sun reflected brilliantly off the glass surfaces of nearby skyscrapers. At the very top of the tower, a dark-skinned youth in overalls sat leisurely on a metal railing, carefully toying with a blood-red maggot. On the railing, more blood-red maggots formed an orderly line, wriggling slowly. Hey, Tampa, how do you still have the nerve to play around here? You haven't even finished the task Crow assigned, said a woman in a floral dress with delicate features, though her voice was an incongruous, eerie male tone. What else am I supposed to do? Are you going to take care of the target yourself? Tanpa fiddled with the maggot in his hand, its body covered in visible blood vessels. And seriously, stop saying disgusting things with that facete's revolting. Oh dear, little Tantan, you're hurting my feelings. The woman in the floral dress struck an exaggeratedly sorrowful pose, her sharp male voice becoming even more grating. Suddenly, a massive shadow engulfed the two of them, accompanied by a raspy voice. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves up here. Jet black feathers drifted down like snowflakes. Tampa shuddered and turned around nervously. MMR Crow? A figure surrounded by dark wings descended silently, casting a broad shadow across the tower's peak. The being appeared cloaked in black feathers, but had the grotesque head of a bird. Shireen just sent word the stigmata bearer has arrived at the East Capital Medical University affiliated hospital, Crow rasped. She isn't injured, but her brother has been admitted to the hospital. Dawn hasn't made a move yet. Tampa waved his hands hastily. Well, isn't that perfect? Taking care of a little girl on our turf is a piece of cake. The woman in the floral dress interjected. It's not that simple, Tanpa. If something happens to the stigmata bearer, Dawn will definitely notice. If they figure out it was us, we'll be in trouble. Isn't Kue Xiong getting impatient already? If we let him handle it, it should be over in no time, Tampa said with a sheepish grin. Hovering in midair, Crow's black wings flapped rhythmically as his piercing gaze turned toward the hospital. Very well then. The stigmata bearer is yours to deal with. That hospital's fresh blood supply is running low anyway, why not give our friends at Dawn a little surprise? Tanpa gathered up an armful of wriggling blood-red maggots, his face lighting up with a childlike grin. With these little guys, don't worry, Boss Crow. This time, We'll make sure they get their fill. The affiliated hospital of Dongdu Medical University, a well-established institution located in District 11, boasts nearly 50 years of history and holds considerable authority in the medical field. Outside the inpatient building late at night, a group of people with an eerie atmosphere lingered. The lineup of experts here rivals that of the Kansai region, said a curly-haired man wearing a baseball cap, enthusiastically recounting the hospital's history. Come on, Okita. There's no need for you to ramble about stuff we can just look up online, interrupted a curvy woman in a tight athletic outfit, Sasha, her tone brimming with impatience. You don't get it. This is thorough preparation before a mission, Okita Sumizaku retorted, as the two yo-yos in his hands traced silver arcs through the air. Are we just going to walk right in like this? Asked Gu Beiying, clutching a white cat while carrying a wooden practice sword on her shoulder. She looked uncertainly at this peculiar investigative team. Aside from Okita and Sasha, the group included a burly man with a punk style carrying an enormous baseball bat, and a cold, detached doctor in a white coat, Watanabe Shiruma. This team was far from what Gu Beiying had envisioned for a covert investigation. She had initially sought help from the Dawn organization to investigate the person who attacked her and to verify the supernatural incidents that Xiaoyi mentioned about the hospital. However, the current scene seemed more like a gang of rowdy delinquents storming in to cause trouble. Passers-by gave them a wide berth, clearly intimidated by the group's presence. Sensing Gu Beiying's doubts, Sasha explained, "Don't be surprised. Without concrete evidence linking this hospital to demons, the Dawn organization can't take overt action." The group swaggered into the hospital. By evening, the flow of patients had dwindled. Gu Beiying's gaze was drawn to the yo-yos in Okita's hands, the silver strings glinting coldly under the lights. She had seen firsthand how these seemingly ordinary strings turned into countless steel wires, shredding a berserk demon into a bloody mess. We need to confirm the details about the demons before taking further action. Who knows, we might even catch some big fish, like Taku Ikegami last time, Okita said nonchalantly, hands resting behind his head. At the mention of Taku Ikegami, Gu Beiying's expression suddenly changed. So, the one who attacked me this time. Are they also from the Kamijin group? She recalled that Taku Ikegami was a member of the mysterious demon organization the Kamijin group. The chubby man, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He poured a handful of chips into his mouth and mumbled, "That's hard to say. Who knows what those deranged creatures are thinking?" Gu Beiying's expression turned grim instantly. Recalling the casualties caused by the explosion, her face darkened. Noticing this, Sasha smacked the back of the chubby man's head and then winked at Gu Beiying. "No matter what, we should check on your brother first. Those cunning demons might try something with him." Gu Beiying nodded and led the group to the front desk of the inpatient department. A short-haired girl was already waiting there and waved from afar. "Xiaoying, over here." It was Gu Beiying's close friend, Xiao Yi. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Gu Beiying said. Xiaoyi glanced at the oddly dressed companions around Gu Beiying but didn't ask any questions. As the hospital director's daughter, she had already been informed by her mother about a special team coming to investigate the hospital's supernatural occurrences. She just hadn't expected her best friend to be part of it. As night fell, the number of patients coming and going in the hospital began to dwindle. Only the inpatient building remained brightly lit. Xiao Yi, familiar with the layout, led the group to the third-floor ward. She pushed open the door at the end of the hallway, revealing a clean and tidy room. A gentle breeze drifted in through the partially open window, while the ceiling light cast a bright glow on the floor. On the bed sat a black-haired man in a white hospital gown, his head wrapped in bandages. He was looking down at his phone, and the purple pendant on his chest swayed gently with his breathing. Two empty meal containers sat on the bedside table, evidence of a recently finished dinner. Hearing the door open, Yu looked up and saw Gu Beiying and the others enter. He smiled and said, "Xiaoying, you're here?" His gaze then shifted to the unfamiliar faces behind his sister, and he asked curiously, "And who might they be?" "You must be Xiaoying's brother," Suta Suzaku said warmly, stepping forward to shake hands. "I'm Suta Suzaku, a student at Higashi University." The chubby man wiped some grease from the corner of his mouth. "I'm Kinjiro Matsui, but you can just call me Fatty." Wataru Shiro adjusted his glasses and introduced himself curtly. "Wataru Shiro." Sasha placed a gift box on the table and leaned in to examine Yu. "Wow," just as Xiaoying said, "you're really handsome." "You can call me Sasha," she said with a playful grin. Faced with Sasha's close proximity, Yu offered an awkward smile. "Hello." He then looked to his sister, silently questioning the reliability of these unusually dressed individuals. Holding her white cat in her arms, Gu Beiying quickly explained, "They're friends I met at the club. They came specifically to visit you." "I see," Yu replied with a smile, though a flicker of something deeper passed through his eyes. As someone who had once been involved in the Dawn organization's cleanup operations, he immediately recognized these individuals as operatives of the organization. However, he chose not to expose them. instead engaging in friendly conversation. During the chat, Suzaku casually asked, I heard Xiaoying's brother was caught up in the explosion incident. Do you recall seeing anything unusual at the time? Yu paused in thought before responding. The police asked me a similar question. It was a chaotic situation, and I didn't see much clearly. Seeing the group nod, he hesitated before adding, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I thought I saw a giant black crow behind the woman who detonated herself. A raven behind that self-destructing woman? Hearing Yu mention the raven, Shoyuta Suzume and the others visibly tensed, immediately pressing him for more details. Yu nodded slightly, deciding to provide the Dawn members with a clue. If I wasn't mistaken, a raven. Shoyuta Suzume and his companions exchanged grave looks, clearly aware of the severity of the situation. Have the demons of the Shirshin cult really set their sights on Sakura? Noticing the unease on their faces, Yu quickly put on a relaxed expression, scratching his head with a smile. Of course, I could be wrong. How could there be such a big raven anyway? Chime's voice echoed in his ear. You truly are a natural-born actor. Only then did Shoyuta Suzume relax, smiling. It's getting late. Sakura's brother should rest well. We have some matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Sasa playfully beckoned to Yu with her finger. See you next time, handsome. Cradling a white cat in her arms, Gu Beiying said, Brother, I'll see Sasa and the others off. You should rest first. Yu raised a hand with a smile. Take care. Bang the door to the hospital room closed, and the smile on Yu's face quickly faded. A chilly breeze blew in through the window, ruffling his hair as his expression darkened. Not going to follow them? Chime materialized beside him. No need, Yu replied calmly, leaning back against the hospital bed while extending his hand. On his slender fingers, a beetle no larger than a fingernail rested motionlessly. Out in the hospital corridor, Gu Beiying asked worriedly, Is my brother going to be okay? Watanabe Shiro adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a sharp glint. There's no residual demonic energy detected on your brother. He then pulled out a white wireless earpiece, reporting to the other end. No signs of demons detected for now. A cold voice from Aoyasu responded, Keep investigating and stay vigilant. We've had several reports of abnormal activity at this hospital recently. Report immediately if anything unusual is found. Passing nurses greeted the short-haired girl, Koyoi, warmly. Koyoi, you're here helping out at the hospital again? Thanks for your hard work. Gu Beiying carefully observed the expressions of the people around her, trying to discern if any of these seemingly ordinary faces might be hiding a demon. The white cat in her arms suddenly spoke. Don't let your guard down, Sakura. Remember what we said before, demons can hide behind any smiling face. Recalling her previous encounter with a demon, Gu Beiying hesitated before asking, Do all demons have to be eliminated in the end? Her question plunged the Dawn members into an eerie silence. Even the usually talkative Shoyuta Suzume remained quiet. Walking ahead, Koyoi noticed the shift in atmosphere and unconsciously slowed her pace. After a moment of hesitation, Shasha slowly began to explain. Due to the uncontrollable nature of demonic beings, we prioritize containment for most of them, except for a very few special cases. Only those who have fully transformed into demons and exhibit extreme aggression are eliminated. As Shasha spoke, the forced smile on her face appeared somewhat unnatural. At the same time, a nearly imperceptible tiny beetle was quietly clinging to the edge of Gu Beiying's clothing. In a nearby hospital room, Yu held the mother beetle close to his ear, listening intently to the conversation of the Dawn group. This was his key method of obtaining crucial internal information about Dawn, as it was nearly impossible for him to gather such intelligence on his own. So, Xiaoying, when facing those terrifying demons, you shouldn't hesitate. Letting them go too easily could lead to even greater disasters. The chubby man, noticing that Xiaoying still seemed troubled over killing Ikegami Ruji, spoke up to console her. Led by Xiaoyi, the group made their way through the hospital corridors and took an elevator down to the basement level. Compared to the brightly lit inpatient area upstairs, the basement was eerily empty and silent. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a dimly lit corridor stretched out before them. The strong smell of disinfectant, mixed with faint traces of decay, filled the air. A chilly draft seemed to sweep through the hallway, making everyone shiver involuntarily. This floor housed only the morgue and some discarded medical equipment. It was rarely visited, especially at this late hour. The only light came from a faint green glow at the end of the corridor. Are we really going to find demons down here? Shasha couldn't help but shiver as she spoke. Maybe we should wait until morning? The chubby man echoed her unease, his voice trembling slightly from fear. Xiaoyi found the light switch on the wall and turned it on, the bright illumination easing some of the group's anxiety. For people who've been on so many missions, you're surprisingly cowardly, Okita Suzu mocked disdainfully. And who was it that was too scared to even speak just now? Shasha shot back immediately. Their banter helped lighten the tense atmosphere. Soon, With Xiaoyi leading the way, they arrived at a large door at the end of the corridor. "This is the morgue," Xiaoyi said in a hushed tone. "Recently, the staff reported seeing dead bodies walk out of here. Corpses have also been mysteriously disappearing from the hospital, yet the surveillance cameras haven't captured anything unusual." Watanabe Shiro gazed thoughtfully at the surveillance camera in the corner of the wall. "It's probably just someone trying to scare people," Okita Suzume said, feigning confidence. "Let's go in and take a look." With that, he pushed open the iron door, which creaked loudly as it swung inward. Xiaoyi stayed behind to wait outside. Inside, rows of large metal storage cabinets for corpses lined the walls. In the center of the room stood several metal tables, their surfaces covered with white cloth. The outlines beneath the cloth revealed the shapes of recently delivered bodies. Let's get started." Okita Suzume steadied himself and signaled for his companions to begin searching. "Bema, it's going to be tough on you again this time." Bema Watanabe nodded silently, his slender fingers gently adjusting his glasses. A sudden glint flashed across the lenses, expanding into a shimmering blue and white light screen. In the piercing glow, Gu Beiying keenly sensed a peculiar wave of magical energy emanating from the glasses. Her curiosity was piqued by this seemingly ordinary accessory. "This is Bema's magical artifact Shimo," Sasha explained, noticing Gu Beiying's puzzled expression. "It detects magical energy in the surroundings and helps us locate the presence of demons in advance." Gu Beiying finally understood. No wonder Bema Watanabe had been scanning the area back at the hospital was searching for traces of demons. While Bema conducted his search, the others began inspecting the morgue of the affiliated hospital of East Capital Medical University. As one of the top hospitals in District 11, its morgue was vast and served as a storage site for unclaimed bodies. Rows of metallic cold storage units lined the room, exuding a chilling frost. The chubby man cautiously approached one of the cold lockers. Just as he bent down to knock on the door, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Startled, his entire body jiggled with fright as he leapt up and turned around, only to find Suji Suzume standing behind him with a mischievous grin. "Do you have any idea how scary that was? You nearly gave me a heart attack," the chubby man shouted, flustered. "Seriously, how did someone as jumpy as you become an officer?" Suji Suzume mocked. Then, clasping his hands together in mock reverence toward the cold locker, he said, "Sorry for the intrusion," before pulling the door open. It was empty. Could the intel be wrong? The chubby man stammered, his teeth chattering. "Are there really demons here?" "Who knows?" Suji Suzume replied, inspecting the other cold lockers while casting a disapproving glance at his idle companions. "I mean, are you all just going to stand there and watch?" Sasha, draping an arm around Gu Beiying, rolled her eyes dramatically. "I'm injured, and Xiaoying here is just a rookie intern. Could you show a little chivalry, please?" Gu Beiying, held close by Sasha, felt a pang of guilt as she recalled the serious injuries Sasha had sustained to save her last time. "Give me a break," Suji Suzume retorted, unimpressed. "For someone who's been injected with enhancement serums, an injury like that is hardly worth mentioning." He turned to Gu Beiying and explained, "Dawn has specialized genetic enhancement serums that can be redeemed using merit points. After injection, while you won't be as freakishly strong as a demon, your physical abilities will be enhanced several-fold, and even severe injuries can heal quickly." Men with no sense of humor. Sasha huffed, hands on her hips, her chest heaving with her indignation. As the group bantered, the chubby man had already shuffled away to a spot far from the cold lockers. The chubby man took a few steps back, and suddenly something jabbed into his lower back. He stiffened and turned his head, only to find a stretcher pressed right against him. A white sheet covered the metal frame, its contours clearly outlining the shape of a body beneath. At that moment, a maggot the size of a thumb crawled along the edge of the metal frame and disappeared beneath the sheet. The man wiped the cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he caught something out of the corner of his eye. The corpse's fingers under the sheet twitched. "Thief hand!" His pupils dilated in shock as he stumbled backward in a frenzy. His hefty body collided with the surrounding metal frames, producing an ear-piercing screech that drew the attention of everyone nearby. "Hey, chubby, if you're pulling this kind of stunt again, it won't work," Suda Suzaka remarked with a smirk, his eyes filled with mockery. "I'm serious. I just saw the corpse on the stretcher move its hand." The man, panicked and flustered, ran over to the group, pointing at the stretcher with a trembling finger. Seeing their skeptical faces, he grew even more desperate. "I'm not lying. You have to believe me." Just as Suzaku was about to mock him further, a heavy banging sound came from a cabinet several dozen meters away. Bang! Bang! The noise grew louder and more forceful, as if something was trying to break out of the morgue storage unit. In the dim shadows of the corner, countless blood-red maggots began writhing and squirming at an alarming speed. "Something's happening." Watanabe Hakuba, who had been using a magical device to investigate, suddenly spoke up. He stood at the center of the morgue, his expression unusually grim. Before him, a bluish-white screen flickered, now displaying a swarm of blood-red dots moving rapidly throughout the morgue. These dots were spreading across the room, their presence reflected in the ominous red glimmers expanding on Watanabe's glasses. The red dots burrowed into the cold storage units holding the corpses, coalescing into humanoid shapes. Bang! Bang! The sound of pounding erupted from all directions, shattering the morgue's eerie silence into utter chaos. Instinctively, the group retreated toward the center of the room. Suddenly, the chubby man pointed toward the stretcher he had seen earlier and exclaimed, "Look over there!" The figure on the stretcher was slowly rising. The white sheet slid off, revealing a corpse in an advanced state of decay, its flesh mangled and bloodied. What was even more horrifying was that the corpse began to stand upright. And as if that weren't terrifying enough, the other corpses on the surrounding stretchers started to stir as well. At the same time, every door on the morgue's cold storage units was flung open by an unseen force. Corpses crawled out one after another, their rotting flesh falling in chunks. With lifeless, blood-red eyes, they stared directly at the group. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Yu stared at a small, feeble beetle perched on his fingertip. How? How is this possible? The voice transmitted through the parasitic insect abruptly cut off, leaving the situation on the other end shrouded in mystery. Muttering softly to himself about the morgue on the basement floor, Yu suddenly turned toward the window. His expression shifted dramatically outside the hospital. There was no trace of the night sky. Instead, an endless expanse of white stretched as far as the eye could see, as if an invisible fog had engulfed the entire building. Yu frowned and got out of the hospital bed, walking over to the window. The night outside had been completely devoured by a dense, eerie white fog, causing his pupils to slightly contract. Standing in the hospital room on the 10th floor, he gazed out where the vibrant nightscape would usually stretch far and wide. Now, it was shrouded in an impenetrable mist, devoid of any light or sound. He reached his hand toward the fog outside the window. His fingertips seemed to pass through a formless, smoky void. Yet the strange mist remained undisturbed, refusing to dissipate. "Heh, looks like you've got trouble on your hands," chimed Chime, floating beside him with a tone that reeked of amusement. Yu glanced down at his palm, where the lifeless goo insect lay limp, drained of all vitality. Turning away, he headed for the door of the hospital room. Slowly, he turned the doorknob and pushed it open. The corridor was still brightly lit, but the white fog lingered persistently outside the windows. What unnerved him even more was the unnatural silence that filled the hospital. Even in the dead of night, the inpatient ward should never be this quiet. A flicker of unease crossed Yu's eyes as he cautiously moved forward down the hallway. Suddenly, he stopped in front of an open hospital room. Strange rustling noises came from within. He lightened his steps and crept closer. The moment he stepped into the room, the stench of blood overwhelmed his senses. The scene before him made his pupils constrict sharply. A blood-soaked, humanoid creature was clutching a man on the hospital bed. Its gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, was tearing into the man's neck. The victim's exposed throat and arteries quivered as his lifeless eyes, wide with frozen terror, stared into nothingness. His blue and white hospital gown was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid seeping through the sheets and pooling on the floor. On the ground lay another mutilated corpse. Judging by the torn remnants of a nurse's uniform, the victim's identity was evident. This body had been ravaged beyond recognition, its limbs mangled and missing. All the blood had been drained, leaving behind a shriveled husk. As Yu stood frozen in shock, the creature finished feeding on the man on the bed. The man's skull crumbled, and in an instant, his body withered into another desiccated corpse. The creature, seemingly aware of Yu's presence, turned its head slowly toward him. Under the harsh glare of the hospital lights, Yu finally saw the creature's horrifying form clearly. It retained the silhouette of a human male, but its clothes were soaked in dark crimson. Its pallid face was ashen, its eyes rolled back, and its jawbone was grotesquely exposed. One of its arms had been completely severed, while the flesh on the remaining arm had rotted away, leaving only decaying sinew and bone. The most striking feature, however, was embedded in the center of its four-data blood-red worm, writhing grotesquely. A gaping mouth stretched to an unimaginable width, and blood-red, tentacle-like siphons writhed grotesquely as they extended from its jaws. Yu stared into the creature's hollow eyes, finding no trace of human consciousness. This was undoubtedly a zombie. The creature suddenly noticed Yu's presence, letting out a guttural, beast-like roar. The blood-red siphons thrashed violently, sharp teeth glinting menacingly, as its entire body lunged toward Yu's head with ferocious speed. In a split second, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in Yu's eyes. His honed combat instincts kicked in as his right arm shot up, muscles rippling, and his steel-like fingers clamped down on the creature's head with unyielding precision, halting its frenzied assault in its tracks. Whoosh, a burst of ghostly violet flames erupted from Yu's palm. The hellfire engulfed the zombie's body in an instant. Even as its skin began to char and burn, the creature fiercely snapped its gaping jaws, still attempting to bite. With a surge of incredible strength, Yu leaned forward and smashed the zombie's head into the ground. A loud crack echoed as the floor splintered beneath the impact, and the zombie's skull shattered. Blood oozed out as its upper body, now charred black by the hellfire, lay motionless. As Yu inspected the corpse, he noticed a tag fastened to its ankle. It read, Fukushima Hataro, 43 years old, cause of death, car accident. The tag also detailed the exact time of death and other markings. The discovery made Yu's scalp tingle. This creature was indeed a corpse. Suddenly, a blood-red leech-like parasite on the zombie's forehead began to squirm. Yu swiftly reached out to grab it, but the creature shot out several thread-like tendrils of blood, aiming straight for his face. Acting on instinct, Yu crushed the parasite, causing thick, viscous blood to spatter everywhere. Ugh, disgusting. What the hell is this thing? Yu muttered, looking at the sticky blood on his palm with a mixture of revulsion and disbelief. Out of nowhere, Chime appeared beside him, inspecting the lifeless body on the ground with a startled exclamation. This is incredible, it's actually a corpse. Seeing Yu's grim expression, it chuckled and added, just kidding. The corpse itself isn't the issue, but that parasite you just squashed at it carried a significant amount of magical energy. Yu stared at the thick blood on his hand, deep in thought. Are you saying this corpse was being controlled by the blood leech? You already know the answer, don't you? Chime replied knowingly. Yu's gaze swept across the room, lingering on the two desiccated corpses lying nearby. He recalled the strange sound connected to the parasite earlier. This zombie must have escaped from the morgue. Something must have gone wrong on Sakura's end. As he looked out at the thick, white fog creeping through the window, an ominous feeling began to settle heavily in Yu's chest. In the cold, eerie morgue on the hospital's basement level, guttural growls echoed through the chilling air. The doors of the cold storage units slid open one after another, and decayed corpses staggered out. Their faces were ashen, their hollow eyes lifeless, and blood-red leeches covered their skin. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies had surrounded Gu Beiying's Dawn Squad. Their gaping mouths revealed writhing, blood-soaked veins, a grotesque and nauseating sight. With a sharp whoosh, several silver streaks sliced through the air. The yo-yo controlled by Okita Suzume precisely severed the necks of several zombies. Amidst the splatter of blood, the silver string reeled the yo-yo back into her hand. Damn it, what's going on with these corpses? Suzume muttered through gritted teeth, retracting her weapon as she glared at the twitching headless bodies on the ground. They've come back to life. The chubby squad member stammered, his teeth chattering as he stared at the advancing horde of zombies. The metallic tang of blood in the air seemed to enrage the creatures, their deafening roars shaking the room as they charged toward the group. Gu Beiying's eyes narrowed, and a golden light flared from her gaze, coursing down her arm into her wooden blade. The weapon burst into radiant golden brilliance as she slashed at the oncoming zombies. Wherever the golden light touched, the zombies' chests corroded as if seared by a red-hot iron brand. Could these things be demons too? Beiying asked, retreating to stand in front of her teammates after cutting down several zombies. Sasha brandished her whip, its length suddenly sprouting sharp barbs. With a crack, she sent a zombie flying and responded, "No, there's no way so many corpses could all be demons. Someone must be controlling them." Despite their alarm, the team maintained their vigilance, wielding their enchanted weapons to fight back. Though the zombies weren't as strong as ordinary demons individually, their mutated bodies, astonishing speed, and blood vessels made them formidable foes. The most troubling aspect was their utter disregard for death. They continued attacking even after losing limbs. The space grew tighter, and the pressing horde of zombies drew closer. As Beiying severed the arm of one zombie, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside the room. It's Xiaoi. Beiying's heart sank. Her best friend was in danger. Watanabe Shiro raised his uniquely designed pistol, firing a blue laser that pierced through a zombie's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. "We need to get out of here," he ordered calmly. The chubby squad member immediately raised his arm, and his metallic bracer shimmered with a crimson glow. In an instant, blood and flesh formed into a towering shield. Using the massive shield to plow through the horde, he led the way, with the rest of the team following closely behind. At last, they broke through the encirclement. The group pushed open the morgue's heavy door, and Okita Shizaku quickly locked it behind them. However, outside the door, a dozen hideous zombies had somehow already gathered. Just then, they spotted several zombies forcing a short-haired girl into a corner, their gruesome mouths wide open, ready to pounce. Shall we? Gu Beiying's eyes flared with golden light as she saw her best friend in imminent danger. In a flash, her figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning, darting to the end of the hallway. Her blade, glowing with a brilliant gold hue, cut through the air in a graceful arc, and the dazzling sword energy pierced through the zombies' bodies. The sheer force etched a deep gash into the wall, with blood trickling down its surface. Xiao Yi, are you all right? Gu Beiying stepped in front of her friend protectively. Xiao Yi, still shaken, collapsed to her knees and clung tightly to Gu Beiying, tears streaming down her face. Did you all see that speed just now? Okita Shizaku whispered to the others, his tone subdued. A look of astonishment passed through the group. Nearby, a white cat spoke calmly. This is the true power of a stigmata wielder. I believe Beiying will soon surpass all of you and become the overseer of District 11. Faced with the cat's prediction, the members of Dawn could only offer awkward smiles in response. Suddenly, a loud banging came from the iron door behind them. The door won't hold much longer. We need to get out of here, someone shouted. The group hurriedly squeezed into the elevator. As it ascended, they finally had a brief moment to catch their breath. However, instead of stopping at the first floor as expected, the elevator continued upward, reaching the 15th floor rooftop of the hospital. As soon as the doors slid open, several zombies lunged at them from the end of the corridor. Watanabe Shiro reacted instantly, firing several blue laser shots with precision, taking them down with headshots. What's going on? How are there zombies on the top floor? Someone asked in confusion. The group had only taken a few steps out when the chubby man pointed out the window and exclaimed in shock. Thick white fog shrouded the entire hospital, as if the building had been swallowed by some enormous creature. Watanabe Shiro touched his earpiece and shook his head. All signals are down, he said grimly. Before he could say more, the elevator doors behind them suddenly closed, and the lights went out. It's clear now. We're trapped in this hospital, Watanabe Shiro said, adjusting his glasses. Someone wants us to die here along with everyone else in this building? No. Gu Beiying gasped as if struck by lightning, her pupils contracting sharply. A terrifying realization dawned on her, and she murmured under her breath, My brother Yi Yu is still in his hospital room. Gu Beiying's eyes trembled, and she instinctively turned to dash towards the emergency exit at the end of the corridor. However, her steps froze abruptly at the sharp reprimand of the white cat. Xiaoying, what are you doing? My brother is still in the ward. He could be in danger at any moment. Gu Beiying clenched her fists, her heart filled with regret. The decision to leave her brother alone in the ward was now tormenting her. The white cat's emerald eyes locked onto Xiaoying's gaze. Don't act recklessly. We've already fallen into the enemy's trap, and you might be their target. You absolutely cannot act alone in a situation like this. Its tone was unusually stern. Biting her lower lip, Gu Beiying suppressed her impulsiveness. The group cautiously watched the corridor ahead, now gradually shrouded in a thick white mist, and moved forward step by step. As they ventured deeper, a heavy scent of blood suddenly wafted through the mist, assaulting their senses. Shota Suzume and the burly man immediately raised their magical weapons, kicking open the door of a nearby ward. The scene before them froze everyone in place. A pool of blood covered the floor, and in the corner lay a shriveled, mangled corpse. Watanabe Shiro quickly examined the body and stood up, his voice calm. The fatal wound is on the neck. It was bitten through. All the blood has been drained. This is the work of the Shirshin cult. At the mention of the Shirshin cult, a heavy shadow fell over everyone's expressions. They swiftly searched the surrounding wards, finding that most of the patients and their families had fallen into a deep, unresponsive sleep. It seems we've cleared out the zombies on this floor, someone remarked. Seeing the innocent civilians temporarily safe, the group breathed a small sigh of relief. These people can't be woken up no matter what. It's like they're in a death-like slumber. It's an illusion spell. Watanabe Shiro suddenly interjected, his eyes scanning the white mist around them. The entire hospital is enveloped in a special illusionary barrier. Ordinary people, lacking magical resistance, have all fallen into a deep sleep. Linking this to the drained corpse, he concluded, the enemy's target isn't just us. It's everyone in this hospital. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Gu Beiying was visibly distressed, her face pale with worry for her brother. Beside her, Xiao Yi, though unaware of the full situation, was already trembling with fear from the earlier zombie attack. Wait, listen. Sasha suddenly gestured for everyone to pay attention to a strange, eerie whimpering sound coming from the other end of the corridor. Following the faint sound through the mist, they arrived at the central nurse's station on the floor. Beneath the counter lay a nurse in a white uniform, tied up with ropes. Her hands were tightly bound, and her mouth was sealed with tape, leaving her only able to emit muffled cries. Her body trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with terror and unease. Sister Tomoko. Xiaoyi immediately recognized the nurse. The burly man and Shota Suzume exchanged a glance, preparing to step forward and rescue her. However, the nurse shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her face, her muffled cries brimming with unspeakable fear. Wait! Gu Beiying suddenly sensed an ominous feeling and urgently stopped Shota and Fatty, who were about to step forward. Her caution came just in time. The nurse's corpse on the ground twitched violently, and her bloodshot eyes suddenly burst, spraying blood and eye matter everywhere. Following this, blood gushed out from her 7 orifices as her frail body began to swell at an alarming rate. Watch out! Before her warning could fully leave her lips, a deafening explosion shook the entire space. The nurse's body detonated in an instant, sending a gruesome mix of flesh and a terrifying shockwave radiating outward, blasting a massive hole in the center of the floor. In the nick of time, Fatty raised the protective arm shield in his hand, and a blood-flesh shield unfolded just barely in time to block the brunt of the explosion. Even so, the residual force sent him flying backward. As he staggered to his feet, he stared in shock at the grotesque crater now gaping in the floor. Holy crap, what the heck just happened? Before Fatty could recover from the shock, the group's attention shifted to movement at the end of the corridor. As the hazy white mist gradually cleared, 3 figures emerged. I told you, Donpa, your skills are getting increasingly outdated, said a burly, muscular man with an unervingly soft and feminine voice. I don't want to end up buried here with you and your flamboyant antics if you overdo it. Beside him stood a towering, 2-meter-tall humanoid beast, its body covered in brown fur and resembling a wild bear. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with savage intensity, and its mouth dripped with fresh blood. In its hand, it held a half-eaten corpse. Noticing the group's gaze, the beast opened its massive maw, tore off a chunk of flesh from the corpse's leg, and devoured it with relish, its eyes filled with predatory hunger for fresh prey. Between these 2 imposing figures stood an unassuming dark-skinned boy wearing overalls and holding a basketball in his arms. The muscular man flashed a smile at Gu Beiying. Impressive. You're truly worthy of being a new generation stigmata bearer. Hearing the term stigmata bearer, Gu Beiying looked at her companions in confusion, only to find their expressions growing unusually grim. Sasha immediately stepped in front of her protectively and demanded coldly, "What do you want?" Now, no need to be so hostile, esteemed executor of Dawn, the muscular man said, swaying his hips theatrically with a look of mock ecstasy. The night's game has only just begun. Guess it's about time we got started, the beast man growled, licking the blood from his lips. It's been far too long since I last tasted an executor's flesh. Damn it, why does it have to be these monsters? Shota muttered under his breath, his hand already gripping the magical weapon at his waist. Seeing how tense everyone had become, Gu Beiying couldn't help but ask, who are they? Beima Watanabe adjusted his glasses, his voice heavy as he introduced them one by one. Cadre of the Shurjin cult, B-class dangerous devil, Undertaker Yagoku Ue. Cadre of the Shurjin cult, A-class devil, brutal bear Takemura Go. And finally, his gaze fell on the seemingly harmless dark-skinned boy, the A-class dangerous individual with a top priority wanted notice from the Dawn headquarters, the Bamandanpa. Under Beima Watanabe's icy stare, the muscular man feigned shyness, putting on a coy expression. Oh my, to think that the great strategist of Dawn, Mr. Beima, remembers little ol' me. How embarrassing. But unfortunately, his tone shifted abruptly. I'm not your opponent this time. Roar, a guttural, raspy growl echoed from the white mist behind the trio. Dozens of twisted figures staggered out, their lifeless eyes rolling as they locked onto Gu Beiying and her group. It's the zombies from the morgue. How did they get up here? Fatty exclaimed in alarm, but no one answered. Clap, clap, clap. Yagoku Ue clapped his hands excitedly, his voice trembling with barely contained exhilaration. Tonight's game begins now. In the hospital lobby, separated by more than 10 floors from the rooftop, a brutal and bloody skirmish was unfolding in eerie silence. Inside the lobby, a dozen zombies with gaping maws and razor-sharp teeth lunged from all directions toward the figure standing in the center. Clad in a simple blue and white hospital gown, Yu remained calm and composed in the face of these horrifying creatures. His shoulder muscles tensed and bulged as he grabbed the nearest zombie by the head and slammed it forcefully against the wall. The immense impact shattered the zombie's skull instantly, leaving it to collapse limply to the ground. A guttural snarl echoed from behind him. Yiyu's eyes turned cold as black runes surfaced on his arm. Yenma, he intoned in a low voice. The runes detached from his skin, swirling through the air before coalescing into an enormous pitch-black scythe. Yiyu shifted his stance and swung the scythe, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. 2 zombies lunging at him from behind fell to the ground as the blade cut through their necks. Blood spurted in arcs, painting the air with crimson. Even after witnessing their companion's gruesome demise, The remaining zombies showed no fear, mindlessly rushing forward. Controlled by blood leeches, these mindless creatures had long lost all sense of reason, driven only by an insatiable urge to attack and devour. As the horde closed in, Yu stood his ground, an eerie glint flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! A burst of ghostly purple flames erupted in the air, instantly engulfing the massive scythe. The searing heat seemed to consume the very oxygen around it. In that moment, Yu appeared like a grim reaper incarnate. Wherever the flaming scythe struck, the zombies' bodies were effortlessly pierced, the spectral fire spreading rapidly across their corpses, reducing them to charred remains. In the blink of an eye, the ground around Yu was littered with blackened corpses. The mingling stench of blood and burnt flesh hung thick in the air, nauseating and oppressive. As the scythe and flames dissipated, Yu stood expressionless amidst the mound of smoldering bodies. From the swirling black mist emerged a shadowy figure, its form flickering like a wraith. "You're becoming more ruthless by the day," it remarked. Yu ignored the taunt and turned to push open the lobby doors. Beyond them lay an even denser white fog, so thick it obscured everything from view. He hesitated to step into the unknown. Earlier, he had searched the hospital rooms and discovered that aside from a few patients who had been drained of blood, the others were merely unconscious. This suggested that the enemy had limited resources, forcing them to rely on the corpses to fight. As Yu deliberated whether to reveal himself, a sudden, deafening explosion echoed from above. Even through the many floors separating him from the rooftop, the sound was unmistakable. Shouting, Yu looked up at the ceiling, realizing that the battle above had already begun. At that moment, the wraith box on Yu's chest emitted a faint tremor. A ghostly glow flickered in the darkness as wisps of black mist intertwined before him, forming into clear, black text. Daily task: escape the hospital. Survive and successfully escape the perilous hospital. Reward: 1 ordinary lottery chance. Side task: eliminate an A-class demonkin. Kill and absorb the magic energy of an A-class demonkin to recharge the wraith box. Reward: 1 advanced lottery chance guaranteed golden quality item. Yu narrowed his eyes, carefully scanning the floating text. It was rare for the wraith box to issue 2 tasks simultaneously, especially with the side task promising a guaranteed golden item in the advanced lottery. As a treasure of the demon realm, the wraith box never granted rewards without reason. This meant the difficulty of these tasks would undoubtedly exceed imagination. What piqued his interest most was the content of the side task. An A-class demonkin was lurking within this hospital? Yu calculated silently. Killing the demonkin to harvest magic energy, the wraith box's appetite was growing more insatiable. Yet he was well aware that every benefit gained from the wraith box would eventually demand a dreadful price in return. Pushing these thoughts aside, Yu swiftly removed the blue and white hospital gown and the bandage from his forehead. A surge of ghostly flames rose, reducing these identifying items to ashes. From the wraith box, he retrieved a black coat, slipped it on, and pulled the hood over his head before cautiously moving upstairs. Thick white mist engulfed the hospital corridors, shrouding everything in an eerie and surreal atmosphere. The pale lights overhead only made the hallways appear more sinister, and the oppressive silence hinted at the lurking presence of unknown horrors. With the elevators out of service, Yu had no choice but to ascend via the staircase. Despite his efforts to tread lightly, he encountered several bloodthirsty zombies roaming aimlessly. These mindless creatures launched ferocious attacks on him, drawn to the only living presence in the area. Along the way, Yu dealt with the zombies he encountered and inspected several patient rooms filled with dried corpses. He quickly discerned a pattern. These zombies, controlled by blood leeches, had been deliberately scattered across the floors to feed on the blood of unconscious patients. Although he couldn't save everyone, Yu took the risk of exposing himself to eliminate the zombies wherever he passed. Reaching a corner on the 6th floor, Yu suddenly halted. A wave of intense foreboding surged through his chest, causing him to frown and clutch at it instinctively. He looked toward the wall ahead, his gaze deepening. His intuition told him that some mysterious force was calling out to him from beyond that wall. In the dimly lit corridor, 2 figures, one tall and one shorter, were sprinting toward the faint light at the other end. The distant fluorescent lamp appeared hazy through the thick white mist, and the sound of a girl's rapid breathing echoed through the hallway. "Sister, what's happening?" Chi-Dai, dressed in a blue and white hospital gown, was being hurried along by her older sister, Chi-Dai. Her face was covered with a white cloth, obscuring her vision, leaving her to rely solely on her sister's guidance. Her small cherry-like lips were slightly parted, her chest heaving with labored breaths, and fine beads of sweat glistened on her pale forehead. "Son, no matter what happens, stay close to me." Chi-Dai gripped her sister's hand tightly, her voice carrying an unprecedented weight of urgency. She didn't dare slow her pace, as the growls from behind grew louder and closer. Through the gaps in the mist, Lingyue caught sight of several staggering figures in pursuit. These zombie-like creatures had moments ago been feasting on the patients in the adjacent ward, leaving behind shriveled, lifeless corpses. Worse still, the monsters seemed far more interested in the living, their relentless chase of the sisters growing increasingly frenzied. What was even more unsettling was the light at the end of the corridor. It remained at a fixed distance, as though they were trapped in an endless prison woven from the white fog. Gradually, the hospital rooms on both sides were swallowed by the mist, and the distant glow faded into nothingness. Lingyue came to a halt, positioning herself protectively in front of her sister. Sun, her voice was eerily calm. No matter what happens, don't leave my side. Feeling her sister's hand slip away, Unshuan murmured softly, "Sister." As the horde of zombies drew closer, a crimson glow ignited in Lingyue's eyes, and a dark aura began to coil around her. She extended her slender hand, palm facing downward, as blood dripped from her fingertips. The crimson threads wove together in the air, swiftly forming a sinister, blood-red blade. With every drop of blood lost, her complexion grew paler, making the vividness of her scarlet lips even more striking. "Raindrops of time, crimson downpour," she murmured, her voice low yet resolute. A dazzling, eerie crimson light erupted from the sharp edge of the blade, slicing through the mist with deadly intent. The moment the crimson blade slashed through the air, the white mist before the girl was blown away. The gleaming arc of the blade seemed to transform into a blood-red crescent moon, obscuring the vision of onlookers. Several zombies were instantly cleaved in half, their splattering blood and shattered innards painting the mist with an eerie crimson hue. As the blood sprayed into the air, an unexpected sight unfolded. Threads of blood on Chiyo Ryagetsu's crimson blade suddenly came to life. These scarlet strands, like ravenous serpents, shot through the air toward the blood mist, greedily consuming every drop of blood they touched. Once sated, the threads slithered back to the hilt, making the already sinister blade appear even more gruesome in the mist. During this process, Chiyo Ryagetsu's pale cheeks regained a healthy flush, but her eyes were now entirely consumed by a blood-red hue, and a sickly crimson tinge bloomed across her face. The horde of zombies at the rear, agitated by the thick scent of blood, let out beastly roars and charged forward. Yet, instead of fear, Chiyo Ryagetsu's face twisted into a strange, chilling smile as she raised her blade and advanced to meet them. In a mist-shrouded corner, Yu stood witnessing the shocking scene. "Is this Chiyo Ryagetsu's true strength?" he murmured to himself, swallowing hard as his heart pounded with awe. Though he had long known she was a demon, this level of power rivaled that of class dangerous entities like Ikkyu Takashi, who had once been hunted by Dawn. If she had displayed such strength during the clash at the Matsuyama Society, a few mere handguns wouldn't have stood a chance. What puzzled Yu even more, however, was the sudden jolt in his chest, a strange sensation that had led him to find Chiyo Ryagetsu in the first place. "Heh, don't look so surprised. This might be the effect of the blood rosemary," chimed in Chime, who appeared by Yu's side at just the right moment. Only then did Yu recall the incident when his own blood had seeped into her wound along with the potion. "What's going on? Didn't you say that stuff had a time limit?" Yu asked urgently. Chime shrugged, its coal-like body puffing up slightly. "I can't say for sure. Blood rosemary is usually reserved for nobles of the demon realm. Who knows what kind of effects it might have on a human infected by demonic energy? But if you can sense her, it's likely because your blood has already integrated into her body, so you're able to detect her use of demonic energy." Yu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This meant he had no idea what other unforeseen side effects that magical potion might have. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield, he saw that Chiyo Ryagetsu had already ruthlessly dismembered all the zombies. Severed limbs and mangled bodies littered the ground, and the splattered blood had even stained the surrounding mist a dark red. She elegantly licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face adorned with a sinister smile. Her crimson eyes radiated a feral, murderous intent, a look Yu knew all too well, one he had seen on the faces of every demon he had ever killed. Watching Chiyo Lingyue descend further into madness, Yu hesitated. He was weighing whether to use the power of the hungry ghost path to strip her abilities and save her. After all, his sister had always deeply respected this senior, and he himself shared a decent bond with Chiyo Lingyue. As he deliberated, the cursed blade in Chiyo Lingyue's hand carved through the air, leaving a final streak of blood. The blade sliced cleanly through a zombie's neck, and with the sickening sound of steel meeting flesh, the head fell. Blood spurted out, but was immediately absorbed midair by the crimson threads entwined around the blade. As the last corpse hit the ground with a dull thud, the entire mist-filled space plunged into an eerie silence, broken only by Chiyo Lingyue's rapid, pounding heartbeat. She ran her fingers along the blood-stained hilt of the blade, a strange laugh escaping her throat. Slowly, she turned to face her younger sister. "Sister? Chiyo Yuanshuan, though blind, instinctively reached out toward her sister, the heavy scent of blood triggering her unease. Hearing her sister's call, a flicker of struggle appeared in Qiu Lingyue's eyes. She bit her lip, using the pain to regain a sliver of clarity, and was just about to speak. Suddenly, the white mist churned violently, and pitch-black feathers began to drift down like falling petals. Who's there? Regaining some of her senses, Qiu Lingyue raised her head warily, her gaze locking onto the center of the swirling mist. A shadowy figure hovered in midair, massive wings spread behind them, their movement scattering more black feathers into the air. A chilling, raspy laugh echoed through the space. When Qiu Lingyue finally discerned the figure's form, her pupils contracted sharply. It was the head of a crow, its blood-red eyes glinting with an almost human-like amusement and malice. What an intriguing ability you have. Would you be interested in joining us? Who are you? Qiu Lingyue tightened her grip on the cursed blade, pointing its edge directly at the figure. She could feel the oppressive aura emanating from them, far surpassing that of the zombie horde she had just faced. Who am I? The crow-headed figure let out a hoarse laugh. Amid the flurry of black feathers, their form vanished, only to reappear a few steps in front of Qiu Lingyue in the blink of an eye. I am your kindred spirit. They inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of blood in the air. Such a delicious aroma. Your talent is far greater than I imagined. And yet, you hide among humans. What a waste. It's almost tragic. What are you talking about? Qiu Lingyue frowned, though a trace of uncertainty crept into her voice. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You just don't dare to face it. The raven instantly appeared in front of Qiu Lingyue, his sharp fingers swaying lightly as he spoke with biting sarcasm. He crouched, dipped his fingers into the blood of the remains on the ground, and raised it to his nose. Suppressing yourself must be exhausting, isn't it? Look around, this is all you're doing. The scent of blood satisfies you, doesn't it? Join us, and everything you desire will be yours. Qiu Lingyue's gaze fell on the blood at the raven's fingertips, her crimson eyes flickering with conflict as she involuntarily stepped back. Forcing down the chaotic thoughts in her mind, she gripped her blood-forged blade tightly and shouted sharply, I have no interest in joining you. Leave now, or I'll make you. Make me? The raven sneered. It seems I must show you our strength before you can feel assured about becoming one of us. Before his words fully landed, the surrounding white mist dispersed abruptly, and a terrifying aura surged forth. The raven's wings flared behind him, and countless jet-black feathers shot out like arrows. Qiu Lingyue shielded her younger sister behind her, slashing with her blood-forged blade to deflect the onslaught. But her shoulders and arms were still left with several deep cuts. The raven tilted his head, observing her resistance with amusement, before suddenly flashing forward again. His claws slashed through the air. Caught off guard, Qiu Lingyue raised her blade to meet the attack. The clash of metal ringing out before the overwhelming force sent her tumbling to the ground, her body bearing fresh wounds. Sister! Qiu Yuanxuan cried out in alarm. Disobedient toys need to be properly fixed. The raven retracted his wings and stepped closer through the dissipating mist, savoring the fear in the sister's eyes. Run! Qiu Lingyue staggered to her feet, locking her gaze on the encroaching figure. A sudden explosion overhead shattered the tense moment, and the raven's playful demeanor faded as his blood-red eyes shifted toward Qiu Yuanxuan. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a dark blur, appearing behind Qiu Lingyue with his claws aimed straight for Qiu Yuanxuan's heart. Yuanxuan! Qiu Lingyue turned in horror, watching helplessly as her sister's life hung by a thread. Just as despair consumed her, a burst of ghostly violet flames erupted midair, striking the raven and forcing a pained grunt from him as his towering figure was driven back. A tall, lean figure suddenly appeared in front of Qiu Lingyue, pulling Qiu Yuanxuan into their arms. The newcomer's coat billowed dramatically, their arm wreathed in ghostly violet flames that writhed like malevolent spirits. The scorching flames rose into the air, causing the surrounding temperature to spike sharply. Wherever the purple fire reached, the dense white mist retreated swiftly, as if avoiding a deadly threat. Before Qidai Yuanxuan could react, she was pulled into a warm embrace. Sister? A soft, uncertain voice came from the girl. Receiving no response, she wrinkled her nose slightly and settled into silence. Not far away, Qidai Lingyue stared blankly at the tall figure that had suddenly appeared. The newcomer was dressed in a black coat, the hood pulled down to cover his face up to the nose, concealing his identity. Purple flames still flickered faintly around his arm. The arrival of this mysterious figure stirred an inexplicable sense of unease in Qidai Lingyue's heart. Before she could get a clear look at his face, the stranger gently set Qidai Yuanxuan down, turned around, and waved a hand dismissively at the two sisters. Thank you, Qidai Lingyue stammered, her voice tinged with doubt. She quickly expressed her gratitude and pulled her younger sister into the depths of the white mist. It wasn't until their silhouettes disappeared entirely into the mist that Yu, still hooded, lifted his gaze towards a towering figure in the distance. It was a demon over 2 meters tall, draped in a black fur cloak. A pair of narrow, pitch-black wings extended from its back, and its steel-like claws gleamed menacingly. Most terrifying of all, its head was entirely that of a shadowy crow. Yu did not dare to let his guard down. According to the intelligence from the Dawn organization, this demon was none other than a core member of the cult Shishinshu, a classified A-level threat known as the Corruptor Crow. The crow, evidently caught off guard by the ambush, bore a scorched wound on its shoulder from the ghostly flames. It tilted its head, seemingly indifferent to the injury, as dark feathers scattered from its body. Its gaze shifted to Yu. Interesting. A demon with fire abilities, it rasped. Are you the flame Oni that's been active in District 11 recently? Yu's heart sank. He hadn't expected the opponent to know about him. Breaking through my mist illusion. Your strength is beyond what I anticipated, the crow remarked, tilting its head as it inspected the burn on its shoulder, its elongated tongue licking at the blood. Seeing Yu remain silent, it continued, however. You're not on tonight's guest list. How did you get in here? Uninvited guests, you see, are rarely welcomed by the host. Before the words fully landed, a crimson glint flared in the crow's eyes. Black feathers scattered wildly as its figure vanished from Yu's sight. Under the harsh glare of the white fluorescent lights, a pitch-black shadow loomed behind him, pressing in with an overwhelming force. So fast, Yu's heart tightened. The opponent's speed far surpassed any speed-type demon he had ever defeated. Though shocked, Yu's reaction was swift. Black curse marks surged across his arms, instantly forming a pitch-black long halberd. Yenimo hellfire erupted from his palm, coiling around the halberd's tip. With a quick reverse thrust, he aimed directly behind him. The halberd easily pierced through the crow's chest, and the boiling hellfire spread like thousands of ants devouring flesh, engulfing the crow's body. However, as the flames dissipated, the crow's figure vanished along with them. Yu grew wary, swiftly pulling back the halberd. The weapon morphed midair into a massive scythe of death, shrouded in violet flames, slashing toward the shadow attacking from the side. The scythe collided with the crow's sharp claws, producing a crisp metallic clang as both sides felt the force of the other's strike. The crow's form once again dissolved into an afterimage, launching another attack from a different angle. Yu instinctively swung his scythe to counter. Within the white mist, the blades of violet and black clashed repeatedly, the sound of metal striking metal echoing continuously. The crow's attacks came from all directions with ghostly speed, swift as a venomous snake, fierce as a hunting falcon. Yet, Yu's scythe always managed to block just in time. After only a few minutes of intense combat, Yu could feel his stamina rapidly depleting. Just then, the crow suddenly leapt high into the air, folding its wings. The surrounding white mist condensed into countless black feathers, their tips all aimed at Yu. In the next moment, thousands of feathers shot forward like arrows. Gripping the massive scythe with both hands, Yu expanded the blade like a shield under the power of the hellfire, deflecting the barrage of attacks. The charred feathers scattered like withering petals. As the embers faded, Yu's eyes glimmered coldly as he held his weapon, staring at his opponent. Just as the crow was about to speak, a series of explosions echoed from the mist above. Such a pity. I would have loved to continue observing your abilities, but it seems our time is running out, the crow said, clapping its hands. Its crimson eyes locked onto Yu. Flame demon, I look forward to seeing what surprises you'll bring me next time. With its raspy voice fading into the distance, the crow's figure disappeared into the dense fog. The white illusion dissolved, revealing the contours of the hospital, now shrouded in a faint layer of mist. Yu stood motionless as the scythe dissipated into black vapor. His actions were not only for the Chio sisters, but also to confirm his suspicions. According to Dawn's intelligence, the crow's inner demon ability was that of a nightmare demon, capable of creating illusions. The mist enveloping the hospital was undoubtedly the crow's doing, and the reason for its sudden retreat could only mean one thing: the battle above had reached a critical stage. On the top floor of the hospital, an unprecedented battle between humans and the undead was quietly unfolding. Dozens of zombies surged out from the morgue, surrounding Gu Beiying and her team. Their bodies were covered in grotesquely writhing blood vessels, with crimson parasitic worms deeply embedded in their flesh. These parasites were controlling their movements, hungrily eyeing the fresh, living flesh before them. Swoosh! Bama Watanabe pulled the trigger of his enchanted laser gun, and the crystalline blue beam pierced through several zombies' heads with precision. However, this failed to halt their advance. Instead, the scent of blood in the air seemed to further enrage the remaining undead. Good grief! What on earth are these monsters? They're practically unkillable. The hefty man raised his massive shield to block an attack, while noticing Sasha's steel-edged whip slicing a zombie clean in half. Yet, even severed into two, the zombie continued to writhe on the ground, snapping its jaws in a relentless attempt to bite. They're already dead, what do they have to fear from dying again? Shota Suizaku quipped as he manipulated his silver threads to decapitate several zombies in one swift motion, all while responding to the big man's exclamation. Gu Beiying, Sasha, and the others fought fiercely on another front. As trained operatives of the Dawn organization, armed with enchanted weapons, their strength rivaled that of demons. Against these mindless undead, they showed no mercy. Soon, more than half of the attacking zombies had been eliminated. Yet, the heavy expressions on their faces only deepened. They all knew the real threat had yet to reveal itself. Suddenly, another zombie lunged forward with a roar. Standing in the center, Gu Beiying felt a warning chill and shouted, "Watch out!" Bema Watanabe reacted the fastest, immediately pulling the trigger. Just as the laser pierced the zombie, its body began to swell rapidly before exploding with a deafening blast. Flesh and bone fragments scattered in all directions, carried by a powerful shockwave that made everyone's hearts tighten. Adjusting his glasses, Bema Watanabe turned his gaze toward the dark-skinned boy observing them from halfway down the corridor. In a cold voice, he stated, "A class hazard. Exploding husk. Its abilities are derived from nightmare-class demonic energy bombs. It injects compressed demonic energy into a target, turning them into a controllable time bomb that can be detonated at will. This creature has been wanted by Dawn for orchestrating multiple indiscriminate bombing incidents." Gu Beiying's mind raced as she recalled the suicide bombings they'd encountered on the streets earlier. Could it be that the perpetrators behind those explosions were these sorcerers of the Shishinzong cult? Bingo. Correct. The dark-skinned boy flashed an innocent, childlike smile and chirped, "Full marks on the test. Your reward is more bombs." Before his words fully landed, several more zombie figures surged out of the white mist behind him and the hulking man at his side. Unlike ordinary zombies, these ones were covered in cracked fissures. Their shriveled skin was riddled with deep crimson cracks, each emitting an unsettling energy. Their entire bodies seemed as fragile as porcelain on the brink of shattering. "Don't let them get close." Gu Beiying's warning had barely left her lips when the Dawn executors sprang into action. Sota Karinai's silver threads shot out like a torrential storm, followed closely by Watanabe Shiro's laser bullets, while Sasha's steel-bladed whip lashed through the air with a sharp whistle. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, reducing a room hundreds of meters away to rubble in an instant. The blast wave consumed over a dozen zombies, leaving behind an unrecognizable mess of blood and flesh. Damn it, that's some indiscriminate firepower. The hefty man stumbled backward, quickly raising the massive blood-flesh shield on his arm to block the shockwave. Watanabe Shiro calmly scanned the gaping crater at the center of the explosion. If this keeps up, the entire floor is going to collapse. At that moment, the demon known as Kue Xiong could no longer hold back. With a single powerful stride, he crossed over 10 meters, his massive frame emanating an oppressive aura as he appeared before the group. His blood-red bear-like eyes were filled with savage ferocity, and beneath his coiled muscles lay terrifying strength. Kue Xiong grabbed a zombie corpse without hesitation and tore into it with his gaping maw. The crunch of bone and flesh echoed as he bit off an entire arm, gnawing through bone and meat alike. The gruesome spectacle left everyone present momentarily stunned. After a few moments, Kue Xiong swallowed the bloody flesh and turned to the two figures behind him. In a rough, guttural voice he asked, "As we agreed, I can't eat anyone here, right?" The muscular man twisted his waist dramatically, responding in an exaggerated, affected tone, "Yes, yes, feel free to enjoy whoever you like. My goodness, that wild aura of yours is getting more and more irresistible. I can hardly contain myself." Kue Xiong grinned, baring blood-stained fangs, his gaze locking onto Gu Beiying and her group like a predator eyeing its prey. Watanabe Shiro quickly analyzed the situation. Class A aberrant demon Kue Xiong. Magically induced infection has caused feline-like mutations, leaving him with a beast-like temperament. Known for his penchant for human flesh and violent tendencies, he has committed numerous heinous crimes and is currently wanted by Dawn. He then turned his attention to the eccentric muscular man. Class B dangerous entity mortician Hachi Ne, Blade Demon type. His inner demon manifests as a surgical scalpel capable of precisely separating flesh. He can flay the faces of his victims to create human skin masks, not only disguising himself as the deceased but also partially inheriting their abilities. These three were actually three completely different types of demons. Gu Beiying was stunned to realize, based on Watanabe Shiruma's assessment, that these opponents were all at least at the level of class threats. She couldn't help but recall how their entire squad had barely managed to subdue Ikegami Taku, who was also a class threat, during their last mission. Now, they were facing three of them at the same time. Watanabe Shiruma clearly recognized the gravity of the situation as well. He turned to the white cat that had been silently following them, his his voice calm but tinged with urgency. If you don't act now, we're all going to be left here. Everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to the small, pure white cat at Gu Beiying's feet. Beneath its seemingly ordinary appearance, there seemed to lie a hidden, unfathomable power. The white cat let out a soft, melancholic sigh and slowly stepped forward to stand in front of the group. It turned its head to look at Gu Beiying, its deep, emerald green eyes unusually piercing. Xiaoying, it spoke in human language. Once I make my move, you must leave this place immediately and never come back. Yanjiji. Gu Beiying pressed her lips together tightly, her golden eyes glimmering with worry. The white cat said no more and turned to face the massive, hulking bear. It let out a low, guttural growl, its tail raised high, and every strand of its fur standing on end. A surge of magical energy radiated from its body, rapidly intensifying. In the blink of an eye, the small white cat transformed into a majestic white tiger, towering several meters high. Its razor-sharp claws glinted coldly, and its aura reached its peak. But just as the white caternedager was about to launch its attack, a raspy voice suddenly echoed through the air. Interesting. It seems today I've come across some rather intriguing opponents. Startled, the white cat quickly pivoted to the side. Hovering in midair not far away, a pair of pitch-black wings flapped slowly. A pair of crimson bird-like eyes, filled with a mocking amusement, locked onto it. What was even more unsettling was the thick white mist that had silently enveloped the surroundings. The figures of Gu Beiying and the others behind it had completely disappeared. Hey, what kind of joke is this? In the fog-filled corridor on the top floor of the hospital, everyone stared in shock at the thick white mist before them. The oversized white cat had vanished into thin air right in front of them, disappearing so quickly that no one could react. The surrounding fog seemed to grow denser, adding to the unease. Oh dear, this isn't good. It seems like the strongest one among you has run away. The mortician twisted his massive frame. A displeasing grin spread across his face. However, no one had the time to address his mocking tone, as a deafening roar erupted from a beastman 100 meters away, who was now charging toward them at full speed. Meanwhile, a shadow appeared in the hallway on the 8th floor of the hospital. Yiyu, dressed in a black coat with his hood concealing most of his face, moved quietly through the dim corridor. The Raven had already left, and the whereabouts of the Chio sisters were unknown. However, given Chio Lingyue's strength, a few controlled undead posed little threat to her. Any stray zombies encountered along the way were swiftly dealt with by him. Soon, Yiyu stopped in front of a door marked surveillance room. The door was already ajar, and the heavy stench of blood seeped through the gap. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. Unlike the brightly lit corridor, the surveillance room was shrouded in darkness. From a corner came the sickening sound of chewing. By the faint light spilling in from the hallway, Yiyu saw the mangled remains of a security guard's body. A zombie was crouched over the corpse, devouring it. Blood vessels extended from its mouth like octopus tentacles, draining the blood from the body. The security guard had been reduced to a shriveled, mummified husk. Yiyu frowned in disgust and stepped forward, crushing the zombie's skull with one swift motion. Purple ghostly flames erupted, instantly reducing both the zombie and the desiccated corpse to ashes. He turned his attention to the row of old monitors on the control panel. Though not as advanced as the equipment used by the Dawn organization, they were sufficient to display the hospital's interior. The outside view was obscured by the white mist, leaving only the images from within the hospital visible. Yiyu quickly adjusted the monitors, revealing scenes of zombies wandering through the corridors, occasionally breaking into patient rooms to attack those inside. The mindless monsters moved purely on instinct, driven by their thirst for blood. Yiyu watched the surveillance footage intently, observing these creatures more akin to vampires than zombie aces. They broke into one hospital room after another. Although his brows furrowed slightly, he decided to remain still. The more he acted, the greater the risk of exposing his identity. He wasn't a saint, and saving the Chio sisters earlier had merely been a minor effort. On the monitors, Chio Lingyue was seen pulling her younger sister along as they fled through the hospital, eventually hiding inside a medical equipment storage room on the 6th floor. Yiyu controlled the cameras, taking in the hospital situation in its entirety, except for areas obscured by white mist. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. His fingers moved swiftly over the mouse, freezing the frame on a specific hospital room on the 3rd floor. Several zombies were violently pounding on the door, but they were stopped by a dog-headed creature. It was a humanoid hound, covered in yellowish-brown fur, with sharp fangs bared in an aggressive stance. As one of the zombies lunged forward, the hound attacked without hesitation. Despite the zombie's menacing claws, the hound sank its massive jaws into it. One after another, the zombies attempting to breach the room fell into pools of blood. The blood-soaked hound stood panting heavily, like a guardian deity stationed at the entrance to the intensive care unit. This scene stirred Yuyu's memories, a yellow-haired thug with an earring, a henchman of the Matsuyama group, who had once helped during Sakura's kidnapping. Yiyu recalled using the Samsara Eye to investigate this demon's identity. Switching through the surveillance feeds, Yiyu finally focused on the battle unfolding on the rooftop of the 15th floor. The Dawn Squad was locked in combat with their enemies. Sajaku, Sasha, and a stocky man were struggling against a massive 3-meter bear-like beast man, while Gu Beiying and Byakuma Watanabe were fending off surrounding zombies and protecting a short-haired girl trembling in the corner. The situation grew increasingly dire. The bear-like demon's strength far exceeded expectations, and it easily overpowered Suda and the others. Nearby, a dark-skinned boy and a muscular man watched the fight, while a hidden crow had yet to make its move. If these demons couldn't be driven back, not only would Sakura be in grave danger, but Yiyu himself could become their next target. However, his earlier battle with the crow had drained much of his energy, and intervening now would almost certainly reveal his identity. Yuyu's expression darkened as he coldly observed the embattled Dawn Squad. Suddenly, an idea struck him: there was one last chance. His pupils contracted sharply, and a ghostly purple light flickered in his eyes. The morning wraith box on his chest trembled violently, emitting a flash of blood-red light. In the blink of an eye, a fearsome demonic mask materialized, the Shura mask. In the dimly lit surveillance room, Yiyu stared silently for a long time at the Shura mask in his hand, its sinister and eerie glow flickering ominously. Kuku, a distorted figure of a wraith emerged from the shadows, its twisted face leaning forward as it spoke in a chilling tone. Master of Darkness, you've finally remembered it. This mask has waited in the depths of hell, lonely and longing, for far too long. The wraith continued to whisper in a beguiling voice. Now you stand at a crossroads where the mask to gain unparalleled power and defy fate, or abandon your struggle and become an eternal soul trapped here. Yiyu slowly raised the mask, his gaze resolute. From the moment this mask appeared, there was no choice left. As long as there's even a sliver of hope, I will not give up, even if it means plunging into hell and becoming a demon myself. As he lifted the mask to his face, through its hollow eye sockets, he seemed to see a hellish demon laughing maniacally, ready to drag him into an abyss of sin. The instant the mask touched his chin, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent engulfed his consciousness. Black energy erupted from Yuyu's body, and a ghostly purple glow appeared in his eyes. A 6-pointed star pattern, embedded with deep crimson magatama, surfaced in his pupils. His body trembled as immense power coursed through him, and the dark runes on his arms began to shift and flow. Around him, violet, infernal flames exploded into existence. Yiyu felt every cell in his body roaring with ecstatic fury, the infernal flames growing wildly within him like seeds bursting into life. He hunched forward, a low, sinister laugh escaping from beneath the demon mask. Suddenly, a cacophony of zombie growls echoed from the distance. Over a dozen bloodware-modified zombies charged madly toward the surveillance room, their bloodlust triggered by the pervasive scent of carnage. With a deafening crash, the iron door collapsed under their impact. The zombie horde lunged at Yiyu with claws outstretched. But just as they were about to reach him, a piercing purple light flashed from beneath the mask. In his hand, a pitch-black scythe wreathed in ghostly purple flames materialized. Like a reaper harvesting souls, Yiyu swung the scythe effortlessly. Its blade cut through the air and sliced cleanly through the zombies' bodies. Blood sprayed in all directions, painting the surveillance room a dark, crimson red. Kuku, Yiyu let out a chilling laugh as he stepped toward the doorway, where the last remaining zombie stood alone, bewildered and unaware of the slaughter that had just unfolded. It stumbled forward, jaws wide open, preparing to unleash a guttural roar. Pop! Yiyu crushed the zombie's head with his hand, warm blood splattering across his menacing mask. The intense stench of blood surged straight to his brain, igniting every nerve in his body. He turned to face the door of the surveillance room, his raised arm suddenly erupting with a blazing flame. With a thunderous boom, the iron door shattered, and fiery tongues engulfed the entire room. The equipment inside exploded under the intense heat, flames shooting skyward to form a spectacular inferno behind Yiyu. He extended his tongue, slowly licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. In this moment, his mind was clearer than ever, yet brimming with madness. The long-repressed desire for carnage surged within him like molten lava, on the verge of erupting. From the depths of the hallway, staggering figures accompanied by eerie groans gradually approached. Yiyu tilted his neck slightly, and in the next instant, flames erupted from his entire body. He became a fiery blur as he charged ferociously at the zombies. This time, he resolved to unleash the boiling bloodlust within him. Meanwhile, the top floor of the hospital was shrouded in a thick, hazy white mist. Gu Beiying and the others were struggling to fend off the onslaught of the demon-like creature. Xiaotian Sakuju had shed his usual carefree demeanor, shouting "thousand threads" as countless silver wires shot forth from his hands. The threads wove into a net midair, coiling tightly around the massive form of Kue Xiong. 100 blades. Xiaotian shouted again, and the wires tightened rapidly. However, to everyone's shock, the wires capable of slicing through steel failed to penetrate Kue Xiong's skin. Instead, they emitted a sharp, grating hum under the immense strain. Sasha rushed over upon hearing the commotion, swinging her steel whip fiercely at Kue Xiong. Yet, the barbed whip only left faint white marks on his body. Kue Xiong turned his head, flashing a disdainful grin, before unleashing a deafening roar. The white mist dispersed under the force of his bellow, and his muscles swelled at an alarming rate. With a simple movement, he snapped the wires binding him, leaving only shallow red marks behind. Kue Xiong swung his massive paw toward Xiaotian and Sasha. At the critical moment, Fatty stepped forward, raising a flesh and blood shield to block the attack. But under Kue Xiong's immense strength, the shield crumpled instantly, and Fatty was sent flying through the air. On the other side, Gu Beiying found herself in an equally dire situation. The black-skinned youth, clearly toying with them, continued to control zombies armed with magical explosives to launch relentless attacks. Gu Beiying struggled to simultaneously sense and evade the explosions while protecting her friend behind her, leaving her trapped in a precarious dilemma. She swung her light blade, stabbing it into a zombie's chest and watching as it dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, collapsing to the ground. Though another enemy was defeated, Gu Beiying's brows furrowed deeply as she gazed into the hazy white mist ahead, her heart filled with unease. Just as Xiaoying was momentarily dazed, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from behind her. Whipping around, she saw several zombies cornering her best friend, Xiaoyi. Gu Beiying immediately cast aside all distracting thoughts. The long blade in her hand shimmered with a dazzling golden light. In the midst of the white mist, her figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning, appearing in front of Xiaoyi in an instant. The blade's edge cut through the mist, aiming precisely at the chests of the charging zombies. To everyone's astonishment, the moment the golden light touched the zombies, their flesh began to rot and disintegrate at a visible speed. Their bodies emitted black smoke before ultimately turning to ash under the radiance of the golden light. At that moment, a soft, sinister voice suddenly rang out, "How peculiar! What's a regular human doing among the executors of dawn?" Gu Beiying's expression darkened. She turned to see a muscular man standing in front of the trembling Xiaoyi, his head tilted as he scrutinized her. Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with terror. "Get away from Xiaoyi, you bastard!" Gu Beiying shouted furiously, dashing forward to strike at the man's back. However, her glowing blade was abruptly stopped. Madeira thin scalpel, wrapped in black mist, had materialized in the man's hand, effortlessly blocking her attack. My, such a fiery temper for a St. Mark wielder. "I'm so scared," the man taunted in a sickly sweet, mocking tone. The black scalpel in his hand quivered slightly under the golden light. "Such a beauty you are. I wonder how stunning a human skin mask made from your face would look," he added, his gaze fixated on Beiying's face, his cheeks flushing with a disturbing redness. "Disgusting freak." Gu Beiying snarled, launching a flurry of attacks, her blade relentlessly targeting his vital points. Yet, the muscular man moved with unnerving agility, dodging her fatal strikes with minimal effort, and parrying with his scalpel whenever evasion wasn't an option. "How terrifying, St. Mark wielder," he remarked, widening his mouth in exaggerated surprise as he watched the black mist on his blade gradually dissolve under the golden light. His eyes gleamed with twisted fascination as he studied the young woman before him. With a crisp clash of metal, Gu Beiying used the momentum to leap back in front of Xiaoyi. She kept a vigilant gaze on the muscular man, sensing the dense, sinister energy emanating from his scalpel. Recalling Watanabe Shiro's earlier warning, she realized that this so-called Undertaker could materialize his inner demons into weapons. The scalpel in his hand must be a manifestation of his heart's darkness. "I can't wait to see the moment this blade slices through your face," the man said, pressing the scalpel against his own cheek, his words chillingly grotesque. The muscular man lunged at Gu Beiying with a sharp scalpel, his attacks precise and aimed at the girl's jawline and the corner of her eye. His movements were far more agile than a zombie's, yet he seemed wary of the golden light radiating from Gu Beiying. Each of his strikes was quick and calculated, retreating immediately after contact. Forced into a defensive stance, Gu Beiying could only swing her glowing blade to block. The muscular man weaved around her with nimble movements, his face carrying a confident smirk. In his mind, he calculated. The white cat was already trapped in the raven's illusion. If he could just hold off this stigmatic wielder long enough for Kue Xiong and Dan Per to finish off the other operatives, the Dawn organization would suffer a devastating blow. With this thought, he intensified his attacks. The scalpel, shrouded in dark energy, darted through the golden light surrounding Gu Beiying. But suddenly, his blade froze midair. Although it pierced through the wooden sword she wielded, it became firmly lodged in the glowing weapon. In the next instant, the golden light from the wooden sword flared brightly, illuminating the white mist around them. The twin-tailed girl, who had been lowering her head, slowly raised her face, her eyes now filled with unshakable determination. There are more important people waiting for me. I can't waste time here, Gu Beiying thought, recalling her brother lying in a hospital bed in the moment he shielded her from the blast's impact. This time, she had to protect him, even if it meant killing the demon standing before her. A surge of warm energy erupted from her chest, coursing through her entire body. The muscular man watched in horror as the golden light around her intensified, exuding an overwhelming and intimidating aura. Her hair tie fell loose, and her black hair was suffused with golden radiance, turning into a dazzling gold. When she opened her eyes again, her pupils were replaced by golden light, and a rune etched in golden threads appeared on her forehead. Cracks began to spread across the wooden sword, glowing with golden energy. With a powerful shout, Gu Beiying's blade effortlessly broke through the scalpel's defense and pierced through the muscular man's body. The dark mist dissipated, and blood sprayed out in torrents. From the deflated human skin, a hunched old man scrambled away, crawling desperately toward the black-clad boy while screaming, "So terrifying." Watanabe on the white horse explained that this was the Undertaker's ability to use human skin to withstand a fatal blow. Gu Beiying had no time to pay attention. She was about to rush to assist Okita and the others in their fight against Kue Xiong when she suddenly froze in place. A chilling, unprecedented sense of terror swept over her from behind. Turning her head, she saw, within the white mist, a pair of glowing purple eyes staring intently at her, filled with madness and fervor. What was that? Amid the dense white mist, the massive beastman transformed from Kue Xiong charged forward like an enraged jungle predator. His body had swelled to several meters in height, with fur growing wildly all over him. His bear-like head nearly grazed the hospital ceiling. Every knotted muscle on his body exuded terrifying power, and as he moved, the ground beneath him trembled violently. Suda Suzukura's fingertips rapidly unleashed threads of silver, weaving them into a dense, steel-like net in an attempt to halt the colossal creature's charge. Yet, in the face of Kue Xiong, the seemingly indestructible web was utterly useless, torn apart in an instant by sheer brute force. The recoil dragged Suda far across the floor, leaving deep cuts on his hands from the severed threads. The burly man raised his large shield to block the attack, but was sent flying by a single swipe from Kue Xiong. He stumbled back over 100 meters before barely regaining his footing, only to be slammed into the wall moments later by another heavy blow. From a distance, the mortician and a dark-skinned boy clutched their chests, helplessly observing the chaos. Kue Xiong is the same as ever once he goes berserk. He can't tell friend from foe, the mortician muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a precise laser beam shot out from behind, striking Kue Xiong in a critical spot on his back. The impact left a charred crater in his flesh, causing the enraged beastman to roar and whirl around, fixing his furious gaze on Byakuba Watanabe, who had fired the shot. Sasha swung her custom steel whip, intercepting Kue Xiong. The barbs along the whip's length sank deep into his body, further enraging the already frenzied beast. His fur bristled, and his chest muscles bulged alarmingly as he struck a nearby wall, smashing a massive hole through it. Kue Xiong charged forward with heavy steps, crushing the zombie's underfoot into unrecognizable remains. With claws gleaming, he tore through the wall, reaching for Sasha, who had hidden within. In that critical moment, a radiant golden light sliced through the mist, dispersing it in an instant. Gu Beiying appeared in front of Sasha, wielding a glowing blade. With a swift slash, she left a deep gash on Kue Xiong's thick arm. Kue Xiong, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage, ignored the restraining power of the golden light and swung a massive paw directly at Gu Beiying. She hurriedly raised her blade to meet the attack, only to feel an unstoppable force bearing down on her. With a sharp cracking sound, the wooden sword she had been using, already damaged from earlier battles, finally gave way and shattered into pieces. Even the wooden sword blessed by holy light couldn't withstand such relentless and intense attacks. Gu Beiying felt a sharp pain shooting through her wrist, her face turning ashen as she stared at the blood-red beastly eyes and the razor-sharp bare claws just inches away. At this range, dodging was utterly impossible. Those murderous crimson eyes locked onto her, like a predator in the wild fixated on its helpless prey. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness brought by the disparity in strength reminded her of the despair she had once felt in front of the raven. Gu Beiying closed her eyes, fully realizing the insurmountable gap between herself and these terrifying demonic beings. At this critical moment, a strange sensation suddenly surged through her heart. Gu Beiying's eyes snapped open, her pupils contracting violently once again. That terrifying, frenzied aura had appeared. Huosha peculiar wave of heat tore through the white fog. Everyone present could feel the unusual change, instinctively turning their gaze toward the source of the heat. Amid the hazy mist, a radiant purple ghostly flame emerged, faintly revealing a humanoid silhouette within. Swish, the figure shrouded in purple flames burst forth in an instant. Like a streak of violet lightning, it pierced through the dense fog with astonishing speed, heading straight toward the center of the mist. Just as the onlookers thought it was charging at them, the figure abruptly changed direction, hurtling like a cannonball directly at the massive bear. Boom! The entire corridor trembled under the earth-shattering impact. The giant bear was sent flying to the end of the hallway by the immense force, the ground caving in to reveal the steel structure beneath. Fragments of the ceiling rained down as dust and debris filled the air. The bear slowly rose from the rubble, its blood-red eyes fixed unyieldingly on the shadowy figure looming within the dissipating fog. Once uncontrollably berserk, it now seemed slightly sobered by the chilling aura emanating from its adversary, a sensation akin to confronting a demon that had clawed its way out of the depths of hell. "Who are you?" the bear growled, forcing out each word with difficulty. The only response was an eerie, cackling laughter, accompanied by the unnerving sound of grinding teeth. Suddenly, the purple flames surrounding the shadow flared intensely, their searing yet sinister heat banishing the surrounding fog. As the mist cleared, the bear finally caught a glimpse of its Foya grotesquely twisted demonic face. In the next instant, with a deep, guttural roar, the horrifying figure lunged at the bear like an arrow loosed from a bow. Hey, did you guys see that clearly? Just now, what on earth was that?" The stout man braced himself with a large shield, barely managing to stay upright as he looked at his companions in shock. No one answered his question. All eyes were fixed on the scene unfolding in the depths of the distant corridor. What was once shrouded in white mist was now a scene of utter destruction. Collapsed walls, a gaping hole in the floor exposing the steel reinforcements beneath. A massive bear-like figure, several meters tall, had just struggled to its feet when a dark shadow shot toward it like an arrow loosed from a bow. Caught off guard, the massive creature only had time to raise an arm in defense. Just as the shadow was about to strike, a burst of ghostly purple flames erupted around it. With the sickening crack of bones, the shadow wreathed in purple fire slammed heavily into the bear-like creature's arm. Overwhelmed by the searing pain, its defenses shattered in an instant, and it was sent hurtling backward into the wall, which fractured into a spiderweb-like pattern upon impact. Coughing up blood in agony, it could barely react before the purple flames began to expand rapidly. Boom! The explosive flames engulfed the massive creature, obliterating the wall behind it. The fire swiftly spread into the adjacent medical room, where various instruments exploded one after another under the intense heat. The purple flames surged forward with unstoppable force, consuming everything in their path, even the eerie white mist dissipating in an instant. Wait, this is an infernal wraith. It's an infernal wraith. Shoutian Suzaku was the first to recognize the strange figure within the flames. Gu Beiying clutched her injured wrist, her gaze locked on the flickering shadow within the sea of fire. Though she had only heard of the infernal wraith through stories from her comrades in Dawn, seeing it firsthand left her certain this demon was far more terrifying than the reports had ever described. As the purple flames raged like a wild beast devouring everything in its path, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the inferno. A massive figure emerged, charging through the flames with sheer force, its blood-red eyes glowing even fiercer in the blazing light. At this moment, Kue Xiong's entire body was engulfed in roaring flames, their purple hue radiating an intensity far hotter than ordinary fire, nearly roasting him alive. Despite the searing agony, Kue Xiong roared furiously and charged out of the inferno. Just then, the shadow within the flames struck again. Having learned from the previous attack, Kue Xiong immediately swung his massive claws, attempting to use his size advantage to crush the shadow. However, the shadow moved even faster, slipping downward as it neared Kue Xiong's claws. Its palm, shrouded in dark energy, shot directly toward Kue Xiong's abdomen. With a sharp shhk sound, the shadow's arm effortlessly pierced through Kue Xiong's thick chest and stomach. A hoarse, maniacal laugh erupted from the shadow as it abruptly withdrew its arm, sending blood spraying everywhere before vanishing in a flash. A searing pain tore through Kue Xiong's chest and abdomen. Enraged, he swung his massive claws wildly in retaliation, but they only struck the encroaching flames. Suddenly, the shadow, encased in purple flames, reappeared above him. With claws wrapped in dark energy, it tore a large chunk of flesh from Kue Xiong's shoulder. "Look over there!" the plump man suddenly shouted, pointing in alarm. The group turned to see a shadow wreathed in ghostly flames crawling along the ceiling. It moved like a spectral nightmare, swiftly darting across the hospital's ceiling, walls, and corridors. Each time it appeared, it ripped another piece of flesh from Kuei Xiong's body. Such injuries would have been fatal to any ordinary being. But Kuei Xiong's mutated, resilient physique kept him barely hanging on. In the distance, the mortician and Danpa stood frozen in shock at the horrifying scene. The shadow, fighting like a feral beast, left them in awe, surpassing even their fear of Kuei Xiong. At last, the gravely injured Kuei Xiong could no longer endure and attempted to flee. But the shadow suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind, driving its claws into the back of his neck. To everyone's astonishment, the shadow began dragging Kuei Xiong's massive body toward the wall. With a series of thunderous crashes, remnants of purple flames streaked through the corridors and rooms as Kuei Xiong's body was slammed repeatedly against the walls. The entire top floor of the hospital shook violently. Ceiling debris rained down, and cracks spread across the walls, as though the structure might collapse at any moment. Amid the dense white mist, everyone trembled in fear, sensing that a catastrophic disaster was about to unfold. Boom! The walls of the hospital's top floor began to shatter one after another, and the ceiling emitted a deafening hum. Everyone watched in shock as the figures of Yen Gue and Kuei Xiong clashed violently in the corridor. Each collision sent chunks of the solid walls crumbling to the ground. Purple flames surged like a tidal wave into the destroyed rooms, swallowing the entire corridor in an instant. Rooms on both sides collapsed under the intense impact, leaving only the bare concrete skeletons faintly visible through the raging fire. Amid the boiling sea of flames, the two battling figures finally came to a halt. In the ensuing silence, only the crackling of the fire could be heard. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sound of bones cracking emerged from within the flames, followed by the unmistakable noise of chewing. Illuminated by the firelight, Kuei Xiong's massive body lay limp on the ground, while the dark shadow pinned him down, ferociously gnawing at the back of his neck. "Why in Gue he's eating Kuei Xiong?" The chubby man exclaimed in disbelief. He turned to look at his companions, only to find their faces equally frozen in horror. In the distance, Hype, who had been watching the scene unfold, could no longer hold back. "Move now!" he shouted at the mortician beside him, preparing to join forces to rescue Kuei Xiong. As a key member of the Shirshan sect, Kuei Xiong's demise would be an irredeemable failure for them. At Hype's command, dozens of bloated zombies burst out from the surrounding white mist. Their skin was riddled with cracks, on the verge of exploding at any moment. These were Hype's ultimate weapon, flesh bombs, capable of leveling the entire hospital with a single infusion of magic energy. In the urgency of the situation, Hype didn't hesitate to send the explosive horde charging forward. The zombies roared as they hurled themselves toward the inferno. Meanwhile, the dark figure remained fixated on devouring the bloodied and unconscious Kuei Xiong. Just as the zombies were about to reach the figure, the flames suddenly surged upward, coalescing behind Yen Gue into two enormous fiery arms, resembling the outstretched wings of a blazing phoenix. These massive flame arms began to flail wildly within the inferno. One hand effortlessly crushed the approaching zombies into dust, their explosions muffled by the roaring fire. The other arm extended dozens of meters, swatting multiple zombies into the air, triggering a chain of detonations. The remaining zombies were either pulverized into mush or blasted apart midair. Throughout it all, the dark figure remained hunched over Kuei Xiong, continuing its gruesome feast. The splattering blood only fueled the raging flames further. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another, and the expressions of the onlookers grew even more horrified. The flame demon's control over fire had reached an almost supernatural level, wielding it as effortlessly as moving a limb. A flaming giant hand struck a zombie with immense force, sending it hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground in front of the Dawn survivors. The man at the front, a stout figure, felt his pupils contract in shock. Ignoring the pain from his injuries, he quickly activated the magical weapon in his hand. A massive shield of flesh and blood began to form, but before it could solidify, a deafening explosion shattered it, flinging him 100 meters away. He clumsily scrambled to his feet, covered in dust and ash, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. At that moment, everyone realized that the flame demon was attacking indiscriminately, and any one of them could be the next target. The mortician, initially attempting to rescue Kuei Xiong, halted in his tracks, retreating in fear as the horrifying scene unfolded before him. He only stopped when he reached the side of the dark-skinned boy, exclaiming in terror, "What kind of monster is this?" Tampa's expression was grim. Although classified as an A-rank dangerous entity, his strength relied heavily on magical energy explosions. In close combat, he might even lose to the Brank mortician. Now, with all his bombs destroyed, he stood no chance against such a creature. As the group hesitated, the flame demon in the sea of fire ceased its feeding. The body of Kuei Xiong in its grasp had been burned beyond recognition. The demon released its grip, allowing the charred and shrunken corpse to slump lifelessly to the ground. In the intense flames of the corridor, a dark figure slowly rose to its feet. Its limbs moved unnaturally, like a marionette pulled by strings, resembling a zombie more than the reanimated bodies they had encountered earlier. As it advanced toward the group, a suffocating sense of dread engulfed everyone, unlike anything they had ever experienced. Gu Beiying stared at the approaching figure. Beyond the initial surge of fear and threat, an inexplicable emotion stirred deep within her. Just then, the shadow emerging from the fire locked eyes with her. In that moment, Gu Beiying saw the crazed, bloodthirsty purple eyes staring back at her. The demon's grotesque face, smeared with blood, radiated a savage hunger for slaughter and an indescribable malevolence. Yet, as their gazes met, a flicker of struggle crossed the demon's eyes. It suddenly clutched its head, letting out a hoarse, guttural groan. Then, with an earth-shaking roar, the flame demon erupted in a surge of violet flames, blasting through the wall behind it and exposing a hazy white mist beyond. In the next instant, as if losing all control, it charged into the ethereal space. What just happened? The group exchanged bewildered looks, but Gu Beiying's gaze lingered on the mist, her expression dazed. Suddenly, a sharp meow pierced the air. From the fog emerged a massive, injured white tiger. Sister Yin, Gu Beiying cried out in relief. However, the tiger's fur bristled, its claws unsheathed, as it warily fixed its gaze on the space ahead. Black feathers, as dark as ink, began to drift down, blending into the swirling white mist. A towering shadow unfolded its wings and emerged silently. The group's expressions froze, and an instant standing before them was none other than the top figure on the Dawn Division's most wanted list in District 11, a cadre-level member of the Cult of Deities, an rank, dangerous entity known as the Corruptor Raven. Beneath the re-emerging white mist, a massive pair of jet-black wings slowly unfurled. The crow's blood-red eyes stared at the group, its gaze exuding an inhuman coldness. The members of the Dawn Squad immediately realized that the white mist engulfing the hospital was the crows doing this. A rank, dangerous demon's most troublesome ability was creating inescapable illusions. Standing at the forefront of the group was the white cat, now transformed into a massive white tiger. Its pristine fur was stained with patches of blood, and visible wounds marked its body, evidence of a fierce battle with the crow moments earlier. Shunsuke Suji and the others gripped their enchanted weapons tightly, their eyes fixed warily on the crow that had suddenly appeared. At that moment, Watanabe Hakuba, who had remained silent until now, touched the headset at his ear and abruptly announced to the group, "Communications are back. I've contacted the base for reinforcements. Other squads are on their way." "Really? That's great. We're saved." The group was overjoyed, their expressions lighting up as they realized the thinning mist around them. It became clear that the white mist had severed their connection to the outside world, but even a demon as powerful as the errant crow could not maintain control over such a vast number of people indefinitely. The dissipating mist was proof of that. The crow's gaze swept over the remains of the hulking bear-like creature, finally resting on the raging purple inferno behind it. A flicker of emotion surfaced in its otherwise indifferent eyes. "The bear is gone, Crow. Poor little bear." The mortician, wearing the guise of an elderly man, wailed in a strangely soft and eerie voice. "It's time to leave," the crow rasped, withdrawing its gaze as it addressed the two figures behind it. "Oh, come on. Leaving already? That's so unsatisfying," the mortician muttered, twisting its hunched body in an unnerving manner. "Ugh, boring," the dark-skinned boy scoffed, clicking his tongue in disdain. Both seemed disturbingly indifferent to the bear's death. Suddenly, the crow spread its wings and soared into the air, bowing slightly toward the Dawn Squad. "It was an honor to invite you all to tonight's banquet, but time is running short," it said hoarsely. Its piercing gaze landed on a blonde-haired girl among the group, and a knowing smile crept across its face. "I look forward to our next meeting." Black feathers swirled through the encroaching mist, and when the group's vision cleared, the crow and its companions had vanished without a trace. Even the mist that had blanketed the hospital was rapidly dissipating. Deep within the fading mist, a shadow cloaked in purple flames curled into itself, emitting a sound that was both a suppressed, maniacal laugh and a beastly roar. The purple flames roiled around it, forming a protective barrier that even the retreating mist dared not approach. Yiyu knelt in the depths of the misty white void, the faint outline of a hospital looming in the distance. His body trembled violently as an unprecedented wave of murderous intent surged within him. With the absorption of the demonic energy from the Kue bear, thoughts of madness, brutality, and bloodlust flooded his mind like an unstoppable tide, each image drenched in blood and death. His gaze fixated unyieldingly on the distant hospital, a crazed thought swelling uncontrollably return. He had to return to the hospital, to tear apart every living soul there with his own hands, to watch vibrant life wither before him, to revel in a sea of blood. Blood, more demonic energy, more slaughter. The joints in his fingers creaked under the strain as Yu clutched his temples tightly, desperately trying to dispel these terrifying thoughts. But it was futile. The whispers of slaughter echoed incessantly in his ears, eroding his reason. The Wuwang box on his chest glimmered with an excited crimson light, while the eyes behind the mask were already soaked in blood-red hues, threads of veins spreading from the corners. Just as he was on the verge of completely succumbing, a small black shadow darted through the white mist. The figure skimmed the ground at high speed, charging directly at Yu. A sharp glint of steel flashing briefly in the fog. A beast-like roar erupted from Yu's throat. At this moment, he could no longer think, consumed only by the urge to shred everything before him into pieces. Ghostly flames of netherfire surged behind him, transforming into two massive hands of fire. Like a true beast, he crawled across the ground, black energy coalescing at his fingertips into razor-sharp claws, lunging ferociously toward the shadow. Purple flames swept outward, driving back the surrounding mist. The shadow moved nimbly, morphing into a fleeting blur that evaded the onslaught. But the frenzied Yu pursued relentlessly, the ground fracturing beneath the force of his charge. The shadow, swift as a raven, clashed repeatedly with Yu's claws using a dark dagger. The two figures wove through the mist in a fierce chase, their battle a blur of movement and sparks. Finally, Yu let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a devastating strike engulfed in raging netherfire, slamming into the small figure. The shadow fell to the ground with a faint cry of pain. Yu advanced step by step, his presence overwhelming, but he froze abruptly as a weak voice reached his ears. "Brother," the fallen figure murmured softly. "Brother." The slightly childish voice pierced through Yu's eardrums like a sharp blade, instantly calming the frenzy that churned within him. He was certain this voice did not belong to Gu Beiying. Amid the lingering white mist, Yu could barely make out a small figure collapsed in the distance. His eyes flickered between blood red and an eerie violet. Just as he tried to focus on the figure, a sudden wave of searing pain surged through his head. The floodgates of memory were forcefully opened, and long-buried images poured into his mind like a relentless tide inside a damp, dark cage. Rusted chains dug deep into his limbs, leaving bloody marks. The sound of dripping blood echoed off the ground. Bloodshot, menacing eyes glared at him, cold gleams flashed in the darkness, and an unsettling voice rang out, "Yokuin, time is running out for us. Let's play a little game, shall we?" That voice, you couldn't mistake it. It was the crow he had fought not long ago. Another image flashed before him. A petite figure with clear, determined eyes. Shireen. The name escaped his lips involuntarily, but the memory was quickly shrouded in a haze once more. When he opened his eyes again, the crimson glow had faded, and the murderous intent dissipated as the Azura mask fell from his face. Looking again into the distance, the collapsed figure had vanished, disappearing into the thinning white mist. Yu scanned his surroundings and realized he was in a hospital operating room. The room was eerily empty in the dead of night, its walls and equipment damaged from the earlier battle. Under the harsh glare of the fluorescent lights, the wreckage around him left him momentarily unsure whether he was in reality or still trapped in an illusion. "Well, how was it? Had fun tonight?" A cloud of black mist coalesced beside Yu, and out emerged Chimei, grinning as he spoke. Seeing Chimei appear brought clarity to Yu's mind. Recalling the madness that overtook him while wearing the mask, an icy dread crept into his chest. The side effects of the Azura mask were far more intense this time than the first. The terrifying urge to tear everything apart still lingered in his thoughts. Glancing down, he noticed his clothes were soaked in blood, his hands still stained with crimson. Yu looked at the smiling Chimei and said in a low voice, "You knew what the consequences would be once I put the mask on again, didn't you?" Chimei made no effort to hide his selfish intentions. Well, there really wasn't another choice at the time, was there? And the end result turned out fine, didn't it? Clearly, Chimei had deliberately refrained from warning Yu that the mask would provoke uncontrollable bloodlust, all to ensure he created more carnage to satisfy the demands of the Wanying box. Chaotic memories surged through Yu's mind, pressing down on him until his head felt as if it might split open. He lacked the strength to argue with Chimei. Overhead, the fluorescent light flickered on and off, while the dim sky outside cast an eerie shadow over the devastated room. Stumbling past the crumbled wall, Yu made his way to the restroom on the other side of the corridor. In the mirror, his pale face stared back at him, a trace of dried blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. The memory of tearing into Kue Xiong's flesh to absorb its demonic energy churned his stomach. Although it was the most direct method of drawing energy from a demon, the act of consuming raw flesh still left him nauseous. After meticulously washing off the blood, scrubbing his mouth inside and out multiple times, Yu finally felt marginally better. He reflected on the night's battle. Despite his frenzied behavior, He believed he hadn't left any incriminating evidence behind. The surveillance room was destroyed, leaving no trace of Yin Gui's movements. The dispersal of the white mist in the hospital signaled that the other demons had retreated. The silence upstairs suggested that Sakura and the others were safe. After all, he had already eliminated one rank demon, and the remaining enemies would surely tread carefully. The sound of police sirens rose and fell outside the hospital. Yu glanced at the time, burned his blood-stained jacket, and changed into a patient gown retrieved from the waiting box. As he made his way upstairs, he passed scattered human limbs and the corpses of zombies. Some were casualties of his own actions, while others had mysteriously lost the blood-colored worms animating them. By now, the excruciating pain coursing through his body had pushed Yu to his limit. Every step felt as if he were carrying an unbearable weight. The severe aftereffects of his earlier frenzy, both mental and physical, left him in utter agony. Barely holding himself together, Yu reached the 10th floor ward and collapsed onto the bed. Unable to resist the pull of exhaustion any longer, he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, on the hospital's rooftop battlefield, nearly half the floor had been reduced to ruins by the ghostly purple flames. Fortunately, the level was still under construction, so there were no casualties. As Yin Gui departed, the strange flames extinguished on their own, allowing the members of the Dawn Squad to breathe a sigh of relief. Fatty leaned against the wall, dozing off, while Bema Watanabe reported the situation to Asu Aoi through his earpiece. Sasha, who was bandaging her wounds, suddenly asked, "That's odd, where's Sakura?" Just as Soda Suzume was about to reply, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Gu Beiying appeared, clutching a white cat, her body streaked with drying blood. She rushed into the 10th floor ward, panting heavily. When she saw Yu sleeping soundly on the bed, the tension in her body finally eased. Thank goodness. Gu Beiying leaned against the doorframe, sliding down to the floor as exhaustion overtook her. Before long, she too fell into a deep sleep. Ding. Accompanied by the cold, mechanical sound, the iris verification system completed the identification. Welcome, Inspector Aoi Masao. Immediately, two sleek, high-tech steel doors slowly slid open. Aoi Masao stepped into the laboratory with measured confidence. Dressed in a crisp white office attire, her shoulder-length hair was impeccably styled, exuding the poise of a workplace professional. The lab buzzed with the rhythmic hum of precision instruments, illuminated by bright, white overhead lighting that bathed the space in clarity. At the center of the lab, a stainless steel examination table stood out prominently. Standing before it was Watanabe Byakuya, deeply engrossed in his work. Clad in a white lab coat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he could easily have been mistaken for an ordinary hospital physician if not for the shriveled corpse lying on the table. The desiccated body, skeletal and gaunt, bore tags and remnants of clothing identifying it as a cadaver from the morgue of Tokyo Medical University's affiliated hospital. Watanabe Byakuya, seemingly expecting Aoi Masao's arrival, remained absorbed in analyzing instrument data, occasionally jotting down notes. It wasn't until a significant moment of silence passed that Aoi broke the quiet. What's the situation? Watanabe set down his notebook, snapped a few more photographs of the corpse, and then finally looked up. After the magi of the Shijinshu retreated, all the reanimated corpses in the hospital mysteriously reverted to a state of death. Upon examining several relatively intact bodies, we discovered a common factor. As he spoke, he carefully manipulated the corpse's brow with tweezers, eventually extracting a thumb-sized insect. The creature, resembling a maggot with dark red veins across its body, was now as lifeless as its host. These insects retain traces of magic energy. They connect to the nervous system of the cadaver through these blood-like threads, enabling control over the body. So, you're saying the mutated zombies in the hospital were caused by these insects? Always gaze fixed on the curled-up corpse worm in the tweezers, her brow furrowed. This method was entirely absent from the intelligence archives of Dawn. Clearly, this was a new ability of the Magi, and the mastermind behind it was none other than the Bane of District 11, the Shijinshu. Watanabe pulled up several on-site photos and continued. Another point worth noting is that all the victims attacked by the reanimated corpses share a common trait: their blood was completely drained, leaving them as dried-out husks. Aoi studied the photos of the mangled, desiccated remains. The draining of victims' blood had always been a hallmark of the Shijinshu's methods, but never on such a large scale. According to the report from Okita Suzaku's squad, the operation seemed intent on exterminating every last human in the hospital. Based on past intelligence, it seems the Shijinshu might be collecting vast amounts of blood, Aoi murmured, her eyes fixed on the data displayed on the monitor, her thoughts deepening. Even those insects that control corpses are feeding on blood. What could be the purpose behind this? Bema Watanabe frowned in thought before shifting the topic. More importantly, the emergence of the flame demon is equally worth our attention. In the meeting room, several senior members of the Dawn organization were discussing the recent abnormal events. When Bema Watanabe mentioned the flame demon, the expressions of everyone present grew more serious. Although they knew nothing about the origins of this demonic being, the strength it had displayed far exceeded their expectations. That figure emerging from the sea of flames, and that nearly frenzied behavior. Bema recalled the scene. Even with his usual composed demeanor, he couldn't hide his guarded expression. While we can't rule out the possibility of complete demonization, the fact remains that he used overwhelming power to kill the rank demon Kue Xiong. I suggest classifying the flame demon as an rank hazardous entity and prioritizing its elimination in District 11. Asu Aoi remained silent for a moment. From the reports she had received, she too recognized the threat posed by the flame demon. Understood. For now, elevate the flame demon's threat level to a rank and closely monitor his subsequent actions. I want to uncover his true intentions. Her eyes sharpened. He couldn't have appeared at the hospital out of thin air. Conduct a thorough review of the recent visitors and patients at the hospital. Find out the flame demon's real identity as soon as possible. Meanwhile, a news broadcast on television reported a massive explosion involving medical equipment at the affiliated hospital of Tokyo Medical University. The incident resulted in several casualties and allegedly caused the spread of laboratory bacteria, prompting the police to isolate certain patients. Seriously, Xiaoyu has such bad luck. She just got admitted to the hospital and now this happens. Gu Han looked worriedly at Yu, who was sitting on the sofa. Thankfully, you're okay. Yeah, Yu replied with a forced smile, the pale complexion beneath the bandages on his forehead betraying his true condition. In reality, the battle that night had severely strained his body, and the pain still lingered. After the invasion of the demonic forces from Shishinzoku, Dawn's reinforcements and the police had swiftly sealed off the hospital. By the time Yu regained consciousness, all traces of the battle had been meticulously cleaned up. There wasn't even a drop of blood left in the hallways. However, some facts couldn't be erased: the charred remains of the 15th floor, and the victims who had been reduced to mummified corpses. The official explanation? A medical equipment explosion and a bacterial outbreak. Xiaoyu, are you sure you're okay? Gu Han asked with concern once more. Since the incident, Yu had insisted on being discharged from the hospital. Of course I'm fine. I'm almost fully recovered, Yu replied, feigning ease as he moved his arms. In truth, the aftereffects of using the Azura mask had left his entire body in excruciating pain, which had only slightly subsided after a day. Yet, to avoid the risk of his abnormalities being discovered during medical examinations, he was determined to leave the hospital. Surprisingly, his younger sister, Gu Beiying, supported his decision to be discharged. She was likely worried that Shishinzoku might return. Watching his sister, who was cuddling a white cat while intently following the news, Yu suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. Speaking of which, was that new friend of yours who came to the hospital that night? Their outfit seemed a bit unusual. Gu Beiying was staring intently at the news on TV when she suddenly heard Yu mention her name. Her body froze instantly, and her eyes widened in surprise. What? She blurted out instinctively. Gu Han turned his gentle gaze toward her. Oh, Xiaoying, have you made some new friends? Yu deliberately glanced at his sister out of the corner of his eye, pretending to ponder something. Yeah, but that group of people doesn't look like students. Their clothes and demeanor are more like street thugs. He paused for a moment and added meaningfully, Xiaoying, you shouldn't befriend idle people from society. Hanging out with them could lead you astray. Even Yi Jingbai, who was usually engrossed in his newspaper, was startled by the remark. He put the paper down and looked over with the scrutinizing gaze typical of a university professor. No, that's not it. Gu Beiying waved her hands in a hurry to explain. Hearing Yi Yu describe Shuguang's executives as street thugs made her heart race. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes and took a slow sip of water. Oh, is that so? I guess I was overthinking it. A playful glint flashed in his eyes. Gu Han expressed concern. It's important to be cautious when interacting with people from outside your usual circles. Surprisingly, Yi Jingbai appeared particularly open-minded on the matter. If they're trustworthy, there's no harm in learning to adapt to social norms early. It might save you from some trouble in the future. As a university professor, he had seen too many young women lose their way when first stepping into society. Why not invite your friends over sometime, Xiaoying? Gu Han suggested warmly. Sure. Okay. Gu Beiying managed to force a smile, but her gaze involuntarily darted toward Yu. After observing him for a while and seeing no further reaction, she finally felt a bit relieved. After dinner, Gu Beiying quickly excused herself, citing homework, and hurried back to her room with her white cat in her arms. The moment she closed the door, she collapsed onto the floor and let out a long sigh. That was close. I almost got found out. The white cat in her arms spoke up. Your brother is a sharp one. You'll need to be more cautious in the future. Gu Beiying stuck out her tongue. I know. I was just caught off guard because I was too focused on the news. She sighed. But Shuguang is really impressive. They managed to cover up something so huge. The white cat licked its paw elegantly. Shuguang is a state-established direct agency, operating under national jurisdiction. When necessary, it can mobilize other subordinate agencies. Its capabilities far exceed what ordinary people can comprehend. Gu Beiying nodded thoughtfully. She had never heard regular people mention anything about the magic beings, which made her wonder aloud. If magic beings are so dangerous, why not announce their existence to the public? Wouldn't that help people protect themselves better? Seeing the confusion in the young girl's eyes, the white cat shook its head with a faint smile. You're still seeing things too simply. Xiaoying, do you realize the kind of impact revealing the existence of demons would have on this world? The white cat raised its head, its emerald eyes gleaming with an unusual intelligence. The entire social system would collapse, the white cat said with a grave tone. Once people become aware of the existence of demons, society would be plunged into unprecedented panic. Those around you, seemingly ordinary humans, could at any moment turn out to be monsters driven by desire. This would spark endless suspicion and mistrust, ultimately escalating into large-scale conflict and war. Gu Beiying couldn't help but recall the final state of Qishang Longjian completely demonized, a terrifying being devoid of reason. If the truth were exposed, the hidden demons would undoubtedly abandon their disguises and fully succumb to their monstrous desires. So, Dawn's mission is to conceal the existence of demons at all costs, maintaining the facade of societal stability until a solution is found, the white cat continued. Noticing Gu Beiying's contemplative expression, it suddenly changed the subject. But right now, we should be more concerned about your short-haired friend. You mean Xiaoyi? That's right. Ordinary people aren't supposed to know about Dawn or the demons, but she's already witnessed the entire battle. The white cat extended one paw. We typically have two options. Either erase her memories related to this, though it might cause some impact on her brain. Seeing Gu Beiying frown, the white cat raised its other paw. Or we let her join Dawn. This is a special exception, only because she's your friend. Gu Beiying fell into deep thought. She didn't want to involve her friend in danger, but Xiaoyi had already caught the attention of the Shishinzong. Allowing her to join Dawn might actually protect her. With that thought, a determined look emerged in the girl's eyes. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yu gently set down a thumb-sized listening beetle. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his pensive face. Eavesdropping on his sister's conversations had become his primary means of uncovering the hidden truths of this world. After noting the key information, Yu stood up, fingers brushing over the pendant at his neck. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. After defeating the demon bear, he had completed the task of the Wraith's box. With the rewards he'd accumulated, he now had access to 1 high-level draw and 2 standard draws. Yu reached out to touch the pendant on his chest. It slowly floated into the air, expanding into a cube-sized box with a mysterious purple hue. The faint golden glow flickering across its surface caught his eye. It was a sign he now held 2 chances for a standard draw and 1 for an advanced draw. This rare opportunity gave him a fleeting sense of luxury. Initially planning to save the advanced draw for later, Yu decided to indulge himself first. Whatever, let's go for 2 standard draws. Miracles happen with single pulls. He raised his hand and pressed it against the blood-red eye atop the box of wraiths. In an instant, intricate vein-like patterns spread across the box as if it were alive. With a violent shake, 2 orbs of light, 1 blue and 1 purple, emerged before him. When the blue orb dissipated, Yu found a uniquely crafted leather mask in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bizarre ape-like mask. Black mist swirled before him, forming words that introduced the item. Mask of the Demon Ape, blue quality. A human skin mask crafted from the facial hide of the Demon Ape clan in the Misty Forest. Refined through the secret rituals of the sorcerer tribe, wearing it allows perfect imitation of the demon ape's form and aura. Having developed a conditioned aversion to mask-related items, Yu only relaxed slightly after confirming this was merely an ordinary human skin mask. He had yet to fully master the Shura mask and had no desire to encounter another mask harboring a sealed malevolent spirit. Nonetheless, the craftsmanship of this mask was impressive, with lifelike fine hair that shimmered faintly with magical energy. The thought of it being stripped from a real demon ape's face, coupled with the memory of the embalmer from the cult of the deity who specialized in crafting human masks, gave Yu a chill. Without hesitation, he returned the mask to the box of wraiths. Next, Yu turned his gaze to the dimming purple orb. When the light faded, he found a palm-sized doll resting in his hand. The doll wore a pink floral dress that should have been innocent and charming, yet its stitched-up mouth curved into an eerie smile, making it unsettling. One of its button eyes was missing, and a crimson ritual circle, exuding a faint scent of blood, was etched on its chest. Once again, black mist coalesced into words. Soul communing witch doll, purple quality. A witchcraft doll used in the sacrificial rites of the blood sorcerer tribe. The residual energy in the ritual circle can be used to communicate with souls. Yu stared at the doll, which seemed to smile back at him in an inexplicably sinister way. He furrowed his brows, feeling uneasy. Why is everything I draw today so eerie? Yu turned to look at the Chimei, which had somehow started floating beside him. Chimei immediately put on an innocent expression. Don't look at me like that. The items in the box of wraiths were tossed in by past demon lords. How could anyone guarantee what you'd pull out? Yu silently examined the item in his hand. It looked rather bizarre, but it might come in handy someday. However, the way it seemed to stare at him was unnerving. Without hesitation, he tossed it back into the box of wraiths. Neither the demonic ape skin mask nor the voodoo doll for soul communication was anything more than an appetizer tonight. The real spectacle was yet to come. Yu gazed at the faintly golden glowing, ghostly purple box in front of him, feeling both anticipation and caution. Gold enter items were powerful, but they often came with unpredictable risks. Just like the Shura mask he had used earlier, it had granted a significant boost in strength, but also intensified his thirst for bloodshed. The lingering madness in his mind still sent chills down his spine. He silently vowed to himself that he would never use that mask again unless absolutely necessary. He knew all too well that if he wore it again, he might lose himself entirely and become a puppet of slaughter. But opportunity and danger always went hand in hand. Gritting his teeth, Yu slammed his palm onto the box of wraiths. In an instant, a brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating the room. Following the golden light came a piercing chill, as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss. But the cold dissipated almost as quickly as it came, replaced by the sensation of something snake-like wrapping around Yu's arm. A thick, jet-black chain. Floating text emerged in the air. Chains of the Wailing Souls. Quality: golden. A mysterious shackle said to have sealed thousands of wailing souls from the underworld. Forged from the demon realm's forbidden netherjade within the abyss of shadows, and tempered by the black, infernal flames of a past demon lord. It possesses a unique restraining effect on beings with demonic energy, with its power scaling to the user's strength. The several-meter-long chain coiled around Yu's arm, still leaving excess length, with one end featuring a broken link. Upon closer inspection, faint black mist swirled over the chain's surface. When Yu tested it by channeling his demonic energy into it, fine cracks suddenly appeared along the chain, emitting a magma-like crimson glow from within. At that moment, the box of wraiths began to tremble violently. Amidst the deep crimson glow, the faint outline of a ferocious demonic mask emerged. It was the Shura mask. Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could the chains of the Wailing Souls truly provoke such a strong reaction from the Shura mask? Heh. The creature known as Chimei let out a strange laugh, astonished that Yu had drawn this particular treasure. This was no ordinary artifact. It was a weapon once wielded by the 6th-generation demon lord in his youth, specifically designed to suppress demonic entities. Its power was unparalleled, and rumors claimed that at its peak, it could even capture souls and bind spirits. Truly, it was an extraordinary treasure. The weapon's ability to subdue demons immediately caught Yu's attention. He swung the chain experimentally and was surprised to find that, despite its seemingly heavy appearance, it felt weightless in his hand, moving as effortlessly as if it were an extension of his own body. The chain lashed out like a whip, slicing through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, leaving several dark afterimages lingering in its wake. Chimei was quick to explain. The suppressive power of the soul prison shackles varies depending on the user. The stronger the wielder, the more effective it is at subduing demonic entities. Yu frowned slightly, not fully grasping the meaning behind Chimei's words. Chimei elaborated further. It's like this: your ghost path ability works by stripping away demonic energy, using the netherworld hellfire to devour the magic within demons and strengthen yourself in return. Your sister, on the other hand, carries the fortune of the heavenly Tao, and her power is more about suppression, essentially neutralizing demonic energy through extreme restraint. The soul prison shackles function similarly, but their suppression is even more thorough, though they lack the raw destructive force of your sister's golden light. In other words, as long as you're strong enough, you can use the shackles to completely bind a demon weaker than yourself, rendering them powerless in a matter of moments. Yi was inwardly astonished. The soul prison shackle's suppressive capabilities were truly extraordinary. His thoughts turned to a certain sea prism stone from a bandit tale he had heard, noting the similarities in their ability to nullify powers. After absorbing a portion of Kuei Xiong's demonic energy, Yi now considered himself to be at the level of an A-rank demon. With the combined strength of the netherworld hellfire and the power of Yinamo, he was confident that most A-rank demons would be no match for him. However, the cost of actually defeating an A-rank demon was no small matter. Demons were unpredictable, their abilities diverse and formidable. Every high-level demon posed a unique challenge. Take Kuei Xiong, the A-rank demon Yi had killed that night. His strength was remarkable, second only to the enigmatic crow. Kuei Xiong had been one of the most powerful demons Yu had ever encountered. Without the power of the Azura mask, Yu doubted he could have succeeded in killing him. In any case, with the soul prison shackles now in his possession, Yu felt significantly more prepared. More importantly, unlike the uncontrollable Azura mask, this golden grade weapon was fully under his control. Thinking of this, Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him as he glanced at the chain wrapped around his arm, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Finally, he had acquired a piece of equipment he could truly rely on. With this weapon, even against an A-rank demon, he could hold his own in battle. Stowing the soul prison shackles back into the box of wraiths, Yu's eyes glimmered with a faint, eerie light. Yet one thing still troubled him: the shadowy figure that had appeared that night at the hospital during his frenzy, and the fragmented memories that kept surfacing in his mind. Sure-een. He murmured the name softly, but as he tried once more to recall the scenes from his memory, a sharp, tearing pain shot through his mind. Calming himself, Yu walked to the window and gazed out at the deep, quiet night sky through the balcony. The stars were cloaked by a layer of ominous clouds, flickering faintly in and out of view. His memories were gradually returning, but the events following his abduction remained shrouded in a hazy fog, indistinct and fragmented. While he suspected the involvement of the worshippers of the gods, too many details eluded him, leaving gaps in his understanding. Realizing that forcing himself to recall would be futile, he decided to set the matter aside for now. Waving away the teasing specters that loomed near him, Yu lay down on his bed and used the mother-child resonance goo to listen for any sounds from his younger sister, Xiaoying. Hearing her soft, steady breathing, he knew she was peacefully asleep, and only then did he close his eyes. The night grew deeper, and a tall, shadowy figure with gray-black wings glided through the city skies, scattering black feathers as it moved. The figure maneuvered deftly between towering buildings, even daring to sweep over moving vehicles. Yet, in an eerie twist, it went unnoticed by pedestrians and surveillance cameras alike. After soaring past countless structures, the shadow finally halted in front of a high-rise building, slipping effortlessly through an open window into a pitch-dark room. Familiar with the space, it found a sofa and leaned its massive frame against it. The furniture was clearly inadequate for its size. The operation against the stigmata bearer failed. Kuei Xiong was killed by a demon who appeared out of nowhere. A raspy voice broke the silence. The speaker, known as Crow, was the shadowy figure. As he spoke, he flipped through a folder of documents, his crimson eyes glinting as they darted back and forth. This demon goes by the name Flame Oni. He's been active in District 11 recently. Has Lord Blood Demon heard of him? Outside, the clouds shifted, allowing starlight to spill into the room and faintly illuminate another figure seated cross-legged in the distance. Flame Oni? Never heard of him, came the deep, low voice of the other person, who remained with his back turned to Crow. I've fought him before. He's a troublesome lunatic, no doubt about it, Crow continued. But this mission wasn't a complete loss. I discovered someone with great potential. Her abilities might be useful for our plans. He dropped the folder onto the table, and its contents slid out. Under the sparse starlight, a medical record from the Tokyo Medical University Hospital became visible. The photo showed a white-haired girl with delicate features, her eyes covered by white bandages. The name field read Chioen Kaoru, while the guardian's name was listed as Chio Ryagetsu in elegant handwriting. Chio Ryagetsu. Crow grinned, his crimson tongue sliding across his lips as a dangerous gleam flickered in his eyes. It was as if he could already smell the intoxicating scent of blood. Early in the morning, Yu finished freshening up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left his room. As he descended the stairs, his mother, Gu Han, was setting a steaming breakfast on the dining table, while his father, Yi Jingbai, as usual, was engrossed in the newspaper with a cup of coffee in hand. Scanning the room and noticing his younger sister was nowhere to be seen, Yu glanced upstairs, his lips twitching involuntarily. Sure enough, Xiao Ying was going to be late again. After hastily finishing breakfast, Yu bid farewell to his parents and headed out to school. It had been 2 days since the hospital incident, during which he had stayed home, citing recovery from injuries as the reason. Surprisingly, his body, which had been on the verge of collapse due to the use of the Shura mask, had completely healed in just 2 days, stronger than ever, in fact. This unusual recovery was likely linked to the demonic energy he had absorbed from Kuei Xiong. However, to avoid suspicion, he returned to school under the pretense of recovering from minor scrapes, as per the doctor's diagnosis. The streets were bustling in the morning rush, with office workers and students flowing in waves. Blending into the crowd, Yu occasionally caught snippets of conversations, some of which mentioned the explosion of medical equipment at the affiliated hospital of Dongdu University. As a prestigious hospital in District 11, the incident had naturally become a hot topic of street chatter. As he crossed an intersection, Yu used the pretense of checking the traffic lights to discreetly glance back at the crowd behind him. Ever since he left home, he had sensed several pairs of eyes intermittently watching him. The individuals tailing him were highly skilled, far more professional than the crude thugs of the Matsuyama gang. Moreover, their gazes lacked any killing intent. Yu quickly deduced that these were likely operatives sent by the Dawn organization. It seemed Xiao Ying's identity was even more significant than he had initially thought. Before long, the gates of Dongdu Private Academy came into view. He realized it had been nearly a week since he last attended class, and he wondered how the teacher he had infuriated to no end might be feeling now. Familiar with the layout, he walked into the high school building and made his way to the classroom. There was still some time before the first lesson, and the early arrivals were chatting and joking in small groups. A few classmates who recognized him gave him surprised looks but quickly returned to their conversations after casually greeting him. As soon as Yu sat down at his desk, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by the familiar sight of Zhuge Feng's signature golden glasses. Zhuge Feng beamed at him and said, "Hey Yu." Zhuge Feng looked at the now energetic Yu with a hint of surprise. He habitually stroked his chin while carefully observing his classmate in front of him. "I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. You're looking quite spirited. I was actually planning to visit you at home as a patient, but it seems I worried for nothing." As the son of a high-ranking officer in the Metropolitan Police Department, Zhuge Feng was evidently well aware of Yu's involvement in the recent bombing case. "My recovery's been decent, thanks for your concern," Yu replied with a touch of sarcasm. Zhuge Feng narrowed his eyes suddenly. "But honestly, I have to say your luck is something else, getting caught up in two major incidents back-to-back. First, the kidnapping case, and now this bombing. And yet, you somehow walk away unscathed both times. Hey, tell me, do you have some kind of curse hanging over you?" "If I were cursed, the fact that you're still alive is nothing short of a miracle," Yu replied, his tone laced with helplessness as he tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Speaking of which, you hadn't been in the hospital for more than a couple of days before there was another explosion," Zhuge Feng said, his tone suddenly serious. "Honestly, have you thought about visiting a temple to burn some incense?" Hearing this alto familiar line, Yu resisted the urge to punch the bespectacled guy. Instead, he casually glanced around and shifted the topic. "So, how's Uncle Zuj's investigation going? Any leads yet?" "There seems to be some progress with the serial bombing case, but I don't know the specifics," Zhuge Feng answered honestly. "Things have been pretty chaotic in the 11th district lately, and the old man's been swamped with work." As he spoke, he suddenly leaned in closer to Yu with a mysterious air and lowered his voice. "But apparently, the hospital explosion was deliberate too. The culprit is tied to the group responsible for the recent chain of bombings." As if Head just revealed some earth-shattering secret, Zhuge Feng cleared his throat and adjusted his collar. "Anyway, my old man's on the case and moving fast. I'm sure it won't be long before the culprit is brought to justice." "I have no doubt in Uncle Zuj's abilities," Yi replied, dropping his probing tone. It was clear that Zhuge Feng didn't know much about the finer details. However, from his words, it was evident that the police weren't entirely ignorant of the existence of Shuguang and the demonic beings. The sound of the school bell interrupted their conversation. As the teacher began another tedious lecture, Yu gazed out the window with a bored expression. He knew he had to maintain the facade of an ordinary high school student. If Shuguang were to discover his true identity as a young demon lord in the making, he couldn't rule out the possibility of being turned into a lab experiment. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. Snapping his head around, his gaze cut through several seats and landed on a pair of eyes that quickly darted away in panic. It was none other than the school idol, Qiao Lingyue, her delicate face betraying her flustered expression. "Yiyu, why didn't you bring lunch?" During lunchtime, Zhuge Feng asked while opening his own lunchbox, glancing at Yiyu's completely empty desk. The classroom was already filled with the lively chatter and laughter of classmates who had started enjoying their meals. Yiyu gave a helpless smile. "Something came up this morning. That little rascal Sakura woke up late, so I had to give her the bento Guhan prepared for me as her breakfast." His eyes flickered mischievously toward Zhuge Feng's lunchbox. "Anyway, I was planning to grab something from the vending machine. If that doesn't work, then maybe—" Before Yiyu could finish voicing his plot, a gentle voice interrupted from nearby. "Why Yiyu?" Turning toward the sound, Yiyu saw Qiao Lingyue walking towards him. Today, she looked completely different from her usual self. A dark navy dress paired with a white school uniform, her sky-blue ponytail swaying softly with her steps, and her rectangular glasses adding a scholarly charm. There was no trace of the intimidating aura of a gang leader. Instead, she resembled a graceful lady from a noble family. Since the harrowing battle at the hospital, where Qiao and her sister narrowly escaped the zombie pursuit, Qiao Lingyue's demon identity had remained a well-kept secret. "These are the test papers you missed while on leave. The teacher asked me to give them to you," Qiao Lingyue said softly, standing in front of Yiyu. Her voice was so gentle that it was almost inaudible, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. Yu took the papers and felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the blood of the midsummer rose wasn't as potent as Chi-Mei had claimed. Chio Lingyu's emotions appeared stable enough. Well? Chio Lingyue hesitated before quickly thrusting a delicately wrapped bento box into Yi Yu's arms. The box was adorned with a charming heart-shaped ribbon. I made extra lunch today, if you don't mind. The classroom fell into a sudden, stunned silence. Dozens of eyes turned in unison toward Yi Yu, and the sound of collective sharp intakes of breath echoed clearly. Yi Yu stiffly turned his head, meeting Chio Lingyu's misty, expectant gaze. Wait a second, something about this feels seriously off. Hey, what's going on here? Chi-Mei suddenly appeared beside Yi Yu, her large, crimson eyes glaring as she sneered. What's with this love-struck little girl act? Did you pick up the wrong script? Yi Yu looked at Chio Riegetsu standing before him. The girl's eyes were full of anticipation, and unconsciously, pink hearts seemed to float in his gaze. Stammering, he said, "Thank you." Hearing his thanks, Chio Riegetsu nodded happily, but quickly noticed the astonished stares of their classmates around them. She hurriedly whispered, "Don't get the wrong idea. This is just a thank you for saving me last time, and for the gift you gave to little Keira." Her face flushed crimson as she finished speaking, and she turned and bolted toward the door. Yu looked down at the bento box in his arms and swallowed nervously. He thought to himself, there's probably nothing strange in here, right? But almost immediately, a chill ran down his spine. Could feel countless hostile and murderous gazes locking onto him from all directions. The most intense hostility came from behind. Zhuge Feng suddenly lunged at him, grabbing his collar tightly, tears streaming down his face as he roared furiously. "Yu, what did you do to my goddess to make her go out of her way to prepare a love-filled bento for you?" All traces of his usual gentlemanly demeanor were gone. Meanwhile, by the water fountain at the base of the school building, Chio Riegetsu splashed cool water onto her flushed cheeks. The refreshing sensation gradually calmed her racing heart. She leaned weakly against the fountain, her face still warm, murmuring to herself, "What's happening to me?" The lunchtime commotion eventually subsided after Yi Yu explained himself. He clarified that it was merely a gesture of gratitude for his help, though only a few lovesick boys seemed to believe him. He didn't particularly care about others' opinions, but what worried him more was Chio Riegetsu's mental state. After all, being on the radar of a ruthless mafia boss was no trivial matter. Thankfully, aside from her unusual behavior at noon, she maintained her usual poised and intellectual demeanor in class. When the school bell rang to signal the end of the day, Zhuge Feng left first, saying he needed to prepare dinner for his father, who worked at the police department. Standing at the base of the school building, Yu watched the students coming and going. Remembering there was no kendo club practice today, he decided to call his sister. "What's up, big brother?" Sakura's voice came through the phone, accompanied by the sound of a train horn in the background. "Kendo club is off today. Want to head home together?" Yu asked gently. Go home?" Sakura's voice suddenly shot up an octave. I already made plans to go to a dessert shop with Xiaoi. You go ahead without me." Yu shook his head silently, thinking how his sister still lacked composure when caught off guard. The call ended quickly, but he didn't need to resort to any special means to guess her intentions. Most likely, Sakura was planning to join her friend in some activity with the Dawn group. Well, that was Finny. At least she'd have someone to help cover for her in the future, which was better than her clumsy attempts at excuses. Under the dim light, the sound of gulping and ravenous chewing echoed through the silent room. On the long dining table, several plates piled high with glistening chunks of fatty meat trembled like jelly. Two men sat side by side, frantically shoving pieces of meat into their mouths. Yellow grease dripped from the corners of their lips, staining their collars with dark, greasy marks. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of oil, yet it did nothing to slow their frenzied eating, as if they were starved ghosts rising from the depths of hell. On either side of the table, a few motionless figures lay slumped or sprawled, lifeless. Despite the two men's clothes being soaked with grease, the mountain of meat on the table appeared untouched. At last, the larger man couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed heavily onto the table. The thinner man didn't last much longer. He suddenly bent over, vomiting violently as stomach acid poured forth. I can't take it anymore." The thin man stammered, his voice trembling. A shadowy figure at the head of the table remained silent for a moment before speaking in a deep, ominous tone. "It seems neither of you managed to last until the end. How about we change the game?" At the figure's signal, a long-haired server in a tailored suit stepped forward gracefully, bowed, and drew a short knife from his waist, placing it lightly on the table. "Since you must consume equal portions of food, why not see who has more in their stomach? The first to reveal the contents of the other's stomach will be declared the winner." The shadow's voice lingered in the air like a nightmare. The thin man shook his head in terror, his gaze darting between the unconscious larger man and the short knife. Sensing his hesitation, The shadow clapped again. The server promptly brought out several metal cases, opening them to reveal stacks of cash. The winner will receive the entire prize. Mr. Shingu, this money should be more than enough to pay off your debts in Matsuyama, wouldn't you agree? And your family. Those words seemed to shatter the last fragment of reason within the thin man. He leapt from his chair, seized the knife, and plunged it savagely into the larger man's abdomen. Squish! The sound of the blade repeatedly piercing flesh and blood filled the room. Meanwhile, the long-haired server and the shadowy figure stood silently, watching the gruesome spectacle unfold as though they were merely enjoying a meticulously choreographed performance. Finally, after countless thrusts of the blade in his hand, the man's hands were stained crimson with blood. Fresh organs and undigested chunks of meat were strewn across the scene, while the corpulent man's lifeless body lay in an expanding pool of blood. Snapping out of his frenzy, the man collapsed into the blood-stained floor, his trembling hands covering his face as he let out a heart-wrenching cry. A few bills fluttered in the air before landing in the pool of blood, gradually soaking up the glaring red. At that moment, the shadowy figure who had been sitting silently across from him suddenly erupted into manic laughter, the brazen sound drowning out the man's sobs. Clorno, do you see it now? This is the allure of money. Yes, father. The long-haired attendant by the dining table replied with a respectful bow before gesturing for the servants to clean up the body. The shadow appeared immensely satisfied with this feast, licking his lips as if savoring the moment. Now then, let me see who the guest of our next banquet will be. The scene shifts to a Western restaurant named Dawn. Here, this is Xiaoyi's identification badge. It'll also serve as your pass for entering and exiting the base, so make sure you keep it safe, alright? Sasha handed a white badge with a crossed pattern to the short-haired girl in front of her. Thank you. Xiaoyi accepted the badge with great care, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After her encounter with the demons at the hospital, she had learned about the Dawn organization and the existence of demons from Gu Beiying. Faced with two choices, the spirited teenager had decisively chosen to join this mysterious and thrilling organization. Oh, and Xiaoying's badge has been updated as well, Sasha said, handing another badge to Gu Beiying. The badge had 11 marked in the upper right corner, accompanied by the letter B, indicating her status as a B-level operative from the Dawn Division in District 11. In contrast, Xiaoyi's badge only displayed the designation of a standard level member. Thank you, Sasha. Gu Beiying inspected the badge closely. Her rapid rise in rank was indeed remarkable. Her prowess during the takedown of Ruji Ikigami and the battle against the Mortician had left many seasoned operatives in awe. Sasha, are you sure it's okay to talk about this so openly? Gu Beiying glanced warily around the empty restaurant. Isn't the existence of Dawn supposed to be a secret? Sasha stretched lazily, unconcerned. Oh, what's the big deal? There's no one else here anyway. Meanwhile, miles away in another room, Yu, who was eavesdropping through parasitic insects, suddenly sneezed. Gu Beiying glanced around the Western-style restaurant, noting how unusually quiet it was. Behind the bar, Bema Watanabe, dressed in a white suit, was intently polishing glasses. Normally lively and cheerful, Chida Sakujo was uncharacteristically seated by the window in her uniform, gazing absent-mindedly at the hurried pedestrians on the street. Aside from the occasional sound of their conversation, the restaurant was enveloped in silence. Despite being located in a bustling urban area and it being the peak dinner hour, the place was nearly deserted. After a moment of thought, Gu Beiying attributed the lack of patrons to the restaurant's high prices. The finer details can be picked up gradually with us. That's how all peripheral members of Dawn grow step by step, Sha said with a playful wink at the short-haired girl sitting across from her. Although their positions didn't require them to invest much effort in a new peripheral member, they were happy to help since she was a friend of Gu Beiying. Really? I thought Xiaoyi would have to go through some kind of special evaluation too, Gu Beiying said, sticking out her tongue and feeling relieved for her friend. She recalled her own induction into Dawn, where, under White Cat's guidance, she had to handle several demon-related incidents alone. As an ordinary person, Xiaoyi clearly wouldn't be able to face such dangers. Noticing her concern, Shasha explained, Xiaoying's situation was unique. For regular people, the requirements aren't as strict. Actually, not just someone like Xiaoyi before joining Dawn. Even we mid to high-level officers were just ordinary people. Seeing the surprise in Gu Beiying's expression, Shasha continued, 8 years ago, the sudden appearance of demons shook all of Neon. It wasn't until the government established the Special Strategic Bureau for Demon Control, what is now Dawn, that these terrifying creatures were driven into the shadows of society. Even so, demons caused significant casualties, leaving many people devastated by the loss of loved ones. Shasa's voice grew heavier as she added, it was those who lost their families and friends who, out of sheer grief and anger, formed the initial anti-demon organization. That was the beginning of what we now know as Dawn. What? Gu Beiying's pupils widened in shock as her gaze shifted from the indifferent-looking Bema Watanabe to Chida Sakujo by the window. The latter remained in her position, propping her chin on one hand, staring blankly at the crowds outside, seemingly lost in a deep, distant memory. Sasa followed Gu Beiying's gaze towards Shota Sumeragi's serene face and calmly voiced what was on Sakura's mind. Every executor who joins Dawn has a tragic past tied to demons. Over the next few days, Yu deliberately maintained the routine of a typical high school student, attending classes on time, occasionally going shopping with his sister, or participating in club activities with Zhuge Feng. Even when the Wraith Box issued daily tasks, he chose to avoid them. After all, the Flame Demon had been unusually active recently, and he worried that Dawn might prioritize targeting him over other objectives. One evening after dinner, Gu Beiying grabbed her sword bag containing a wooden blade and said to Yu, "I arranged to do club activities with Xiao Yi today, so I'm heading out." At that moment, only the siblings were left at home. Yi Jingbai was still attending evening classes at school, and Gu Han had gone out early for a beauty appointment with a neighbor. "Make sure to stay safe," Yu reminded her. For the past few days, he had been using a Gu insect to monitor both his sister and Dawn's activities, but so far, he had only observed investigations into suspected demon-related incidents and the pursuit of low-level demons. There didn't seem to be anything too concerning at the moment. After his sister left, Yu returned to his room and lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. Despite being aware that peripheral members of Dawn were secretly guarding the area, he paid them no mind. The news on his phone was flooded with reports of supernatural events and violent attacks, many of which were exaggerated or fabricated. Some were indeed the work of demons, but most were sensationalized clickbait. Clearly, the truly serious demon incidents were being suppressed by Dawn, leaving only trivial disturbances to make it to the headlines. In his spare time, Yu continued to keep in touch with an online friend known as Fania. His impression of this mysterious individual was vague, but he felt there might be clues about his lost memories hidden in their interactions. While watching a paranormal video uploaded by a netizen, his phone suddenly chimed with a new email notification. Yu opened the email, and his expression grew serious as he read its contents. It was an invitation to a dinner party. "Dear Mr. Yu, we cordially invite you to attend an evening banquet tomorrow night. Guests will participate in delightful games, and the winner will receive a generous prize of 20 million yen. Note: do not disclose the contents of this email to anyone, or your invitation will be automatically revoked." The email provided specific details about the time and location, but the signature at the bottom was bizarre. "Your dream patron?" The email carried an inexplicable sense of unease. It seemed like a prank at first glance. However, at that very moment, the wraith box on his chest began to tremble faintly. Yu stared intently at the message on his phone, when suddenly, the wraith box on his chest began to tremble. The pendant expanded visibly, emitting wisps of black mist. The mist coalesced midair, forming text that displayed a new side quest. The Glutton's Banquet. Attend the mysterious banquet within the designated time and survive until the end as the ultimate victor. Greed is a primal sin, but who can resist the deepest desires of their heart? The listed rewards were clear: one standard draw opportunity and one special draw opportunity to unlock the Wraith Box. Frowning, Yu pondered over this peculiar message. The email had specifically addressed him as Mr. Yu, which heightened his suspicion. Had his identity as a flame demon been exposed? Or was this an act of revenge from the worshippers of the gods? But knowing their usual methods, they wouldn't resort to such roundabout tactics. After careful consideration, Yu decided to accept the invitation and uncover the truth. At dusk, Yu returned home on time. Sitting at the dining table, he quickly finished his meal and said to Gu Han, "I'm full. I still have homework to do, so we'll head back to my room." "Huh. Xiao, you ate so quickly today. Are you sure you're full?" Gu Han looked at Yu's empty plate in surprise. Yu Jingbai, still tied up with work at school, hadn't made it home for dinner. "Yeah, I had a big lunch, so I'm not that hungry," Yu replied as he stood up, helping to clear the dishes. Xiao Yu is such a dependable child. If only Xiao Ying could be this worry-free, Gu Han sighed. At that moment, Xiao Ying was sneaking off to Dawn Base under the guise of meeting up with friends to carry out a mission. Xiao Ying has always been thoughtful in her actions, so you don't need to worry too much, Mom, Yu reassured her before heading upstairs to his room. After returning to the room, Chimei had just poked its head out from the box of Wangliang and was about to say, "Our demon master is truly a worry-free delight," when Yu swiftly clamped its lips shut. "MPH, MPH. Chimei let out muffled protests. A few seconds later, Yu released his grip, leaving Chimei's lips swollen and red like sausages. Ignoring the resentful glare Chimei threw at him, Yu retrieved a peculiar monkey mask from the box of Wangliang. There was still some time before the banquet mentioned in the email. Although the invitation was addressed to Yu, the email clearly stated there would be competition with other guests, indicating he wasn't the only invitee. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided not to show his real face. This was the perfect opportunity to use the Demon Ape mask he had won in a previous lottery. This mask, crafted uniquely in the demon realm, was so distinct in its design that there was no concern of anyone tracing its origin. Yu pressed the mask to his face and immediately felt an unusual warmth. The mask seemed to come alive, adhering tightly to his skin. His body began to grow ape-like fur, and his skin darkened to a deep shade. Looking into the mirror, he found that even his facial expressions perfectly mimicked the features of an ape. Was truly astonishing. Once he got used to the changes brought by the mask, Yu donned a black coat and prepared to climb over the wall to leave. This served two purposes: to shake off the Dawn protection agents and to create a flawless alibi for himself. To his surprise, after transforming into the demon ape, his climbing abilities had significantly improved, as if they were second nature. He effortlessly scaled several walls, his movements swift and shadow-like. In no time, he had left the distant Dawn operatives far behind, disappearing into the dusk. At the train station platform, Yu, now wearing a black hood, blended into the sparse crowd and boarded the train. With the evening rush hour over, the carriage was mostly occupied by a few late-shift workers. Thanks to the hood covering his face, few people paid attention to him. Even if they caught a glimpse of his ape-like face, they would likely dismiss it as an impressively realistic mask. The address in the email was located in the outskirts, far from the city, requiring multiple transfers. As Yu quietly waited for the next stop, he spotted a familiar figure sitting across from him, a member of Sakura's Dawn squad, Iwamatsu, the chubby guy who had visited him at the hospital last time. The chubby man was engrossed in a comic book, occasionally glancing up at Yu before returning to his reading. With each transfer, the two coincidentally encountered each other, always ending up seated face-to-face. This time, Yu got a clear look at the pink cover of the comic in Iwamatsu's hands, which featured a sultry, provocatively posed woman. It was evident that the chubby man had also noticed something unusual. He put down his comic and, with a suspicious gaze, quietly moved to sit beside Yu during the next transfer. Inch by inch, he leaned closer, trying to get a better look at the face beneath the hood. Just as they were nearly shoulder to shoulder, Yu slowly turned his head. The chubby man's pupils dilated, and his heart skipped a beat. Staring back at him was a wrinkled, ape-like face, grinning at him with an eerie smile. Hiss! The chubby man sharply inhaled, his pupils contracting as he stared at the lifelike monkey face before him. He tried to convince himself it was just a common mask from an amusement park, but it seemed the face had actually smiled at him just now. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could the person sitting next to him be a mutated demon? Cautiously, he turned his head again to observe. Though the eyes behind the monkey mask were deep and dark, they lacked the frenzied expression typical of demons. He silently exhaled in relief. "Hello," the chubby man stuttered, forcing the words out as his Adam's apple bobbed visibly. "Hello," came the calm but restrained response. Awkwardly, the chubby man turned back, placing his hands neatly on his knees. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and it was only then that he realized the entire train car was empty except for the two of them. Time dragged on in suffocating silence until the station announcement finally broke the tension. The chubby man hurriedly dashed off the train, only to find that the figure in black was following closely behind him. Even after deliberately taking several detours, his shadowy pursuer remained steadfast. As the surrounding buildings thinned out, the silhouette of a medieval-style castle gradually emerged in the distance. Well, what a coincidence, the chubby man forced a smile. "Are you here for the banquet as well?" Yu nodded silently, carefully examining the castle ahead. Its newly constructed bricks and the intricate eagle sculptures on the walls hinted at its unusual nature. Seeing members of the Aurora organization appear here, Yu was even more grateful for wearing the demon ape mask. If he were recognized as Sakura's brother, not only would his meticulously crafted alibi be ruined, but he might also draw suspicion from Aurora. The two walked toward the castle, one ahead and one behind. As nightfall approached, the suburban sky was shrouded in a layer of gloom, adding an air of mystery to the castle. Surrounding it were vibrant flowers and plants, making it resemble a luxurious private villa from a distance. At the castle's entrance stood a European man in a black tailcoat and tie, waiting patiently. His posture was upright, his long golden hair strikingly noticeable, and his every movement exuded an unmistakable aristocratic elegance. The servants around the castle were dressed in matching uniforms, their every gesture exuding professionalism, forming a stark contrast to the uncouth riffraff at the Dawn Western restaurant. Wearing a monkey demon mask, Yu and the plump man arrived at the castle gates, presenting the invitation email on their phone to the long-haired man guarding the entrance. The long-haired man carefully examined the email and gave a slight nod, showing no reaction to Yu's monkey mask. He simply said calmly, "Please, follow me." With that, he led them into the castle, followed closely by several servants. Stepping into the castle's interior, the vast space was breathtaking. Intricate medieval European decor adorned every corner. Priceless paintings hung on the walls, ornate carvings embellished the columns, and even a complete set of medieval knights' armor stood in one corner. As Yi walked through, his eyes were drawn to the countless valuable antique pieces on display. Even the decorations on the dining tables radiated opulence, showcasing the owner's immense wealth. After passing through the lavishly decorated hall, the long-haired man led them up to the second floor and pushed open a wide door. What lay before them was an astonishingly large dining room, its size several times that of an ordinary hall. A pristine white grand piano stood silently at the far end of the room, while a solid wood dining table, stretching over 10 meters long, dominated the space. Seated around the table were a few individuals: an elderly man with snow-white hair, a stunningly beautiful woman, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt. They seemed unsurprised by the arrival of newcomers, but regarded them with wary and hostile eyes. Suddenly, Yi Yu's gaze locked onto someone sitting at the corner of the table, a young man with dyed yellow hair, sporting piercings on his ears and nose, dressed in tattered clothing with the appearance of a delinquent. A glint flashed in Yi Yu's eyes as he recognized the man. It was the same individual from the hospital surveillance footage, the one who could transform into a hunting dog and had fiercely battled zombies, the dog demon. Huang Mao sat at one corner of the long dining table, deliberately keeping his distance from the others. His brows were furrowed, his expression menacing, and his entire demeanor radiated an unapproachable aura. Yi Yu observed this peculiar presence, recalling how he had once intervened during Sakura's kidnapping. Huang Mao was a demon with a mutated body, which only added to the mystery of why, as a member of the Matsuyama Association, he had been invited here by the mastermind behind it all. Scanning the room, Yi Yu noted that there were already 5 other individuals seated at the table, each with a distinct and unusual appearance. Their wary gazes repeatedly swept over Yi Yu and the chubby man beside him, heightening the tense atmosphere. Hello, everyone," the chubby man ventured, attempting to break the oppressive silence with a greeting. However, his words were met with nothing but silence. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, he quickly abandoned the futile effort. The man with long hair made a gesture, inviting the two to take their seats. Yi Yu chose a spot on the right side, and the chubby man promptly sat next to him among these strange individuals. At least Yi Yu acknowledged his presence. After the long-haired man and the servants left, only 7 people remained in the dining room, and an eerie silence hung heavy in the air. Finally, a pale-faced elderly man broke the stillness, speaking between bouts of violent coughing. Did you all come here because of the email? Cough, cough. Humph. An old geezer on his last legs, still dreaming of striking it rich? Sneered a man with a hooked nose, his tone dripping with disdain. His words only worsened the elderly man's coughing, his face flushing a deep red. "All right, that's enough," interjected a middle-aged man in a white shirt sitting beside the elderly man, trying to mediate. "We're all here for the prize money, and the competition hasn't even started yet. Cut the act." The hooked-nosed man interrupted rudely. "Don't pretend you're not secretly hoping this old guy kicks the bucket to thin out the competition." The tension in the room plummeted further. The chubby man lowered his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yi Yu, however, shifted his focus to the clock on the wall. The time was nearing the dinner hour mentioned in the email. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the dining room doors opened again. The long-haired man entered, leading an elderly gentleman in a black suit who leaned on a jade-inlaid cane. Despite his advanced age, the man's complexion was rosy, and he exuded a vigorous energy, clearly someone who had been meticulously cared for. Dressed in a dark gold-striped suit, he moved with deliberate steps toward the unique chair at the head of the table, surrounded by an entourage of servants. The elderly man walked steadily towards the large armchair and sat down, while the long-haired man and others stood respectfully behind him. "Nice to meet you all. My name is Jingdao Wenxiu. Thank you for accepting my invitation to this dinner party," the old man said with a kind smile, exuding an air of benevolence that commanded respect. Jingdao Wenxiu? The expressions of several people seated at the table changed drastically upon hearing the name. Wait, is he the philanthropist we always see on TV? The chubby man widened his eyes in astonishment. I heard Jingdao Wenxiu is a wealthy corporate magnate, with businesses spanning real estate, investment, cross-border trade, and more. He's even partnered with the Yasuda Financial Group. Yi Yu finally understood why everyone was so shocked. What could be the purpose of this wealthy man's invitation? And when the Yasuda Financial Group was mentioned, a glint of sharp insight flickered in his eyes beneath the mask. Wasn't that the group connected to Yasuda Masahiko? Haha, it seems my name is familiar to you all. Jingdao Wenxiu chuckled, lightly tapping his cane on the floor. Yes, I am indeed the Jingdao Wenxiu you speak of. The initial shock on everyone's faces gradually gave way to joy. Since this was the famous philanthropist himself, the promised reward in the email invitation must be genuine. After all, his charitable deeds frequently made headlines. Jingdao Wenxiu's gaze swept across the room, lingering momentarily on each individual. Even upon seeing Yi Yu in his demon ape mask, the old man showed no surprise. It appears we don't have too many guests at this dinner. Yu quickly grasped the underlying meaning of his words. It seemed they weren't the only ones invited. Others must have chosen not to attend. But Yu wasn't swayed by the old man's kind demeanor. In the end, the primary goal of the Box of Shadows was to emerge as the final victor. Now then, why don't we start with introductions? Jingdao Wangxing's suggestion was met with silence, as the group exchanged hesitant glances, none willing to speak first. Surely you are all here for the final reward, aren't you? With this attitude, it'll be difficult for our game to proceed, the old man remarked, turning his attention to a middle-aged man in a white shirt. Mr. Suehei Kuda, you caused your company to lose millions due to poor management. I imagine you're quite eager to find a way to fill that financial gap, aren't you? The middle-aged man, unshaven and visibly haggard, clenched his fists tightly but said nothing. Jingdao Wenxiong then shifted his gaze to a silent woman. And you, Miss Konfukiyumi, after being abandoned by the wealthy man who once supported you, you're now unemployed and in desperate need of money to support yourself, aren't you? You actually investigated us? Yumi Konami abruptly stood up from her seat, slamming her delicate hand on the table. Despite being in her 30s, the elegant woman, dressed in designer clothing, had remarkably well-maintained, smooth skin, and her charm remained undiminished even with faint crow's feet. Her well-proportioned figure trembled slightly with anger as she glared at Fumio Inashima across from her. However, Yi Yu's gaze didn't linger on the beautiful woman. Instead, he focused intently on Fumio Inashima. A thought flashed through his mind. Since Inashima had investigated everyone present beforehand, this dinner invitation was clearly no coincidence. What exactly was this seemingly kind old man planning? Faced with Yumi Konami's fury, Fumio Inashima responded with nothing more than a faint smile. If I didn't know something about each of you, how could I have chosen to invite you to this dinner? Thinking of the substantial prize money, Yumi Konami bit her lip and reluctantly sat back down. Well then, who would like to introduce themselves first? Fumio Inoshima's smile remained, but everyone could sense the sharpness hidden behind it. I'll go first. An elderly man with a pale complexion spoke up, his voice hoarse from illness. My name is Masaru Sakura. I'm a retired company employee. A few years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. The treatment costs drained all my savings. Now it's in the late stages, and all I want is to leave something for my children. Before he could finish, he was overcome by a violent coughing fit. He quickly covered his mouth with a handkerchief, which was soon stained with blood. What a noble father, Fumio Inashima remarked softly, clapping his hands lightly. His gaze then shifted to Yumi Konami and another individual. We've already learned about these two. Now, let's hear from the others. A man with a hooked nose spoke coldly. Red Scorpion. Freelancer. I'm here for the prize money. If there's a competition, let's get on with it. In a corner of the room, a man with yellow-dyed hair licked his lips, revealing sharp teeth. Hound. Yi Yu kept his introduction brief, uttering only one word. Flame. With members of Dawn present, he naturally couldn't reveal his true identity. Fumio Inashima gave him a meaningful look, seemingly intrigued by the codename but not surprised. Finally, it was the turn of a plump man, who appeared visibly nervous. He spoke quickly, almost stumbling over his words. I am Kinjiro Matsui, a manga artist. My self-published comics didn't sell well, and am really short on money, so I came to this dinner. But as he finished speaking, he realized that everyone's attention had already shifted away from him. The chubby man tugged at his eyelid, his gaze vigilant as he scrutinized the black-clad monkey wearing a mask sitting nearby. The name Yin, an obviously fake alias, stirred his suspicions. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Jingdao Wenxiong nodded in satisfaction and retrieved 7 golden coins from his pocket, gesturing for the long-haired man to distribute them to everyone present. This is my gift to you all for our first meeting. The chubby man accepted the coin, feeling its solid weight in his hand. Unable to resist, he bit it lightly with his teeth. It's real gold. His eyes lit up. This guy hands out gold coins as soon as we meet. What a generous host. Yi Yu carefully examined the coin in his hand. Though it was no different in size from an ordinary coin and its design seemed unremarkable, a subtle flicker passed through his eye. She could faintly sense a weak magical energy emanating from the coin. Now then, let the banquet officially begin, Jingdao Wenxiong declared, releasing his cane and clapping his hands. The dining room doors swung open, and a procession of servants dressed in chef uniforms entered, pushing carts laden with dishes. They efficiently placed a plate in front of each person, neatly arranging the knives and forks before retreating. A dinner party wouldn't be complete without fine cuisine, Jingdao Wenxiong said with a smile, gesturing toward the plates. The group lifted the lids of their plates, and a wave of roasted meat aroma mixed with a faintly metallic tang wafted out. On the plates lay medium-rare steaks, their surfaces glistening with streaks of blood. Jingdao Wenxiong had already picked up his knife and fork, gracefully cutting off a piece and placing it in his mouth. Seeing the others hesitate, he reminded them, guests who don't partake in the banquet won't be able to join the next phase of the game. As they watched the elderly man, with a smear of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth and a disturbingly satisfied smile, a chill ran down their spines. Was this really the benevolent philanthropist they had seen on television? Yet, driven by the promise of a substantial prize, they forced themselves to suppress their discomfort and began cutting into the steaks before them. Yu closely examined the piece of meat he had cut. The texture was fine, the fibers tightly packed, and dark red juices oozed out slowly, clearly different from standard beef or pork. Could it be human meat? The horrifying thought crossed his mind, but before it could take root, the voice of Chime suddenly whispered in his ear, "Relax, the meat is fine. The game has just begun. He wouldn't kill you all this early. He might just have some peculiar tastes." Tentatively taking a bite, Yu was surprised by how delicious it was. Rich juices exploded in his mouth, blending with unique spices to leave a deep, savory aftertaste. As someone who had once truly eaten human flesh, he could tell that this was simply some kind of beef and pork blend. Watching the others grimace as they choked down their portions, Yu couldn't help but wonder if his taste buds had changed after consuming the kuexiong. He glanced peculiarly at the old man, who was savoring his meal with relish, and thought to himself, "This old guy's he just messing with us on purpose?" Jingdao Wenxiong watched with satisfaction as everyone at the table finished the steaks on their plates. Taking the handkerchief offered by the long-haired man, he gently wiped the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, a pleased smile spreading across his face. It seems everyone enjoyed tonight's appetizer. Ignoring the obvious discomfort on the faces of the diners, Jingdao Wenxiong clapped his hands. The servants standing behind him immediately stepped forward, efficiently clearing the iron plates from the table. Folding his hands on the tabletop, he surveyed the group with a seemingly benevolent gaze. "Now, we can begin tonight's game. I ask that each of you place the most precious item you have with you in front of you. Keep in mind, this item will directly influence the next stage of the game, so choose carefully." At this peculiar request, the attendees exchanged uneasy glances but eventually complied, each reluctantly presenting their most treasured possession. The first to speak was an elderly man. With trembling hands, he pulled a small plush toy from his pocket. "This is a gift my granddaughter gave me when I was admitted to the hospital. She told me to fight the illness," he said, his eyes glistening with nostalgia as a faint blush colored his pale cheeks. Seated nearby, a businessman and an elegant woman hesitated briefly before placing a property deed and a check for an astonishing amount of money on the table, respectively. The businessman explained in a low voice that the deed was his last remaining asset, kept to ward off creditors. A man known as Red Scorpion was more decisive. Without hesitation, he drew a gleaming dagger from his belt and placed it on the table. The overweight man, on the other hand, fidgeted nervously before pulling out a risque comic book with a cover featuring a scantily clad woman. He quickly placed it on the table, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention before exhaling in relief. Meanwhile, Yu calmly produced a small black box, the box of Wanyu. It was undoubtedly his most valuable possession, an unparalleled treasure from the demon realm. What surprised Yu the most, however, was the scruffy-haired delinquent in the corner. Unlike the others, who presented items of significant material or sentimental value, he carefully retrieved a faded photograph from his pocket. The picture depicted two children, a young boy with a bright, innocent smile, likely the delinquent's childhood self, and a timid little girl clutching the boy's shirt. Once everyone had displayed their cherished items, Jingdao Wenxiong smiled warmly and spoke slowly. "Now, I ask each of you to destroy the item before you with your own hands." "What did you just say?" The people at the table froze, their expressions shifting to shock and disbelief as they stared at Jingdao Wenxiong, appalled by the absurdity of his demand. The long-haired man carried a steaming brazier and placed it in front of the group. Jingdao Wenxiong stood before them, his voice low and calm. "This is part of the game. Those who fail will be eliminated." As soon as he finished speaking, a red glint flashed in his eyes, and the coin in his hand emitted an eerie crimson glow. The elderly man with white hair acted first. His trembling hands placed the doll, a gift from his granddaughter, into the brazier. He immediately began coughing violently, his face turning deathly pale. Next, the man in a business suit gritted his teeth and threw his property deed into the flames. "Wait," the young woman called out urgently. "I have something even more valuable." She clutched a check tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Life is like this fire," Jingdao Wenxiong said, his hands clasped as he calmly watched her. "Once a choice is made, it cannot be undone." Under the watchful eyes of the group, the woman finally remembered the email promising a generous reward. Biting her lip, she tossed the check into the brazier. When it was the turn of the man nicknamed Red Scorpion, he decisively stabbed a dagger into the table, then forcefully snapped the blade in half. The overweight man, meanwhile, tearfully watched as his cherished comic book collection turned to ash in the flames. When the brazier reached Yu, he simply said softly, "No need." With a slight tightening of his fingers, the dark purple box in his hand disintegrated into ashes instantly. Both the overweight man and Red Scorpion were stunned by the display of power, but no one noticed the ashes coalescing into black smoke and quietly returning to Yu's grasp. After all, how could the true box of Wanyo be so easily discarded? Finally, it was the turn of the yellow-haired boy in the corner. He stared intently at the yellowed photograph in his hand, his eyes filled with conflict. "I need that money," he murmured. Instead of throwing the photo into the fire, he carefully tore it into pieces and tucked them gently into his pocket. "Very well. It seems each of you has bid farewell to the weaker version of yourselves," Jingdao Wanxiong said meaningfully. "Congratulations on advancing to the next stage." The long-haired man then placed a bamboo tube, resembling those used in temples for fortune drawing, in the center of the table. Fate constantly influences our choices. A wrong choice is nothing more than fate's cruel joke. Many seek to control their destiny, only to find it futile. Now, I invite you all to draw your fate. Everyone at the dining table stared intently at the bamboo tube in front of them. Their gazes were fixed on the pale yellow bamboo sticks covered in inked writing. Jinshima Fumio still wore his composed smile, but in the eyes of the group, he was no longer the benevolent philanthropist they had seen on television. Unexpectedly, the blonde-haired thug, who had just moments ago angrily torn up a photo, was the first to step forward and draw a stick. The bamboo stick read, "Eat as many steaks as possible within the allotted time." The long-haired man immediately signaled a waiter to bring over a plate of raw, blood-oozing steaks and pulled out a pocket watch to start the timer. Without hesitation, the blonde-haired thug grabbed the steak and began tearing into it greedily. His sharp teeth shredded the meat as crimson juices splattered everywhere. In no time, the plate was completely emptied. "Well done, congratulations on completing the challenge," the long-haired man announced. Seeing how simple the first task was, the others visibly relaxed. Though the sight of the bloody steaks was nauseating, if the challenges were merely eating contests of this sort, they didn't seem too difficult. Before the host could finish saying, "Next participant," the burly man nicknamed Red Scorpion had already drawn a stick. "Take off your shirt," it read. He let out a cold laugh and swiftly removed his thin top, revealing a bronzed and scarred torso. Circular bullet wounds dotted his chest and abdomen, while a striking red scorpion tattoo spread across his back. The next few participants followed suit, each drawing a stick in turn. The elderly man with white hair was instructed to shave his head, while the suit-clad businessman was forced to crawl on the ground, barking like a dog. Though these tasks were humiliating, they gritted their teeth and completed them for the sake of the prize money. However, when it was the lone female participant's turn, a stunning young woman, the situation abruptly changed. Upon reading her bamboo stick, she stood up sharply, her voice filled with anger and disbelief. "Why? Why do I have to do something like this?" Her task was to choose one of the two men beside you and kiss him. Being the only woman in the group, it was clear the challenge was deliberately aimed at her. Facing her protest, Jinshima Fumio maintained his chillingly calm smile. "You are free to quit the game at any time. It's not too late to walk away." "You," she sputtered, biting her lip in frustration as she found herself at a crossroads. Earlier, she had burned her check in a previous round, and quitting now would mean losing everything she had endured so far. Hesitantly, she glanced between the two men beside her. One was a disheveled middle-aged man, while the other was the muscular and shirtless Red Scorpion. Finally, her tear-filled eyes settled on Red Scorpion. Seeing through the woman's intentions, the Red Scorpion let out a wild laugh, stood up, and kissed her vividly red lips without hesitation. Their bodies pressed tightly together, and after a passionately intense kiss, the Red Scorpion abruptly let go of her. The elegant woman pulled away from him with a soft, pained whimper. Her lips streaked with blood, her tongue had been crudely bitten by the Red Scorpion. "Is this enough now?" she murmured, her voice barely audible, trembling like a mosquito's buzz. Blood stained the corner of her lips, tears glistened at the edges of her eyes, and her flushed face displayed a pitiful charm that left the white-collar man and the chubby guy at the side utterly stunned. The Red Scorpion, having taken his liberty, sneered and added mockingly, "What a beauty! I wonder which blind fool let you go. Once I get my hands on the prize money, why don't you come with me?" The game of drawing lots didn't seem all that difficult at first, but when it was Yu's turn, the atmosphere around the dining table shifted. The task written on the lot was shocking. Make an 8-centimeter cut on your face with a blade. This gruesome and self-destructive challenge sent a wave of unease across the group, especially the beautiful woman, who was immensely relieved that she hadn't drawn this task. The long-haired man, prepared for such an occasion, placed a sharp knife in front of Yu. The chubby man perked up, curious to see what kind of face lay hidden beneath the eerie mask of this mysterious figure. As everyone held their breath, expecting the man in black to back down, Yu, without the slightest hesitation, picked up the gleaming knife and dragged it across his wrinkled face, leaving a long gash. Bright red blood trickled down his skin, revealing the sliced flesh beneath. Yet his face, eerily resembling that of a monkey, remained expressionless, no sign of pain, only a faint, unsettling smirk that curled at the corners of his lips. The chubby man gasped in disbelief. Did he see that right? Blood was really dripping out from behind that mask? Wait, was that even a mask? It couldn't be, right? Blood doesn't flow out of masks. Did this mean the person sitting next to him was an actual monkey? The shocking act of self-mutilation left everyone at the table utterly dumbfounded. Even Jima Fumio hadn't anticipated that Yu would so decisively carve a wound into his own face. He stared at Yu with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Under the weight of countless stunned gazes, Yu remained outwardly calm, though inwardly, he was grinning with satisfaction. After all, it wasn't his real flesh and blood that had been cut. Why would he feel any pain? The demonic ape mask he wore acted like a layer of skin, blending seamlessly with his body. The wound he made had only damaged the mask's surface. His real skin underneath remained completely unharmed. The mask's extraordinary ability was unmatched, even by the morticians of the Shirshin cult. This must be hypertrichosis, right? That condition where people grow hair all over their faces like monkeys. I've read about it in the news. The beautiful woman forced a strained smile, her attempt to rationalize the grotesque, simian-like visage before her sounding unconvincing even to herself. But beyond appearances, it was his mental state that alarmed her the most. This man had to be insane. To harm himself so decisively without hesitation was undoubtedly a ruthless individual. The room fell into a heavy silence for several moments. Even Jima Fumio's smirk faded as he pointed to the last bamboo lot in the tube. Well then, the final one. The chubby man jolted back to reality, his hand trembling as he reached out and drew the last bamboo stick. After witnessing the ordeal with the monkey-like man, he realized these tasks were far from simple. Slowly, he placed the bamboo stick on the table. At the end of the stick, written in ink, were the words, "Time is money." The chubby man held the bamboo stick in his hand, staring blankly at the words written on it, unable to grasp their meaning for a moment. Time is money, a concept I'm sure everyone here understands well, said Jingdao Wenxiong. As he spoke, the long-haired man beside him, unnoticed until now, produced a delicate red gift box and handed it to the chubby man. The box's surface was adorned with intricate patterns, resembling the packaging commonly found in gift shops. Let's play a little game, Jingdao Wenxiong said in an eerily calm voice. Inside this small box is a miniature timed bomb, set to go off in 3 minutes. Starting with this gentleman, pass the box in order. When the countdown ends, the bomb will explode in the hands of one of you. The dining table fell into a deathly silence. Faces turned pale in an instant, and the chubby man began trembling violently, nearly dropping the box. What kind of sick joke is this? This is murder. A glamorous woman abruptly stood up, her face contorted in terror. Rest assured, it's only a miniature bomb, Jingdao Wenxiong replied, still seated with an air of unshakable composure. He raised one finger slowly. If you feel this is too dangerous, you can still back out now, though this will be your last chance. The glamorous woman glanced nervously at those around her, but seeing that the other participants remained frozen in place, she bit her lip and reluctantly sat back down. Her mind raced. With her savings already gone, to quit now would be to seal her own fate. She quickly calculated the odds. Out of 7 people, only one would be the unlucky one. A 1 in 7 chance, surely it wouldn't be her, right? As this thought flickered through her mind, a faint red glow appeared in her eyes. The frail old man started coughing violently again. Cough, cough, an old man like me already has 1 foot in the grave. If I can use what's left of my life to bring some fortune to the younger generation, it's worth it. With those words, he spat blood into his handkerchief. The office worker, though trembling all over, remained rooted to his seat. Winning the prize was his only shot at turning his life around. The blonde delinquent and the man nicknamed Red Scorpion sat expressionless, unmoving. Yu silently observed everyone's reactions, noting the strange red glint in each person's eyes. He felt an intense desire for the prize welling up within himself, but just as the urge surfaced, it was suppressed by the Shura mask sealed within the box of wraiths. He turned his wary gaze toward the coin Jingdao Wenxiong had given him earlier, noticing an unusual iridescent glow emanating from its surface. Jingdao Wenxiong stood up and motioned for the 7 participants to sit in a circle. Now then, let the challenge begin, he announced. At his signal, the long-haired man pressed a button on his pocket watch to start the timer. The chubby man clutched the box with both hands, sweating profusely as he darted desperate glances around the group. Finally, unable to bear the pressure any longer, he shoved the box into the hands of the monkey-like man sitting next to him. This guy's ruthless take care. Yu took the lightweight box and, without hesitation, tossed it toward the blonde thug in the corner. Though the bomb felt insubstantial, he had no intention of risking an explosion. The blonde thug was startled by the sudden appearance of the bomb and immediately flung it toward an elderly man nearby. The red box quickly became a hot potato, with everyone scrambling to pass it along as fast as possible. However, when the bomb landed in the hands of a man called Red Scorpion, the situation took a sudden turn. A sinister smile crept across Red Scorpion's face as he raised the bomb above his head, his other hand rhythmically tapping on the table. What are you doing?" the fat man stammered in panic, realizing he was next in line to receive the bomb. But Red Scorpion ignored him, continuing his unsettling tapping. After about a minute, he finally tossed the box to the fat man. A new round of passing began. Time ticked by, and everyone seated around the dining table held their breath, the sound of anxious heartbeats filling the tense air. 10 seconds left, the long-haired man standing by the table coldly reminded them. As the countdown neared its end, a glint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the elegant woman. Suddenly, she shoved the box into the hands of the white-collar man beside her. Before he could react, the red box exploded in his grasp. Boom! A deafening blast filled the room as blood sprayed everywhere. The white-collar man collapsed to the ground in agony, his mangled hands revealing stark white bones beneath the shredded flesh. His screams were harrowing. It's an actual bomb." The group finally abandoned any illusions of safety, their terrified gazes landing on the elderly man, who still wore a kindly smile. The long-haired man quickly pulled out bandages to wrap the white-collar man's injuries, but his hands were beyond saving. Recovery was unlikely even with immediate medical attention. Yu carefully examined the aftermath of the explosion. There was no scent of gunpowder, but he sensed a familiar wave of magical energy, reminding him of the dark-skinned boy named Tan Pu. While everyone else focused on Jingdao Wenxiong, Yu thoughtfully studied the philanthropic old man, pondering his connection to the Sherning group. "Excellent. It seems everyone has successfully advanced to the next stage," Jingdao Wenxiong said with a smile, clapping his hands. "The next game is called Cat and Mouse. However, this is a 6-person team game, which means we'll need to eliminate one guest." Just as Jingdao Wenxiong was about to announce the rules for the elimination, Red Scorpion, now shirtless, suddenly stood up, his eyes glowing an eerie red. He swiftly approached the white-collar man, grabbed a broken blade from the table, and in one chilling motion slash, blood gushed from the white-collar man's neck, splattering onto Red Scorpion's bare chest. The white-collar man clutched his throat in disbelief before collapsing to the floor. Blood pooled beneath him as his body fell silent. "Someone's been killed." A piercing scream shattered the silence of the restaurant. Blood spurted from the white-collar man's neck, splattering onto the collar of the elegant woman beside him. Her eyes widened in terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The fat man and the group of thugs, including the blonde-haired delinquent, stood frozen in horror, their faces pale as they stared at the sudden, gruesome scene. In contrast, Jingtu Bengxing and his entourage remained unfazed, their expressions even betraying a hint of amusement. "Don't get it twisted," Red Scorpion sneered, his icy gaze sweeping across the room. His voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. "It wasn't just me who killed him, it was all of us." He deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. "Only 6 of us can advance to the next round. Who here wants to be eliminated?" His venomous eyes scanned each person in the room like a predator, sizing up its prey. "Besides, the next game is a team challenge. This guy was already dead weight. I won't let him drag me down." The fat man opened his mouth to speak, but the moment his eyes met Red Scorpion's bloodthirsty, glowing gaze, he immediately clamped his mouth shut, too terrified to utter a word. Jingtu Bengxing watched the scene unfold with satisfaction, giving a light clap of his hands. Behind him, his servants began efficiently cleaning up the mess, dragging away the corpse and wiping up the blood. "Well then, congratulations to those of you who have advanced," the long-haired man said, placing a new bamboo container on the dining table. Inside were noticeably thicker bamboo sticks. "Please draw your lots." Yi was the first to pick a stick. The one he drew had a mouse symbol carved on it. The others followed suit, drawing sticks marked with either cat or mouse symbols. "This round is called Cat and Mouse," Jingtu Bengxing announced, spreading his arms as a gleam of excitement lit up his eyes. 3 mice will form a team, as will 3 cats. The entire castle is your playground. The cat's objective is to hunt the mice at all costs. Each cat needs to capture 1 mouse to advance. The mice, on the other hand, can either hide or use weapons found in the castle to fight back. The last 3 survivors will move on to the next round. This hunting and fighting back, is it literal?" the fat man asked, raising a trembling hand. His forehead was already drenched in sweat. Jingtu Bengxing's lips curled into a cryptic smile. "Precisely. Once you've captured your target, you can do whatever you wish, kill them, humiliate them, or toy with them. It's entirely up to you. This is madness. I'm out." The elegant woman abruptly stood up, clearly shaken by the earlier bloodshed. "Sorry, but there's no way out of the game." Jingtu Bengsheng replied, his voice as sinister as the whisper of a devil. Of course, you're welcome to try leaving. The woman looked down at the bamboo stick in her hand, the mouse symbol carved into it, as an ominous feeling washed over her. She felt an unsettling gaze on her and looked up, only to meet the predatory, greedy eyes of Red Scorpion, who held a stick marked with a cat symbol. From now on, guests with the cat identity, please remain where you are and wait patiently. Guests with the mouse identity, you have 10 minutes to find a place to hide. Jingdao Wenxiong cleared his throat. I should mention, the castle gates are now closed, and the game will last for 3 hours starting now. Well then, let me wish you all the best of luck in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingdao Wenxiong left the dining hall, surrounded by his servants. Yu glanced around and noticed a chubby man with an awkward smile holding a mouse identity card, approaching him. Along with a glamorous, elegantly made-up woman, the three of them were the mice in this game. On the other side, Red Scorpion, a blonde-haired thug, and a weary-looking old man were the cats in this deadly hunt. A long-haired man silently raised his pocket watch to start the countdown. Without hesitation, Yu and the other two immediately turned and dashed out of the dining hall. Red Scorpion watched their retreating figures, his tongue brushing over his dry lips as a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. In the corner, the blonde thug remained silent, his right hand instinctively reaching into his pocket to touch a fragmented photograph, clenching his fist tightly. In the dimly lit corridors of the castle, the glamorous woman followed closely behind Yu. Fully aware that, as the only female participant, she was likely to become the hunter's primary target, she carefully weighed her options. She decided to stick with Yu, who appeared strong and dependable, rather than the seemingly unreliable chubby man. Excuse me, sir, we're both mice. How about we team up? The woman tentatively suggested. Team up? Yu's voice was cold and detached. Why wise, she stammered, forcing a smile. What can you do? He asked bluntly. The woman froze for a moment before stepping closer to him. She straightened her posture and, in a sultry tone, said, I can do a lot of things they can't do. If you protect me and help me survive this round, I'll give you anything you want. Her hand wandered suggestively to Yu's chest. In an instant, Yu grabbed her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. She stared in terror into his eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. Get lost. Yu growled, hurling her to the ground. Scrambling to her feet, the woman fled in panic, disappearing from his sight. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the castle, the chubby man cautiously scanned his surroundings. After ensuring there were no cameras, he pulled out a white badge. Aozin, I've entered the castle. Just as we suspected, the target is definitely hiding something, he whispered. Don't act rashly, Masao Alway's voice came through the badge. Our research shows that everyone who leaves that castle undergoes some sort of change. The chubby man trembled, gripping the badge tightly. Aozin, you'd better send reinforcements soon. I feel like something's happening to me too. What do you mean? She asked, her voice sharp with concern. His body began to shake violently, and an eerie red light glimmered in his eyes. Right now, two just want to win that prize money. I want to kill every single one of them until there's no one left but me. After driving away the beautiful woman, Yu did not linger. Relying on his memory, he headed towards the grand hall on the first floor of the castle. Tsk, how rude of you. Chime predictably appeared beside Yu. A stunning beauty offers herself to you, and you just heartlessly toss her aside. I'd rather beat you up instead. Yu replied coldly without even glancing at him. Noticing the flash of cold light beneath the mask of the demon ape, Chime let out an awkward chuckle and wisely chose to stay silent. Yu retrieved the gleaming gold coin from his pocket and examined it carefully under the dim light. The coin seemed to radiate a peculiar energy, one that effortlessly stirred a deep-seated greed for wealth within people. This explained the bizarre behavior of the others in the restaurant after witnessing the gruesome death of the office worker. Instead of panicking or calling for help, they continued to participate in the absurd game of escape and murder, clearly consumed by their overwhelming desire for money. Under the protection of the powerful aura emanating from the Shura mask, Yu remained unaffected by the coin's influence. Compared to the night at the hospital, the murderous intent awakened by the mask was minimal, and he regained clarity quickly. While it was evident that all of this was tied to the castle's owner, Jingdao Wenxiong, Yu decided to play along for now to uncover the man's true intentions. Walking through the empty corridors, Yu eventually reached the grand hall of the castle. All the servants were nowhere to be seen, and an eerie silence filled the space. The old clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, its sound echoing faintly. The dim chandelier cast distorted shadows on the walls. Yu noticed a collection of medieval-style swords and blades mounted on the walls. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all sharpened weapons, glinting coldly under the light. Are these the weapons he mentioned we could use? Yu murmured, running his fingers lightly along the edge of a blade, his brow furrowed. It was clear that someone was deliberately encouraging them to turn on each other, but to what end? Puzzled, Yu approached the castle's main entrance. Just as Jingdao Wanxiong had said, the towering iron gates were heavily chained and locked. With his current strength, breaking through the gates would be no challenge, but doing so would mean forfeiting the chance to uncover the truth. Yu's gaze flicked to a corner above him. Casually tossing the gold coin into the air, he turned and strode deeper into the castle. After he left, a small red signal light blinked in the corner. In a hidden room somewhere within the castle, a large monitor displayed live footage of the interior. Father, this Yu doesn't match the information we had on him. Should we? Jingjima Fumio sat upright on an exquisitely crafted European-style sofa, his pale hair glinting faintly silver under the dim light of the ancient castle. He toyed with 2 gold coins in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the surveillance screens, observing every move of the individuals displayed. Father, should we? A long-haired man leaned closer to Jingjima Fumio, his tone probing. No need. Jingjima Fumio waved his hand lightly, and the coins in his grip instantly dissipated into wisps of black smoke. Tightening his hold on his cane, he narrowed his eyes at the retreating figure on the monitor. I'd like to see what's so extraordinary about someone personally mentioned by the Raven. Meanwhile, deep within the castle, Yu strolled nonchalantly down the dim corridors, tossing a gold coin in his hand. He mentally calculated the time the hiding phase for the mice had ended, and surely the cats would soon take action. Yet, in this game, who would prevail in the end? Would it be the cat catching the mouse, or the hunter falling prey to their quarry? Yu made no effort to conceal his movements, exploring every corner of the castle with curiosity. The ornate decorations exuded the opulent grandeur of medieval European nobility. Eventually, he paused in front of a private collection room. Inside, rows of glass display cases housed precious antiques, while towering bookshelves were lined with all kinds of ancient tomes. The dim lighting cast a veil of mystery over the space, which resembled the grand hall of a museum. On the wall, a bizarre blood-red eye painted in crimson caught Yu's attention. The vivid pupil seemed to drip with blood, staring unblinkingly at every visitor who entered the room. As Yu studied the blood-red eye, his peripheral vision detected something unusual behind him. A suit of silver-white medieval armor stood motionless in the corner, gripping a sharp battle axe, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, unlike the others, this suit of armor had an oddly bloated abdomen, as if concealing something within. Yu approached the armor and tapped it lightly with his finger. The metallic shell emitted a low hum before suddenly swinging its axe at him. Fully prepared, Yu seized the axe handle with ease and hurled the armor, weapon and all, across the room. With a heavy crash, a short, stocky figure rolled out from the belly of the armor. Whoa, geez. The pudgy man scrambled to his feet, clutching the battle axe defensively. When he saw the figure in the monkey mask before him, his eyes widened in surprise. A tough guy. Wait, Nguyen, brother Yin, it's you. Yu deliberately lowered his voice. What are you doing? Sure. The man gestured for silence, then explained conspiratorially, of course, I'm hiding here. I searched everywhere, and this spot is the safest. Realizing Yu was also one of the hunted, he relaxed his guard and even pointed enthusiastically at another suit of armor. Wanna hide together? I checked thoroughly. No one would ever think to look here. It's foolproof. Yu silently pointed to the man's sleeve. The man glanced down and froze. Attached to his cuff was a faintly glowing red marker. He stood there, completely dumbfounded. Yin, brother Yin, where are you going? In the dimly lit corridor of the castle, the chubby man hurried after Yu, keeping his voice low. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and a chill crept down his spine. He had just discovered that someone had planted a tracking device on him, which sent a shiver of fear through him. If not for Yu's warning, he would have remained clueless. No matter where he tried to hide, he would have been found. What worried the chubby man even more was the possibility that a listening device might also have been planted on him. If that were the case, then his recent conversation with the organization would have been completely exposed. As a well-trained operative, falling into such a trap without even realizing it was a humiliating failure. Despite his wariness toward this strange, ape-like man with peculiar features, the chubby man couldn't help but feel a sliver of trust due to Yu's timely warning. His carefully chosen hiding spot was now compromised, and he had no choice but to find another way out, at least until reinforcements from his organization arrived. Out of gratitude for the warning, the chubby man resolved to find an opportunity to advise this peculiar individual to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. However, Yu, walking ahead, was preoccupied with other thoughts. Using his Rinnegan and the abilities of the Predapath, he had detected a faint trace of demonic energy emanating from the chubby man's arm. It clearly wasn't the aura of a demon, but rather the energy of an artifact from the Dawn organization, designed to counter demons. Based on the intelligence provided by Sakura, the chubby man was likely a scout sent by Dawn to investigate the anomalies in the castle. This discovery raised Yu's guard. The involvement of the Dawn organization posed a significant problem. Under no circumstances could they find out that his name was on the guest list for tonight's banquet. Whether or not it would arouse suspicion, such an outcome was absolutely unacceptable to Yi Yu. Kill the chubby man? Yi Yu's eyes flickered with contemplation, but quickly dismissed the idea. Eliminating him wouldn't change the fact that Dawn's attention was already focused on the castle. Instead, it might be better to kill Fumiojima and destroy the guest list, leaving no evidence behind. No, there might be an even better option, using the chubby man to mislead Dawn and clear himself of any suspicion. Brother Yin, this place feels a bit strange. Maybe you should find a chance to, the chubby man cautiously began to advise, only to see Yi Yu suddenly stop in his tracks. Looking up, he realized they had somehow already returned to the second-floor dining hall. I've got it. The chubby man's face lit up. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Those guys would never expect us to come back here. If we can just hold out here for 3 hours, we'll be the last ones standing. Before Yi Yu could explain that his intention was to get ahead and eliminate Fumiojima, the chubby man had already pushed open the dining hall door. As soon as the main door was pushed open, the expression on the fat man's face changed drastically. The dining hall was empty. There was no sign of Red Scorpion or his companions. Instead, beneath the table where they had been seated earlier, lay a hunched figure in a pool of glaring blood. It was the elderly man who had been dining with them just moments ago. Now, his entire body trembled, and he emitted painful, rasping coughs. Sir, what's happened to you? The fat man's heart sank as he rushed forward to check on the old man. The elder was covered in blood, and when he saw the fat man approach, his eyes widened. His lips quivered as though he was struggling to speak. Cough. The fat man immediately knelt down, leaning closer to catch the old man's words. But in that split second, the elder's gaze shifted dramatically. His once cloudy eyes turned bloodshot, and from nowhere, he produced a sharp dagger, lunging at the fat man's eyes without warning. Fortunately, the fat man was professionally trained, and his instincts kicked in. He raised his right arm, which was protected by a bracer, to block the attack. Though the dagger left a gash on his cheek, his vital areas were spared. The blade struck heavily against the enchanted bracer, failing to inflict real damage. However, the old man didn't relent. He gripped the fat man's arm tightly, twisting the dagger to him straight for his forehead. To everyone's shock, this frail-looking elder possessed an almost inhuman strength, rendering all of the fat man's struggles futile. The reward is mine. The old man cackled maniacally, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as veins bulged on his gaunt face. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the fat man's forehead, the elder's movements suddenly froze. With a sickening squelch, a hairy, blood-soaked hand burst through his chest, crimson liquid dripping through its fingers. My money. The old man's eyes flickered with unwillingness before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The fat man exhaled deeply as the dagger clattered to the floor just inches away from him. Looking up, he found himself face-to-face with a cold, ape-like visage. The bloodied, fur-covered hand responsible for saving him was still outstretched before his eyes. Hissed, the fat man drew in a sharp breath. Quickly recovering, he stammered, "Thank you. If not for this monkey-like creature's timely intervention, he would have surely met his end." "What the hell is going on?" the fat man murmured, still shaken, as he stood up and glanced at the old man's corpse. He then noticed the elder's hand was tightly clutching a gleaming gold coin. Nearby, a bamboo token adorned with the image of a cat lay quietly on the ground beside the body. The dining table, where they had been gathered just moments ago, was now surrounded by a pool of blood. The crimson liquid spread across the smooth floor, reflecting the cold glow of the chandelier above. In just a few short hours, this place had become the grave for 2 lives. The bald old man lay on his back in the blood, his lifeless eyes wide open, bloodshot and frozen with defiance and longing. Silently, Yu crouched down and turned the old man's body over. On the back of his bald head was a gaping, gruesome wound, from which dark red blood was still slowly oozing. What's going on here? The fat man's pupils contracted. He distinctly remembered that the old man had died from a chest wound, yet the injury on the back of his head had gone unnoticed until now. Looking at the blood trail on the floor, it was evident that the old man had already suffered a severe blow to the head with a blunt object before they arrived. Yi Yu's sharp gaze fixated on the old man's loosened handa coin was disintegrating into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the air. Even in his critically injured state, the old man had desperately tried to hunt them down to secure a promotion spot. Such maddening obsession sent chills down their spines. And the root of it all was the mysterious coin distributed by Jingdao Wanxiu. As the fat man remained in a state of shock, Yu straightened up, his eyes locking onto a corner of the dining room. "Come out," he commanded. Following his gaze, the fat man saw a woman with a graceful figure trembling, as she emerged from beneath the grand piano in the corner. Her hair was disheveled, and she clutched a bloodied sculpture tightly in her hands. It was none other than the elegant Mrs. Jinshin, who had been rejected by Yi Yu earlier. "Mrs. Jinshin, what are you doing here?" the fat man blurted out, his eyes lingering on the blood-stained sculpture she held. "Tu didn't mean to," she stammered, her voice shaking with fear. "He suddenly went crazy and lunged at me." She tried to justify her actions, her explanation incoherent and panicked. Under Yi Yu's cold, piercing stare, Mrs. Jinshin suddenly spoke with desperation, as if clinging to a lifeline. "I found the castle's blueprint. There's a secret passage leading outside. The Red Scorpion group has gone mad. They'll do anything for money. I don't want to be part of this competition anymore. I just want to leave. If you protect me, I'll show you the way out." "A passage out of the castle? Where is it?" The fat man's eyes lit up. His mission here was to investigate the strange occurrences, and now that Jingdao Wingxing's involvement was confirmed, reporting it would bring reinforcements soon. But until then, he needed to ensure his own safety. Thinking about the old man's earlier crazed actions, the even more dangerous Red Scorpion group, and Jingdao Wenxiong lurking in the shadows, the fat man felt surrounded by danger. All he wanted now was to escape this treacherous place as quickly as possible. The chubby man weighed the situation in his mind. Although the young woman appeared delicate, being on the same side likely meant she wouldn't harm him. However, the wariness in her eyes only grew stronger. She glanced at Yi Yu, who stood silently nearby, and firmly declared, "I know where the secret passage is, but unless you take me with you, I won't tell. Even if it means we all die together." Her defiant words took the chubby man by surprise. Instinctively, he looked at Yi Yu, only to find that Yi Yu's strange, monkey-like face remained expressionless. "All right then, I'll take you with us," the chubby man said, straightening his posture. "But you must follow my instructions and not expose our location." He cast a quick glance at Yi Yu as he finished speaking. "Yanga, come with us," the chubby man said cryptically. "If we stay here any longer, none of us will make it out alive." He thought to himself that if worst came to worst, he could rely on the power of the magical artifact to hold out until reinforcements arrived at dawn. Yi Yu followed silently, his gaze never leaving the young woman. In truth, during the earlier banquet, he had secretly used the samsara eye to peer into the hearts of everyone present. Apart from the chubby man and himself, only the scruffy blonde thug called Hound stood out from the rest. Everyone else, including this young woman, harbored a naked greed for wealth in their hearts. As Chi Mei had once said, the samsara eye revealed people's purest desires, their inner demons. The trio moved cautiously through the ancient castle. Strangely, all the servants had vanished without a trace, and even the Red Scorpion's gang was nowhere to be found. The chubby man, relying on his professional training, took on the role of scout. Guided by the young woman, they passed through the grand first-floor hall and reached the castle's underground wine cellar. The cellar was far larger than a typical basement, its walls illuminated by medieval-style candle sconces. Shelves lined with fine wines aged for over a century filled the room. "Is there really an exit here?" the chubby man muttered, shivering from the cellar's cold, damp air. "I've seen the castle's blueprints. The secret passage is here," the young woman replied, running her hands along the wall as she spoke, her other hand subtly moving toward her waist. Just as the chubby man was about to respond, a flicker of red light flashed in the young woman's eyes. She swiftly pulled a syringe from her waist and jabbed it into his left shoulder. The chubby man collapsed, his body suddenly weak, as drowsiness overtook him. Before he could react, the young woman had drawn a handgun and aimed it at Yi Yu. At that moment, a row of wine racks crashed to the ground. Emerging from the chaos was Red Scorpion, shirtless and battered, dragging a bloodied and barely conscious Hound behind him. "I've done everything you asked me to," the young woman shouted hoarsely, her gun trembling in her grip, her bloodshot eyes filled with desperation. "I killed the old man and brought both of them to you. I brought them all to you. As per our previous agreement, I should now have a spot in the next round, right?" The woman spoke hurriedly, her eyes flickering with panic. The fat man widened his eyes in disbelief as he took in the scene. The woman, who was part of their rat faction, had betrayed them for the prize money and sided with the Red Scorpion. The Red Scorpion casually tossed the blonde-haired man he had been dragging onto the ground, stretched his neck, and smirked coldly. "Of course, I'll grant your request right away." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a handgun had appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced straight through the woman's heart, blood spraying everywhere. Her body tilted forward as her eyes filled with confusion. Why? Foolish woman." The Red Scorpion stepped over to her lifeless body and picked up the handgun she had dropped. The old man only said that the last 3 survivors could move on to the next round. He never said there had to be 3 left. He licked the lingering gunpowder from the barrel, his gaze sweeping between the fat man and Yi Yu. "If all of you die here, the prize money will naturally be mine. The fat man, lying on the ground, suddenly widened his eyes. Red. Red Scorpion? You're the serial killer, Red Scorpion? He recalled the files from the Dawn organization, which included a high-priority watch list of superhuman individuals. The Red Scorpion, a notorious serial killer, had been committing crimes across various districts, assassinating multiple government officials. His distinctive methods and repeated escapes from capture had led the Dawn organization to suspect he had been infected by the virus and become a superhuman. Heh, so you recognized me. Looks like you're not so ordinary yourself. The Red Scorpion looked at the fat man with interest. But the fat man had already been subdued by the powerful anesthetic injected by the woman earlier and soon lost consciousness. Now it's just you. The Red Scorpion turned his attention to the black-clad man with ape-like features, Yu. With the firearm in his hand and the abnormal power coursing through his body, he was confident he could take him out swiftly. Just as the Red Scorpion was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt something tightly gripping his legs. Turning around, Yu was met with an unexpected scene. The blonde-haired thug he had knocked down was somehow now at his feet, clutching desperately at his pant leg. The thug raised his head, his eyes burning with defiant fury. Suddenly, a strange wave of dark energy erupted from his body. In the next moment, his form began to undergo a violent transformation. Fur sprouted wildly all over him, sharp fangs extended from his mouth, and his head morphed into a grotesque shape halfway between a wolf and a leopard. Even though he was gravely injured, the thug's muscles continued to swell, seemingly trying to support his faltering body. Seeing this, Red Scorpion let out a cold snort and was about to pull the trigger to finish him off. But the thug seized the moment, striking the gun out of Red Scorpion's hand. Courting death, Red Scorpion roared in fury. In an instant, his own body began to transform. His legs twisted and reshaped, several fleshy tendrils burst from his waist, and a thick scorpion tail sprouted from his back, its venomous stinger glinting menacingly. The scorpion tail lashed out like lightning, piercing the thug's shoulder and tearing open a bloody wound. Yet despite this, the thug clamped his jaws onto Red Scorpion's hind leg, causing blood to spurt out. Red Scorpion howled in pain and retaliated by repeatedly driving his stinger into the thug's body. From a distance, Yu observed the chaotic battle of these monstrous beings with a calm demeanor. The numerous scars on Red Scorpion's body indicated this wasn't their first encounter. It was clear that Red Scorpion had emerged victorious in their previous fight, and now the thug was merely making a desperate final stand. Sure enough, moments later, the thug, his body riddled with holes from the relentless stinger, finally collapsed to the ground after tearing a chunk of flesh from Red Scorpion's leg. Just as Red Scorpion prepared to deliver the killing blow, the cellar door suddenly creaked open. Jingdao Wenxiong entered slowly, flanked by his entourage, his usual kindly smile plastered across his face. He surveyed the carnage, unfazed by the monstrous transformations before him. You all have truly put on a spectacular show for me. Old man, as you promised, if I kill them, the money is mine, right? Red Scorpion growled, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. Of course, I always keep my word, Jingdao Wenxiong replied, his gaze lingering with interest on Red Scorpion's half-human, half-scorpion form. However, let's set that aside for now. Your abilities are fascinating. Have you ever considered joining us? Oh, and who exactly are you people? Red Scorpion sneered, kicking the barely breathing thug aside. Jingdao Wenxiong's smile deepened, his voice calm yet enigmatic. Ahead of us lies nothing short of a divine miracle. Before us lies a miracle. Jingtu Wenxiong stood firm, leaning on his cane. A sincere yet fervently confident smile spread across his face as he fixed his gaze on the distant Red Scorpion. That line, I think I heard it from someone called Crow, Red Scorpion said, licking his lips. The massive, several-meter-long scorpion tail behind him swayed slowly. You must be part of the Shijinshu, right? Shijinshu? Yiyu's expression darkened instantly at the mention of the name. This revelation sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Jingto Wenxiong was actually a key figure in the Shijinshu. So what was his real motive for inviting him here? Far from being surprised by Red Scorpion's exposure of his identity, Jingtu Wenxiong clapped his hands with a smile. That's right. Your abilities have earned our recognition. Congratulations, CUV received your ticket to becoming a new human. New human? Red Scorpion glanced down at his mutated body, a flicker of cold determination flashing in his eyes. I don't care about any of that. As long as I get more money, that's all that matters. His nature as a professional assassin was laid bare. Whatever you desire, we can provide, Jingtu Wenxiong replied with a calm smile. Red Scorpion suddenly erupted in wild laughter, gesturing toward the corpses strewn across the ground. Fine. Then let these people serve as my pledge of loyalty. As Jingtu Wenxiong nodded in satisfaction, a calm voice echoed from the depths of the wine cellar. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, where a figure clad in black stood silently in the shadows. "Looks like you all forgot about me, huh?" The figure wearing a monkey mask spoke in his natural voice, tinged with a trace of exasperation. It was Yu, no longer hiding his true identity. "Kid, I'll admit you've got some skills, but that's about it," Red Scorpion sneered, extending his crimson tongue. His years as an assassin made him unshaken, clearly dismissing Yu as a threat. Before his words could fully land, a surge of dark energy erupted around Red Scorpion. His lower body began to mutate rapidly, flesh tearing apart to reveal jointed, skeletal appendages. His entire lower half transformed into a massive, multi-legged scorpion form, and his body grew significantly larger. In a flash, Red Scorpion lunged at Yu, his thick scorpion tail poised with a deadly stinger aimed directly at his target's head. To him, this reckless opponent deserved to be the first victim. But just as the stinger was about to strike, Yu raised his fur-covered arm and caught the lethal tail in a firm grip. Slowly lifting his head, his deep, eerie eyes glowed with an unnatural light. Beneath the monkey mask, a chilling, predatory grin spread across his face. Red Scorpion froze mid-motion, involuntarily locking eyes with those glowing orbs. The arrogance on his face evaporated in an instant. The assassin's instincts warned him of a deadly danger. Red Scorpion tried to retreat, but suddenly realized that his tail was firmly gripped by Yu, making it impossible to break free. The once proud, powerful body now seemed completely drained of strength. A sinister smile appeared on Yu's face as he mimicked Red Scorpion's neck movements. His arm muscles tightened abruptly, and with a sudden motion, he hurled the scorpion tail toward the back of the wine cellar. Red Scorpion's massive body traced an arc through the air, smashing through several wine racks before coming to a stop. Expensive wine spilled out, drenching his body. In the distance, Jinshima Fumio's smile froze as he witnessed the scene. His eyes narrowed, revealing a wary expression. With a thunderous crash, the deepest wine rack shattered into pieces. Red Scorpion struggled to lift himself, staring warily at the eerie figure clad in black before him. But Yu gave him no time to think. In a flash, he appeared before Red Scorpion and landed a heavy punch to his abdomen. Blood spurted from Red Scorpion's mouth. Before he could regain his footing, Yu seized one of his hind legs and forcibly tore it off. At this moment, Yu had fully assessed Red Scorpion's strength merely a class threat. While his assassin techniques made him slightly stronger than a Kagami Teikuki, he was no match for Yu, who had recently ascended to a class. Although the morning box had absorbed only a fraction of the demonic energy from Kuexiong's body, the tremendous power it injected into Yu granted him an overwhelming advantage. He was like a predator lurking in the jungle, and Red Scorpion was nothing more than prey. Red Scorpion let out a piercing scream, but his survival instincts drove him to launch one last counterattack. His scorpion tail, tipped with a deadly venomous stinger, struck toward Yu. However, Yu was prepared. Black runes emerged on his arm, forming into a massive scytheyama. Ethereal purple flames coiled around the blade as it sliced through Red Scorpion's tail in one swift motion. Blood gushed out like a fountain, mingling with the spilled wine on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yu grabbed Red Scorpion's right arm and, with brute force, tore it apart. Fear finally overtook the madness in Red Scorpion's eyes. Driven by an intense survival instinct, black mist erupted from his body, and grotesque, additional limbs began to sprout from his legs. Red Scorpion let out an enraged roar, but instead of attacking Yu, he charged desperately toward the large door on the other side of the wine cellar. At that moment, the fallen man on the ground, the fat one, weakly opened his eyes, barely lifting his eyelids. Although the hefty man was caught off guard and injected with a dose of anesthetic by the young woman, his body, enhanced by a genetic fortification serum, had developed considerable resistance to such drugs. Even a dose potent enough to incapacitate a full-grown grizzly bear only rendered him unconscious for a brief moment before he came to. However, the scene that greeted him upon waking left him utterly stunned. A notorious serial killer known as the Red Scorpion had grotesquely transformed into a monstrous scorpion-like creature. Even more shocking was the sight of the ape-like mutant, who had once been his comrade, holding Red Scorpion aloft with one hand and effortlessly tearing off one of its limbs as if ripping apart paper. Before the hefty man could recover from his astonishment, the ape-like figure cloaked in black suddenly erupted with a dark purple flame. The fire coiled around mysterious black runes, swiftly solidifying into a massive, reaper-like scythe, which cleanly severed the scorpion monster's tail in one decisive stroke. The familiar purple flames and the iconic scythe jolted the hefty man into clarity. This was none other than the fabled flame demon. He stared, slack-jawed, at the surreal spectacle before him, his tongue tied in knots. At that moment, the badge in his pocket buzzed with the cool, composed voice of Aoi Maze. "Song Yin, what's the situation at the castle?" "Sister Aoi," the hefty man stammered, his words tumbling out incoherently. You've got to get here. The flame demon. I've seen the flame demon. He's right here in the castle. Before he could finish speaking, the gravely injured scorpion monster went berserk, charging at him with wild desperation. No longer concerned with killing, Red Scorpion was solely focused on escape. With a furious roar of, "Get out of my way!" its broken tail lashed out, sending the hefty man flying over 10 meters. He crashed heavily into the wall, leaving behind a web of cracks. Overwhelmed by the combined effects of the anesthetic and searing pain, the hefty man finally blacked out. Red Scorpion, having smashed through the obstacles in its path, spotted the cellar door just within reach. A glimmer of hope flickered across its grotesque face, but before it could take another step, a dark figure wreathed in purple flames appeared in its way. Confronted by the deeply wrinkled face of the ape-like creature, Red Scorpion let out a final, desperate roar and launched a last-ditch charge. The dark figure, however, merely raised its hand with calm indifference, its grip like an iron vice clamping down on Red Scorpion's head. In an instant, searing hellfire surged from its fingers, consuming the frantically struggling scorpion monster. Within moments, under the eerie purple flames, its body was reduced to a charred husk. Yu casually discarded the scorched remains of Red Scorpion and turned to face an elderly man standing not far away. Surrounded by a retinue of servants, the old man leaned on a cane, observing the one-sided massacre with an unsettling composure. His brilliant violet eyes stood in stark, unsettling contrast to his heavily wrinkled face. It felt like watching an incredible movie. Jingdao Wenxiong marveled in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. I never expected you to be the dark horse of this game. Perhaps I should call you Yiyu? The moment her real name slipped from Jingdao Wenxiong's lips, the expression beneath Yiyu's mask darkened like ink. Meanwhile, under the night sky in the outskirts of District 11, several white sedans were parked silently by the roadside. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from one of the cars. I saw the flame demon. That flame demon, it's in the castle now. Before the words were fully spoken, the communication abruptly cut off. Song Yin? Song Yin? Aoya Su called out repeatedly from the back seat, but there was no response. Her brows furrowed, her expression grim. Wait, seriously? That flame demon is in the castle now? On the driver's seat, Sojiro Okita, with his golden curls, gripped the steering wheel tightly as his face grew tense. He vividly remembered the flame demon's rampage at the hospital. If it was also in the castle, the difficulty of their mission would skyrocket. Asu-senpai, what exactly is our objective for this mission? Bei Yinggu, dressed in casual clothes, sat in the rear with her best friend Xiaoi. She looked at Aoya Su with confusion. Bei Ying noticed that during every major operation, Dawn's team members always wore white uniforms including Xiaoi, while she alone still looked like a high school student. After quickly coordinating standby orders for Group C and Group D, Aoya Su turned to Bei Yinggu and explained, for the past few years, the police have been receiving reports of large-scale disappearances. Initially, these cases were treated as ordinary missing persons incidents, but as the investigations deepened, we discovered an astonishing pattern. She pulled out some files from a folder and continued. All of the missing individuals were struggling financially. Most vanished without a trace, but some resurfaced after a period of time, suddenly transformed into wealthy elites. Strangely enough, they had no memory of where their newfound fortune came from. Aoya Su displayed a few photographs, one of which depicted a medieval castle. Through investigation, we found that all of these individuals had received a peculiar email and were subsequently lured to this castle. Now, Song Yin has received the same email. Why him though? Bei Yinggu asked, puzzled. Because he's a broke, debt-ridden manga artist. Sojiro turned and grinned. Even though he's somewhat famous, his self-published manga flopped, leaving him drowning in debt. The sender likely thought he had hit rock bottom and sent the invitation. Little do they know, Song Yan's contributions as an operative for Dawn have earned him enough credit to support several struggling artists like himself. Finally, Aoya Su retrieved another photo from the folder. It featured a kind-looking elderly man with a benevolent smile. This is the owner of the castle, a prominent philanthropist who has been active in the public eye in recent years. Jingdao Wenxiong. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.